Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51. As a big villain's plan, the protagonist Chu Wang's chance to be an empress. Public suppression of the SSS-level protagonist succeeds, and the opponent's luck decreases. High above the sky, Shen Liuyun is like a god, overlooking the earth. At the same time, the sound of the system rang in his ears. Can't help but make him laugh. He has always been adhering to the strategy of killing by force, and he almost forgot to deal with the protagonist and suppress the line. In addition, being able to meet Chu Wang, the SSS-level protagonist today, really gave Shen Liu a pleasant surprise. When Chu Wang appeared, there was already a system prompt flickering in front of his eyes, telling him that he had encountered an SSS-level protagonist. The luck value was once as high as Zhong Gold, which is at the same level as Han Feiyu. This made Shen Liuyun very happy. Unexpectedly, there is actually a big fish hidden in this holy place of Kunlun. But it's normal to think about it. There are only a few top forces in the entire Jinwu world. Those protagonists with ultra-luxury panels are reincarnated, and there are actually not many choices. After all, top powers have a brighter prospect, and small places can't afford to be tossed by SSS-level protagonists. And this Chu Wang started as a handyman in the Holy Land of Kunlun, and in just 1 year, he gained his current status and power by improving his own strength and wooing all parties. The strength of its gold finger and its own ability can be seen. As for the opponent's gold finger's ability, Shen Liuyun has also learned about it through gods watching the sky. This is also the most surprising place for Shen Liuyun. It really works. Xiaochang Realm's Gods Watching the Sky art has already shown the horror of the secret art that is not transmitted by the immortals and demons. Enough to break through the system panels of other protagonists. As for Chu Wang, in addition to letting Shen Liuyun confirm the conjecture in Gods Watching the Sky, the opponent's gold finger also surprised him. It turned out to be Uncommon's View Life script. This ability can be said to be strong or not, or weak or not. It all depends on how to use it. Because in the hands of people with a brain, this 687 gold finger will definitely exert an extremely terrifying effect, and it will live up to its SSS rating. And all of this lies in its core function, the recent turning point in the life script. According to the results of the feedback from Shenming Tianchu, recent turning point, as the ability to spoil the future in advance, has already involved the avenue of time. Its furthest viewing distance is 1 month. That is to say, within a month, any major life turning point of the other party will be revealed. To know. A large part of these life turning points are due to accidental chances, which turn life upside down in 1 step. Chu Wang possessed this ability, so he could use it to cut off the beard in advance. Turn other people's opportunities into own opportunities. His rapid rise this year is also due to this. As early as when he was still a handyman disciple, Chu Wang had been looking forward to the awakening of Gold Finger. And on the day when all people Gold Finger was lifted at the age of 18, Chu Wang went directly to the entrance of the Holy Land and squatted down to check the disciplines coming and going one by one. There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in such a huge Holy Land, and there are countless people with great opportunities. As long as Chu Wang sees them, they will all be cut off. At that time, Chu Wang was really busy, and he had to go to several places every day to go to Sweji. After gradually becoming stronger, Chu Wang was promoted from handyman to outer sect and inner sect all the way, and the people he came into contact with became more and more noble. He also discovered that checking life transitions is not as simple as cutting out chances. Because there are also some people who did not encounter any so-called chances, but a major turning point has also taken place in their lives. For example, in the outer sect, there was an ordinary old deacon, a common handyman. His recent turning point is, half a month later, he was transferred to Wu Jiafeng by the Holy Land senior management as the general manager. From a handyman deacon to the general manager of a single mountain, this is definitely a promotion, still a high promotion. After Chu Wang found out, he immediately began to curry favor with this person, making friends deliberately. As the saying goes, icing on the cake is not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. People tend to make more precious friends when they are in a low period. After all, in the eyes of others, no one would know that a handyman deacon would be promoted, so it was impossible to put down his body and run to the handyman's place to chat with an old man. This gave Chu Wang a great opportunity. At that time, he was already a genius disciple of the outer sect, with a distinguished status, but he went to the handyman's place every day. One can imagine how moved the handyman deacon was. Therefore, after being promoted, Chu Wang received great help from the other party as expected. The network of contacts has accumulated like this. Since then, Chu Wang has relied on this ability even more, to have both opportunities and connections, and to sing along the way. Of course, the recent turning point does not work for everyone. Some people's lives are changeable, and it is difficult to peek into the future if they blind celestial secrets. For example, Chu Wang herself. He is on the road of cutting off opportunities every day, causing his future to be in an unstable state of change all the time, so the column of his own recent turning point is always hazy. This point, compared to Shen Liuyun's Gods Watching the Sky, is much weaker. Because Shen Mingtianchu has been cultivated to the top level, it can also span the long river of time and penetrate the past, present, and future. Recent turning point only 1 month is displayed. Gods Watching the Sky has no restrictions, provided that the cultivation base can keep up. And, no matter how many changes in the future, Gods Watching the Sky can gain insight by extending countless timelines, so there is no such thing as blinding celestial secrets. This is why Shen Liuyun is very fond of this secret technique. Although it is only an auxiliary function, it means a lot to him after he reaches great completion. Now, Shen Liuyun stood on the bow of the spaceship with his hands behind his back, a pair of golden eyes piercing through the sea of clouds to look at the crowd below. I saw that Chu Wang's personal luck, after the suppression just now, has turned into a weak gold. Really lost a lot. But Shen Liuyun doesn't feel bad. Because the characteristic of the Destiny Big Villain is that no matter how the luck of the protagonist's camp drops, the final kill will be based on the highest peak value. In other words, even if Shen Liuyun suppresses Chu Wang's personal luck to white, he will still be rewarded with gold after killing him. As the leader of the younger generation in the Kunlun Holy Land, it is unrealistic for this person to kill him in the Holy Land. We have to use some tricks and means. Forget it. Let's slowly deprive you of luck like this, and when the time is right, kill them in one fell swoop. Shen Liuyun's golden pupils flickered slightly, thinking a lot. He must have had the urge to kill Chu Wang by force. But this is the Holy Land of Kunlun, even if he is the holy son of Kanghai, he can't do anything wrong. After all, he went to other holy places to attack the most talented disciple of the family. This is already an extremely bad act, enough to turn into a bloody feud. Even if the higher UPS of the Kunlun Holy Land don't pursue it, they can't stop the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the world below from talking. After all, you are such a sacred place that you can't even keep your own disciples. It is undoubtedly a great blow to reputation that someone else's holy son ran into the house to kill him. At that time, the Holy Land of Kunlun will be under pressure, and even if they don't want to go to war with the Holy Land of Kanghai, they will have to go to war. And once a war broke out in the two holy places, the consequences would be quite serious. I don't know how many hundreds of millions of living beings will die because of this. Even if Shen Liuyun is a destiny villain, he doesn't want to bear this karma. Therefore, he immediately gave up the idea of killing by force. But even if he doesn't kill him by force, Shen Liuyun still has 10,000 ways to kill Chu Wang. The easiest one is to emulate Lin Ye. Lin Ye started as the prince of the Dian dynasty, with a high status and authority, not much worse than the son of the Holy Land of Kunlun. But in the end, Shen Liuyun forcibly broke into the Dian dynasty and killed him. The biggest reason for this is that Lin Ye was deprived of his crown prince status, made a mistake, and was sent to heaven. So if he wanted to kill Chuang under the noses of countless disciples in the Holy Land of Kunlun, he just had to let the other party make the same mistakes. Make a mistake that makes all disciples angry. Make a mistake that makes the top management of the Holy Land support the killing of Chu Wang. Make a mistake that is enough to block the mouths of everyone in the world, thinking that Chu Wang's death is not a pity. But Chu Wang is a smart person, which can be seen from his painstaking efforts to construct Guang Weizheng's character design. So it was difficult to expect Chu Wang to make mistakes by himself. However, as a villain, Shen Liuyun is different from the protagonist in that he can do things by whatever means. After all, in terms of the essence of this matter, it doesn't matter whether Chu Wang made a mistake or not, the important thing is to let everyone think he made a mistake. That is, framed. This is not difficult for Shen Liuyun. Useless means, as short as a few days, as long as half a month. Shen Liuyun has the confidence to kill Chu Wang in full view. With a slight sneer at the corner of his mouth, he turned and disappeared on the bow of the spaceship. From showing up to leaving, it only takes a moment. But among the disciples below, it has already caused an uproar. It turns out that the Holy Son of Kanghai is a guest in the Holy Land. Many people are very curious about what this senior sister Zhang Tang who has won the fairy looks like, and the Holy Son who is also known as the #1 genius in the real martial arts world. The flying boat is far away from the ground, ordinary disciples can only see a vague outline, and that strong and tyrannical aura that is as strong as a day of panic. Only a few cultivation-based practitioners can vaguely glimpse the whole picture of the son of Kanghai. Then he was dazzled by the sharp edge that belonged to the supreme arrogance. This holy son of the Kanghai is truly terrifying. I just glanced at it, and I felt terrified. It's such a powerful oppressive force. The Kanghai Holy Land is indeed much tougher than our Kunlun Holy Land. I didn't expect senior sister Zhang Tang to find such a powerful Dao companion. In the future, her status in the Holy Land may reach the sky in one step. Needless to say, didn't you see that even Wu Elder, the law enforcement hall, respected him? It's a pity, senior brother Chu Wang, today's stumble is not a big deal. That's right. I thought he was a dragon among men. He had a close relationship with the law enforcement hall and had great power in the Holy Land, but it turned out that he was not as easy to use as the Holy Son of the Kanghai. What's more, the Holy Son Kanghai didn't end up in person, he just sat on the clouds and watched the situation with a smile, and he still wanted to cater to Wu Elder while licking his face, and he was finally ignored by others. This Chu Wang's face today can be said to be slapped. Hehe, it's good to embarrass Chu Wang, otherwise all the disciples will probably think that he is really #1 in the true biography. That's right, the position of the Holy Son has not yet been determined, so why should he enjoy the treatment of the Holy Son first? Many disciples were discussing and lamenting what happened today. Even some elite disciples in the true biography expressed their opinions on this matter, and they were very satisfied in their words that they wanted to be slapped in the face today. It can be seen that although Chu Wang has established a great personality among ordinary disciples, but in the true biography of the elites in the Holy Land, no one makes him an idol, instead, he is scorned. How could Chu Wang's divine sense not hear such sounds? At this time, his face was ashen, and his heart was burning with anger, and he almost couldn't pretend any more. This holy son of the sea, damn it! Let him lose all face today, and stand on the clouds the whole time, as if watching a show. This kind of behavior made him feel like a clown jumping on the ground. What he did was just performing hard for people's entertainment. It's a pity that the holy son of the Kanghai disappeared in a hurry after only showing one side. He didn't come in time to check the other party's life script. Otherwise, you must see what opportunities there are in recent turning point, all of them have been cut off, so as to vent the hatred in your heart. The other side. Zhang Tang put the sword back into its sheath, and nodded to everyone in the law enforcement hall. Since Wu Elder has made a judgment, the matter is settled, and I will leave first. Zhang Zhenchuan, walk slowly, and say hello to His Highness Shenzi on behalf of the old man. Wu Elder did not dare to neglect, arched his cupped hands, and watched Zhang Tang fly up to the clouds and return to the flying boat. Elder, Chuang, we don't care about it. At this time, a disciple of the law enforcement hall came forward and asked in a low voice. Wu Elder snorted coldly, and said in displeasure, "What the hell?" The old man took advantage of him, so what? Compared with the son of Kanghai, he is nothing. Which is more important and which is less, the old man can't tell. Besides, do you know what is on the flying boat that is by the side of the son of Kanghai? Hearing what Wu Elder said, everyone was very curious. Wu Elder showed a look of awe on his face, and said, "The lord on the flying boat is Su Elder, a foreigner." Hiss! Could it be Su Elder among the 7 elders of Kunlun? Everyone gasped in unison. In the Kunlun Holy Land, except for the reclusive patriarch and the supreme elder. Among all the elders in the entire Holy Land, there are 7 people with the highest power. Putting these 7 people together, they can even decide the change of Saint Lord. It is the real high level of the Kunlun Holy Land, with boundless power. And these 7 people, also known as the 7 elders, are in charge of different affairs in the Holy Land. Among them, Su Elder, who is ranked 3rd, is the elder in charge of foreign affairs, which is equivalent to the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the dynasty. On weekdays, the communication between the Kunlun Holy Land and other larger top forces is done by Chen Changtu, an elder with real power. Compared with Wu Elder, who can only manage disciples, his status is much higher. Now that the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet is about to be held, I don't know how many guests will come to watch the ceremony. Elder is quite busy with foreign affairs, and it is not too much to take care of every day. But even so, Su Elder still squeezed out time to be with the 0.4 Hai Shenzi. It goes without saying how important the identity of Kanghai Shenzi is. Not to mention that Chu Wang is not yet the son of Kunlun. Even if one day he really becomes the son of Kunlun, the gold content in it will not compare to that of the son of Kanghai. Not all holy sons can get the unwavering approval and assistance of the entire Holy Land like Shen Liuyun. Therefore, for various reasons, Wu Elder naturally knew whether to stand on the side of the precious Shen Liuyun, or to offend the noble together with that mere Chu Wang. He didn't add insult to injury, but only punished Si Fang Jiao, which was already merciful to Wu Elder. At this moment, coldly glanced at Chu Wang, didn't say anything, and still ignored him with the law enforcement hall disciples as when he came, and left directly. Chu Wang saw all this and knew that Wu Elder was deliberately drawing a clear line. My heart suddenly burned with anger. A 1-year gift was given, and the relationship was maintained for 1 year. That's how you sold him? How could Chu Wang feel at ease? Damn it all! This Wu Elder deserves to die, and that piece of shit, Shenzi Kanghai, deserves to die even more. I think my dignified SSS-level protagonist should be so insulted today. Chu Wang was so angry that he stood alone on the mountain for a long time. It wasn't until nightfall that I adjusted my mood. Just wait. When I get the Empress opportunity, within 10 years, all of you will have to pay the price. Calculating the time, it's time for me to set off. Chu Wang muttered to himself for a moment, then suddenly pinched his fingers and counted, and turned into an aurora and swept out of the Holy Land. At the same time, a mountain dedicated to receiving visitors in the Kunlun Holy Land. In the luxurious house on the top floor, Shen Liuyun, who was practicing lotus position, opened his eyes. I saw a deist emerging from the void, cupped hands said. Report to the Holy Sun, Nawang has left the Holy Land. Chapter 52 The Great Emperor of the Other Shore, The Chance of Cutting the Empress. Chu Wang was completely insane. Kneeling to subscribe. Outside the Kunlun Holy Land. After Chu Wang left quietly, his figure disappeared into the mountains. Along the way, I picked places with few people and traveled at low altitude. I changed clothes 3 times on the way, wearing a cloak to hide my eyes and ears. Finally, in the middle of the night, he entered a city that was not too big. There are few high-rank practitioners in this city, but it is still prosperous overall. It's just that it's not daytime at this time, the night is quiet, the streets are empty, and few people are outside. After Chu Wang entered the city, Rao, who was familiar with the road, walked into an alley. Go all the way, and finally stop in front of a certain house. Boom boom boom. He knocked on the door very rhythmically, like some kind of signal. I'm coming. Not long after, I heard an earnest voice coming from inside. The door opened, and an old woman in the body-tempering realm smiled and looked out, complimenting, "Young Master Chu is on time. It doesn't matter if I'm on time, has your goods arrived yet?" Chu Wang lowered his voice, followed the old woman into the courtyard, and asked in a calm manner. Hey hey hey! Don't worry, it will arrive in the morning, and it's a new batch of good goods. Untouched. Hearing this, the old woman patted her chest to assure her, and walked faster, bringing Chu Wang to the deepest part of the courtyard. Just watch her open a door and light the candles in the room. Under the candlelight, the room was full of young women, the youngest was only 15 or 16 years old, and the oldest was only 27 or 88. They were all mortals and had no cultivation base. In any world, the underlying life is full of chaos and hardship. This is even more true for the Jinwu world as an ancient world of Jiaoxuan. It is normal to buy and sell female slaves. However, the old woman's channels for getting goods are somewhat mixed, and her methods are even not very honorable, so she only dared to open the door at night. There are many styles of female slaves, and there are various types to meet the tastes of different customers. As for buying it back to be a maid in the house, or doing something else, it's not the old woman's business. Chu Wang ignored the excited movement of the old woman, and glanced at the many female slaves. Finally, it stopped at the edge of the crowd, on a girl about 16 or 17 years old. The girl was not tall and was dressed in rags. It may be due to long-term malnutrition that the whole person is yellow and thin. His oily hair was coiled on his head, and he was looking down at his toes in a daze. It can be said that this girl is neither good-looking nor clean, plain, and useless. But the moment Chu Wang saw the girl, 27's breathing was slightly rapid. There was ecstasy in his eyes that couldn't be hidden. I saw it in his field of vision. Lines of gold's light kept shining, almost blinding his eyes. Name, Su Qingqing. Realm mortal. Fate, reincarnation of the Empress, gold, natural Dao fruit, gold, peerless beauty, gold. Number of fate, breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly, gold, destined to be the chosen one, gold, affinity with Taoism and law, gold, loyalty, gold. Life script, one of the protagonists in this world. Favorability, 0. Recent turning point, 7 days later, the destiny awakens, fades away from the mundane world, reveals the supreme talent, the brilliance of 30,000 miles, alarmed the Kunlun Holy Land, was established as the true disciple of the Saint Lord, and since then stepped on the road of martial Dao and soared into the sky. To Chu Wang, this life panel seems to have discovered a treasure mountain. Fate and destiny, all gold. Among all the people awakened Gold Finger has seen such a gorgeous panel, only one person owns it. It was Zhang Tang who clashed with him in the morning and made him lose face. However, that Zhang Tang is not into the oil and salt, he is ruthless, he is the companion of the son of Kanghai, and he already has a man. And the degree of favorability for him has reached the negative full value. So not only was it useless to Chu Wang, but it was also a big trouble. But the girl in front of me is different. Just an inconspicuous mortal slave girl. No one would have imagined that in such a remote town, in an unnamed courtyard, there will be such a dusty martial Dao Tianjiao, who is so hungry that he can't even afford to eat. God is giving him a chance. As long as he wins this woman, why would he worry about the future? Speaking of it, the reason why he was able to discover this small courtyard in a corner and find the reincarnation of this dusty empress. It is also due to the recognition of a dog leg during the handyman period. I met him in sect a few days ago, and he glanced at it casually while he was bored. It turns out that there is a purple in the other party's fate, which is very abnormal. Looking at recent turning point again, I was dumbfounded at the time. It read impressively. 5 days later, I went to the slave black market in the southeast alley of Sifang City to buy female slaves. I accidentally encountered the reincarnation of the Empress, and bought her. The reincarnation of the Empress, this word is too catchy. Chu Wang decided to cut off this supreme opportunity at that time. After many days of searching, he finally found the black market mentioned in recent turning point, and this scene happened today as he wished. As for the dog-legged handyman, he has already found an excuse to dismiss him, and he will never come here to buy female slaves again today. He is the only guest tonight, no one will compete with him at all. Su Qingqing, the reincarnation of the Empress, is destined to be his favorite. Thinking of this, Chu Wang's heart blossomed with joy. It's cool to cut off other people's opportunities. Can't help but look at Su Qingqing carefully again. Every fate and number unfolded before his eyes. Reincarnation of the Empress, in her previous life, she was the great emperor of the other side who pushed across this world 710,000 years ago. In this life, he has the appearance of becoming an emperor in the second life. Natural Dao fruit, the divine soul contains the Emperor Cheng Dao fruit of the great emperor of the other side of the previous life. Although there is only a trace left in samsara, it is still extremely powerful. Peerless beauty, a natural beauty with various amorous feelings, the focus of the crowd, destined to be a noble life, which can be displayed after stepping on the road of martial Dao. Break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, get rid of the mortal body and become a goddess from now on. Destined Tianjiao, a person with great luck and affinity, one of the protagonists in this life. Tao Dharma affinity, naturally sensitive to Dao Dharma, there is no bottleneck in the road of practice, and 1,000 miles a day. Loyalty and unswerving, if my heart recites the oath of old age, the gods of heaven and earth, please punish them together. The great emperor is destined to be lonely all his life, but after all, he is a woman. If he meets someone he likes, once he finds it, he will be loyal until death. After reading the introduction of the 7 gold fates, Chu Wang was shocked again. He didn't expect that the little girl who looked a bit dull and timid in front of him turned out to be the great emperor of the other side in her previous life. The other shore great emperor in legendary is a supreme great emperor of the human race, and it can be ranked in the forefront of all great emperors throughout the ages. She was born in the era of 710,000 years ago. It is said that when she became the emperor, she fell due to insufficient Dao heart, and her soul fell into the endless sea of bitterness. While there, she saw a group of Bana flowers in full bloom. Scarlet Bana, a symbol of death, a sign of new life. 1,000 years and one other shore, one Manzu and one Chawa. The great emperor of the other shore was ups and downs in the sea of flowers, and finally broke through the avenue of the other shore, and recondensed his body in the void, proving the great emperor's honor. Chu Wang could never have imagined that the great emperor on the other side who left a brilliant pen and ink in the history of the human race. The reincarnated body was actually met by him. This is not the common great emperor. If he can win it, Chu Wang feels that On's future will be truly bright to the extreme, and there will be no obstacles. Moreover, now the great world will rise. The road to the future emperor is extremely dangerous. These SSS-level reincarnations, although each has a good chance and gold finger, but who can guarantee that they will become emperor in the future? Don't you see, there is no emperor in the 90,000 years of the true martial world. In the past 90,000 years, there are many talented Tianjiao in the real martial arts world, but they all fall in front of the emperor's road in the end. Although Chu Wang was ambitious, he was also in awe of the road to the great emperor of the human race. And the girl in front of her was the great emperor in her previous life. Now reincarnated and rebuilt, the emperor's road is definitely smoother than these people. It is much easier to count on Su Qingqing to become emperor than to count on herself to become emperor. If he can subdue her, relying on the unswerving fate until death, after the other party becomes an emperor, wouldn't it be equivalent to having a heavenly emperor female slave? At that time, he will become the most honorable person in the real martial arts world. What SSS-level protagonist? See who is upset, let Su Qingqing kill it. Thinking of this, Chu Wang almost laughed crookedly. Immediately stepped forward, pointed at Su Qingqing and said quickly, I want this girl, just ask how much it is. The old woman couldn't help being surprised when she saw what Chu Wang was pointing at. This Su Qingqing was taciturn, with a sallow complexion and a thin body. Compared with other female slaves who are ordinary, this Mr. Chu actually fell in love with her. Eyesight is really bad. But opening the door to do business, the old woman would naturally not speak out what was in her heart. Instead, he smiled and praised, Sir, you are so proud. Give this female slave 50 spirit stones. 50 spirit stones. The reincarnation of a majestic female emperor is worth less than a low-level yellow cultivation technique on Bad Street. Chu Wang didn't know. These female slaves are all mortals, and the main customers of the old woman's business are also mortals, or low-level practitioners. And mortals use silver taels for transactions. As for the spirit stones needed by practitioners, even one piece can be worth a lot of silver taels. Normally speaking, even if these lowliest female slaves were sold, they would not be worth a single spirit stone. She opened her mouth completely at the lion, betting that Mr. Chu in front of her didn't know the market. In fact, it has been severely slaughtered. And she knew that even if Chu Wang knew, she wouldn't care. Not to mention just a few dozen spirit stones, even tens of thousands, these arrogances don't take it seriously. Even for cultivators of their level, spirit stones may no longer be traded, but higher-level spirit crystals. Spirit crystals are rare goods, one is worth 10,000 spirit stones, the old woman has never even seen one in her life. Chu Wang was in a good mood at the moment, he really didn't care if he was abused or not. In his eyes, Su Qingqing in front of him is worth 10,000 gold. Even after taking out 1,000 spirit stones from the storage ring, they were still on the ground, and said proudly, there is no need to look for it. Okay. The dazzling spirit stones, the flashing old woman was dazzled, and hurried to Su Qingqing's side, untied the other party's shackles in 2s and 3s, and was about to hand them to Chu Wang. He moved so fast, as if he was afraid that Mr. Chu, who was not so good at thinking, would regret it. And Chu Wang was also overjoyed, seeing Su Qingqing timidly approaching him. His mind was already imagining the picture of dominating the world by relying on the Empress servant in the future. Gg, this old lady wants it. Just when Chu Wang was fantasizing about being happy, suddenly a terrifying coercion descended on the small courtyard, and then the tightly closed wooden door was blown open by a strong wind, and the candles in the house were all extinguished. Everyone was shocked. Chu Wang's face also changed wildly, and a bad premonition faintly rose in his heart. Who? His gaze is like lightning, and the aura of apex in the god-forging state is released instantly, wanting to deter people coming. However, before it lasted even a second, it was ruthlessly extinguished by the stronger coercion on the opponent. Immediately afterwards, an old man in a black robe appeared at the door with a gloomy face and a strange smile on his face. He stepped down, as if crossing the void, and appeared directly in the center of the room. Sanctuary power. Chu Wang's pupil shrank, his hair stood up, and a strong sense of life and death crisis surged through his body. His scalp was numb, he swallowed his spit, and said with a trembling heart, Senior, this female slave is the one that Junior fell in love with first, why don't you look at the other female slaves? Junior will pay for you. Noisy. The old man smiled coldly, looked at Chu Wang, and said intimidatingly, you first look at it and it's yours? You offer 1,000 spirit stones? The old man offers 10,000 spirit stones. And you can't bargain. If you dare to bargain, the old man directly killed you. Do you have any objections? Hearing these domineering words, Chu Wang almost couldn't breathe. Just put a foot in it. You are only allowed to bid, and I am not allowed to counter-offer? I've never seen such bullying. Chu Wang's chest was rising and falling, and he took out a token to suppress his anger and said, Senior. I am Chu Wang, the true disciple of the Kunlun Holy Land. This place is only tens of thousands of miles away from the Kunlun Holy Land. I advise the senior to think about it before doing anything. Consider. Gg. When the old man Yin heard this, there was a sneer on his face, and he said with undisguised contempt, Boy, how dare you use the holy land of Kunlun to suppress me? I have practiced for thousands of years, and now semi-saint Apex is only one step away from the avenue of saint. Guess, if the old man kills you here, will the holy land of Kunlun you speak of offend me, the quasi-saint, for a dead man? After the voice fell, killing intent filled the air, as if he really wanted to do it. Chu Wang's face changed dramatically, he didn't expect that the name of the holy land of Kunlun would be unoccupied. Get out! The old man Yinya didn't say any more, and just waved his sleeve robe. Chu Wang could only feel the stars shifting in front of him, and when he came back to his senses, he was already in the wilderness outside the city. Ah! Damn! 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 The Empress' chance was taken away, Chu Wang was almost insane, and his mentality completely collapsed. Adao heart is crumbling. He knew that there must be something strange about what happened tonight. It is impossible for a dignified semi-saint apex power to appear in the black market of the practitioner for no reason. Moreover, he had a clear purpose to snatch Su Qingqing. Either someone is deliberately targeting him, or the other party knows the identity of Su Qingqing's reincarnated empress. But no matter which one it was, Chu Wang felt helpless, because he didn't even know the identity of the other party. It can only be incompetent and furious at this time. At the same time, in the small courtyard, seeing the old man disappear Chu Wang in a single thought, the old woman was completely frightened. From the moment the old man appeared, to the moment when Mr. Chu revealed his true identity in the holy land of Kunlun, no matter what happened, the old woman's cognition was refreshed. In her eyes, the Flying Wolf Gang, the soul-refining gang in the city, is already an unattainable existence. As for the holy land of Kunlun, it only exists in the storybook, and to her, it is really a divine dragon above the 9 heavens. And this mysterious old man is even more terrifying. Not even the face of the Kunlun Holy Land. But soon, she turned the corner into joy again, remembering the old man's offer just now. 10,000 spirit stones. A power of this level shouldn't be worthless for a mere 10,000 spirit stones, right? That's too embarrassing. Maybe tonight, I can make a fortune by mistake. Thinking of this, the old woman was no longer afraid, and she was beaming with joy. Senior, here is the 1,000 spirit stones dropped by Mr. Chu just now. If you make up another 9,000, all the female slaves in my house will be given to you. Seeing this old woman seeing wealth, she didn't even care about her life. The old man Yinya laughed strangely, and said mockingly, Give me money? What kind of money? This old man is in the holy land of Kunlun, and he has never paid for anything. Ah! These very unreasonable words made the old woman stunned, and she couldn't even react. Consciousness then plunged into darkness. After finishing off the old woman, the shadowy old man didn't even look at the other female slaves, and walked straight to Su Qingqing, with a kind smile on his old face. Little girl, my holy son is here. Chapter 53 Capture the Reincarnated Empress, Shen Liuyun's 1000-layer routine. Kneeling to subscribe. Jihu's SSS-level protagonist has a great opportunity to succeed, and the opponent's luck plummets. In and outside the alley, Shen Liuyun sat quietly, with the table full of sumptuous dishes. After hearing the prompt in his ear, he opened his eyes with a smile on his face. From the moment he learned about the function of Chuang's gold finger, Shen Liuyun had arranged for someone to watch Chuang secretly. So after Chuang left the Holy Land, he immediately followed up with Yu Yang Elder, and finally came here all the way. Relying on Yu Yang Elder's control over the laws of space, the two have been hiding in the void, seeing everything that happens outside. As for Shen Liuyun, he has been using God's watching the sky to observe Chu Wang. When Chu Wang used the ability to view the life script to learn So King's identity, Shen Liuyun also copied what Chu Wang saw at the same time. For a moment, even he was moved. The reincarnation of the great emperor on the other side, this is too amazing. The former great emperor of the other side, an amazing minister in the history of the human race. Compared with the last great emperor of the human race, the great emperor of the sea, it is evenly divided. Now it spans a long river of 710,000 years, reincarnated and rebuilt in this life. So this is Chuang's real gold finger. He had always felt strange. As an SSS-level protagonist, this Chuang should be good in all aspects, with gold luck and the future supreme sequence, Lin Ye and Han Feiyu. But just judging from the performance during the day, why does it seem that it is not strong? Just something to say, but not much. Now that he saw the reincarnation of the Empress, he understood. It turns out that this is the opportunity that Chu Wang's gold-level luck should bring. A great opportunity that is enough to cause a sensation in the real martial arts world. In the future, if Chu Wang really rises and becomes the supreme sequence, Su Qingqing, the reincarnation of the Empress, is definitely the biggest help behind him. Shen Liuyun Dang even decided to make a decisive move and cut him off. This is what happened just now. Heavenly law reincarnates, retribution is unpleasant. Chu Wang had the opportunity to cut off other people's hair. I'm afraid he never dreamed that he would be cut off one day. My lord, the son has been brought here. Suddenly a voice came from the ear, and I saw Wu Yang Elder leading the girl Su Qingqing, entering from outside the inn. Su Qingqing looked very timid on the outside, a little timidly following behind with small steps. Her eyes were replaced by numbness and hesitation. Too many things happened today, none of which I can understand. All she knew was that she seemed to be taken in by an adult. At this moment, he was taken to the inn, and when he saw the holy son that the scary old man called, his expression was in a daze. This is who bought me? Born so noble, so handsome. Su Qingqing has never seen such a good-looking person at her age. Her skin is like white jade, she is personable, and she is dressed in clean clothes, luxurious clothes that she never dared to think about in her life. Sit. The noble young man in front of him looked her up and down, and finally spoke. The voice is soft, gentle, and elegant, making people involuntarily intoxicated. Su Qingqing sat down cautiously, her eyes were quickly attracted by the rich dishes on the table in front of her. There are chicken legs, stewed meat, stir-fried vegetables, and some fish and shrimp, all of which are full of fragrance and mouth-watering. She swallowed involuntarily, but only dared to look at it, not chopsticks. Even though he was very hungry, he still tried his best to suppress his appetite. Because she is very smart, she knows that a noble practitioner like Shen Liuyun has already achieved penetrating Valley Realm. This table of mortal delicacies is prepared for oneself. Sure enough, the handsome young man in front of him spoke. Eat, you will have the strength to listen to things when you are full. Only then did Su Qingqing move her chopsticks, picked up a piece of chicken leg, and began to eat carefully. Delicious! The meaty aroma of the chicken drumsticks spread in the mouth, stimulating the taste buds, and Su Qingqing's numb eyes finally became bright. She felt that this was the best food she had ever eaten in her life. As he ate, 2 lines of tears flowed down his cheeks. Thinking back on all these years of hardships, she felt like a human being for the first time. Born in a small mountain village since she was a child, her parents do not love her mother, and all her preferences are concentrated on her big brother, and she can only pick up the rest of the big brother for food and clothing. At the age of 15, he was sold to a slave trader for 2 taels of cheap silver. The slave trader saw that she was yellow and thin, short and ugly, with a rustic look on her body, and her eyes were still stupid. I also look down on him in my heart, and even the treatment is lower than other slaves. 1 meal for 3 days is the norm. But after pressing for a year and seeing that no one bought her, after several twists and turns, she fell into the hands of the old woman this morning. At this moment, I suddenly saw someone treat her so well and treat her to delicious food. No matter what the other party's purpose was, Su Qingqing remembered this moment. This meal was eaten slowly, as if trying to remember the taste. Shen Liuyun didn't rush, just watched quietly. Half an hour later, Su Qingqing finally put away the chopsticks, cleaned up the rice grains sticking to her mouth, couldn't help belching, her face blushed suddenly, and she lowered her little head. "Want to know why I bought you?" Shen Liuyun asked with a smile, his tone as gentle as possible. Su Qingqing shook her head, not daring to look at Shen Liuyun more, staring at the empty plate on the table without moving. Shen Liuyun sighed, knowing that this girl has suffered too much and experienced too much inhuman treatment, and has become numb to life. After thinking about it, he decided to get straight to the point. "You, Su Qingqing, in your previous life you were a peerless empress of the human race 710,000 years ago, and this life is a reincarnation. Although you in this life have a very tragic life experience, you still can't hide the fact that you were a strong man in the Emperor realm in your previous life. Great Emperor Dao fruit, samsara can't be wiped out, your body is still flowing with the noble and extremely qualified. Now you are just a potential dragon in the abyss. Once you wake up, you will become a real dragon above the heavens. Countless forces will compete to win you over." 11. You have walked the Emperor's road and climbed to the extreme realm of the world. In the future, you have a very high probability of becoming an emperor again. Do you understand now? Whether it's the former young Master Chu or this holy son, they all came here for your fate. There is nothing to harm you." Shen Liuyun's blunt words made Su Qingqing raise her small face. She was stunned and at a loss. "My previous life was a human great emperor? Will my future be great?" She looked down at her tattered clothes, her ordinary appearance, her scrawny body, and her inferiority complex. I can't believe Shen Liuyun is talking about himself. But everything that happened today is so real, let Su Qingqing know that it is impossible for the other party to lie to her. She lowered her head and was in a daze. She was in a state of confusion for a while, not knowing what to do. From a small mortal female slave to suddenly becoming the reincarnation of a so-called empress, anyone would be at a loss. "Son, what should I do?" After a long time, she raised her head and looked at Shen Liuyun expectantly. Shen Liuyun stood up and said with his hands behind his back, "I am not a forceful person, here are 2 choices for you. First, become my personal maid, Shen Liuyun. My identity is the Holy Son of the Holy Land of the Sea, the successor of the Holy Land of the next generation. Be my maid, from now on you will be the most powerful person in this world, surpassing hundreds of millions of living beings, and no one will bully you again. I can assure you that as long as I, Shen Liuyun, live for a day, you will never have to worry about food and clothing. In addition, after you awaken, I can give you any resources on the road of martial Dao. All heavenly and mortal treasures, high-rank medicine pills are available at your fingertips, saving you a lot of searching time. All I need is you to be loyal to me and use your great Emperor's reincarnation strength to help me climb the Emperor's road and defeat all enemies in the world. After many years, stand on the top of the world with me, overlooking the scenery of the world. Second, you leave on your own, and I won't force you. You don't have to worry about your life in the future. After you awaken, there will naturally be countless people flocking to you, fighting to get you. At that time, you can still step into martial Dao, but I don't guarantee how you will be treated with other people, whether you will be free. Everything, you choose. Shen Liuyun's voice was soft, but he pointed out all the interests. Su Qingqing pinched the corner of her clothes after listening, thinking in her heart that this handsome young man is above board, so if he told her the truth so straightforwardly, he wouldn't be afraid of her running away. If it was the former Mr. Chu, I am afraid that he might not have told her all the reasons in such a detailed manner. But, this openness is not a bad thing, but it just proves that this handsome young man is a good person. Looking at the rich dishes on the table in front of her, Su Qingqing twitched her nose and made a choice. She looked at Shen Liuyun firmly, knelt down on the ground and said, I am willing to follow you. Good. Shen Liuyun nodded, stretched out his hand to support her thin body, and ordered, don't kneel at every turn, from now on no one will make you kneel, and no one is worthy of your kneeling. Live for yourself, live with dignity. Dignity. Su Qingqing, who heard this, froze in place. Because no one has ever said these words to her, and no one has ever told her what dignity is. Shen Liuyun hit the depths of her heart with precision. Suddenly, an inexplicable grievance came to my heart suddenly, the tip of my nose was sour, and I couldn't help crying. This cry is to release the grievances of many years and to reconcile the past. From now on, she will truly become a person with dignity. Having cried enough, Su Qingqing grabbed Shen Liuyun's hand and said firmly again, no, I want to live for you. Because my dignity is given by the young master. Shen Liuyun was astonished, she didn't expect Su Qingqing to have such an awareness due to an unintentional act. In the end he nodded, reaching out to wipe away Su Qingqing's tears. I have opened a good guest room for you, the waiter has prepared hot water, go take a shower, sleep well, and get ready for a new life tomorrow. Su Qingqing nodded heavily, feeling warm in her heart. She used to be adrift in sea of bitterness, helpless. But now, she has support and faith. In the girl's numb eyes, for the first time, there was a bright light. Nothing to say all night. In the early morning of the second day, Su Qingqing, who was in her sleep, suddenly woke up with a frightened expression. She was relieved only when she saw the strange ceiling. She was afraid that everything yesterday was a dream, and she couldn't even sleep well. At this time, I tidied up my appearance, put on brand new clothes, and walked towards the door full of expectations. Stepping out of the room, she saw at a glance yesterday's table, Shen Liuyun, dressed in white, sitting quietly, holding a book in his hand, reading in the morning. Su Qingqing didn't dare to make a sound, she walked up to Shen Liuyun carefully and sat down, looking into her eyes. The breakfast that had been prepared earlier, felt warm again. Look back at this book. It records some common sense in the Jinwu world and the division of realms. Shen Liuyun closed the book and handed it to Su Qingqing, then picked up 2 buns from the table, put one on Su Qingqing's plate, and put the other in his mouth. Although he has already penetrating valley, but the 5 flavors and appetite are still there, and it is good to eat all kinds of food once in a while. The most important thing is that you can eat with Su Qingqing to enhance the relationship between the 2 parties. If he could see the favorability like Chu Wang did, he believed that the current self, in Su Qingqing's mind, should be over 90. In yesterday's operation, every step was calculated by Shen Liuyun. He has been a man for 3 generations, and he used to be a player among thousands of flowers without touching his body. He has flirted with more girls than many people have known in a lifetime. Naturally, he knew how to win Su Qingqing's heart with one blow. Facing this kind of girl who was rejected since childhood and full of despair for life, she must not feel hostile. Suddenly came to an unfamiliar environment, saw a bunch of strange people, and didn't know why these people were vying for you. Can you not panic? Can you have a sense of security? So Shen Liuyun directly chose to cut straight to the point, announcing her identity as the reincarnation of the Empress, focusing on sincerity. In addition, according to Shen Liuyun's guess, when Su Qingqing awakens, part of her past life memories should be awakened. Maybe not much, just a wisp. But it is also enough for her to understand own identity. If you choose to conceal it, then with the insight of the great emperor on the other side, you will naturally understand the intention in an instant, and you may have resistance to this behavior. It is okay to approach with a purpose, but to express it in advance or to conceal it secretly, the consequences will be two extremes. Therefore, Shen Liuyun's move is not incomprehensible. And after this set of tricks, Su Qingqing completely sank. Eating steamed stuffed buns and drinking hot porridge, secretly looking at Shen Liuyun's beautiful face with sparkling eyes, I have never felt so happy. So that in the next few days, in order to consolidate this relationship, Shen Liuyun was not in a hurry to return to the holy land of Kunlun, but lived in this small city. Lead Su Qingqing around every day, buy beautiful clothes and eat delicious food. The girl's heart, which had been closed for a long time because of low self-esteem, gradually opened up, and she became more cheerful. A few days of improved food also made her body gradually fuller, with a bit of color, and she was no longer so dry, yellow and thin. Until the 5th day. A huge flying boat, Zhao appeared above the small town, attracting countless people to watch in amazement. Su Qingqing was also watching with anticipation in the crowd, but she didn't realize that the flying boat was flying in her direction. It wasn't until a group of old men with terrifying auras appeared and landed in front of her that she took a few steps back in panic, hiding behind Shen Liuyun timidly. Meet the Holy Sun. This is Miss Su, right? This is Lord Chenzi's flying boat, don't be afraid, we have already prepared a room for you on the flying boat. Many guardians first reported to Shen Liuyun respectfully, and then smiled at Su Qingqing kindly. Su Qingqing blinked her eyes, her cerebellum was dumbfounded. The shock of seeing Shen Liuyun for the first time was far less than 1/10,000th of what it is now. Because her knowledge is too shallow. I have been listening to Shen Liuyun talking about the holy land of the sea. She only knows that the place is very powerful, but she doesn't know how powerful it is. Even before reading the book Shen Liuyun gave her, she was vague about her identity as the reincarnation of the great emperor. Have no idea what that means. At this time, it was only when Shen Liuyun took the hand into the flying boat that he realized it later. Immediately afterwards, she saw Shen Liuyun's 5 stunning maids. Although she was very polite to her, and said that her status as a personal maid was higher than them. But Su Qingqing was still very worried and had low self-esteem. She began to worry that she was not worthy to be Shen Liuyun's maid. I also thought that it would be great if she could be as beautiful and strong as those 5 older sisters. As soon as this idea appeared, I couldn't extricate myself. But at this moment, the airship is already in the arms of realm in the holy land of Kunlun. Here the spiritual qi is abundant, and the rules of the Dao between heaven and earth are perfect. It belongs to the fairyland that ordinary people can't step into in their lifetime, which directly made Su Qingqing dumbfounded. At the same time, she felt that there was something in the air that was friendly to her, and all the rules around her seemed to be following her thoughts. An extremely peculiar feeling emerges from the depths of the soul and spreads uncontrollably throughout the body. It seems that some mysterious power is brewing, and it will be displayed in this world soon. Chapter 54 The Reincarnated Empress Awakens, Huiguang 30,000 miles, and Kunlun shakes. What's wrong with me? Is this the awakening that young master said? On the flying boat, Su Qingqing, who was originally nervous, was stunned. She looked down at On's body, and always felt that something seemed to emerge from the depths of her soul. Brush. At this moment, all eyes on the flying boat looked this way. The 5 little maids looked at the new little sister curiously. The elders hiding in the dark are terrified. Because the aura in the depths of So King's soul has penetrated the void invisibly, and is spreading unconsciously and autonomously. This is very frightening for the strong in the Holy Realm who have already been exposed to the laws of space. Husband. Is this the reincarnation of the great emperor you said? Zhang Tang, who was originally preparing for the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet in the Holy Land, also flew out of his newly built bedroom and landed on the huge flying boat that was slowly advancing in the clouds. That's right. From the looks of it, it seems that inspired by the spiritual qi in the Holy Land of Kunlun, the great emperor's destiny is about to wake up. Shen Liuyun watched this scene intently, and said in amazement. What? Zhang Tang's delicate body shook, and she quickly looked in So King's direction. And under the unanimous attention of all the people, So King's small face was suddenly covered with beads of sweat, followed by a vast, mysterious, and ancient aura, which suddenly emerged from her body, sweeping across all directions forcefully. Boom! The terrifying momentum spread throughout the entire Kunlun Holy Land at this moment. The spiritual qi in the air was detonated inch by inch, and the huge roar shook the hearts of the people. At this time, Su Qingqing had already involuntarily closed her eyes, sat cross-legged on the spot, and entered a strange state. At the same time, visions began. Between the heaven and the earth, first there was the Dao Sanskrit sound falling, pouring into her heavenly spirit. Afterwards, countless Dao rhymes surrounded her body, an infinite auspicious energy also fell from 9 heavens and sprinkled on her body. What is even more astonishing is that, even though it is daytime, there are strange stars appearing in the sky. The stars are dotted, intertwined, and densely covered, and gathered together to form a bright starlight, which envelopes Su Qingqing. At this moment, her aura became incomparably sacred, and at some point a long river composed of countless rules and orders appeared under her feet. On both sides of the river, Bana flowers are constantly blooming. The flowers on the other side bloom on the other side, and the flowers on the other side fall in yellow springs. The bright red and coquettish Bana flowers grow savagely at this moment, spreading the river of order in the blink of an eye. Above the sky, because of Pian Xiang Grui, he also rushed here. The intense purple air boiled, and the endless brilliance bloomed dazzlingly, spreading directly to Fang Yuan 30,000 miles away. Such a mighty and grand scene can be called earth-shattering. From the hermit ancestor to the handyman disciples in the Holy Land of Kunlun, everyone was alarmed. Countless people looked to the source of this vision. The airship among the clouds belongs to the son of Kanghai. Shocked. And many Holy Land elders flew out of Immortal Cave one after another. Like 007, looking at the direction of the flying boat from a distance, the horror in his heart was raised to the extreme. Such a spectacular sight, could it be that someone broke through the great saint realm? No. Take a closer look, where the endless starlight falls, Jiang is obviously alone. A mortal woman? This is too amazing. What is her origin? Why is she on the flying boat of the Kanghai Shenzi? According to the ancient books, someone was a human power in the previous life. After being reincarnated and repaired with a secret method, his fate will be supreme. Maybe he is just a mortal body at ordinary times, but once he awakens, it will cause changes in the heaven and earth, and the avenue will resonate. You mean? This girl is the reincarnation of my human power? Is awakening fate? My God! It's incredible! Many elders are talking about it, and there are many knowledgeable people who have put forward their own ideas, so as to solve people's doubts. All of a sudden, everyone was even more shocked. At the core of the Kunlun Holy Land, a towering mountain peak. Kunlun Saint Lord Bai Yusheng, dressed in white clothes, sat cross-legged on a boulder, playing a flute. The sound of the flute is melodious and endless, surrounded by saint artistic conception. It wasn't until the end of the song that he put down his flute and turned his head to look out of the mountain. This look directly penetrated the endless space and saw the scene inside the flying boat. Afterwards, there were surprises, and envy in his eyes. Born with great emperor fate. This emperor is reincarnated. It's a pity that I don't have a chance with Kunlun. Kunlun Saint Lord murmured to himself with complicated emotions. But in the end, it turned into a stream of light and swept towards the center of the vision. There are also a few Taishang Nai who acted in the same way as him. They smiled wryly one by one, obviously understanding why this scene happened. It was precisely because of this that they were so uncomfortable. A supreme genius reincarnated from a great emperor, awakened in their Kunlun Holy Land. But they have nothing to do with their Kunshan Holy Land. I feel suffocated just thinking about it. In addition, such a vast scene must be felt by half of the absolute beginning continent. As the high-level officials of the Holy Land, it would be inappropriate for them not to show up. So he could only turn into rainbow light and follow the steps of Kunlun Saint Lord. The movements of the few people were very fast, and they covered tens of miles in the blink of an eye, and appeared near the flying boat. Immediately, an irrepressible look of shock appeared on his face. Because only when you stand in front of this, CHFG, mighty vision, you will realize how strong the impact of this scene is. Far more specific than observed with divine sense. Which ancient great emperor is this reincarnation? The scene is so terrifying. With so many visions, I'm afraid it's not the common great emperor. Throughout the ages of our human race, there are not many great emperors who can be ranked in the forefront. This woman was a famous person in the past. The other Shore Flower, Yellow Springs Road, or the female great emperor. Could it be that one? Kunlun Saint Lord and several supreme elders are using divine sense to communicate with each other at this moment. And with their appearance, the countless disciples watching around were even more astonished. That's our Lord Saint Lord. Oh my God, I didn't expect even them to be alarmed. I heard that Master Saint Lord's closed-door training comprehended the law of the Great Dao, and it has been 30 years since he was born. Now, I am also shocked by this vision. The heavens will be auspicious, and the other side will grow flowers. Such a grand vision has appeared in the Kunlun Holy Land. If the Lord Saint Lord does not leave the customs, then there is a problem. But I don't think the person who summoned the vision seems to be a disciple of our Kunlun Holy Land. I also discovered that the flying boat in the center of the vision belongs to the son of Kanghai. He just came to our Kunlun Holy Land as a guest. Why did he make such a horrible noise? It feels like he has taken all the limelight. Hey! So what? Didn't you realize that under this infinite Dao rhyme, our entire Holy Land is shrouded in the glow of auspicious energy? This is also a chance for us common disciples. Hiss really. I feel faint signs of breakthrough in my body. In this way, the Holy Son of Kanghai gave us a good fortune instead. There were hundreds of thousands of disciples, and there were many discussions. But under the sunlight, someone suddenly found himself breaking through. Immediately afterwards, the same scene also appeared on many other disciples. Some people have been troubled by the progress of martial arts for many years, and at this moment they suddenly have an epiphany. The shackles of martial Dao, which some people could not break for a long time, also broke through unexpectedly at this time. The fate of the strong in the imperial realm is awakened, the sun is shining, the auspicious energy is 1,000, and the common people are blessed. These disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land are all lucky, this is their chance. And these people also understood that if the Kanghai Shenzi hadn't come to their holy land as a guest, they would not have had these opportunities at all. All of a sudden, they were very grateful, and many people even bowed to the flying boat in the holy land of the Kanghai. We are grateful to the son of Kanghai for his kindness and virtue. The loud voice broke through the sky. If an outsider sees this scene, they will definitely be stunned. In the holy land of Kunlun, disciples are so fanatical and respectful of the holy son of the holy land of Kanghai. No matter how you look at this scene, it is full of absurdity. Many holy land elders frowned, trying to stop them, but after pondering for a moment, they didn't know how to speak. After all, this holy son of the sea has indeed given many people a chance. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Forget it, anyway, Kanghai Holy Land has been friends with Kunlun Holy Land for generations. And I heard that because Zhang Zhenchuan became the holy son of Kanghai Dao companion, the higher-ups intend to support Zhang Zhenchuan to become the successor of the next generation of Holy Land. If this is the case, then the relationship between the two holy places will be truly intimate in the future. Now this scene is nothing. On the sky, Kunlun Saint Lord stared at this scene with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he seemed to sense some terrifying presence coming, and he raised his head suddenly. I saw the brilliance of holy will bursting out from his eyes, which pierced through nothingness and penetrated multiple layers of space. Finally, in the nothingness of the fourth floor, he saw two vague silhouettes with the same aura as him. Even the hidden ancestors were shocked. Kunlun Saint Lord couldn't help muttering to himself. The two people in the deep void are the true background of their Kunlun Holy Land. One great saint, one saint king. This kind of profound background, even if you look at the entire Jinyu world, there are very few of them. Dare to say that the only one who can really overwhelm him is the Holy Land of the Sea. Because the Holy Land of the Sea not only has the most great saint powerhouses, but also more than one saint king. Kanghai Secret Realm is a different world refined by the great emperor of Kanghai with his own blood essence. In the past 10,000 years, I don't know how many twilight geniuses have entered it. This is not a secret, and several high-level forces in the Jinyu world are very clear about it. Kunlun Saint Lord knows that there are at least 3 ancestors still alive in the secret realm of Kanghai. These 3 are definitely at the Saint King level, maybe even stronger. Randomly stepping out of one person is enough to sweep the entire Jinyu world. This is also the reason why the Kunlun Holy Land is willing to make good friends with the Kanghai Holy Land from generation to generation. I really can't afford to offend. However, the Holy Son of the Kanghai came to my Kunlun, and made such a terrifying noise, even the ancestors were alarmed, really. That's all. His little maid has awakened, and our Kunlun Holy Land will be honored no matter what. This karma, ah! Kunlun Saint Lord felt helpless. The Hermit Ancestor is the ultimate trump card of a great power. People at their level are all approaching their lifespan and cannot easily wake up. Today, the vision created by Shen Liuyun shocked the two of them in succession, but Kunlun Saint Lord couldn't say anything. He even had to prepare a generous gift, and when the little maid, Shenzi Kanghai, was awakened, he would go up and congratulate her. Otherwise, it will appear that he is too petty. People awakened in your holy land, causing countless blessings to come. But you chose to pretend to be deaf and dumb like a normal person, which is unreasonable both emotionally and rationally. Thinking of this, Kunlun Saint Lord couldn't help touching the storage ring, choosing what to give away. Make the other person happy. At the same time, the surge of wind and thunder above the sky became more and more intense, endless rays of light bloomed across the land, and purple chi from the east was 30,000 miles away. The awakening of So King's destiny has obviously come to the final juncture. At this moment, above her head, a phantom with an ancient and mysterious aura emerged out of thin air. This is a woman. She was dressed in red, her eyes were closed tightly, and 3,000 blue hairs danced in the wind. The infinite purple energy fell on her body at this moment, and the starlight even penetrated the clouds and turned into a cloak for her. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something, and a gap opened in her tightly closed eyes. Gu Jing's calm eyes seemed to come from the chaos, deep and distant. She first glanced at Su Qingqing who was below her, and then at Kong. But just this look. It directly shocked the two Kunlun ancestors hiding in the void. This is the projection of the great emperor from the previous life. The flowers bloom on the other side, and the yellow springs fall, so it's this one. The great emperor on the other shore. The most amazing great emperor before 710,000 years. To see the figure of the great emperor today is not in vain for the two of us to wake up from our slumber. The two ancestors were filled with emotion. In their realm, there is no hope of advancing to the emperor realm. But who has cultivated the Tao all his life, and who can be reconciled when it really comes to such a close call? So when someone feels the awakening of the great emperor fate, they wake up from the slumber for the first time. Even at the expense of the source of life, just to have a glimpse of what kind of demeanor this great emperor of the previous life was. If you hear the Tao in the morning, you will die in the evening. Now that I see you, I have no regrets in this life. The supreme figure of the emperor has been deeply imprinted in the depths of their souls. One of them expressed sincere admiration. This great emperor from the other shore is really as recorded in ancient books, with a talent that is astonishing in the past and present. It has obviously been lost in endless years, but the awakened reincarnation still possesses such power. It caused countless heaven and earth visions to descend together, and the 9 heavens respected it all together. It is really unimaginable. It is unimaginable. He was so excited that he almost burst into tears. Great Emperor, is the belief of the human race. But the human race has no emperor for 10,000 years. I don't know if there will be a great emperor in this life to lead the human race to glory again. The thoughts of the Kunlun ancestors are unknown to everyone. At this time, under the gaze of countless eyes, the woman in red took a third look. This time, what she looked at was Shen Liuyun. The bright eyes, exuding endless Dao rhyme, made Shen Liuyun suddenly feel a sense of enlightenment. Then there was an even more astonishing scene. I saw that the projection of the woman in red had body movements for the first time since she appeared in this world. She stretched out her finger, facing Shen Liuyun a little further away. In an instant, thousands of divine lights converged, and a voice emerged in Shen Liuyun's mind. "I'll be waiting for you ahead." This sound is very ethereal, like the sound of heaven. It is more like coming from an endless and distant unknown time and space, which makes people wonder if it is an auditory hallucination. But Shen Liuyun knew it very well. This voice really existed. His whole body felt numb in an instant. Shocking. The other shore Great Emperor, the ancient Great Emperor, obviously has disappeared in the years. Why did the projection speak to him? "I'm waiting for you in front. Where is ahead?" At this moment, since Shen Liuyun was reincarnated, his heart had never been complicated and stunned. There is also a deep sense of shock and disbelief. All kinds of emotions came to him, and he didn't know what it meant. But inexplicably, there is a faint sense of expectation for the future in my heart. Just when Shen Liuyun was thinking about it, the red shadow shattered inch by inch like Zhuangzhou's dream butterfly, until it disappeared without a trace. At the same time, all the visions between heaven and earth also calmed down. All those infinite Dao rhymes, rays of light, rules of order, etc., were all collected into Su Qingqing's body. This moment, Su Qingqing sitting cross-legged is no longer ordinary. She broke out of the cocoon and became a butterfly. Her skin became white and full of luster, her body became plump like a second growth, and even her head grew rapidly. It is long and has been greatly improved. The temperament of the whole body has undergone earth-shaking changes, like a goddess above 9 heavens descending to the earth, with 3,000 hairs flying, the whole person looks more and more beautiful. After a long time, she opened her eyes as if waking up from a big dream, and there was a momentary daze in her eyes. But then, those breathtaking peach blossom eyes became active, looking around in the flying boat, and finally landed on Shen Liuyun's body, bending into a crescent moon. "Young master!" she shouted with a smile. Chapter 55 The reincarnation of the Empress is just the mate of the son of Kanghai? The holy land of Kunlun was stunned, and Chu Wang was mad with hatred. In the flying boat, seeing that Su Qingqing had completed her awakening, everyone surrounded her in amazement. Under the eyes of everyone, Su Qingqing did not hesitate as before, but calm and composed, her waist was straight, and there was a noble and confident temperament on her body, which was naturally revealed. Judging from this change alone, he is already a different person from before. And even more amazing, it was Su Qingqing who actually owned the cultivation base. The great emperor's destiny is revived, Dao Rime feeds back, and heaven and earth celebrate it. This allows her to possess the cultivation base of the Nirvana Apex realm despite not having practiced any cultivation technique. Only one step away, you can step into the circle of rotation. This makes many people envious. It took her less than half an hour to go from a powerless mortal to a strong Nirvana. It must be known that although the Nirvana realm is ordinary to everyone in the flying boat, compared to the majority of common practitioners, it is already quite unattainable realm. A year ago, when Shen Liuyun went to Qingmingzong and met the first protagonist Zhao Yi, the opponent was Nirvana cultivation base. As for Zhao Yi's identity, he was the true elder brother at that time. This is enough to see the strength of the Nirvana realm. In the first-class sect, it is also among the best. Not to mention, Su Qingqing is only 16 years old this year, 3 years younger than Shen Liuyun. The 16-year-old Nirvana Apex, even if placed in the Holy Land, is definitely the supreme pride. The reincarnation of the great emperor is truly terrifying. Qingqing, after awakening, do you feel more memories? Shen Liuyun stood up at this moment, rubbed her little head, and asked with a smile. Su Qingqing enjoyed Shen Liuyun's big hand very much, squinted her big bright eyes, and nodded vigorously. Yes. I feel like I know a lot of cultivation technique and martial skill at once. Su Qingqing couldn't feel the process of awakening the great emperor's destiny very clearly. She just felt as if she had had a dream. In the dream, she saw a person. A woman of extraordinary beauty, a woman very similar to her. This woman's life is like a broken glass picture, constantly flashing in front of her. Until finally, all the shards of glass turned into cultivation technique martial skill, deeply etched in her mind. And that woman also turned into a stream of light and disappeared. At this point, no matter how stupid Su Qingqing is, she still understands that these are the inheritance left for her by the great emperor of the other side in her previous life. Because it comes from the same source, there is no need to consider the compatibility issue. These cultivation techniques are the most suitable for her to cultivate. Compared with other practitioners, this is undoubtedly a huge advantage, and I don't know how many people I would envy. After all, it is easy to practice cultivation technique, but it is not easy to find a suitable own cultivation technique. Shen Liuyun, as the holy son of the sea, has countless resources. But before looting the treasure house of Qingmingzong, the cultivation technique sea god art he practiced could not completely match his own. This has always been his shortcoming, and it was not improved until he got Wuxiang good fortune Xian Gong. This shows how difficult it is for common practitioners to find a cultivation technique they like. Su Qingqing is so happy, the great emperor of the other shore has prepared everything for her, and she is undoubtedly the best in the world in terms of rank. She just needs to practice step by step. Shen Liuyun nodded, and while everyone was talking, he suddenly felt waves of terror coming. As soon as their expressions moved, they came to the bow of the spaceship, and saw several figures approaching with waves of holy realm not far away. It is Kunlun Saint Lord and several supreme elders. Besides, there are also crowds of onlookers on the peaks of the Kunlun Holy Land. Including the sky around the flying boat, countless disciples stood in the air, looking at this side with burning eyes. The grand vision of heaven and earth is over. But everyone is very curious, who caused such a scene? Chu Wang was also among the crowd. When Su Qingqing woke up, he was cultivating, but he was startled by this monstrous vision. For some reason, there was a faint feeling of uneasiness in my heart. At this time, when he saw that the source of the vision was Shen Liuyun's flying boat, the uneasiness became even stronger. I didn't expect that there would be such an earth-shattering genius who would awaken his destiny in my Kunlun Holy Land. Boy Shen, you are very fortunate, may I introduce you as a friend to this seat? Bai Yusheng landed on the flying boat naturally. The sound was not too loud, but it resounded through the heaven and earth so that everyone could hear it. And between his words, he obviously knew the name of Shen Liuyun a long time ago. In fact, although the water in the 3-day Holy Land does not interfere with the river water on weekdays, the lords of the great saint are quite familiar with each other, because they are all contemporaries, and they have fought together. Shen Kangsheng and Bai Yusheng have known each other for thousands of years. When they were young, they competed with each other on the road of martial Dao. Now that they are middle-aged, although their ambitions have faded a bit, they still often sit together to drink tea and discuss the Tao. This is the case in Realm, because it involves the laws of space. It is difficult to achieve success behind closed doors, and only by discussing experiences can we make progress. When Shen Liuyun was young, Bai Yusheng often came to the Holy Land of the Sea. Naturally, I have seen Shen Kangsheng, the proud adoptive son, several times. At this time, Bai Yusheng's words were heard. Su Qingqing glanced at Shen Liuyun first, and after seeing the other party's permissive eyes, she then saluted Bai Yusheng in a neither humble nor overbearing manner. My little girl, Su Qingqing, has met Kunlun Saint Lord. Between the words, it can be said that there is no surprise, even in the face of a group of big figures in the Holy Realm, there is no loss of elegance. Bai Yusheng nodded appreciatively. This girl really deserves to be the reincarnation of the great emperor of the other side. This detached mentality alone has surpassed too many people. And at this time, although he knew it was impossible, Bai Yusheng couldn't help asking after hesitating for a moment. Miss Su, would you like to come to the Holy Land of Kunlun? Don't rush to refuse. I know that you can appear on this flying boat, and you must have a deep relationship with Shen Ziazi, and there is a high probability that you have chosen the Holy Land of the Sea. However, we, Kunlun and Kanghai, have been friends for generations. If you agree, I am willing to make you a saint, give you endless resources, and support you with the Holy Land of the Sea. With 2 holy lands, I will support you alone. It can be said that Bai Yu's words were earth-shattering. Even the several supreme elders looked horrified. The many disciplines in the surrounding area are even more unbelievable. It's hard to imagine that one day they would ask such unimaginable conditions in order to recruit a disciple in the Holy Land of Kunlun. This act of kneeling and licking really shocked everyone present. After all, the orthodoxy of the Holy Land represents the supremacy of this world. I have never heard that the Tianjiao are proud to join the Holy Land, but I have never heard that the Holy Land will take the initiative to curry favor with the Tianjiao. Immediately, countless uproarious discussions resounded between heaven and earth. My God! Did I hear you right? How tall is that woman talent? The Saint Lord not only allowed her to be a saint, but also willingly cultivated her with Kanghai Holy Land. Use the resources of the 2 holy places to train a disciple. Has there ever been such a thing in the history of the Jinyu world? I'm so envious of her. Why can't the Saint Lord make me a saint? Give me all these benefits. Hee. What kind of thing are you? His constitution is special, and his destiny is supreme. Just the leftovers produced by the awakening vision have blessed countless of our disciples. What do you compare with others? How about your common and confident appearance? Hey! Although this girl was promised such a generous condition by the Lord Saint Lord, I am not envious at all. On the contrary, I feel honored. Quickly agree. Why doesn't this girl of heaven agree? Numerous disciples discussed intensely. But unexpectedly, although some people were envious and some were amazed, unexpectedly no one objected. After all, the vision of So King's awakening is too scary. This level of disparity has convinced many disciples, and there is no desire to compare. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Qingqing at this moment, waiting for her to agree. However, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. A scene beyond everyone's expectations happened. But Su Qingqing shook her head without the slightest hesitation, looked at Shen Liuyun, and said firmly. In So Qingqing's life, she was originally a duckweed in the sea of bitterness, and she was destined to be a slave. To be able to have today is because he was bought by the young master and redeemed by the young master, otherwise So Qingqing's life would only be a darkness. Young master gave me the light, no matter what happens, I will not abandon you. Whether it's the Canghai Holy Land or the Kunlun Holy Land, I don't want it. I just want to be the sun's maid. So, Lord Kunlun Saint Lord, Su Qingqing would like to apologize for your kindness. The girl's calm voice fell, and the whole world fell into a strange silence at this moment. The next moment is the sound of countless people gasping. My God! This girl actually rejected the Saint Lord's conditions. It's unbelievable, it's unbelievable. And such a proud person, she actually said that she only wants to be the maid of the Holy Son of Canghai. I almost thought I was hallucinating. What kind of drug did Shenzi Canghai give her? That is to say, the holy woman we all kneel down and beg to be in the holy land of Kunlun is actually just a maidservant of the Holy Son of Canghai? This. Ask for flowers. This is probably the ceiling of maids throughout the ages. I'm so envious. The first day I want to be the son of Canghai. The eyes of countless disciples turned red. They thought that Su Qingqing and Shenzi Canghai appeared on the same airship, maybe they were from the same family, or they were friends. As a result, no one expected that the above answers were all wrong. This supreme celeb is actually just a daughter of Shen Liuyun. And from what it means, it seems that she was a slave girl before, and she was bought by Shen Liuyun later. Doesn't that mean that this woman's original identity was actually Shen Liuyun's slave? Being able to be a maid was the result of her promotion? At this point, everyone went crazy with jealousy. Son of the Canghai, life is too good. At the same time, in the uproar and boiling crowd, no one noticed. Chu Wang, their number one true master brother, looked ashen at the moment, almost extremely angry. When the vision came, he had a faint feeling that something was wrong, until Su Qingqing appeared on the flying boat, the feeling of something bad was instantly intense to the extreme. A 16 or 17-year-old girl suddenly awakened to such a terrifying vision. Putting these two conditions together, no matter how you look at it, it's a bit like his cut-off empress chance. But at this time, when Su Qingqing blew his name, and the experience of being a slave, and being bought by the sun. Putting all these factors together, Chu Wang immediately determined that the beauty on the flying boat was dignified and looked like celestial immortals. It's the old woman's sallow, skinny, and ordinary little slave girl. However, the two have changed so much now that they don't look like the same person at all. But it is precisely such a huge change that just proves that the Empress's chance has not gone wrong. Chu Wang remembers clearly that there are two types of talents in the Queen's chance that can change her appearance and demeanor, namely the Gold Fate Peerless Beauty and the Gold Fate Break the Cocoon into a Butterfly. Peerless Beauty, a natural beauty with various amorous feelings, the focus of the crowd, destined to be a noble life, which can be displayed after stepping on the road of martial Dao. Break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly, get rid of the mortal body, enter the Tao and become a celestial girl. With the addition of these two terrifying gold fates, the ugly duckling turns into a white swan, isn't it natural? So, this is tantamount to a stone hammer. At the same time, the old man in the Holy Realm was ordered to buy Su Qingqing forcibly that night, and the identity of the person behind it is also ready to be revealed. Son of the Great Sea, Shen Liuyun. This moment, Chu Wang was almost insane. The resentment towards Shen Liuyun in my heart was raised to the extreme. Originally, there was a feud between the two of them because of Si Fangjiao's incident. That time, Shen Liuyun stood on the flying boat and slapped him in the face in public. The old place lost its value and lost an important contact. Now, the opportunity of Empress, which is extremely important to him, is cut off. How could Chu Wang not hate? Taking someone's chance is like killing one's parents. Shen Liuyun, I really hope that in this life, I will cut your corpse into thousands of pieces to vent my hatred. A pair of eyes filled with bloodshot eyes stared at the huge flying boat, and Chu Wang screamed crazily in his heart. In words, Chu Wang was listed as a heinous person. But he completely forgot that he was able to rise all the way to the true biography, how many opportunities he has robbed others. If seizing someone's chance is really heinous, then his first crime deserves death. But double standards have always been a major feature of the protagonists, which is a traditional craft. Not surprising. At this time, even though you know who your own enemy is, what Chu Wang could do was just silently and impotently furious in a corner where no one was watching. He didn't dare to show his head, let alone step forward to confront him. After the incident with Wu Elder last time about the status of the holy son of the Kanghai, he clearly understood how big the gap was with him. That is the difference between clouds and mud. If he rushed forward, he might cause the displeasure of Kunlun Saint Lord, and it is still unknown if he would be more serious or even fall into the same fate as Si Fang Jiao. So, keep going. However, you don't have to wait too long. Now I have another shocking fate in my hand to cut off. After it is completed, it is almost time to hold the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet. With his strength and contribution to sect, no one can compete with him as son of Kunlun. At that time, he has become the son of Kunlun, and he is naturally qualified to wrestle with the son of Kanghai. Thinking of this, a hideous smile appeared on his face. Wait! On the day of the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet, I will bring back all the things that belong to me, in front of the whole world, one by one. Chapter 56 There is no emperor in the world. Strategizing, Shen Liuyun is about to reap the sun of fortune. On the flying boat. Hearing So King's choice, Kunlun Saint Lord looked disappointed, but it wasn't too surprising. Because when he woke up from the vision, he knew that this woman had nothing to do with Kunlun. It's just that he is the reincarnation of the great emperor after all. Anyway, Kunlun Saint Lord still wants to fight for it. The conditions he offered were also sincere. Whether he kneels and licks the holy land of Kunlun, or loses his value, he recognizes it all in front of the title of Great Emperor on the other side. The reason why he wanted a reincarnated disciple of the amazingly talented Great Emperor so much was that he had no other choice. In today's era, common practitioner may not feel much. But these top powerhouses have faintly sensed that the general situation of the world is changing. To be precise, the luck belonging to the human race is dying. You know, in the former Jinwu world, the martial Dao of the human race was extremely prosperous. About every 30 or 10,000 years, 10 amazingly talented great emperors would be born. Since the countless epochs of the birth of the human race, countless great emperors have risen in the long river of time, using their majestic bodies to carry the prosperity of the human race martial Dao. It is this great emperor who makes the human race the master of the real martial arts world, surpassing the 940 of all living beings. But now, compared with the past, the human race martial Dao in the Jinwu world is gradually declining. So far, there have been no seats for a full 10,000 years. Even the world said that Kanghai Great Emperor is already the last great emperor of the human race. This sentence may be a bit self-deprecating, but Kunlun Saint Lord, the powerhouses of the realm, understand that if there is no other great emperor in this life, this self-deprecation may come true. The human race desperately needs a great emperor to rebuild its glory. The appearance of Su Qingqing, the reincarnation of the Empress, gave them hope. The great emperor of the other side of the year left a strong mark in the glorious history of the human race. Who wouldn't want her reincarnation after stepping into samsara? What a pity! What a shame! Su Qingqing only recognizes Shen Liuyun, the holy son of the Kanghai. That's all. Kunlun Saint Lord let out a long breath in his heart, no longer entangled. You can't ask for such a thing as fate. At this time, he threw a storage ring at Su Qingqing, and said, since that's the case, everyone has their own aspirations, I won't force them. It is the blessing of my race that you have successfully awakened now. In this storage ring, I have prepared some resources that may be used in future practice, which can be regarded as a congratulatory gift to you. I also hope that you will practice well in the future. Don't aim too high and lose your title as the great emperor of the other side in your previous life. Kunlun Saint Lord is such a temper, he is a true monarch if he speaks straight. At this moment, Su Qingqing took the storage ring, her expression was astonished, she looked at Shen Liuyun, wondering if she should take it or not. Uncle Bai, you are too polite. Seeing a smile on Shen Liuyun's face, he was clearly saying resignation, but the movement of his hands was not slow, and he directly put the storage ring on Su Qingqing's hand. You boy! Bai Yusheng rolled his eyes helplessly, and after instructing the two of them, he fled into the void and left. And the other supreme elders looked at each other, and each of them left a gift as a celebration. Thank you elders! Thank you, elders! Shen Liuyun immediately smiled, accepted all the gifts, and then pulled Su Qingqing to thank the sky with cupped hands. Seeing this scene, several Taishang elders also burst into laughter. This kid is really rude. Forget it, who let the holy land of Kunlun take advantage of it this time? Not long after, many supreme elders also left. The excited onlookers, under the urging of the major common elders, were reluctantly sent back to their respective peaks. All of a sudden, the world returned to tranquility. Husband, Qingqing can practice with me first. Seeing that the bustle had dissipated, Zhang Tang stepped forward and took Su Qingqing's hand, and said with a smile. Seeing this, Su Qingqing knew that the woman in front of her with a good temperament and unique appearance was the sun's main palace, so she immediately wanted to salute. But Zhang Tang pulled him up and told him, "You don't need to be polite, your son's mates are no different from your little wife. From now on, you and I will be called sisters. If there is anything you don't understand about cultivation, just ask me." As soon as Su Qingqing said this, before Su Qingqing could react, the 5 little maids headed by Linger blushed and looked at the ground with their little hands behind their backs. The 5 of them have indeed been wiped out by Lord Shenzi long ago. But they are willing, and never think highly of themselves, and always put their own status on the maids. But now Zhang Tang suddenly raised her to the level of concubine, and she was ashamed for a while and also secretly pleased. Shen Liuyun is so thick-skinned that he doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. As a big villain, he can do whatever he wants, beauties and country. Isn't it normal to be happy outside of cultivation? At this time, Su Qingqing finally realized belatedly, and 2 burning clouds immediately appeared on her fair cheeks. After she awakened, her temperament changed drastically, and she had a bit of the charm of her previous life. In addition, she has the fate of peerless beauty, and she is quite eye-catching when she puts on such an expression at this moment. Shen Liuyun couldn't help pinching her chubby face with his hands, which made the latter short of breath. This scene made Shen Liuyun burst out laughing. The matter of Su Qingqing's awakening was settled like this. However, the sensation and influence caused will obviously last for a long time. Not only the holy land of Kunlun, but also the entire Taisha continent, and even the Jinwu world, will surely spread today's legendary in the days to come. Of course, these have nothing to do with Shen Liuyun. After Su Qingqing woke up, he focused his current attention on Chu Wang. It is night, the moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Shen Liuyun dressed in black and Yu Yang elder stood at the end. At this time, his pair of golden pupils shone brightly in the dark night, and his line of sight seemed to penetrate the endless space, and landed on a true mountain peak not far away. At the peak of the mountain, a figure wearing a true preaching robe of Kunlun Holy Land was practicing in lotus position, attracting spiritual qi into the body, and the momentum was impressive. It was Chu Wang. At this moment, Shen Liuyun was observing Chu Wang with Shen Mingtianshu. I saw that in his line of sight, the other party's system panel was helpless at a glance. At the same time, Chu Wang's luck was also displayed in front of Shen Liuyun's eyes. In purple. That's right, after killing Su Jianqian that night. Chu Wang fell into a slump, and his luck plummeted even more, directly falling from weak gold to medium purple. Dropped 2 small ratings in a row. And Chu Wang's luck at the beginning, but the middle gold. It is equivalent to losing a big rating after 2 suppressions. At this moment, Chu Wang had only a mere purple luck, and it would be very easy to kill him. But in the holy land of Kunlun, without clear charges, the consequences of forced killing will still be very difficult. Shen Liuyun didn't want to break up with the Kunlun Holy Land. Fortunately, the plan he had been preparing for a long time was almost completed now. Holy Sun! All the information you want has been sorted out. At this time, the law of space was slightly rippling, and a holy elder appeared in this layer of void, presenting a secret report to Shen Liuyun respectfully with both hands. Well done! Shen Liuyun took it, and swept his expression towards it, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help revealing a touch of joy. From the day he entered the Kunlun Holy Land, he secretly ordered his guard dais to collect this information. Today, it's finally sorted out. As for the content recorded in it, it is Chu Wang's growth path since he awakened Gold Finger a year ago. Who you met on the way, what happened, and where you went, are all recorded in it. Shen Liuyun wanted to bring Chu Wang down at the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet. Apart from blaming him for an unwarranted crime, he also needed some other small help. For example, reverse word of mouth among common disciples. And this is very easy for Shen Liuyun. Don't look at Chu Wang's painstaking efforts to manage the character design, he looks righteous and awe-inspiring every day, and has a high prestige among his disciples. That's because the scandalous things he did were not exposed. It must be known that Chu Wang's rise along the way has cut off the opportunities of many people in the Holy Land. Once it is announced to the world, it can be said that there are people everywhere. Even some people with extraordinary talents may have already noticed that they have lost something important somewhere. It's just that they didn't know that Chu Wang was a reincarnator, let alone that Chu Wang had a system gold finger, so they didn't think about that. At this time, as long as 2.7 is dialed a little bit, most people will probably recall what is wrong with Chu Wang. What Shen Liuyun has to do at this time is to announce Chu Wang's crimes to the world. Shenming Tianchu has been cultivated to the peak, and it can penetrate the past, present, and future. Shen Liuyun is now a small realm, although it can't relate to the time realm, to spy on what happened in the past. But the ability to see through the origin of things has also been greatly enhanced, and with this detailed information, I can do a little reasoning with Shenming Tianchu. How likely is Shen Liuyun to restore the story of how Chu Wang intercepted other people's chances? Now, he only needs to use this information to randomly find a few disciples who are usually very popular and have high prestige in the Holy Land, but have been cut off from their chances, and tell them the truth. Then at the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet, when he charged Chu Wang with an unwarranted crime, he asked these people to come forward to testify. Presumably at that time, Chu Wang's public opinion and image collapsed in an instant, right? As for a disciple who was accused by everyone and scolded by everyone, Kunlun Holy Land would only feel ashamed. Elders will be disappointed by it. At that time, no matter how hard he kills Chu Wang, there will be no problem. Chapter 57 The first step to kill Chu Wang, expose the truth, everyone betrays relatives. Kunlun Holy Land. Suzhou Peak. The towering Suzhou Peak, majestic and majestic, is a mountain where the inner disciple lives and cultivates. As the top power in the real martial arts world, the Holy Land is strictly hierarchical. From handyman, to outer sect, inner sect, and even true biography, every step is a hurdle. Promotion is extremely difficult. Of course, the treatment in this process is also continuously improved. The more prominent your status, the more spirit stones and resources you get every month than others. Therefore, the atmosphere among the disciples in Kunlun Holy Land is very introverted. This is especially true for the inner sect, as they are only one step away from being promoted to true tradition. There are only a few places for true disciples, and there are many monks and few meet. For the common inner disciple, there are no contacts, and if you want to be promoted to the true biography, you can only rely on your own continuous efforts, and you can only rely on your own shit luck, and what opportunities you get will skyrocket. Of course, opportunities are hard to find, and not everyone has this luck. Inner sect's top disciple, Wu Xiaofeng, is the owner of great luck. Since he was a child, he has been dubbed the title of Lucky Star. When he was a mortal, he could pick up 200 pieces of silver when he went shopping. When the Kunlun Holy Land was selecting disciples, he even accidentally helped a deacon by mistake, and was inexplicably recommended to the Holy Land without knowing what happened. And the road from being an outer sect disciple to being promoted to an inner disciple has been smooth and smooth, with countless opportunities. Let him jump to become the top existence in the inner discipline today. But recently, Wu Xiaofeng is not in a good mood. Because he felt that he was no longer the cub favored by God alone. To be precise, about half a year ago, he discovered that his own luck seemed to be faulted and suddenly disappeared. To be honest, after dealing with luck for so many years, Wu Xiaofeng will have a strong sixth sense on the eve of luck. This is very metaphysical, but he has never made a mistake for many years. Every time he has a strong premonition, a chance will come down from the sky and let him reach the sky in one step. But in the past 6 months, his premonitions still popped up from time to time, but the results were empty. No matter where he went, there was no opportunity for him. The uncomfortable feeling was indescribable, as if an invisible hand had taken away his chance in advance. Even this incident has become Wu Xiaofeng's heart disease. Not only did it cause his cultivation base to stagnate, but he often woke up in the middle of the night, feeling empty in his heart. This day, as usual, Wu Xiaofeng returned to his residence listlessly. After entering the courtyard, he subconsciously swept across the hall, preparing to pour himself a cup of spirit tea by the way. But suddenly his expression froze, and the hairs of his whole body stood on end. Because he found that on the tea table dedicated to making tea, there was a black scroll. Someone has entered his room. Wu Xiaofeng frowned, and instantly entered a state of vigilance. Although the inner disciple of the Kunlun Holy Land is not as good as the true one, compared to the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the outer sect, it is also a high-ranking and powerful existence. Therefore, the residence of every inner disciple is protected by sect with a small mysterious formation, and it is difficult for the cultivator to invade. Unless it is the kind of genius with leapfrog combat power, he can forcibly destroy the large formation. But now, his house was not damaged in any way, but it was still successfully invaded, which shows that the strength of the other party has reached an unfathomable level. It is very likely that it is the apex power of the 4 elephants, or even the master of the Holy Realm. This confused Wu Xiaofeng very much. A top-notch power cultivator, why did you run into his mansion? Turning his gaze, Wu Xiaofeng finally landed on the black scroll on the table. After some hesitation, he still chose to open it. Inside, there is no strange appearance as imagined, and there is no dangerous mechanism for assassination. It only records some of the most common text. Wu Xiaofeng patiently read the content on it, and stood up instantly. His expression was full of unbelievable and uncontrollable anger. It turns out that the sudden disappearance of my luck is the fault of Chu Wang, a true disciple. No. It's not my luck that's gone. My luck has always been there, and it was Chu Wang who took away my chance ahead of time. Wu Xiaofeng kept walking in place, wondering whether the things described on the black scroll were true or not. In my mind, I also began to recall information about Chu Wang. Because luck has always been good and he is relatively kind, Wu Xiaofeng has always been very popular among his disciples, and he is also willing to make friends. Chu Wang met half a year ago. And his sudden loss of luck also started half a year ago. The time is just right. Could it really be Chu Wang? Wu Xiaofeng's expression was cloudy and uncertain, and he kept recalling the details of his intersection with Chu Wang in his mind, combined with the judgment on the black scroll, and his sixth sense that never made a mistake. In the end, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Because he found that many details were indeed in line with Chu Wang's actions. The fact that the opportunity was taken away, he had already determined in his heart that it was probably Chu Wang who did it. Seizing opportunities is like killing parents. Chu Wang, I have sincere friendship with you, but you treat me like this. Shameless thief, bully me too much. Burning with anger, Wu Xiaofeng also smashed the tea table into pieces. His face was livid, and his hatred for Chu Wang had reached its peak. 350 But he knows that when one says luck, it is illusory. Besides, with his mouth open, even if he went to confront Chu Wang, the other party would not be able to admit it. Even if the trouble is brought to the deacon elder, he may not be believed in the end, and he may have to be labeled as a true disciple of slander. But even so, Wu Xiaofeng didn't intend to let go of his hatred. Instead, he silently hid it in the bottom of his heart, and once he had the opportunity, he would not hesitate to drive Chu Wang into the bottomless abyss. Since Chu Wang dared to snatch his chance. Maybe within the same sect, there are many other disciples who have been robbed of their opportunities. No matter who gave this black scroll to him, the purpose behind it was obviously aimed at Chu Wang. Therefore, presumably this scroll will appear in many other disciples who have been robbed of their opportunities. Chu Wang was indeed a true disciple with a high position and authority. But with so many of their victimized disciples united together, it may not be impossible to bring him down. First write a few report letters and send them to the law enforcement hall to see what they say. Anyway, the law-enforcing Tang Ming elder has also drawn a clear line with Chu Wang. The fact that Chu Wang was beaten in public because of Si Feng Jiao that day had already spread to the ears of hundreds of thousands of sect disciples. Therefore, Wu Xiaofeng understood that Chu Wang had severed his relationship with the law enforcement hall. Then he writes a report letter to the law enforcement hall to expose it, maybe it will be useful. Chapter 58 Wu Elder is confused. All these letters were reported to Chu Wang. Over the next few days, it can be said that there is an undercurrent surging in the Holy Land. Because many disciples who were robbed of their opportunities received the same black scroll as Wu Xiaofeng. It contains detailed records of what happened. And how many of the disciples who can sneak into the Holy Land are fools. One only needs to recall all the clues since getting to know Chu Wang, combined with the content on the scroll, one can immediately confirm that this matter is true in all likelihood. Suddenly, countless disciples hated Chu Wang and penetrated the bone. The road to martial Dao was hard and difficult, and it was difficult to get ahead on his own. Finally, he had a chance, but was cut off in advance by a fellow student. Who is not angry about this matter? The Heavenly King Daddy came, and fell ill on the bed too. At the same time, people who have the same idea as Wu Xiaofeng are no longer in the minority. We can't confront Chu Wang directly, but it's always okay to write a report, right? Anyway, Law Enforcement Hall has also drawn a clear line of boundaries with Chu Wang, and even for fear of offending the Holy Son of King Hai, they may not communicate with each other forever. With that in mind, it's doable. Just do what you say, and all the victimized disciplines wrote letters to report. Kunlun Holy Land, Trial Sky Peak. This is where the Law Enforcement Hall is located. As the most important organization among the disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land, Shentian Peak was filled with a chilling aura, and ordinary disciples would take a detour when they passed by this place. But lately, it's uncommon's buzz. From time to time, disciples covered in black robes could be seen entering the main hall of the Law Enforcement Hall, dropping a letter, and leaving in a hurry. This scene made many people feel strange. And in the main hall of the Law Enforcement Hall, the disciples in charge of reception were even more dumbfounded. In just half a day, the anonymous report letters he received almost filled the table. What the hell happened? He looked at the piles of letters, took a deep breath and opened them up to look at them. After reading 4 or 5 letters in a row, his complexion gradually became strange. Why are these letters reported to Chu Wang? For Chu Wang, who used to be a regular visitor of the law enforcement hall, he was very impressed with the disciples he received. Because he is very good at dealing with people, he often treats his law-enforcing disciples to eat, drink and have fun. Of course, Wu Elder has recently drawn a clear line with Chu Wang and ordered all the disciples in the law enforcement hall not to have any contact with Chu Wang, and he has not seen this person for a long time. Right now, what kind of outrageous thing did Chu Wang do to cause so many disciples to report him together? The receiving disciples didn't understand, but they didn't think too much about it. Instead, he threw these letters aside and went out to drink flowers and wine. That's right, just go out and drink flower wine. You know, the Kunlun Holy Land has hundreds of thousands of disciples, and the law enforcement hall has only a few hundred people. How can it be possible to take care of the demands of so many people every day? In addition, most of the members of the law enforcement hall were selected by the true descendants of the Holy Land of the previous generation, and they were extremely arrogant, and they would not be willing to run around every day to resolve disputes for a group of common disciples. When they entered the law enforcement hall, they simply came here for the high-paying spirit stones benefits. Unless there is a vicious incident, otherwise, the law enforcement hall disciples basically paddle all day long. After all, in their realm, the potential has been exhausted, and the 4 elephants apex is the ultimate, and the holy realm is hopeless in this life. In the remaining days, it is naturally not as happy as enjoying in time. The receiving disciple didn't know, because what he did today planted the root of disaster. Because 3 days later, the report letters at the reception had piled up as high as a hill. After receiving the disciples and returning to the Holy Land after drinking the flower wine, they were still reminiscing how moist the little lady was, but when they entered the Great Hall, they were taken aback. He swallowed a mouthful of spit, looking at the pile of letters that was a head taller than others. The whole person is completely stupid. Hey, how many people have to report this? You know, the law enforcement hall usually only receives a report letter in half a year. Because the disciples in the Holy Land are very busy, and most of them focus on cultivation daily, and even if there are disputes, few people will come to the law enforcement hall, and they will basically be resolved privately. This has also led to the fact that the reporting entrance of the law enforcement hall is useless. And now, this hill-like report letter. I'm afraid that the performance of the law enforcement church's future 1,000 years will be overdrawn in advance. The receiving disciples were so frightened that they knew it was a big deal. All the letters were opened and scanned. Sure enough, the content of the report was surprisingly consistent. The true legend of the Holy Land, Chu Wang. This damned Chu Wang, what the hell did he do? No, this matter is of great importance. It is beyond my ability to solve it. I have to report it to Hao Elder. The reception disciple first cursed, then put away all the letters, and rushed all the way to where Wu Elder was. At this time, Wu Elder was enforcing the insight cultivation technique in a secret room on the top floor of the Great Hall, and hadn't gone out for several days. After fighting hard for many days, he finally realized it just now, and he couldn't help but feel good. However, there is no waiting to celebrate. The reception disciple stumbled and ran in. Elder! Elder! Something is wrong. He looked flustered, dignified as a cultivator of the 4 symbols realm, and even lost a shoe. Wu Elder was stunned for a moment, then his face was displeased, and he shouted coldly, as a disciple of law enforcing hall, what kind of morality do you have? You're in such a panic, can't the sky fall down? It's worse than the sky falling. The reception disciple showed a smile uglier than crying, and took out all the report letters from the ring. In an instant, the letters fell like a hill, and Wu Elder was stunned to see them. What are you doing with so many report letters? He thought it was the reception disciple who had brought over all the report letters for so many years. Then I heard the reception disciple slapping his thigh anxiously. No, elder, these are all received by the reception in the last 3 days. What? Wu elder was startled, thinking he had heard wrong. Since when did the disciplines in the Holy Land have such an unprecedented enthusiasm for law enforcement hall? Don't they usually avoid it? However, receiving the disciple's next words, Wu elder once again doubted life. Elder. These letters are all about reporting one person. Wu elder's old eyes widened, and there was a bit of cuteness on that fierce face. He pointed at the pile of report letters, his voice raised several degrees. You said, these are all reported on one person. Are you kidding? Someone stole the quasi-emperor saint weapon in the Holy Land. I would like to hear, which disciple is so bold? Wu elder shouted, blowing his beard and staring. But the receiving disciple bit the bullet and spit out a name. Back to elder, this person is Chu Wangzhang. As soon as the voice came out, there is silence in the secret room. Wu elder was stunned, apparently surprised by the name. Because Chu Wang is the person he least wants to deal with right now. Chapter 59 Law Enforcement Hall stands in line. Shen Liuyun, the Holy Land has changed. How could it be Chu Wang? Wu elder frowned, feeling a little unbelievable. In his memory, Chu Wang was very good at dealing with people, so he was very popular in the Holy Land, and many people supported him as the Holy Son. Some people even enshrined his experience of being promoted from a handyman disciple to a true biography within a year as a treasure book, admiring him like a belief. How could it suddenly happen that the human design collapsed and became the target of public criticism, and was reported by so many disciples? Wu elder didn't understand, he felt that things were very strange. In addition, Chu Wang is also a person that Wu elder does not want to see very much in the near future. His feelings for Chu Wang are very complicated. On the one hand, Chu Wang liked him very much and always gave him benefits, even some opportunities. And since parting ways with Chu Wang, he hasn't received any extra money for a long time. In fact, I still miss the days when I had Chu Wang. But he knew better that no matter how much he missed him, he and Chu Wang would never be in contact. If you want to blame, you can only blame Chu Wang for indulging Si Fang's coquettish arrogance, and standing up for her after offending someone she shouldn't have offended. Who is Zhang Tang? That is the Dao companion of the son of Canghai. To put it bluntly, a big man in the clouds like Canghai Shenzi, let alone a little elder of the law enforcement hall. Even the 7 elders who wield real power in the Holy Land must be treated with solemnity, even on their knees. Don't you see how lofty and dignified that dignified Foreign Affairs Officer Su Elder is on weekdays? But now, hasn't he given up the heavy entertainment every day, and runs to the son of Canghai whenever he has time? Many elders are still like this. How dare he provoke the son of Canghai as a little elder of the law enforcement hall? Therefore, if Chu Wang dared to offend Zhang Tang and the holy son of Canghai, Wu elder must draw a clear line at the first time, so as not to get caught in the fire. Let's talk about that day. When dealing with the result, he only announced the punishment of Si Fang Jiao alone, without involving Chu Wang, which is considered to have paid off karma. Ignoring Chu Wang twice in a row, targeting Si Fang Jiao alone, isn't it an extra protection? Therefore, Wu elder felt that he did not owe Chu Wang anything. He didn't want to see Chu Wang again in the future, so as not to be misunderstood by interested people. But I didn't expect that in this world. I am really afraid of something more and more. Chu Wang actually caused another disturbance, causing such a shocking disaster. With so many reports, Wu elder couldn't even imagine what kind of outrageous things Chu Wang did. Did he ransack the homes of the inner disciples? At this time, the fingers tapped the table lightly. Wu elder asked in a deep voice, "Where are the contents of the report in the letter?" Report to the elder. All report letters have different contents. However, the incidents are surprisingly consistent. It generally means that Chu Wang used despicable means to snatch the opportunity that should belong to them. Hearing the response from the receiving disciples, Wu Elder frowned deeply. Seizing opportunities, if it is only done occasionally, it is not a big deal. After all, the way of martial Dao is to compete with the sky and oneself. But this is the usual case. According to the report letter, Chu Wang deliberately plundered the opportunity that should belong to the same sect. The wide coverage and the large number of people involved have reached a jaw-dropping level. This is too much. As the Holy Land is a top orthodox force, it is a good thing to have competition among disciples, but you can't use this method to compete. Otherwise, in the long run, won't you be the only one making progress in the entire Holy Land, while the other disciples are standing still? How to continue the inheritance of the Holy Land? Just disband it. It must be known that the reason why the Holy Land is a Holy Land, which has been passed down for dozens of 10,000 years, is not only because there are strong people in the Holy Land sitting in it. A top power stands proudly in the world, but the role of the powerful in the Holy Realm is actually very little. What really decides all of this is a large number of low-level disciples. After all, the strong in the Holy Realm will also have a day of sitting down. After opening up a faction, if there is no new strong person rising in the faction before the top powerhouse falls, this faction will be divided up by other forces soon. The orthodox traditions of the Kunlun Holy Land can be passed down to hundreds of thousands of species, precisely because countless martial Dao geniuses come here every year. They continue to grow in the Holy Land, gradually have a sense of belonging, and are proud to be disciples of the Holy Land. But what Chu Wang is doing now is killing the chicken to get the egg. Preventing other disciples with great luck from growing up, and blocking all the benefits on one, Chad, person, this has violated the foundation of the Holy Land. Wu Elder knew that the matter was serious, and asked in a deep voice at this moment, "Is there any direct evidence?" The disciple shook his head. Wu Elder fell into deep thought again. Although there is no direct evidence. But whether Chu Wang did these things or not, Wu Elder actually knew it well. After all, Chu hoped that this person would rise like a comet within a year. It is impossible to say that he has no secrets in him. What needs to be considered now is It's not been a while since Chu Wang snatched the opportunity, and it has never been exposed. But why now? There are so many thunderstorms overnight. Let all the disciples who have been robbed of opportunities discover the truth? Behind this, I am afraid that someone is fueling the flames. Either this person was also robbed of the opportunity by Chu Wang, and after realizing it, he harbored hatred, so he exposed it. Or someone has a grudge against Chu Wang and wants to use this to ruin Chu Wang's reputation. As for the former, it is still easy to say. But the latter, the nature of the event is different. Being able to incite so many people invisibly shows that the driving force behind this is extremely powerful. How the law enforcement hall chooses to stand in line will be crucial. An improper operation may cause dissatisfaction with the big man behind him and cause him to burn himself. It is obvious that Wu Elder was able to get into this position because of his talent. He only thought about it for a while, and immediately made a decision. Help the big man behind the scenes to kill Chu Wang. At this moment, Wu Elder's belief was extremely firm. Chu Wang wantonly plundered the opportunities of his fellow disciples, causing complaints among his disciples, breaking the taboo in the Holy Land, ruining his reputation is already the general trend. It is understandable for the law enforcement hall to do so. No matter what attitude that big man had afterwards, he had a clear conscience. Where is Chu Wang now? With this in mind, Wu Elder asked aloud. The reception disciple was stunned, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Disciple, go and investigate now. After a while, he returned in a hurry, and reported with a strange expression, "Go back to Elder, that Chu Wang is not in the Holy Land now." Not in the Holy Land? Yes. He received an escort mission from the Kunlun Great Hall 3 days ago, and he must be the Queen of Heaven before returning to the Holy Land. Hearing this, Wu Elder stepped forward with his hands behind his back. Not in the Holy Land, it was Chu Wang who learned about the news in advance and fled in fear of crime. Or pure coincidence? After a little thought in his mind, Wu Elder tended to the second answer. It should be just a pure coincidence. The first kind of words will not make sense in many places. After all, if there is really a big shot behind the scenes, how could it be possible for Chu Wang to notice in advance? Furthermore, there is no direct evidence in this matter, and no conviction has yet been made. As a true disciple, how could Chu Wang, the most promising candidate for the next generation of the Holy Sun, escape from the Holy Land in a daze? So, it must be a coincidence. Wu Elder made up his mind. Notify all the disciples of the Holy Land that we have received the report letter. After Chu Wang returns to the Holy Land, we will immediately launch an investigation on him. It is bound to give an explanation to all the victimized disciples. Seeing Wu Elder so solemn. When receiving the disciples, he suddenly understood and nodded. After walking out of the secret room, he let out a long sigh. Chu Wang, who was number 1 in the true biography, fell down. This Holy Land, I am afraid that the sky will change. Chapter 60 10,000 people cast aside. Chu Wang's character design completely collapsed. Over the next few days, the report letter incident continued to ferment, and there was an uproar in the Holy Land for a while. Have you heard? Senior brother Chu Wang rose so quickly because he robbed other disciples of a lot of resources. My God! There is such a thing. Seizing someone's chance, this is a mortal enmity. It's hard to believe that senior brother Chu Wang would do this. It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, go to the entrance of the law enforcement hall and have a look. Now, a large number of disciples come to report every day. I heard that the law enforcement hall has already released a message. When Chu Wang completes the task of the Holy Land and returns, we will investigate him. I remember that Wu Elder, the law enforcement hall, had an irresistible relationship with Chu Wang at the beginning, but later he drew a line because of the Kanghai Shenzi, and now he took the initiative to target Chu Wang. The changes in the world are really embarrassing. Hiss. Senior brother Chu Wang is going to fall. If the rumors about seizing someone's chance are true, I will support Chu Wang's downfall with both hands. That's right, no matter what secrets Chu Wang has, as long as he has the ability to take away your chances anytime, anywhere, he won't be able to keep him. Support Law Enforcement Hall. Numerous disciplines discussed it. Those common disciples who had not been robbed of their chance by Chu Wang were even more afraid for a while. Who would have thought that senior brother Chu Wang, who is usually sunny and kind, would be so sinister in private? He can even do things like stealing people's chances. We are all the same. In the Jinwu world where martial Dao is supreme, such actions are undoubtedly a big taboo. After the spread, it uncontrollably aroused public anger among hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Kunlun Holy Land. The myth of Chu Wang's rise all the way is no longer admired by people, but ashamed. At the same time, the appearance of black scrolls is becoming more and more frequent. After many people watched it, they realized that they had missed a surprise, and they immediately joined the ranks of reporting in a rage. Even some of the disciples in the law enforcement hall received the black scroll, and they were stunned for a while. This Chu Wang, did he ever direct his attention to our law enforcement hall? Cut off my chance to be a disciple of law enforcement hall? The law enforcing hall disciple was furious at that time. The disciples who can enter the law enforcement hall are all the arrogance of the previous generation. The cultivation base is all 4-element apex, but they can't break through the Holy Land Avenue, so they just retire in the law enforcement hall. In this case, any opportunity that arises in life may be helpful for breaking through to the Holy Land. The gold content in it is far from what small chances like inner disciples can compare to. This time, Chu Wang completely broke with the law enforcement hall. Even the disciples of Law Enforcing Hall began to boycott this person, and decided to teach him a lesson after he returned to the Holy Land. On this day, it began to rain lightly. The core of the Holy Land, on a guest peak. In the luxurious courtyard on the top floor, Shen Liuyun sat comfortably under the gazebo, reading the spiritual case at ease. Su Qingqing and Zhang Tang stood behind him, gently kneading his shoulders. One sat opposite, plucking the strings and playing pipa with plain hands. Listening to the rain, tasting tea, playing the piano. Shen Liuyun felt very beautiful. Not long after, the song ended and the rain outside gradually stopped. There was a slight sway in the void, and the figure of Wu Yang elder walked out of it, with a smile, cupped hands said. My lord, Holy Son, in the Holy Land today, as you expected, all the disciples are very excited about Chu Wang's behavior, and many people even threaten that the two sides will form a mortal enmity. Shen Liuyun nodded without any surprise upon hearing this. After pondering for a while, he tapped on the table with his fingers, and Su Qingqing immediately refilled him with a cup of spiritual tea. And Shen Liuyun's voice came again. About the release of the Black Scroll, the dose has to be increased. There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Kunlun Holy Land, with such a huge base, you can spend as much as you want. Don't be afraid that things will turn out to be suspicious. As for the arrangement of the content, it doesn't matter if it's random. Nowadays the general trend has risen, and everyone is in danger under the rumors. Even if we don't distribute the scrolls, many people will secretly doubt whether they have been robbed of their opportunities by Chu Wang. And once this seed of doubt takes root, give him a little hint, and he will magnify himself infinitely. After Shen Liuyun's voice fell, Su Qingqing's small mouth grew a little bit in surprise. It turned out that those black scrolls, except for the very first part, were authentic. A lot of the rest are made up by the young master. The boy is too brave. In fact, although Shen Liuyun has a lot of information, he can still use the Shenming Tianxia to penetrate the source and restore the truth with reasoning. But going through this set of procedures is too time-consuming and tiring. Ask for flowers. Therefore, as more and more people became aware of Chu Wang's ability to seize other people's opportunities, Shen Liuyun directly chose to let his subordinates start making up black scrolls and distribute them in batches to the disciples in the Holy Land of Kunlun. Even the content doesn't have to be too rigorous and just right casually. Because at this time, the general trend of public opinion is already unstoppable. When everyone was talking about Chu Wang's ability to steal other people's chances, the first thing the people who heard it would doubt was whether they had been taken by Chu Wang before. Yudao is a fearful word, that's it. Sometimes, some words. The more people say, the false can become true. And even the tiniest suspicion, just a little hint, will be infinitely magnified in their hearts. This is Shen Liuyun's strategy. He will use the means of manipulating people's hearts with great proficiency. 0. In front of the gazebo, upon hearing these words, Wu Yang elder was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately gave a thumbs up in admiration. Don't say it, really don't say it. Lord Shenzi's belly is full of bad water. It really inherits the fine traditions of the holy sons of RC Holy Land in the past dynasties. It was foreseeable that once the order was carried out, Chu Wang's character design would completely collapse, and there was no hope of a comeback. Immediately, Wu Yang elder looked expectant, and his figure disappeared into the void. And Shen Liuyun just smiled lightly. A pair of deep eyes looked into the distance. Now that the wind is blowing, let him blow it bigger. Picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Shen Liuyun sat up in the wind. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. The day when Chu Wang returned to the sect was getting closer and closer. At the same time, his reputation and word of mouth are also completely rotten in the Holy Land. The mass appearance of black scrolls became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Many people were already wondering if Chu Wang had ever patronized own chance. When I got home and saw the black scroll on the table, I collapsed on the spot. Chu Wang has become a mouse that everyone shouts and beats when crossing the street. A person who has worked hard for a year. It took 3 to 5 days for Shen Liuyun to completely destroy it. Completely broken. At this time, Chu Wang was completely unaware of this. Excited about the opportunity he had just cut off his beard, he walked slowly on the way back to the clan. Chapter 61 Chu Wang returns to the Holy Land. I'm stupid, are you going to arrest me? It is about 200,000 miles away from the Holy Land of Kunlun. A golden rainbow light flashed across the sky at a very high speed, exuding a tyrannical aura, falling into the mortal world like a panicked sun. Many practitioners along the way saw this scene and avoided it, not daring to approach it. With such power, one can see that he is a dragon among men, the pride of the Holy Land. For ordinary practitioners, the deterrence is huge, so they can only cast envious eyes in the past. The figure within the rainbow light was naturally Chu Wang, who was rushing back to the Holy Land. There was uncontrollable excitement on his face at the moment. Naturally, it was not a temporary intention to accept the escort mission on this trip, so he would not be kind enough to do these boring errands for the Holy Land. The reason for this is because this escort mission contains a shocking opportunity. On the morning when Su Qingqing woke up, Chu Wang at that time was disheartened because he missed the opportunity of the Empress, so he went to the gate of the Holy Land to observe the disciples as usual, to see if he could find a good opportunity to cut him off in 197. In the end, he really found out. He knew this person, Holy Land inner disciple Wu Xiaofeng. He was an old acquaintance of Chu Wang. As a true disciple, the reason why Chu Wang became friends with Wu Xiaofeng was naturally because of Wu Xiaofeng's extraordinary luck. Chu Wang had only known him for half a year, and he had cut off 3 opportunities from him. This is simply a child blessed by God. So every time I see Wu Xiaofeng, Wang will take a few more glances. This time was no exception. As a result, just looking at it directly scared Chu Wang Gren into a fool. I saw recent turning top impressively written, go to Kunlun Great Hall at noon tomorrow to accept the sect mission, go to Jinming Jianzong to escort the meteorite, and encounter an evil practitioner on the way to rob money, kill him. Get a natural ancient secret treasure from the spoils after exploring the whereabouts, harvest the innate treasure from its sword embryo, a billion-year fire attribute. To be honest, if it is not for the absolute confidence in own eyesight. Chu Wang really wondered if he was wrong. Even so, he had to confirm it dozens of times before forcibly calming down his beating heart. Then the whole brain was filled with unparalleled excitement. Innate treasure. Billion-year fire attribute sword embryo. This is definitely the scariest opportunity he has ever encountered. Zhao Xiaofeng is simply invincible in terms of luck. If he is also a reincarnator with the same panel as himself, Chu Wang has no doubt that this guy is definitely rich in gold luck. Even higher. Accepting a mission, you can reap such top-level opportunities that are hard to find in the sky and on the ground. Who else in the entire Jinwu world can do it? But, let your chance be rich. Before it happened, if I, Chu Wang, saw it, then it has nothing to do with you. Even Chu Wang was afraid that the mission would be robbed, so he went to find Zhao Xiaofeng to have a meal of flower wine that night, and got him drunk in the city outside the Holy Land. Immediately after returning to the Holy Land overnight, he rushed into the Kunlun Great Hall at dawn to look for the task of escorting the meteorite to Jinming Jianzong, and finally received it as he wished. And this time, for fear of being cut off by Shen Liuyun, Chu Wang deliberately went to the Hall of Merit and spent all the merit points accumulated for a year to buy a hidden orb that can last for 7 days. This bead was personally refined by a supreme elder of Saint Realm. Although it is only a one-time magic treasures, the concealment effect is excellent. It claims to be able to block all perceptions under Saint. It is just because the price is expensive and the practicality is not very strong, so it has been placed in the Hall of Merit and Reward for many years and no one has exchanged it. Chu Wang was also very distressed, but in order to be safe in this trip to seize the treasure, he had to exchange it with tears while cursing the son of Kanghai. But in fact, Shen Liuyun was busy with the Black Scroll project at the time, and there was a serious shortage of manpower, so he withdrew the Daoist's surveillance of Chu Wang long ago. In other words, the merit points that Chu Wang had accumulated for a year were wasted. Fortunately, the subsequent plans went very smoothly as Chu Wang expected. He was in a good mood, and the sadness of losing merit points was temporarily forgotten. Especially when he actually got the billion-year fire attribute sword embryo, this emotion was magnified to the extreme. Because this sword embryo is not the material used by the forge. It is a secret treasure that can be integrated into the human body. Conceived by innate in the ancient secret treasure with extremely strong fire attribute, it took billions of years to take shape. Once fused into the human body, it will completely change the practitioner's constitution foundation, becoming a powerful fire attribute sword body. This kind of constitution will not only attack Wushuan itself, but also will make the practitioner's comprehension in Kendo advance by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the power of pure yang that Chu Wang had obtained in the first place. After the fusion of the two, it can evolve into an innate pure yang sword body god embryo. Its strength absolutely wins all kinds of sacred body. It is comparable to those constitutions in the ancient legendary, such as Yin and Yang Baishi Moju and others. Even the immortal demon saint body, which is known as the number one constitution in the past and present, is not too bad to touch the porcelain. God's will is still on my side. What is it if you lose the chance to reincarnate the Empress? Give me back a stronger sword embryo of 1 billion years. Now my constitution has evolved into the innate pure yang sword body god embryo, and my cultivation base has also advanced to the god forging realm apex. It is ridiculous that there are thousands of talents in the world, and they have to be eclipsed in front of me. I am the only true god. It's the road to the imperial realm that I didn't dare to think about before, but now I hope I can do it with confidence. Perhaps the curse of the 90-10,000-year Woody in the Jinwu world will end this life with me. Chu Wang rushed all the way towards sect, but when he thought of the excitement in his heart, the corners of his mouth couldn't close, as if he saw the day when he would prove the great emperor in the future. After thinking about it fiercely, he put his gaze closer again. He couldn't help gnashing his teeth. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Holy Son of the Kanghai. Today is exactly the 10th day since you took the opportunity to win my Empress, and it is also the day when the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet will be held. With my current aptitude and strength, as well as my appeal in the Holy Land, who can stop Kunlun's son? It's time for me to become the successor of the Kunlun Holy Land, to sit on an equal footing with you, and to challenge you justifiably. Defeat you. Humiliate you. Let's see if you can still be as high as you were standing on the flying boat when we met for the first time. At this time, Chu Wang thought of the enmity with Shen Liuyun again, and couldn't help sneering. The selection of the son of Kunlun is based on strength, character, talent, and contribution to the Holy Land. From the day Chu Wang awakened as Gold Finger, he has been planning for the position of son of Kunlun. In terms of strength and talent, he can improve through 2.5 interception chances. The character and contribution to sect have also been continuously built up this year. Now his awe-inspiring personality makes him the most prestigious in the sect, and he is echoed among his disciples. Even the many elders have attracted a large number of supporters through his continuous friendship. As for the contribution to the Holy Land, every time he went out to cut off the Hu in this year, he would pick up some nearby sect missions, which was quite impressive overall. This son of Kunlun besides him, who else can do it? Thinking of this, Chu Wang couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Everything is ready, only the east wind is owed. A classic plot where the main character returns to pretend to slap his face is about to be staged on him. Boom boom boom. Thinking this way in his heart, Chu Wang's speed became even faster, and he really turned into a raging fire, traveling thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Finally, after a period of time, the huge Holy Land can be seen far away. Chapter 62 Zhang Tang was promoted to a saint, and Chu Wang, who appeared in the finale, found that he couldn't even get in the door. The magnificent holy place, prostrate on the earth. At a glance, there is no end in sight. On weekdays, no matter what time of day is outside the Holy Land, disciples can be seen busy everywhere. But today is a little deserted. Because the annual Kunlun Tianjiao banquet is about to start. Except for the handyman and a small number of disciples, everyone else gathered on Tongtian Peak, the core of the Holy Land, to watch the ceremony. Tongtian Peak is one of the cores of the Kunlun Holy Land. Its mountain is so huge that it soars into the sky. On the halfway up Tongtian Peak, there is also an eternal Hualing Pond. The glazed liquid that can open the secrets of the human body is condensed from it. There are rumors that this eternal transformation spirit pool was accidentally discovered by Kunlun Quasi Emperor, the founder of the Kunlun Orthodoxy. It is precisely because of this that the regiment chose the location of the Kunlun Holy Land here. Even in order to protect this spirit transformation pool, he even slashed the uneven peak of Tongtian Peak with a single sword, and built an eternal immortal dojo with the supreme supernatural power. The entire dojo contains the power of the law of space and can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people at the same time. There is even a hint of quasi-emperor sentiment contained in it. On weekdays, the dojo will not be open to the public at all, and it will only be used when such a grand event as the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet is held. And at the Tongtian dojo at this moment, the flow of people was surging, the brilliance was bright, and countless disciples gathered together in small groups excitedly. Some arrogances stood at the forefront with their hands behind their hands proudly, looking at the sky with burning eyes. There are rows of incomparably tall white jade thrones. With an air of calm and prestige, overlooking the entire Tongtian Peak dojo. This is the seat that only the senior officials of the Kunlun Holy Land, or the big figures who come to watch the ceremony, are eligible to sit. The 7 elders of Kunlun have all appeared at this moment, and they are seated in order from the outside to the inside, leaving 2 empty seats in the middle. Of the 2 vacancies, one is reserved for Bai Yusheng, the lord of the Kunlun Holy Land. The other is Shen Liuyun. As the most distinguished guest who came to watch the ceremony, although Shen Liuyun's cultivation base was not as good as the others on the white jade throne, the seat in the middle was not awkward at all. All this is because of his status as the successor of the Holy Land of the Sea. As long as this prominent name still exists for a day, he will be one of the most honorable people in this world. No matter where you go, the places you pass will be respectful before and after, and countless people will pay homage to him. This is also the arrangement in his script of Destiny Big Villain. Clang clang clang. And while everyone was chatting excitedly, 3 loud bells resounded from heaven and earth, echoing throughout the entire King of the Holy Land. This made everyone in the dojo solemnly stand together in an orderly manner, looking at the sky excitedly. At this moment, 2 rainbow lights can be clearly seen flying out from the clouds, and falling on the white jade throne with an incomparable momentum. The brilliance dissipated, and a figure appeared. It was Kunlun Saint Lord Bai Yusheng, and Shen Liuyun with a smile on his face. I announce that this year's Kunlun Tianjiao banquet has officially begun. Bai Yusheng didn't talk nonsense, just waved his big hand, and boundless mighty power surged out, turning into Dao rhyme, making the whole dojo shine brightly. Countless disciples cheered. Among these Dao rhymes, there is a sense of the law of Saint Realm. If they can absorb the comprehension, it can definitely be called a good fortune. Several top-ranked true inheritance talents immediately activated their skills, sucking away many nearby Dao rhymes and refining them into their bodies. It caused many common disciples to exclaim. Judging from the number of these Dao rhymes being sucked away, it is already possible to judge the gap between these true inheritance talents. On the throne, Bai Yusheng looked at this scene and was very satisfied. With his hands behind his back, he said, "Jing Elder, I will leave it to you. The old man has orders." After the words fell, an old man with a white beard on the throne next to him stood up solemnly. The realm fluctuations in his body are actually saint level. He is the first among the 7 elders of the Holy Land and holds absolute power. In the era when Saint Lord Closed Door training was out, he was the most powerful person in the Holy Land. At the same time, he hosted all previous Kunlun Tianjiao banquets. I saw Jing Elder agitating the spirit power all over his body, and the sound was like a bell, resounding through the entire dojo, making hundreds of thousands of disciples clearly audible. The Tianjiao banquet is the annual award ceremony held in my Kunlun Holy Land. Based on your progress in all aspects of cultivation base, combat power, and meritorious service over the past year, let's make a rating. But this year, our Kunlun Tianjiao banquet is different, not only adding glaze liquid as a reward. Based on the rating, I will select the Holy Son and Holy Maiden who have been vacant for more than 10 years in the Kunlun Holy Land. Now I announce that the rewards for meritorious deeds will officially begin. Prioritize the rewards for the Saint and Son. The words fell, and immediately caused an uproar, and countless people whispered. I didn't expect that this year not only will Liuli Divine Liquid be born, but also the positions of the Holy Son and the Holy Maiden will be selected. The 2 thrones that have been suspended for more than 10 years in our Kunlun Holy Land are finally about to be implemented. Female Disciple Award. I wonder who will get the honor of my Kunlun Saint. I don't know about the Saint, but the position of the Saint. If that damned Chu Wang is still there, it must be him, right? That's right. Why didn't Chu Wang come on such an important day? Who knows, I guess I have no face to go back to the Holy Land. In the center of the dojo, Jing Elder's figure appeared, and his eyes swept over a group of true female disciples, and finally condensed in a certain place, revealing a look of satisfaction. True disciple Zhang Tang stepped forward to accept the seal. After the voice fell, Zhang Tang, who was standing at the front of the dojo, walked out with a calm expression, and slightly cupped his hands at the seen elder. The disciple is here. The clear and crisp voice resounded calmly throughout the dojo without surprise, attracting everyone's amazed eyes. And Jing Elder's eyes were full of satisfaction, he said with his hands behind his back. True disciple Zhang Tang, with a pure sacred body and a peerless talent, is the once in 10,000-year supreme arrogance in my holy land. Now go out to practice for a year. Cultivation base goes directly from Nirvana Apex to 8th stage, crossing 2 major realms and 17 minor realms. This kind of cultivation speed is unmatched in all ages, enough to be called a monster. Hence the personal rating given above A. As for sex contribution, Zhang Tang submitted the information on the 3 secret realms that will be born in the Gongshang Hall yesterday. According to the investigation by the powerhouses of the Holy Land, these 3 secret realms are of great benefit to the practitioners under the dragon transformation. Once explored, our Holy Land will have a large number of disciples' income, which will greatly strengthen the underlying roots. Base. Therefore give a medium rating. Asterisk all of the above have made Zhang Tang's comprehensive rating have reached the top of the list of female disciples in this year's Tianjiao banquet. Hereby conferring the honorable title of Kunlun Saintess, 1 drop of glazed liquid, 3 pills of good fortune pills of the 8th rank, and 1 copy of the Great Emperor Martial Skill of the Heaven rank. Who has an objection? Jing Elder's majestic voice spread everywhere at this moment. Numerous disciples stared at the girl with outstanding charm in the arena in astonishment, and they were amazed to the extreme within days and hours. After a while, I don't know who started it, and everyone bowed and shouted. I'm waiting to meet the Holy Maiden. The entire dojo, hundreds of thousands of disciples, and the elders from all peaks all bowed their heads, and no one had any objections. The holy sons and holy daughters of the Holy Land are high and powerful, and they are the successors of the Holy Land in the future. In addition to Saint Lord, all the people under the Japanese are right. Even the common elder must obey his orders. Rumble. At this time, above the sky, a new white jade throne appeared. Without hesitation, Zhang Tang ascended to the sky and sat down gracefully. In this regard, everyone can only hold envious eyes. Center of the field. Jing Elder glanced across the audience again, and then said with expectant gazes, Yang Fengjiu, the true biography of the Holy Land, come forward and listen. In the front row of true disciples, a young Tianjiao looked excited and quickly appeared in front of Jing Elder. Many people were a little surprised when they saw this scene. I didn't expect that the candidate for the Holy Sun was actually Yang Zhenchuan. Yang Zhenchuan used to be ranked third in the martial arts list, second only to Chu Wang who was number 1, and his big brother Yang Fengzhi who was second. The brothers of the Yang family are from the same line as the two elders, right? A pair of masters, quite impressive. It's a pity that Yang Fengzhi unexpectedly passed away half a year ago for some reason. There are rumors that Yang Fengzhi died at the hands of Chu Wang. I've also heard that the second elder has identified Chu Wangdong's hand, but there is no proof. Hiss! This Chu Wang really deserves to die. Not only did he steal our chance, but he even killed his fellow disciples. Everyone started discussing again, because of Yang Fengjiu's award, they recalled some old things. On the white jade throne. The words of disciples echoed in the divine sense of the second year of Elder Yang Qi, and his expression was gloomy. His eldest grandson, for some reason, died in the king of Chu. As a result, he looked at Chu, and there was not a day when he didn't hate him for penetrating the bone. Of course, he didn't know. The reason why such a thing happened is actually because their Yang family lineage is the villain in Chu Wang's script. According to the normal process, not only Yang Fengzhi was going to die, but also Yang Fengjiu was behind him, so that none of him, the second elder, would survive. The protagonist acts in such a heavy way. Otherwise, how can it highlight its strength after the counterattack? Now it is only because of Shen Liuyun's sudden intervention that the progress of Chu Wang's personal script has been slowed down. After adjusting his breathing several times, he looked at the center of the dojo, and his little grandson was about to become a holy son. Two elders' face finally showed some relief. And Jing Elder didn't procrastinate. After announcing Yang Fengjiu's contribution, he directly planned to start awarding it. However, the moment he was about to speak, in the farther sky, suddenly there was an extremely strong blazing yang energy, passing through the clouds, and falling forcefully to the entrance of the dojo. The loud voice also resounded through the audience. Wait a minute! Jing Elder, the selection of the Holy Sun, I, Chu, have not yet entered the dojo, how can I make a decision lightly? The rainbow light dissipated, and a figure dressed in white looked at everyone with a confident smile. It was Chu Wang who came. In fact, it had been a while since Chu Wang returned to the Holy Land. It's just that he feels that, as the protagonist of the great world, he should appear at the last moment of the grand event, so that the group can fill up the spirit. 657. Because there is no rush. I took a leisurely trip to the Kunlun Great Hall to settle the mission rewards, and then returned to my residence to change into some dirty clothes due to the long journey. Then he pinched again, and at the moment when the result of the selection of the Son of God was about to be implemented, he appeared domineeringly just now. In his imagination. At this moment, he must be majestic, handsome, and fascinated thousands of disciples. Immediately with a smile on his face, he tried to make himself as personable as possible, and walked towards the field. But he didn't expect what happened next, which made him completely astonished. I saw the two law-enforcing hall disciples guarding the dojo, their eyes seemed to be breathing fire, and they blocked him directly outside the gate of the dojo. Varied. What do you mean? Chu Wang didn't react for a while. Even if I draw a clear line with your law-enforcing hall, the number one true inheritance of the dignified Holy Land, it won't mean that I won't even be allowed to enter the dojo, right? He was startled, and was about to go around, but found that two law enforcement hall disciples stopped him again. You two, isn't this too much? Chu Wang's voice became colder, and his heart gradually opened up. However, face his words. The two law-enforcing hall disciples remained unmoved. It's just that the eyes are more gloomy and cold. There is even a coercion that belongs to the apex of the four-elephant realm faintly emanating from his body, which means that if you dare to break through, you will do it. This time, I directly gave my desire to Zhen Qing. He looked around suspiciously. Something is wrong. Very wrong. There is definitely a problem in this holy place. Divine sense is rapidly expanding and going out, the next moment is full of cold sweat. Because he found that with his appearance at this moment, the dojo was surprisingly quiet. And the eyes of every disciple looking at him are full of coldness and disgust. What's more, there was an undisguised anger and killing intent towards him from all over his body. What's the situation? I just went out to do an escort mission, why does everyone hate me so much? Shouldn't you love and respect me? Have you all forgotten my legendary experience of being promoted from handyman to true biography in 1 year? This scene was completely different from what he had expected, and Chu Wang was completely dumbfounded. Now don't say anything domineering to enter the arena, and won the position of the Holy Sun under the shocked eyes of everyone. He couldn't even enter the gate of the Tianjiao Banquet Dojo. The script of the appearance of the gods before the people has not waited to start, it is over. Chu Wanggren is about to collapse. Can anyone tell me what happened? Chapter 63 Feeling the pressure of the destiny villain for the first time, I feel numb. Tongtian Peak, within the dojo. The originally lively atmosphere became weird at this moment. The originally high emotions of all disciplines immediately changed to another extreme the moment Chu Wang appeared. There are sneers, resentment, killing intent, and shamelessness. All kinds of emotions appeared on the faces of hundreds of thousands of disciples, but there was no previous worship and appreciation. This peculiar atmosphere was quite different from what Chu Wang had imagined, which caused a huge gap in his heart. He couldn't figure it out. I don't know why the whole style of painting changed after I left the Holy Land. Molt. Countless voices of abuse finally erupted like a mountain roar and a tsunami. Chu Wang! Damn you! Chu thief, I can kill you 1,000 times is not enough. Bring back our chance. Chu Wang! Tell me the truth, did you take away my chance? In my opinion, we should abolish Chu Wang's cultivation base, hang him up and torture him, and see what secrets he has, and he can see through opportunities that belong to others in advance. Chu Wang, thanks to me, Wu Xiaofeng, who treats you as a brother, you humiliate me over and over again. Taking away my chance, like killing my parents, I will never live with you in this life. These voices are very mixed. But God-forging realm apex, divine sense is so powerful that it can still break apart a sentence and hear it clearly. It's just the content of these words. Chu Wang was stunned. They say I take the chance? Is my gold finger exposed? How is this possible? As an SSS-level protagonist, it is impossible for these natives to be able to see through his system. But the scene in front of him told Chu Wang truly that everyone knew what was special about him. Everyone in the Holy Land knew that Chu Wang had the ability to cut off other people's opportunities in advance. All the scandalous things he did have been exposed. May I ask how many people's chances Chu Wang has cut off in the past year? To be honest, he can't even remember. Because most of the time, he has to go to 4 or 5 occasions a day, no matter how big or small the opportunity is, as long as he meets him, he will take everything into his pocket. Such a bad practice, now being exposed, the consequences, just imagining the consequences makes Chu Wang shudder. He panicked. He really panicked. At this time, I couldn't help but took 2 steps back, facing the anger of hundreds of thousands of disciples, I bite the bullet and shouted, I don't understand what you are talking about. He shouted loudly. But the louder the voice, the more guilty. Chu Wang! You used despicable means to cut off the opportunity in the alley, and now the matter has aroused public anger, what else can you say? In the dojo, at this moment, a majestic reprimand came suddenly. Chu Wang followed the reputation, and his face was extremely pale. The person who made the sound was obviously Wu Elder. Wu Elder's status is not yet able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 elders, and cannot be the throne of heaven. But he was also on the 2nd floor high ladder in the dojo. At this moment, he was speaking righteously and looking aloof. He was judging Chu Wang and counting his crimes. In the past 6 months, you have had 3 chances to intercept Wu Xiaofeng, the inner disciple alone. There are countless others from the same sect. I don't know what kind of secret treasure you have, which can spy on the fate of others. But today, you must give everyone an explanation, and return the Holy Land to a bright future. In a few sentences, Wu Elder had already convicted Chu Wang, without giving him any chance to refute. And after saying that, he glanced at Shen Liuyun on the throne of Gaotian without leaving a trace in his eyes, seeing that the other party's expression was as usual, and he was not displeased, and secretly rejoiced in his heart that this bet was right. That's right, when Wu Elder decided to stand in line with the mysterious big shot who distributed the black scrolls, he already had a lot of guesses about the identity of this person in his heart. He even investigated Chu Wang's past to see what powerful people he had offended. In the end, it was found that there were 2 people who were very likely. One is the 2nd elder who is also the eldest grandson. The other is the son of Kanghai who slapped his face in full view a few days ago. And these 2, whoever they are big names in Tongtian to Wu Elder. You can only make friends, you can't fight against each other. In addition, through Wu Elder's careful observation, he concluded that the matter should not have been done by the 2nd elder. Because the Kunlun Holy Land has strict regulations, the elder and deacon classes are not allowed to use the big to bully the small, suppress and persecute the disciples of the Holy Land. The top orthodox power of the Holy Land is no less than a small place. The rules set by the first Saint Lord must be followed, and no one dares to go beyond them. Like the 2nd elder, who can get into the position of 7th elder, has made a lot of contributions to the Holy Land over the years, and has a strong sense of belonging, so he will not take the initiative to break the rules. What's more, if the 2nd elder really grasped Chu Wang's crime, it is absolutely possible to stand up and expose it openly, and there is no need to spread the black scroll unnecessarily. Therefore, there is a high probability that this big man behind the scenes is the Holy Son of Kanghai. After all, the Holy Son of Kanghai is just an outsider to the Kunlun Holy Land and has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Holy Land. Therefore, it seems reasonable to borrow the black scroll for the layout. Wu Elder deduced the truth, and immediately realized that this was an opportunity. If he seized it, he might be promoted step by step. Therefore, he had to try his best to cater to Shen Liuyun, but he couldn't do it too obviously, and at the same time, he had to let the other party feel this kindness. It sounds complicated, but for an old fritter like Wu Elder who has lived for thousands of years, it should be very handy. So there is the present scene. Wu Elder was the first to stand up and denounce Chu Wang. And his identity as the elder of the law enforcement church is also very convincing. At this time, many disciples were filled with righteous indignation. Especially the inner disciple Wu Xiaofeng, who was exemplified, had a sore nose and couldn't help crying. In half a year, I amputated 3 times. This is grabbing a sheep. If Wu Xiaofeng found out, it would actually be not just 3 times, but 4 times. After the sword embryo, which was supposed to belong to him, was captured by Chu Wang just now, he might really collapse. After all, Wu Xiaofeng has never done anything wrong, he is just a kind and popular passerby. But just because of good luck, he was humiliated repeatedly by Chu Wang, the son of fortune. Isn't this bullying honest people? As Wu Xiaofeng wept, countless disciples became even more furious, and the people's grievances boiled over for a while, and the Tianjiao banquet could not be held any longer. Chu Wang's face turned blue and white. At this moment, he still doesn't know why, he is being calculated by others. Holy Son of the Sea! Immediately, he turned his attention to Shen Liuyun, who was watching a show on Gao Tianshang. Somewhere, there is a sixth sense telling him that this person is behind all this. He took a deep breath, stepped forward suddenly, and shouted loudly. My fellow disciples, there must be a misunderstanding, and you will be deceived by traitors. It's a matter of chance, it's illusory, how can I cut it off in advance? Besides, as a true disciple of the Kunlun Holy Land, I have the innate pure Yang sword body. My future is boundless. Is it necessary for me to intercept your chance and destroy my own future? After the words fell, Chu Wang rose to the sky, and a terrible fire ignited all over his body, forming a faint sun above his head, exuding terrifying heat. At the same time, an unparalleled pure Yang sword intent was released from his body, sweeping across the entire Tongtian Peak. This terrifying scene shocked many disciples with panicked faces. What a terrifying aura! This Chu Wang has such a terrifying constitution. Damn it! How could this Chu Wang talent be so strong? This level of fire attribute sword intent, plus the bonus of pure Yang power. This Chu Wang is probably not enough to rank among the top 3 in the entire Jinwu world. I'm a little shaken, did Chu Wang do this? Once innate's pure Yang sword body divine embryo was displayed, it was earth-shattering and immediately caused an uproar, attracting the attention of many people. Some people were even frightened by Chu Wang's righteous speech, and really began to wonder if they had wrongly blamed Chu Wang. And at this time, high above, the 3 elders have already reported to Kunlun Saint Lord all the incidents of the report letters in the Holy Land these days. Kunlun Saint Lord couldn't help frowning deeply. He usually doesn't care about world affairs, he only studies Taoism, and the 7th elder is basically in charge of everything in the Holy Land, so he doesn't know the Chu Wang disturbance that has arisen these days. Just now when Chu Wang arrived late and was scolded by hundreds of thousands of disciples, the scene really shocked him. But now, when the 3 elders explained that Chu Wang possessed mysterious means and could plunder the opportunities of his fellow disciples, bursts of killing intent emerged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Thinking of him, Bai Yusheng, the peerless genius of the previous generation, grew up in the Holy Land and was taught by the Holy Land, and now he even sits on the position of Saint Lord. Counting 1,000 years in a flash, he has already regarded the Holy Land as his own home. It is his long-cherished wish to carry forward the orthodoxy of the Holy Land. But now, among the disciples of his generation, there was a scum. He actually used the method of plundering the opportunities of his fellow disciples to improve himself. This act of destroying the foundation of the Holy Land undoubtedly angered Bai Yusheng. He has even made preparations. If the matter is true, he will definitely take action himself to punish this selfish scum. Only, at this moment, seeing Chu Wang's aggrieved appearance, and still standing still to show his powerful constitution, Bai Yusheng hesitated again. Because Chu Wang is indeed a great talent just from his appearance and talent. The new constitution, which combines pure Yang energy with the sword embryo of the billion-year fire attribute, is really an ancient uncommon, even among the countless disciples in the 500,000 years since the Kunlun Holy Land was opened, it is enough to rank first. Such a peerless genius, whose talent potential is not even worse than the little maid who was reincarnated from the great emperor a while ago, once he grows up, he will become another rejuvenation master of Kunlun Holy Land. Maybe it can reproduce the glory of the Kunlun quasi-emperor back then. Therefore, the talented Japanese student hesitated. Outside the dojo, seeing Kunlun Saint Lord's expression, Chu Wang immediately knew that he had made the right bet. Sure enough, in the martial Dao world like Jinwuja, only by showing your own value can you get privileges. And with innate's pure Yang sword body, he is undoubtedly the veritable #1 pride of the Kunlun Holy Land. If he is killed, the Holy Land will lose a peerless genius. Hehe, geniuses are always exceptional. Kunlun Saint Lord has been shaken, so what if people's grievances are boiling? When I take the position of the Holy Son of the Sea, I will definitely kill all those who are dissatisfied with me. Even the Son of Destiny dares to defy, what is this not rebellion? This protagonist takes you for a chance, that's your blessing. Thinking of this, Chu Wang felt more at ease. But on the surface, there is still a dignified appearance. He kept defending himself in his mouth, even talking about his contribution over the past year. It wasn't until seeing that the wind direction finally had a tendency to reverse that he felt complacent and turned his gaze to Shen Liuyun on the high throne. He knew that the black hand behind this incident must be Shen Liuyun. Because at this time Shen Liuyun was also looking at him with a smile. It's just strange that Shen Liuyun didn't seem to take Chu Wang's self-help seriously. There is still a deep mockery in the eyes. This scene made Chu Wang faintly feel bad. Could it be that this goddamn son of ABCH still has a backhand? Maybe it was to test his idea. A horrified bird suddenly rushed over, turned into a crane and landed in front of the three elders on the high heavenly throne. The three elders picked up a sound transmission jade slip from the top of the crane, and when divine sense poked it in, their expressions changed wildly, and they exclaimed. Something went wrong. The eternal Hualing Pond was stolen, and the 2 drops of glazed liquid were stolen. The exclamation of the 3 elders was not suppressed, but clearly spread to every corner of the dojo. In an instant, countless uproars rose into the sky. What? The glazed liquid was stolen. Who did it? How dare you come to Kunlun Holy Land to steal something? Isn't Hualing Pond on the mountainside of Tongtian Peak? This thief is too bold. All the disciples of our holy land, the elders, are on the top of the mountain. Strictly investigate. Must be strictly investigated. The theft of the glazed liquid made the disciples boil again, and the scene was almost uncontrollable. This is impossible. Tongtian Peak is full of magic circles, and the core disciple or elder of our holy land can't even get close to this peak, let alone go to Hualingji. The second elder frowned at this moment in confusion, and asked in a deep voice, "Are there any other clues?" Su elder took a long breath, and said in a deep voice, "The elder who guards Hualingji said in jade slip, of Zhao, that he was fainted by a sudden burst of mysterious force, which was the reason why the glass liquid was stolen. But before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw a figure in white, wearing the costume of a true disciple of the Holy Land. Looking at his appearance, he is very similar to his true disciple Chu Wang." As soon as the words came out, the audience was silent for a moment, and everyone's eyes widened. In the next second, countless angry eyes fell on Chu Wang. And Chu Wang tried his best to defend himself just now, and finally reversed the direction of the wind, and at this time completely disappeared without a trace. BD. It's not enough to take away our chance, how dare you covet Hualing Pond? Damn you! Hand over the glazed liquid. Chu Wang. You're going to grab the chance with your brothers and sisters, there's nothing you can't do. Looking at the excited scene of hundreds of thousands of disciples, Chu Wang's figure in midair couldn't help shaking, and his face turned pale. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Shen Liuyun again in a strange way, but he saw a cold mockery at the corner of the other's mouth. It is the Holy Son of the Kanghai. It must be the Holy Son of the Kanghai. He is setting me up. At this moment, Chu Wang understood everything. No wonder the other party has nothing to fear. It turns out that this is his real backhand. First, the black reel was used to expose the chance of cutting off Hu, and invisibly planted the impression that Chu Wang's character was not good. Then, during the Tianjiao banquet, he directly broke out and used the mouth of the 3 elders to buckle him for stealing the magic liquid. Hat. As soon as this remark comes out, it doesn't matter if it's true or not, because there is a precedent for seizing someone's chance, all disciples will only believe it, and will not doubt it. And from the beginning to the end, Shen Liuyun never said anything bad about him, just watched the drama with a smile as a bystander, and completely removed himself from the turmoil. How terrifying are these methods and strategies? Chu Wang was soaked in sweat, and felt the pressure from the villain of destiny for the first time. Chapter 64 Shocking Layout. Chu Wang couldn't argue with anything. Tongtian Peak. Chu Wang looked at Shen Liuyun, who sat tall and sneered with horror. My heart is filled with fear. For the first time, he felt what it felt like to be played with by others. Stealing the glaze liquid is an unforgivable sin in the holy land of Kunlun. Shen Liuyun not only wants him to be ruined, but also wants him to die without a place to bury him. Chu Wang's scalp was numb, and his eyes swept across the faces of the elder disciples in the Holy Land, and various degrees of anger, indifference, and sarcasm came into his eyes. He took a deep breath and knew he had to save himself. Saint Lord! Something is wrong with this matter. Lu Li Divine Liquid is the foundation of my Kunlun, how could I have the guts to steal it? What's more, as long as you become the holy son of Kunlun, you can get a reward of wandering liquid. With my talent, the position of the holy son is like picking something out of a bag, there is no need to steal it. I also hope that Lord Saint Lord will see clearly, and don't be used by people with intentions. Chu Wang said with an innocent and righteous face, and in the second half of the words, he looked straight at Shen Liuyun. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but look weird. There seems to be some truth in what Chu Wang said. That's right, with his talent, even if he directly asks for the glazed liquid from the higher UPS of the Holy Land, he should be able to get it. Could it be that the elder who guards the glazed liquid misunderstood it? What does it mean that Chu Wang looked at Shenzi Kanghai at the end? Everyone! I see that Chu Wang has sinister intentions and a fickle tongue. Don't jump to conclusions. Countless disciples have different opinions. Some people think that what Chu Wang said has some truth, but more people have been robbed of opportunities by Chu Wang, and now they don't believe that he is innocent. At the same time, following Chu Wang's argument, the second elder on the throne of Gaotian was the first to take the case. Big words. You plundered the opportunities of your fellow disciples, and caused complaints from all the disciples. You couldn't even enter the gate of the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet. Why do you think that you can become the Holy Son and get the reward? 397 My Kunlun Holy Land is the quasi-emperor orthodox lineage, has weathered the wind and frost, inherited 500,000 plants and survived the years, and has always stood at the top of the world, relying on virtue to convince people. If you want to be a Holy Son, you must not only be a cultivation-based talent far ahead of your peers, but more importantly, you must also have character. You have a bad character, and you are worthy of wanting to be the Son of God. Two elders' words were sharp, and every word he uttered caused the scene to burst into exclamations. In the end, he made a final decision. In my opinion, you just took the risk and stole the glaze liquid because you knew that you had no hope of becoming the Son of God. These pressing words made Chu Wang's face turn ashen. He looked into the depths of the elder's eyes, with extremely strong anger and murderous intent flickering. Old dog! It's just killing your useless grandson, as for sending it down. If I, Chu Wang, are lucky enough to escape today's catastrophe, I will surely enter Kunlun in the future and slaughter all of your Yang family. Chu Wang thought darkly in his heart. But actually, the second elder lineage did nothing wrong. Even after his grandson died, he didn't kill Chu Wang personally because of the clan rules. But Chu Wang never gave up his plan to kill their entire clan. All of this is just because they are the villains in Chu Wang's script. As a villain, if you block my way to the top, don't you deserve to die? This holy land of Kunlun is the holy land of my longing. There is no arrogance fighting for the top, only I, Chu Wang, sing alone. All other disciples who stand in my way will be damned. This philosophy, it can be said to be extremely unreasonable, extremely unreasonable. But Chu Wang didn't feel anything. Because he is the protagonist of the world, he has an SSS-level talent, and his gold finger can view everyone's life script, naturally above all living beings. Chu Wang, even when he was a handyman, he still had a strong sense of superiority in his heart as the protagonist. This sense of superiority has continued to this day, and Dao was shaken just now. Because looking at the disciples who were mobilized again by the words of the second elder. His face was gloomy, and his heart was full of hatred. Just as he was about to explain something again, Wu Elder from the law enforcement hall suddenly stood up and cupped his hands towards Gao Tian's throne. To Saint Lord. What the second elder said is true. Our law enforcement hall has recently received reports about the crimes of banning plastic bags, which have filled the warehouse. Such a person with bad morals must know that he has no hope of becoming a holy son, so he boldly went to steal the glaze liquid while we were holding the Tianjiao banquet. Otherwise, among hundreds of thousands of disciples, why is he the only one who is late? In my opinion, this son should be killed on the spot in accordance with the patriarchal rules, as a warning to others. Wu Elder's words once again aggravated Chu Wang's suspicion, and even made it a final decision that he should be tried on the spot. This scene. Chu Wang was so angry that he could no longer suppress it. He yelled in rage. Wu Gang! You have accepted so many benefits from me. I didn't settle accounts with you, but you repeatedly insulted me. When it comes to contempt for religious rules, you are the first person. After the words fell, Yu disciple was in an uproar. No one expected that Chu Wang would have an affair with Wu Elder in public at the Tianjiao banquet. And Wu Elder, who is an old rivers and lakes, did not panic, but stood up with a serious face, and shouted loudly. Okay, you. Not only did you steal the divine liquid, but you also slandered the Holy Land Elder, adding to the crime. According to the patriarchal rules, you should be killed on the spot. Where is the disciple of law enforcing hall? Take this tease for me. Holala. As soon as the order was given, the people in the law enforcement hall, who had already had a lot of resentment towards Chu Wang, immediately surrounded him. The sense of oppression belonging to the apex of the Four Elephants realm made Chu Wang's face turn pale, and cold sweat flowed on his forehead. He didn't expect that Wu Elder's mentality was so calm, and his behavior was even more shameless than him. This is to force him to shut up. At the moment, he can only look for help to Bai Yusheng who is on the throne while constantly showing his own peerless constitution. And at this moment, Kunlun Saint Lord finally stood up with a sigh. He stared at Chu Wang for a long time, and finally said, I will give you a chance to prove your innocence. Hand over the storage ring, and you'll know if there's any glazed liquid. Kunlun Saint Lord, after all, was moved by his love for talent. He wanted to give Chu Wang a chance to prove himself. At this moment, Chu Wang was ecstatic. How could he have forgotten this trick? The glaze liquid was slandered by Shen Liuyun. If he didn't take it, he didn't take it, and could it be born out of thin air? Immediately confidently handed over all 4 storage rings on his left hand, and said loudly, I hope the Saint Lord will see clearly and return the disciple's innocence. Seeing him so clean and tidy, he looked confident. Many disciples could not help but waver again. Did Chu Wang really not steal the glazed liquid? Such thoughts can't be suppressed in everyone's mind. Chu Wang, the current performance is too calm. So much so that one wondered if he had wronged him. Oops! Wu Elder was shocked at this time. He was afraid of causing trouble, so he had been in a hurry to convict Chu Wang forcibly, but he didn't expect to come to this point in the end. As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Shen Liuyun on the throne. But found that no matter what happened in the field, the other party remained calm from beginning to end, like an outsider. The only thing that didn't change was the taunt that remained at the corner of the other party's mouth. This shocked Wu Elder. The Holy Sun has even counted this scene, how can there be a follow-up? He quickly shifted his gaze to the field. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, Mr. Kunlun Saint Lord Bai Yu has already received 4 storage rings. Saint's huge divine sense penetrated into it instantly. On the other side, Chu Wang was determined, and couldn't help but feel proud. Master Saint Lord. You see, I was definitely wronged. This matter is because someone has ulterior motives and wants to make my Kunlun mess up. Ridiculous. How can I admit to something I Chuang didn't do? His words became more and more righteous, and he looked like he had been wronged, which was eye-catching. The disciples wavered again. In today's incident, the direction of the wind in the field is constantly changing, and the sharp words of both sides are based on evidence. They can no longer tell which one is the truth. In the end, all eyes could only focus on Kunlun Saint Lord again. At this time, Kunlun Saint Lord had already inspected all the storage rings, opened his closed eyes, and a deep disappointment appeared in them. As soon as this look appeared, Chu Wang's heart tightened. Could it be? This is impossible. At this moment, as if to slap Chu Wang's face, 2 drops of liquid emitting a radiant divine light suddenly flew out of his storage ring. That extraordinary breath is exactly the magic liquid of glass. Wow! The audience is boiling. Countless disciples fixed their angry eyes on Chu Wang, and the crowd was excited to the extreme. This Chu Wang really deserves to die. He almost deceived me. When death is imminent, dare to speak hard. Now the Saint Lord has found the stolen glaze liquid, and the authentication evidence is here. I hope you have something to say. The moment the glazed liquid appeared, all charges have been dusted. Chu Wanggren was dumbfounded, and completely panicked. This is impossible. It's impossible. He couldn't figure out why there were 2 extra drops of glazed liquid in the own storage ring. Suddenly, Chu Wang turned his gaze to the black storage ring where the glazed liquid was found, and a picture flashed in his mind. It was just at the Kunlun Great Hall. He went to settle the task of escorting the meteorite iron to receive the reward. The reception disciple on duty asked him for the storage ring, then went to the warehouse to get the spirit stones, and returned after a quarter of an hour. But he didn't care about it at the time. This process was the same for every task settlement, and he didn't even use divine sense to check the storage ring, because a powerful force at the level of the Kunlun Holy Land would never be short on rewards. Furthermore, there is nothing important in his storage ring. It is specially used to hold spirit stones rewards. So Chu Wang naturally ignored it. But at this moment, looking at the glazed liquid found in the storage ring, he still doesn't know why. It turns out that he has been under the weight of calculations from the beginning to the end. This is an amazing layout. Since he left sect, it has been quietly arranged, subtly affecting everyone in the Holy Land. Until today, after he returned to the Holy Land, all of them broke out. The interlocking schemes suppressed him to such an extent that he had no chance of resisting at all. Chapter 65 The Final Judgment, Chu Wang's Yang Conspiracy, and Shen Liuyun. Holy Son of the Kanghai. Chu Wang stared at Shen Liuyun on the throne with bloodshot eyes. His breath was a lot disordered at this moment, and his figure was even more crumbling from the blow. And all around, countless angry disciples cursed at him. Some elders who usually have a good relationship with him are full of disappointment, and their attitudes gradually become indifferent. Chu Wang opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Betrayal. Chu Wang at this moment really understood the meaning of these 4 words. Chu Wang. What else do you have to say? Wu elder jumped out to make up the knife. The second elder also sneered again and again, if I had known today, I shouldn't have accepted you into the Holy Land. The 2 of them said one sentence, which directly pushed the atmosphere of the scene to the peak again. Kunlun Saint Lord remained silent, standing horizontally high in the sky. He didn't know what to think. How does it feel when a person is pointed at by hundreds of thousands of people? No one understood better than Chu Wang at this moment. He was on the verge of collapse, his mentality collapsed, cracks appeared in his Dao heart, and he seemed to be insane. Sudden. He raised his head to the sky and shouted angrily. The endless pure Yang sword intent was released from his body, and the strong fire attribute aura swept across all directions, burning the space until it was distorted. But seeing him stepping out, looking at the many disciples with a ferocious expression, he suddenly shouted, "Shut up! A bunch of trash! It's just an ant, and I'm worthy of accusing Chu Wang. I was promoted from a handyman to a true biography of the Holy Land in a year, and there is no one before or after. Now with the body of the innate pure Yang sword body, the constitution talent is unparalleled in all ages, surpassing all the talents in the Holy Land, and it is not impossible to prove the great emperor in the future. Even if all the opportunities of the Holy Land are used to feed me, Chu Wang, alone? After 1,100 years, I can lead the Holy Land to a new glory. And what about you? What can you bastards who only eat and drink enough to be led by the nose?" The loud voice resounded through the entire Tongtian Peak. The dojo was completely silent for a while. Countless people were scolded with red faces. Yang Fengjiao was the first to sit still, pointed at Chu Wang and retorted, "Chu Wang, you are presumptuous." Chu Wang looked down. Immediately sneered again and again, stopped pretending, and mocked undisguisedly, "Yang Fengjiao, you are also worthy of talking to Chu Wang with me? Even your useless big brother died in my hands, what are you crazy about? What kind of bullshit is the third true biography of Holy Land? It's not that I look down on you. Even if you are tied up with all other true biography craps, it's not as good as I forbid one finger. I am the one and only supreme of all ages." As soon as these wild words came out, there was an uproar. All the true disciples present looked ugly. And above the sky, there was a terrifying aura erupting, but it was the two elders who had to be furious. "Little thief! You have finally admitted your own crime, and the butcher wants you to give me my grandson." Before the words fell, the abyss-like coercion of the Holy Land had already soared into the sky, turned into a pair of big hands, and crushed hard towards Chu Wang. Facing this scene, Chu Wang laughed maniacally, and a mysterious jade slip flew out of his body, unexpectedly blocking the raised hand of this holy man. "The matter has come to this, so what if I admit it? I just ask Kunlun Saint Lord. Are you going to kill my Chu Wang today?" He fixed his gaze on Bai Yusheng on the throne. Chu Wang seemed crazy, but he knew in his heart that the only solution to the situation Shen Liuyun set up today was Bai Yusheng. Because Bai Yu was born with a thirst for talents, and now he has merged the billion-year-old fire attribute sword embryo to create a new constitution eternal uncommon. Bai Yusheng is likely to be moved by this, so he can get a glimmer of life from it. Enough! At this moment, Bai Yusheng, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. The moment his voice sounded, it seemed as if the words could not be followed, and the energy giant hand of the two elders in the air was shaken to pieces. Then he looked at Chu Wang first, and then at the hundreds of thousands of angry disciples. In the end, he said with extreme complexity in his heart, "Chu Wang, you deserve what you deserve today. You plundered opportunities from fellow students, maliciously attacked and killed true disciples, and stole Liulai divine liquid. Every crime in this is something that I, Kunlun Holy Land, cannot tolerate. But it's not easy for you to cultivate. You have made a lot of contributions to the Holy Land this year, so you can be spared the death penalty. Destroy Yu Danshan today, cut off your whole body, meridians, and throw them into the boundary sea. Do you have any complaints?" As soon as the words came out, the audience exclaimed. Because although Bai Yusheng can avoid Chu Wang's death penalty, the content behind it is more cruel than death. Abolish Danshan, needless to say to cut off meridians. This is equivalent to Chu Wang of God Realm Apex who was inferior to Li Ren once in a while. And throwing a useless person without cultivation base into the boundary sea is not a good thing. Boundary Sea is the most extensive sea area in Jinyu realm. Wrapping the three continents, it can be described as boundless. But different from the three continents where the world is spiritually prosperous, the Boundary Sea is completely dead, not only can't explore the edge, but also cut off human habitation. *Yen. In addition, there are quite terrifying demonic beasts in the Boundary Sea. Due to their long-term life in the deep sea without sunlight, their appearance is hideous and terrifying, and each head is filled with pure killing emotions. Even ordinary Holy Land practitioners enter it, but also be careful. Throwing Chu Wang into the boundary sea, his chances of life are really bleak, it is no different from a death sentence. High above the sky, Shen Liuyun sits next to Bai Yusheng. At this time, he frowned. Kunlun Saint Lord, was he moved with compassion after all? Not directly pronouncing death is tantamount to giving Chu Wang a chance to counterattack. Although the boundary sea is terrifying, it is for the common people. As an SSS-level protagonist, Chu Wang can still use Gold Finger normally, and he is blessed with luck. 0. Therefore, for other practitioners, Jie is dead but not alive, but for Chu Wang, not only will he not die, but it will become a place of great opportunity. This is different from Shen Liuyun's original idea. His eyes flickered, and he was already thinking about whether to wait for Chu Wang to leave the Holy Land and kill him before reaching the Great Realm Sea. After all, he, the SSS-level protagonist, has been planning for so long, but he hasn't reaped any results yet. He has the same gold luck as Han Feiyu, and he has been coveting it for a long time. And at this time, among the Venus, hearing Bai Yusheng's words, Chu Wang laughed miserably, his figure swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. Abolish Danshan, cut off meridians, exile in the sea. Really gave him hope, but also gave him despair. But the matter has come to this point, Chu Wang has no way out, he can only put his hope on his own luck as the protagonist, and see if he can counterattack. He arched his cupped hands, his eyes fell on the throne, and just about to speak, his eyes were suddenly attracted by Shen Liuyun. He hesitated for a few seconds in his heart, as if he had made up his mind, he suddenly said with fierce eyes. Chu Wang thanks Lord Saint Lord for his kindness, and may he be punished by being exiled in Jie. But before that, Chu Wang has a knot in his heart, and if he doesn't complete it, he will die. Kunlun Saint Lord showed no expression on his face, motioning him to continue talking. At this time, Chu Wang's gaze was fixed on Shen Liuyun, and his voice resounded like a rolling thunder. Holy Son of the Kanghai! I admit that your strategy is better than mine, but in the real martial arts world, what matters is personal strength after all. Since you are known as the #1 genius in this world, how dare you fight with me in front of hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Holy Land of Kunlun? You, dare you! Chapter 66 Challenge. The true strength of the supreme arrogance, quasi-emperor saint weapon all out. Chu Wang's words, with the strong meaning of provocation, spread all over the world at this moment. Countless disciples exclaimed, not knowing which song it was singing. What is he doing to challenge the Holy Son of Kanghai? I don't know. But what he said just now, said that his methods are not as good as that of the Son of Kanghai. Could it be that he meant that what happened today was caused by the Son of Kanghai? Humph! Chu Wang is just diverting attention. The Holy Son Kanghai didn't say a word from the beginning to the end today, and he has nothing to do with him. That's right, Chu Wang is insidious and cunning, so don't fall into his tricks. That's true, but I'm really curious, who is better than Chu Wang, the rumored Holy Son of Kanghai, the #1 genius in the real martial arts world? I'm also curious. The Holy Land of Kunlun and the Holy Land of Kanghai are the top powers in our Jinwu world, and if there were no such messes, Chu Wang would indeed become the son of Kunlun of our generation, since they are both members of the two top powers. Sun, cultivation base is the same, who will be more powerful? When the little maid of Kanghai Shenzi awakened, I had the opportunity, and I actually respected Kanghai Shenzi in my heart, but in terms of strength, Chu Wang should be stronger, right? Sigh. Although Chu Wang's character is despicable, the constitution is really unparalleled. I'm afraid there are few people in the entire real martial arts world who can match it. The Holy Son of the Kanghai doesn't seem to have any public achievements, and he doesn't seem to have made any ministers in the Holy Land of the Kanghai. Indeed, Kanghai is different from our Kunlun. The holy son of our Kunlun was the result of countless disciples fighting, but the holy land of Canghai. I heard that the holy son Shen Liuyun 553 when he was just 3 years old and then he was made the son of God. How could this happen? If you don't compete with other peers in the Holy Land, how can you be sure that this son is strong enough to take the position of the Holy Son? You don't understand this. Canghai Holy Land used to select the Holy Son, just like our Kunlun, they all have to let disciplines compete, and only the strongest person can take on this job, but in this life, it is said that Talent Wushuan, the Holy Son of Canghai, directly exploded the 9-pin test spirit stones when he was still a baby. That's why the Saint Lord Canghai broke the rules and made him a holy son. What? The spirit stones of Jupintist have exploded? What kind of terrifying talent and constitution is this Shen Liuyun? I don't know. Although he is known as the #1 genius in the real martial arts world, no one has seen him make a public move. Then who is better between him and Chu Wang, who is born with a pure yang sword body? To be honest, I'm looking forward to it. The voices of discussion from many disciplines are about to break through the sky. At this moment, Chu Wang's eyes showed complacency. Although he lost today, he went to the East China Sea and escaped death. But before he left, he had to let Shen Liuyun, the mastermind behind the scenes, lose some flesh. Aren't you known as the #1 arrogant in the true martial arts world? Since you dare to be #1, you must always be ready to accept challenges from others. What's more, this is the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet, and countless disciples and foreign guests are there. In this situation, Chu Wang openly challenged him, and if Shen Liuyun dared to evade, he would be guilty of guilt. After word spread, the title of Tianjiao #1 might just make people laugh out loud. And if he chooses to fight, he will fall right into Chu's arms. Today, he has the sword embryo with a billion-year fire attribute, and his constitution is top-notch. Even the immortal demon saint body in Legendary, he dares to break his wrist. Not to mention, besides constitution, he has many other powerful hole cards, and the bonus to combat power is far beyond what one can imagine. Once Shenzi Canghai accepts the challenge, he will let the opponent understand what a real genius is. On the contrary, if you choose to escape, then take the opportunity to make trouble and make Shen Liuyun ruined and become a laughing stock. This is a conspiracy. No matter whether Shen Liuyun accepts it or not, no matter how he expresses his position, he cannot escape. Thinking of this, Chu Wang felt more and more comfortable. I am ruined. But don't even think about it. Chu Wang, you are about to die, do you still want to frame the son of Canghai? Hearing the words of many disciples, Elder Wu of the Law Enforcing Hall shouted angrily at this moment, and then cupped his hands at Shen Liuyun and said, Master Shenzi, you don't need to pay attention to this cunning villain. Just let it hang like a mad dog on the side of the road. Wu Elder's original intention was, of course, to see Chu Wang's conspiracy and want to rescue Shen Liuyun. Because Shen Liuyun evaded on his own initiative, it would definitely be offended, but if someone else said it, the meaning would be different. Su Elder, who walked very close to Shen Liuyun, also nodded in agreement, Master Shenzi, you don't need to prove your title as the #1 Tianjiao. Everyone knows it, so don't pay attention to Chu Wang. Seeing this scene, many disciples felt a little disappointed. Looking at it like this, it seems that it can't be beaten. Among the hundreds of thousands of disciples, it is inevitable that there will be some thoughtful disciples. At this moment, seeing both Chu Wang's conspiracy and the intentions of the two elders, he couldn't help guessing. Could it be that this holy son of the sea really has a false name? Otherwise, why did the two elders frequently cover for him? Because they were afraid that he would lose. All kinds of thoughts and guesses appeared in everyone's minds at this moment. High above the throne of heaven, Shen Liuyun, who was stared at by countless eyes, now had a smile on his lips. For him, Chu Wang's proposal at this moment. Really wish for it. He was worried about how to kill Chu Wang to reap his luck, but he didn't expect Chu Wang to be so sensible, so he sent him to the door. The food has been fed to one's mouth, how can there be any reason to refuse? Immediately, he stood up, and under the astonished eyes of the two elders, he took a step to the center of the dojo, and said lightly, "You are not worthy to fight with me. But I think you are also considered a genius. Today I will give you a chance to let you understand the gap between us. This invitation to fight, I accept." As soon as the words fell, the audience was in an uproar. No one expected that the son of Canghai, who had been silent throughout the Tianjiao banquet, would be so domineering and disdainful when he opened his mouth. Between the words, people like Chu Wang are not to put in one's eyes at all. Even Chu Wang, after hearing the deep contempt at this moment, laughed back in anger, and said 3 good words in succession, "Since that's the case, how dare you set up a barrier of life and death?" The barrier of life and death is a kind of ritual when there is a death fight among the disciples of the great saint. Opened by a strong person in the holy realm, one side of the world will be turned into a barrier of life and death. After both parties agree, once they enter it, the barrier of the undead side will not disappear. And all grievances are settled in the enchantment, and no one can mention it afterward, let alone deliberately retaliate. The tradition of the barrier of life and death has been continued for 10,000 years in each great saint, but because of its seriousness no one will easily open it. After all, your enemy suddenly invites you to fight in the barrier of life and death. Those who are invited to fight will inevitably wonder if the other party has some chance recently, so they will refuse in all likelihood. Therefore, in the history of each great saint, not many barriers of life and death were opened. No one expected that Chu Wang would propose at this time. And everyone can see that this is not a discussion, it is clear that Chu Wang and Canghai Shenzi have an endless enmity. Su Elder stepped forward quickly, and said in a deep voice, "Chu Wang. What do you mean? The Son of God has a body of 10,000 gold, what are the pros and cons that a mere sinner like you can afford?" Facing Su Elder's scolding, Chu Wang was silent, but stared straight at Shen Liuyun with a strong sense of provocation. All attitudes are unspoken. And under the attention of countless people, Shen Liuyun heard about the barrier of life and death, still calm, just nodded, "Ah." As soon as this remark came out, the audience was once again sensational. Canghai Shenzi agrees. The two eternal arrogances will open the barrier of life and death and start a desperate battle. His Royal Highness, this. Su Elder was anxious and was about to say something, but was stopped by Shen Liuyun. "No need to say more, I have made up my mind." Then, his gaze turned to Kunlun Saint Lord. The latter sighed and nodded helplessly. With a wave of the palm, the power of the tyrannical saint is released, changing the spatial rules of this place. I saw a huge barrier between the sky and the earth, like a big upside-down bowl, enveloping Shen Liuyun and Chu Wang in it. It is the barrier of life and death. Once the enchantment is opened, people outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. Unless one of the death. This moment, the gazes of countless disciples followed closely and fell into the barrier. And within it, seeing the opening of the barrier, Chu Wang immediately stopped pretending and laughed wildly, "Son of Canghai. I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You will be taken down with a mere drudgery, so the grievances between you and me should be settled." After the words fell, Chu Wang broke out first. The coercion of spirit power was overflowing crazily, and the aura suddenly soared. At the cost of activating some kind of secret technique, it was directly pushed to the dragon transformation realm apex. Afterwards, Innate's pure yang sword body was fully displayed, and a big sun rose above her head into the sky. Visions rose one after another, and the scorching heat seemed to burn the sky and boil the sea. What's even more frightening is that with the full release of his constitution, a long sword with a hint of terror appeared from his hand. The whole body of this sword is deep red, and the blade has complicated lines, exuding bursts of coercion at the apex level of the Holy Realm, and even contains a trace of the power of time rules. At this moment, countless disciples onlookers exclaimed, and even the Grand Elder and Kunlun Saint Lord stood up one after another with shocked expressions. There is no other reason, but the long sword in Chu Wang's hand is indeed a quasi-emperor holy music. Everyone was shocked beyond measure. A Taizhang elder yelled again and again. This son actually raised a quasi-emperor saint weapon in Danshan. This. The quasi-emperor saint weapon in legendary, I only have one weapon in my huge Kunlun holy land. Could this be snatched from someone else's chance? As soon as the quasi-emperor saint weapon came out, it swept across the audience in an instant. But it's not over yet. Because Chu Wang himself is a sword cultivator, he also accidentally merged with the sword embryo, a billion-year fire attribute, making his talent in the Dao of the sword a unique existence in all ages. So at this time, the endless pure Yang sword intent is also gushing out, coupled with his long sword quasi-emperor saint weapon, his aura immediately climbed to the extreme. It is said that the Holy Land is like an ant, but the saint is different. But at this moment, Chu Wang is confident that even if he meets a real Huazheng powerhouse, he can fight against him. Chu Wang, this son is truly terrifying. Eternal evildoer is nothing more than that. The holy son of the Kanghai is hasty. Once the barrier of life and death is opened, Heizi will be finished. Many disciples all looked terrified, and those self-proclaimed true disciples of the Holy Land were also taken aback by Chu Wang's full firepower. It turns out that there is really such a big gap between us. Yang Fengjiu smiled wryly. He claimed to be the third pride of the Holy Land, and today he was preparing to accept the Son of Heaven award. He thought he was already at the top among his peers. Can be like. Only now did I realize that this Chu Wang was indeed not boasting. Compared with him, all the true teachings of the Holy Land are rubbish. I don't know how to deal with the Holy Son of the Kanghai. Just as he was thinking, his eyes narrowed, and his pupils shrank immediately. Because at this very moment, he was facing Chu Wang, who was powerful and mighty 3.0. Kanghai Shenzi looked calm and composed, his body shook slightly, and in an instant, an abyss of coercion swept out unreservedly, even through the barrier of life and death, it could make infinite. Several people felt the thrilling oppression. Behind Kanghai's body, two very ancient chaotic auras emerged, one light and one dark, one black and one white, like ancient immortals and demons, clearly distinct. The projection of the fairy and demon was extremely terrifying, and it instantly suppressed the vision of pure sun and raging fire brought by Chu Wang. At the same time, another equally vast weapon with the coercive aura of the Holy Land apex appeared in Shen Liuyun's hands. That is a long gun. The gun body was dark gold, the gun light was sharp, and the snow-white gun tip had some kind of blood coagulated on it, causing the monstrous fierce aura to linger for a long time. This turned out to be a quasi-emperor saint weapon too. With Shen Liuyun's waving, the infinite coercion overwhelmed the four directions, and the incomparably brave gun intent like the waves emerged. This moment, everyone is dumbfounded. Chu Wang's display of his true strength had already shocked them enough. I thought that Kanghai Shenzi was about to make a somersault, but unexpectedly, he also pulled out the quasi-emperor saint weapon in the backhand, and all the gaps were even. Gudong! The sound of swallowing saliva kept ringing. The supreme elders of the Holy Land slumped down on the throne as if they had lost their strength. High-rank weapons are already uncommon, but the quasi-emperor saint weapon in legendary has come out 2 in a row today. They are all in the hands of the juniors under the Holy Realm. Is it true that the great world has come? The arrogances of this generation are too terrifying. Chapter 67 Vast Sea Spear Intent vs Chunyang Sword Intent. Chu Wang draws his cards again. Tongtian Peak, in the barrier of life and death. Chu Wang and Shen Liuyun stood on each side, looking at each other from a distance. Between them, their respective terrifying auras are colliding crazily. It's like two great gods confronting each other. What's even more frightening is that the extreme coercion in the battlefield has penetrated the barrier of life and death, and many inner disciples can't bear it, and they lie on the ground sweating profusely. The disciples of the outer sect fainted even more, completely unable to bear the oppression brought about by the confrontation between strong players of this level. Rao is a group of true inheritors, and it is also a battle between two groups. I don't know if I enter the field, whether I can withstand a blow from this quasi-emperor saint weapon. The two supreme arrogances in the life and death barrier, each with a top-level constitution, and a quasi-emperor saint weapon, their collision has attracted the attention of too many people and made too many people tremble with fear. In the sky, a group of supreme elders stared into the barrier with solemn expressions. It is unimaginable that such a battle that attracts the powerhouses of the Holy Realm will happen in the hands of two juniors. His Royal Highness Shenzi has such a profound background, I am worrying for nothing. Law-enforcing Tang Wu elder showed shock and murmured. Foreign Affairs Su elder also sighed, and couldn't help admiring, no matter who these two grow up, they will become a giant in the real martial arts world in the future. Unfortunately, that Chu Wang's path went astray. The other digital elders also stroked their beards and sighed. Looking at the two people in the field, they couldn't help recalling On's youthful days and making comparisons. In the end, 27 was shocked to find that the quality of the Tianjiao of this generation is much higher than that of their generation. In a trance, it seems that people have returned to the bright era when the great emperor frequently appeared in hundreds of 10,000 years. Perhaps the great world is really coming. The struggle for the emperor in this life will definitely be very, very exciting. This Chuang dared to ask Shenzi Bankanghai to open the barrier of life and death. He must rely on his own quasi-emperor saint weapon, and wanted to catch others by surprise. But I didn't expect that when I kicked the iron board, the holy son of Kanghai also has the holy emperor of Quasi. In the arena, there were other sect powerhouses who came to watch the ceremony, and they couldn't help but analyze at this moment. I just don't know, both of them are holding quasi-emperor saint weapon, who is stronger? Someone asked this question, and it was also a question that lingered in everyone's mind. One of them, who had extensive knowledge, stared at the red long sword in the barrier and said suddenly, the weapon in Chu Wang's hand seems to be the Shaoyang sword used by Chixiao Quasi-Emperor 910,000 years ago. According to ancient records, this sword is unparalleled in power, even among the Quasi-Emperor saint weapons. It once displayed incomparably terrifying power in the hands of Qi Xiao Quasi-Emperor, beheading 17 saints with one sword. King. If Chixiao Quasi-Emperor takes that last step and becomes Chixiao Great Emperor, this Shaoyang sword will definitely be promoted to the real extreme Dao Emperor weapon. As soon as these words came out, many people nearby were astonished, and then there was a deep envy in their eyes. Chixiao Quasi-Emperor, that was a character 9 million years ago. This Chuang is so lucky that he can even get this ancient divine armament. I just don't know the origin of the spear in Kanghai Shenzi's hand, and how it compares with the Shaoyang sword. All eyes were on the well-informed foreign sect powerhouse at the beginning, and he pondered for a moment and shook his head. I can't tell, this gun doesn't seem to be recorded in any ancient books. What? Hearing this, everyone was surprised. It is too mysterious for something that is not even recorded in ancient books. Could it be that this quasi-emperor saint weapon just popped out of thin air? They didn't know that the dark gold spear in Shen Liuyun's hand really popped out of nowhere. This gun comes from the storage ring of Lin Ye, the protagonist of the SSS-level sign-in stream. Obviously, it was Lin Ye who was sitting in the dungeon, and suddenly his personality exploded and he signed in. And according to the iron law that a product produced by signing must be a high-quality product, the power of this spear is definitely no less than that of the Shaoyang sword. Like Shaoyang sword, it belongs to the best of quasi-emperor saint weapon. Shen Liuyun exerted a little force at this time, and the imperial power of the long spear in his hand began to radiate continuously. Not only the body of the gun became heavier, but also the momentum of the gun became more and more terrifying. At this moment, Shen Liuyun's heart was full of uncommon fighting spirit. Chu Wang really gave him a surprise. As expected of an SSS-level protagonist with gold luck in China, his family background is no worse than Lin Yat, a sign-in protagonist. Fortunately, Shen Liuyun is not bad, with Lin Yi's friendship and help, and a rich family background. Otherwise, I would really lose face in this holy place of Kunlun today. And this wave seemed to be a confrontation between him and Chu Wang. In fact, it is not, but Lin Yat, the SSS-level protagonist, is fighting Chu Wang. The family background competition between the two sides is currently evenly matched. Then the next step is to see the real chapter under your hands. Across the sky. Sensing the terrifying and turbulent spear intent from the vast sea ahead, and the might of the quasi-emperor saint weapon, Chu Wang felt heavy in his heart. He never thought of it. The family fortune of the son of the sea is so rich. Like him, not to mention the quasi-emperor saint weapon, the terrifying constitution made him tremble even more. Half god, half devil. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. This kind of vision can be described as quite astonishing, like the strongest constitution immortal demon saint body in legendary. Could it be that the holy son of the Kanghai really had such a blessing to possess such an extinct constitution? With this in mind, Chu Wang's pressure doubled. Because immortal demon saint body, known as the best in the world, is unmatched. Even if he merged many kinds of chances to obtain the innate pure yang sword body divine embryo, he can only dare to say that he is a porcelain. Don't panic. Hold on tight. Whether that is immortal demon saint body is up for debate. Not to mention, the immortal demon saint body is the king body of the ancient fairy and demon era. In modern times, it may not be able to exert much of its power. Chu Wang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his body, and the fighting spirit appeared in his back eyes again. Boom! Without unnecessary nonsense, Chu Wang held the sword flower in his hand, and it turned into a stream of light in an instant, approaching Shen Liuyun. At the same time, the Shaoyang sword in his hand hummed and trembled violently at this moment, and the power of the quasi-emperor saint weapon rippling layer by layer, accompanied by the pure yang sword intent, slashed towards Shen Liuyun like a panic-stricken day falling into the mortal world. Wherever the blade passed, the space was melted by the scorching heat, and the Dao also began to collapse. The small world between this square inch was completely turned into and annihilated the underworld. At the same time, faced with this move, Shen Liuyun was not afraid. With a sneer, he waved the spear in his hand. With every attack, there was a strong quasi-emperor saint weapon burst out. Domineering flames devoured. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons colliding, like thunder, has been ringing continuously since then. Two tyrannical advanced artistic conceptions are also crazily devouring each other. The movements of the two are very fast, every move and every 053 style is like an afterimage. In just a few breaths, hundreds of rounds have already been fought. Boom! There was another violent collision, and the two retreated hundreds of meters each. It can be seen that Chu Wang's breathing fluctuated violently, and he began to struggle. Shen Liuyun still looked calm, but stared at Chu Wang with great interest, as if he just regarded Chu Wang as a good whetstone. And this piercing gaze made Chu Wang furious. He prides himself on being the supreme arrogance, and he is full of arrogance in his heart. Not to mention the holy land of Kunlun, it is the huge real martial arts world, whether it is a local genius or an SSS-level reincarnated protagonist, there are not many who can make him look high. Therefore, this kind of look that regards other geniuses as sharpening stones only appeared on him in the past. This is the first time in my life, being seen by other people like this. This made Chu Wang feel hot on his face, with a strong sense of being humiliated. He suddenly threw a medicine pill into his mouth to restore his vitality. Then, unexpectedly, he slowly put away the Shaoyang sword, and took out a new long sword from Danshan instead. This sword is not a quasi-emperor saint weapon, but a slightly better quality weapon used by the transformation realm powerhouse level. Moreover, the sword is in the sheath, and judging by the newness of the incision, it seems that it has never been drawn. But Chu Wang's eyes were extremely solemn. He looked at Shen Liuyun, and his voice spread all over the place. I have a sword, which has been cultivated for 12 years, and it can cut the sun, the moon, mountains, and rivers, gods and demons of heaven and earth. Today, I will draw my sword here and kill you, Shen Liuyun. After the words fell, the long sword in his hand was slowly unsheathed. A flash of radiant sword ray suddenly fills the sky, astonishing all living beings. Chapter 68 Shen Liuyun's shocking finger. Chu Wang's heart of swordsmanship collapsed. This sword is indescribable. It seems that the sky and the earth are occupied, the sun and the moon are fading, and the mountains and rivers are trembling. The strength of sword ray shines in 9 heavens. Sword's intent is as thick as a deep abyss. The strength of sword chi fills the space. Even the barrier of life and death has been slightly affected. It can be imagined that if there is no barrier, then this sword is enough to cause heavy casualties to the surrounding disciples. After Chu Wang swung the sword, he kept panting, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, obviously exhausting a lot of energy. This sword is called Sunday. It is a secret skill of swordsmanship. It does not have the horizontal chopping and vertical chopping of traditional sword moves, but focuses on the moment when the sword is drawn, which bursts out extremely powerful power. The size of the power is related to the length of the sword. The longer the time, the stronger it is. This secret technique was obtained by Chu Wang by intercepting other people's chances. But when he was 6 years old, his luck broke out and he searched for it in a deserted cliff. The wasteland is hidden very deep, and the weeds are reborn in it, but after going to the depths, you will find that there is a hole in the sky. The skeleton of a sword cultivator lay quietly inside, and the stone wall behind him was engraved with his life's secret technique sword moves. Among them, the piercing the sun and drawing the sword technique is one of them. It was this nameless sword cultivator who created it himself in his later years, and was praised by him as the highlight of sword practice in his life, which is enough to shock all sword cultivators in the world, and is listed in the history of sword practice. Chu Wang didn't doubt that there was him, because the sword cultivator had died for an unknown number of years, and the inscription on the stone wall still contained extremely sharp sword intent remnants. This was also the first time Chu Wang came into contact with swordsmanship, and he decided at that time that after he awakened Gold Finger at the age of 18, he would embark on the road of swordsmanship. In short, this sword belonged to Chu Wang's own chance. Since he gained insight when he was 6 years old, he has been accumulating energy and raising his strength, and he has been raising the sword for 12 years. This sword is like a nuclear bomb, it can only be used once. After that, you have to raise the sword again. But he believed that drawing the sword once was enough. 12 years of time, the sword is invincible, and any opponent will be wiped out. And after this battle, if he can survive in the boundary sea, he will raise his sword again. This time, raise the Shaoyang sword. As the quasi-emperor saint weapon, practice the magic of drawing the sword. He believes that if he raises it for another 12 years this time, the day the Shaoyang sword is unsheathed, the world will be eclipsed, and it will be a real nuclear bomb. Taking a deep breath, Chu Wang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Shen Liuyun, so what if you plan to shock the sky? Finally read my way. Once this sword is released, what do you use to block it? How do you block it? This is already a heaven-defying level of magic, and it is blessed with his billion-year fire attribute sword intent. Not to mention the pride of the same generation, even the Huazheng apex powerhouse is here, and I can show you. At this moment, the sword ray shining in the sky made everyone lose color. Hundreds of thousands of disciples, hundreds of elders, and several supreme elders. At this moment, there is a question in my heart. Shen Liuyun, can you resist this sword? Canghai Shenzi, who is known as the #1 arrogance in the real martial arts world, won't just fall like this, right? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the field. There, the terrifying sword power finally dissipated. And the space was cut to the point where it collapsed, and a daoist figure stood horizontally in the sky like a god. Behind him is the broken space, setting off his majestic figure like a god and demon. Shen Liuyun took the sword unscathed. There was an uproar in the audience. Countless people were stunned by the shock. Sacred son of Kanghai, not only did he survive that move, but he was also fine. This, how on earth did he do it? It's horrible. It's incredible. Such a posture, such an aura, like a demon lord descended from the sky, he is really the god of Tai Sui in the world. Everything that happened in front of them was full of everyone's nerves. Everyone is dumbfounded. Be amazed, be amazed. Chu Wang shook his body violently and fell thousands of feet from the sky. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I have kept the sword for 12 years, and no one can stop this sword. Could it be that the nameless sword cultivator is lying to me? Is the art of drawing the sword through the sun a fake? At this moment, Chu Wang's sword heart collapsed, and he began to doubt himself constantly. And the distant opposite sky. Shen Liuyun didn't say a word, but his face was serious. Chu Wang's sword indeed exceeded his expectations. That sword that was only pulled out after 12 years of storage was called unparalleled in heaven and earth. If it weren't for the treasure armor bestowed by the 7th patriarch on his body, he might suffer a big loss. Thinking of this, he couldn't help reaching out and touching the inner armor hidden under his clothes. The brilliance on it was like a mirror, and it was still intact. This inner armor, as a sacred item refined by Saint King himself, can be immune to all attacks below Saint. But above Saint, it can resist 3 times. In other words, even if Saint King shot at him, he still has 3 fault tolerances. Although Chu Wang's sword was amazing, it obviously didn't reach Saint-level attack strength. It's not even as good as Semi-Saint, at most it's comparable to an attack from Huazheng Apex. Naturally, it cannot cause any damage to the inner armor. And without the protection of the inner armor, Shen Liuyun could take the sword, but he would be in a lot of embarrassment. You might even have to use 9 cycles for a wave of recovery. If that's the case, then the fun will be great. After all, this is the core of the Kunlun Holy Land, and there are countless precious exotic treasures. If he swallows it, I'm afraid the Kunlun Holy Land will find him desperately afterward. Therefore, Chu Wang's sword should not be underestimated. Then what is the sword drawing technique? I must get it. Ambition appeared in Shen Liuyun's eyes. Although he was average in swordsmanship, he was also a sword intent, and he was considered a half-swordsman. Besides, with the Shaoyang sword and this mysterious sword drawing technique, it's not too late to practice swords now. In short, Shen Liuyun's greed has grown, and he will finally get his hands on all the means that Chu Wang has shown now. Taking a deep breath, Shen Liuyun also put away the quasi-emperor saint weapon. At the same time, he pointed in the direction of Chu Wang. It's my turn. You have a good promise sword that has been cultivated for 12 years, and I took it. But now I only have 1 finger, I hope you will live up to your expectations and catch it well. The plain voice came out, and the sky and the earth sank suddenly, as if an invisible gravity descended. And at this moment, even the disciples outside the barrier felt a tingling sensation, as if a catastrophe was about to strike. Look! In heaven, that's... Suddenly, a disciple raised his head and discovered the source of the uneasiness. He was so startled that he couldn't speak a word for the rest of the time. When the other disciples heard the reputation, their hairs stood on end, trembling with fear. Only at this moment, in the distant sky, in the starry sky, there is a giant finger that lifts the sky, condensed from the endless universe, and falls towards the direction of the holy land of Kunlun. This aura that seems to destroy the world is like an alien god overlooking the earth, wanting to destroy this world. It is the great emperor-level martial skill. Dewu Nirvana Finger. Chapter 69 Dewu Nirvana refers to showing power. This sun is not like a mortal, but like immortal. The vast and majestic giant finger of spiritual light, as if condensed by starlight, fell from 9 heavens. This is a fairly complete giant finger. Its power is much stronger than the half finger that Han Feiyu used back then. The entire giant finger fell rapidly, piercing through the clouds, and approached Tongtian Peak in the blink of an eye. Countless disciples gasped. At this moment they just felt the oppressive feeling of the giant fingers hanging above their heads. Even the onlookers were like this, so it was hard to imagine Chu Wang confronting him head-on. What the hell is this heaven-defying martial skill? The background of the holy sun of the Kanghai is too deep. Alas! The confrontation between these two really opened my eyes. Before that, there was a 12-year-old sword intent that swept across the sky, and then there was a giant finger falling from the starry sky to annihilate all beings. Let alone participating in the fight at the level of Tianjiao, if there is no protection of this life and death barrier, even the onlookers will easily suffer heavy casualties. Chu Wang's sword, Shen Liuyun took it. But now Shen Liuyun's finger, can Chu Wang catch it? I see Shen. Many true disciples stared at this scene and sighed with emotion. And above the high heavenly throne, Kunlun Saint Lord had already stood up suddenly, looking at the terrifying finger, he murmured. Isn't this the secret technique of the ancient Supreme Dynasty? Apparently, he recognized the origin of the martial skill in Shen Liuyun's hands. A group of Supreme Elders also changed their expressions, envious of the bright and magnificent giant fingers in the sky. Because according to ancient records, this martial skill was ranked among the top secret techniques even in the most glorious years of the human race, a real great emperor martial skill. It is said that 690 has been lost, but I did not expect to be lucky enough to see it today in the hands of a junior. This refers to a huge momentum. But the specific power depends on the follow-up performance. All eyes are eagerly paying attention. Within the barrier of life and death, huge fingers descended like gods, and roared away following Chu Wang. The terrifying falling speed caused the space along the way to collapse continuously, causing the sun and the moon to turn pale. Dewu Nirvana Finger, the best martial art of the great emperor. Shake the world with half a finger and crush the galaxy cluster with one finger. After many days of insight, Shen Liuyun has already completed. The resulting power is far from being able to be blocked by the Hualong practitioner. Even if Chu Wang is the supreme arrogance, facing the unavoidable Qing Tianyizi who occupies the entire sky, his scalp is numb. He drew out the Shaoyang sword again, and swept across the sky violently. Several Chunyang sword intents rushed up rapidly, colliding with the Lingguang giant finger, but only caused a few scratches on the surface. There is not even a trace of blocking effect, and the giant finger is still falling at a terrifying speed. At the critical moment, Chu Wang gritted his teeth, spewed out a mouthful of blood essence, and used a secret method to make his cultivation base rise again, and leaped into the 4-elephant realm. Then he threw out 3 life-saving talismans and 2 brown bamboo slips, forming a protective barrier above his head. At the same time, his body surged violently, and endless spirit power burst out, forming a mighty Dharma phase outside his body. This Dharma phase is even more terrifying than the one that Han Feiyu used back then. It is as high as 100,000 feet, and it is full of raging fire. It seems that the ancient Vulcan descended into the world. The terrifying and vast killing intent is even more frightening. Outside the barrier of life and death, those law enforcement hall disciples who have reached the 4-element realm are trembling violently at this time, and their eyes are almost dull. WHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHthis is Dharma phase. How is it possible? He Chu Wang can actually condense the Dharma phase which is as high as 100,000 feet. When I first entered Sixiang, it was only 10,000 balls. I'm better than you. In the four-elephant realm, I'm 23,000 feet tall in Dharma phase, but compared to this Chu Wang, I'm still a firefly in a bright moon. Don't forget! This Chu Wang is not the real four-phase realm, it's just a temporary boost using a secret method, and it can be done in a hurry. If it's a real advanced grade 4-phase realm, wouldn't it be necessary to gather 200,000 feet of Dharma phase? It's astonishing. No wonder Chu Wang is so arrogant that he doesn't take all the true disciples of the Holy Land into his eyes. I used to think that it was crazy for this son to say that one person can defeat all true biography, but now I see that he really has this strength. All the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall are all outstanding talents of the previous generation in the Holy Land. But at this moment, they all felt that their faces were burning hot. If their level is regarded as the arrogance, then what is the Chu Wang in front of them? The huge Dharma phase that towers into the sky and towers into the clouds, if it is not because it is in the barrier of life and death at this moment, and is interfered by the power of Saint's space rules, Song is afraid that the entire Tongtian Peak will not be able to accommodate it. The elders who were watching on the side were also in a daze, and they couldn't help but sighed. It's not easy for my Kunlun Holy Land to have such a supreme talent, but it happened to go astray. Alas! How sad! This Chu Wang is confused. Attacking and killing fellow disciples, stealing the glaze liquid. I don't even think that with his talent, he will definitely become my Kunlun Saint Lord in the future. Aren't these things all his sooner or later? It's too late to say anything now. Let's see if this 100,000-foot Dharma phase can take the finger of the son of the Kanghai. I think it should be possible. After all, Chu Wang used the secret technique to improve the cultivation base twice, and now he is already a four-element powerhouse. On the other hand, the Kanghai Shenzi is still the original forging god apex. There are two big realms behind each other. Chag, Great Emperor martial skill, the power will be greatly reduced. Under the gaze of countless eyes, in the center of the venue, the fierce Ling Guang giant finger is finally with Chu Wang Shutong. The first contact was the protective barrier formed by the three talismans and the two brown bamboo slips. It was directly crushed without suspense, and shattered inch by inch like a mirror. This made Chu Wang's pupils shrink slightly. Others don't know the origin of his life-saving secret treasures, but he really knows it very well. Regardless of the talisman or the brown bamboo slips, they are expensive to make, and it was one of the opportunities for him to cut off the Hu from Wu Xiaofeng. It is said that each one used alone can withstand the blow of the strong apex of the Four Elephants realm. But at this time, he activated all of them in one breath, and there were 5 barriers in total. Even a strong man with half a foot into the Huazheng might not be able to break them. But now, it was broken by Shen Liuyun with one finger, without even a slight pause. Just how powerful is the Great Emperor martial skill cast by Shen Liuyun? Chu Wang was extremely solemn at this moment, and immediately he didn't have any spare energy left, and urged all his strength to use Dharma phase to resist the terrifying finger. Dharma phase roared up to the sky, and the whole body was burning with flames, burning nothingness. I saw that Dharma phase, like Vajra, suddenly stretched out his hands and shook the finger of the god that descended from the sky. Boom! 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 At this moment, huge sounds resounded through Tongtian Peak one after another. Everyone was terrified, heard the sound and looked around, but saw a scene they would never forget. Just looking at the huge and mighty body of Dharma phase, at this moment it was suppressed by the supreme power of the giant fingers that held up the sky and shrunk a bit. And the ground under his feet was even more cracked, and finally he knelt down on the ground with a plop. Interesting. Shen Liuyun looked at this scene from a distance, and suddenly tapped his finger lightly in the air. The Dehu Nirvana finger formula was running, and the giant finger in the sky suddenly burst into endless brilliance, and its power was even stronger than before. But this time, with the fierce force of the giant fingers, Chu Wang's 100,000 feet Dharma phase could no longer bear it, and his huge body shattered into pieces. Chu Wang's body was immediately backlashed, and the whole body spurted blood wildly, and his aura was exhausted to the extreme. But fortunately, with the shattering of the Dharma phase, the power of the giant finger was finally exhausted. It didn't continue to fall, but slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, the scene was silent. Shen Liuyun's astounding gesture, but Chu Wang still couldn't catch it. Because at this moment, Chu Wang's energy were completely exhausted, and he was already at the end of his strength. Compared with Shen Liuyun's unscathed walkout in the brilliant sword ray before, this state is more than a word of embarrassment. Chu Wang sublimated to the extreme realm, and faced that finger with 100,000 feet of Dharma phase, and still ended up like this. How hazy is this son of the sea? Countless strong men present murmured. Previously, he thought that Chu Wang should be able to resist Shen Liuyun's finger pointing at the Supreme Elder, but now he was speechless. The strength of Shen Liuyun is simply hard to describe with common sense. But the God-forging apex is nothing more than the martial skill displayed, but it is so arrogant that even the four-elephant realm can't resist it. The ancient great emperor was nothing more than that, right? At this moment, countless hearts roared. They only knew before that Canghai Shenzi was known as the #1 pride in the world, but they didn't understand how high the gold content was. But now, they clearly know. If it is said that there are different levels of arrogance in this world, then Shen Liuyun is completely above everyone else, occupying a level alone. This child is not like a mortal, but like immortal. Kunlun Saint Lord Bai Yu sighed deeply, and gave a pertinent evaluation at this time. Chapter 70 Chu Wang is over. Check the life panel for the last time. The villain is invincible. Tongtian Peak. Shen Liuyun walks the world like a god, standing horizontally in the sky. His unwavering gold pupils overlooked Chu Wang, who was in a state of distress at his feet, and shook his head slightly. This person's luck has been continuously suppressed by him, and he has dropped from gold to purple level. Just now at the Tianjiao banquet, after the incident of framing and stealing the Liulai divine liquid broke out, it fell to the extreme, and only blue was left. With such luck, it is really easy to kill, a lot. Even compared to Han Feiyu back then, Shen Liuyun has only used 2 cards so far. One is the Quasi-Emperor Saint weapon with the spear intent of the vast sea, and the other is Diwu Nirvana Finger, the top-level martial art of the sky, which has already defeated Chu Wang to such an appearance. The gap can be seen here. Of course, this is not to say that Chu Wang is not strong. It turns out that he has a middle-grade gold luck, and has an SSS-level Gold Finger. He is indeed called the supreme sequence of the future. The embarrassment is only because Shen Liuyun preceding entry stages preparations are too perfect. Suppressing luck several times, Chu Wang not only collapsed his Dao heart, but also was squeezed out by the Holy Land, and he was burdened with eternal infamy and no land, and there was a faint tendency not to side with him. In this way, killing naturally became as easy as it is now. At this moment, Chu Wang was no longer given a chance to breathe. With a movement, Shen Liuyun suddenly crossed the endless space and appeared in front of Chu Wang as if teleporting. Subsequently, he clenched his fist with his right hand, a terrifying airflow gathered on his arm, and the extremely overbearing coercion spread wantonly. This punch, like a huge wave, fell into Chu Wang's eyes with the meaning of being invincible. Overlord Sea Longevity Fist. Another great emperor martial skill. The terrifying fist force set off an endless gust of wind all the way, blowing all the Qingshi boards on the dojo into the sky, causing countless disciples to exclaim. And all the elders were shocked in unison. It's over. Also a great emperor-level martial artist, Chu Wang tried his best to not be instantly killed by the Diwu Nirvana Finger. Now facing the martial skill Bahai Longevity Fist, which is also not weaker than the previous one, how to resist it? Well. Kunlun Saint Lord sighed faintly, turned around and stopped looking at the field, stepped forward and disappeared into the world. All the supreme elders looked at each other and returned to their seats one after another. And in the barrier of life and death, The terrifying punch reflected in Chu Wang's pupils grew bigger and bigger, and had already occupied the entire field of vision. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his numb face. It turns out, has the clown always been me? Volunteering to open the barrier of life and death, but ended up in the end of life and death, it is better to be exiled to the sea, maybe there is still a chance to rise up. The holy son of the Kanghai is too powerful, totally invincible. There are such local geniuses in the real martial arts world, who can be opponents of these SSS-level reincarnations. Did Heavenly Dao reincarnate them into this world just to let the local arrogance crush them? In other words, this holy son of Kanghai is actually... At this thought, Chu Wang's eyes suddenly shone brightly. Check out the life script. In an instant, a familiar blue panel appeared in front of my eyes. But deep in Chu Wang's numb pupils, a hint of astonishment and fear suddenly emerged. Name, Shen Liuyun. Realm, 9th Stage Heaven. Fate, Destiny Villain, Red, Supreme Aspect, Red, Devil Dao Body, Red. Number of Destiny, Prove Yourself the Emperor, Red, Destroy Myths, Red, Arbitrary Eternal, Red. Life Script, the only villain in the future world. Fav ability, 0. Recent turning point, celestial secrets are blinded, unable to understand. Before dying, take a quick look. Chu Wang didn't have time to savor the details, but the screen full of red that flashed into his mind in an instant made him horrified to the extreme. The holy son of the Kanghai. Whether it is fate or fate, he is so honorable. And that column in the life script is different from everyone else. Any Tianjiao he has seen in his life is written as one of the protagonists of the future great world. But this Shen Liuyun is the only villain in the future world. What does this mean? This moment, this moment. Countless thoughts flashed through Chu Wang's mind. In the end, a terrifying truth came to mind. Thinking of this answer, Chu Wang's mind almost collapsed. He wanted to click on the column of fate, and carefully check the description of the villain of destiny. But at this moment, Shen Liuyun, who was approaching him, suddenly felt something in his heart. Frowning, the Shenming Tianqiu was passively activated, and the power of the terrifying secret technique was directly traced back to the source, smashing Chu Wang's system panel to pieces. Seeing this, Chu Wang immediately gasped. This Shen Liuyun actually has a way to interfere with my life-checking system? So, can he also peek into the panels of other reincarnations? At this thought, Chu Wang almost lost his wits. The other party's various strange methods also made Chu Wang more certain of the answer in his heart. It's just that at this moment, Shen Liuyun's fist is in front of him, even if he knows the truth, it won't help. At the critical point, Chu Wang suddenly gritted his teeth fiercely, urging the original power of the billion-year fire attribute sword embryo, turning half of his body into a raging fire to meet the sinking Bahai Chongsheng. Only for 1/10,000th of a moment. *yen. At the same time, relying on the gap he had won with great difficulty, his divine sense surged at an extremely fast speed, and he took out a jade slip from the storage ring. This jade slip is not a treasure, but a communication item of Jubeo Pavilion, the largest business alliance in the Jinwu world. The Jubeo Pavilion is huge in scale, and every large city in the 3 continents has its branch pavilions and a notice monument. This monument operates synchronously throughout the world and can be used to display some special information. For example, some power practitioners want to obtain a lost treasure of heaven and earth, and even the Jubeo Pavilion cannot provide it, so they can display the purchase information on this monument and announce it to the world. Anyone who owns this item and intends to sell it can come to Jubeo Pavilion and conduct a private transaction with that power practitioner. It is a special trading channel. Of course, this steel is so miraculous that not everyone can use it. Every post is worth a lot of money, and only the most honorable people can enjoy it. 0. Chu Wang, as the top true descendant of the Kunlun Holy Land, only has one communication jade slip of Jubeo Pavilion in his hand, and he has never had a chance to use it. But at this moment, he took it out and used his divine thoughts to enter and write words in it. At the same time, terrifying fist power erupted, and half of the original body of Sword Embryo, which had been burning for 1 billion years, had collapsed, and just as Chu Wang's divine sense penetrated into it to pass 5 words, it was forcibly interrupted. Boom! The terrifying trembling force resounded through the sky. Chu Wang laughed miserably, his body was completely blown apart. Before he died, although he couldn't fully transmit the thoughts in his heart to Jade Slip, the Jade Slip of Jubeo Pavilion, but those 5 words were enough. As for the effect, it depends on whether the reincarnators believe it or not. Boom! The moment Chu Wang's body exploded, the barrier of life and death also disappeared. It means that this SSS-level protagonist has completely fallen. But Shen Liuyun frowned slightly, feeling a little displeased. His gaze was fixed in the blood mist, and Chu looked at the last message jade slip he was holding, and the gods watching the sky technique was activated accordingly. Back to the source. In an instant, everything that just happened was reflected in his mind. And when he saw the 5 words that Chu Wang passed on before he died, Shen Liuyun couldn't help being startled, then sneered and crushed them. Same moment. The 3 continents of the Jinwu world. On the notice tablet in front of any Jubeo pavilion, a new line of information appeared at this time, attracting many passers-by to watch. This line of information is only 5 short words, and it seems that it was forcibly interrupted before it was finished. But even so, it still carries a very strong tragic meaning, which is reflected in the eyes of the world through the words. And the 5 words that announced to the world are astonishingly. Villain is invincible. Chapter 71, The glazed divine liquid is in hand, and the Tianjia ranking is about to open. In the dojo, Shen Liuyun calmed down with a domineering aura. He didn't care about the information that Chu Wang sent before he died. Because the content only reveals that villain is very powerful, but does not reveal his identity. This may be because it was too late for Chu Wang to discover the truth. In just 1/10,000th of an instant, he wanted to expose it without any experience. In addition, I should have guessed it somewhere, even if the idea of owning is fast, I can only enter 4 or 5 words. Regardless of whether it is the key information such as Shen Liuyun's name or the Holy Land of the Sea, as long as it is combined with other content, it will far exceed the word limit. So he had to change the exposure into a warning to the world. Now this sentence has been printed on the bulletin boards in Jubeo Pavilion, and it will last for a month. Within a month, it is enough for its fermentation to spread throughout the 387 Jinwu world, and to the ears of all the great geniuses. Of course, these 5 words must be confusing to the local practitioners in the real martial arts world. But if it is reincarnation, someone will definitely find the different meanings contained in it. With a little bit of thinking, it is easy to think that this is the message someone fought with the only villain and desperately sent it. Villain is very strong. It's been very clear in the words. But how much effect it will have and how many people will believe it is still unknown. Before Chu Wang died, Zhiding would have thought of this too. But he has no other way. Shen Liuyun is too scary, he has to warn the other protagonists. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, try it. Shen Liuyun traced back to the source and learned the truth, so he didn't care about it. Because he is too aware of the tonality of these protagonists. It's okay to say below the S level. Those above S rank are all pretentious. Everyone thinks that they are the protagonists of the great world, even if they see the warning, they don't take it to heart at all. Shaking his head, Shen Liuyun discarded these boring thoughts. Turn around and fly towards the sky. Under the amazed eyes of countless people, he sat back on the throne. The Kunlun Tianjiao banquet continued. But everyone has lost their minds. Everyone's faces were excitedly talking about the battle between the 2 supreme arrogances just now. Even Yang Fengjiu, who was awarded the title of Holy Sun, was downcast at the moment. After seeing the gap between him and the top Tianjiao, he, the Holy Sun, just felt that eating was tasteless. And it was foreseeable that after the end of the Kunlun banquet, the life and death struggle between Shen Liuyun and Chu Wang would spread like a hurricane. Completely caused a sensation. Shen Liuyun's title of number 1 Tianjiao will also become more and more resounding. Time passed slowly. Next night, right at dusk, the Tianjiao banquet, which had been lively for a day, came to an end. Numerous disciplines dispersed with difficulty concealing their excitement. Elder Wu of the Law Enforcement Hall suddenly received some order, and walked towards Shen Liuyun on the throne at a fast pace. His Royal Highness, Lord Saint Lord wants you to lie down on Kunlun Peak. Shen Liuyun hummed, got up, looked up and down at Elder Wu, and suddenly said, "You, not bad." In just 3 words, Wu Elder was overjoyed. His Royal Highness Shenzi really knew something in his heart, and his bet on standing in line this time was a success. Don't look at Shen Liuyun who just said 3 words in a nonchalant manner, but as long as he opens his mouth, the benefits in the future will definitely be indispensable to him. Immediately express loyalty. I would like to utterly ruin the earth for the Holy Sun. Shen Liuyun smiled, but did not speak. The figure has turned into a stream of light and went away. In the same place, Wu Elder kept watching Shen Liuyun's figure disappear into the sky before leaving the dojo excitedly. Kunlun Peak. As you can tell from the name, this is the real core of the Kunlun Holy Land. Shen Liuyun entering the scope of this place, before he could speak, the world was turning and the stars were changing. The next moment has appeared in a great hall on the top of the mountain. Kunlun Saint Lord Bai Yusheng is playing the flute. The melody is melodious, and the melody seems to run through the ancient and modern times. After a long time, he stopped, and then threw 4 rings from his hand. Shen Liuyun took a closer look, and found that it was the 4 storage rings that Chu Wang had seen before. Since you killed Chu Wang, these spoils should belong to you. Bai Yu said with his hands behind his back, and he didn't care about the rich reserves of Chu Wang, the son of fortune, in his words. After receiving it, Shen Liuyun swept away his spiritual thoughts, and was stunned suddenly on the 4th storage ring, because there were 2 drops of glazed magic liquid in it, which were quietly standing there. Uncle Bai, did you forget to take out the glaze liquid? Shen Liuyun said in astonishment. But Bai Yusheng's calm voice came, in any case, Chu Wang is also a true disciple of the Holy Land of Kunlun. He provoked you, the Holy Son of the Kanghai, and set up a barrier of life and death. This is already an offense to the friendship between the 2 great saints. Then 2 drops of glazed liquid, it's my apology to you. Okay, I'm going to practice. When you go back, bring me a greeting from that old Shen Kangsheng. As soon as the words fell, Bai Yusheng seemed a little impatient. With a wave of his palm, Shen Liuyun had been sent outside Kunlun Peak, just like when he first came. This made Shen Liuyun startled, and then he couldn't help laughing. Well, anyway, the rewards that should be taken have been obtained. With cupped hands towards Kunlun Peak, Shen Liuyun turned and left. The matter here is over, and he is going back to the Holy Land of the Sea. That night, the huge flying boat in the Holy Land of the Sea slowly lifted into the sky. Shen Liuyun stood on the peak of the true disciple, looked at Zhang Tang and said, "Tanger, you are the holy girl of Kunlun now, are you sure you are not staying in the Holy Land, and you want to go back to the sea with me?" He he. Anyway, the Holy Land has chosen a new son. Zhang Tang made a grimace at Shen Liuyun, then stepped forward and hugged Shen Liuyun's shoulder and said, 2.9 Besides, the Tianjiao list will be released soon, without me, a reborn person, how many detours you have to take. Hearing this, Shen Liuyun couldn't help laughing. Before they knew it, it had been a year since their group of reincarnators had awakened to Gold Finger, and it was time for the legendary list to be published. At that time, it will be the real conflict in the world, and countless protagonists will compete to be born. If Shen Liuyun didn't have Zhang Tang, a reborn person, by his side, he would indeed lose some of his advantages. And Zhang Tang's willingness to give up her power as a saint in the Holy Land and follow Shen Liuyun's side is undoubtedly a way of expressing her loyalty. This moved Shen Liuyun a little. In the end, both of them boarded the flying boat, and together with their personal mate Su Qingqing, they roared towards the Holy Land of the Kanghai. Chapter 72 Inventory the Harvest. The new fairy magic secret is about to be unlocked. The moon is bright and the stars are rare. The huge flying boat rapidly shuttles through the clouds. The 10 protectors deists hide in the dark to escort them. In the room on the flying boat, Shen Liuyun sat quietly alone with his eyes downcast. In front of him, there are 4 storage rings, which are exactly Chu Wang's current net worth. Among them, there is a storage ring that is specially used to store spirit stones, but Shen Liuyun didn't look at it carefully. Because these 2 things are the most useless to him. In terms of financial resources, Shen Liuyun thinks that there are few in the entire Jinwu world who can compare with him. The most important ones are those cultivation techniques, secret techniques. That's something that money can't buy. Especially the secret technique of drawing the sword that Chu Wang used at that time made Shen Liuyun very envious. And thinking of this, he couldn't help but took out the quasi-emperor saint weapon that Chu Wang used. Back then Qi Xiao quasi-emperor's weapon, Yang sword. This divine armament naturally fell into Chu Wang's hands after his death. Looking up and down, it is really majestic. It is indeed the weapon of the quasi-emperor power 910,000 years ago. This 27 sword has reached the pinnacle in forging, but the level of rules is still lacking, so it has great potential for promotion. If one day he proves the Dao Great Emperor, he can try to enlighten this weapon, maybe there will be an extra extreme Dao Emperor weapon in this world. Of course, Shen Liuyun is not a swordsman himself. His main purpose this time was to get the secret technique of drawing a sword that Chu Wang had performed. The huge divine sense probed into each storage ring to search carefully, and after a while, his expression brightened. A jade slip appeared in his palm, on which was imprinted the nameless sword cultivator's piercing sun drawing sword art. At this moment, as he watched, Shen Liuyun gradually understood the essence. This sword drawing secret technique is not too difficult, after all, even Chu Wang, who was only 6 years old at the time, could gain insight. What's more, Shen Liuyun who has a peerless talent and profound knowledge in weapons. It only took about half an hour, and the entire piercing the sun drawing sword art has been completely mastered. Immediately afterwards, Shen Liuyun was seen standing up, holding the Shaoyang sword, silently chanting the sword formula. In an instant, countless surrounding spiritual qi gathered towards the Shaoyang sword, and Fang Yin formed a circle of light on Shen Liuyun Danshan, which was extremely mysterious. After a few breaths, Shen Liuyun's body suddenly formed a void sword bag according to the movement of the sword formula. And the Shaoyang sword did not disappear into the sword bag. At this point, the secret method has entered the stage of raising momentum. The longer the precipitation time, the stronger the power. Chu Wang has maintained power with ordinary weapons for 12 years, and he can have that kind of power, but he can ignore the gap between saints and ordinary people, and burst out with the power to reverse the slash and transform into a saint. Now that Shen Liuyun is using the quasi-emperor saint weapon to build momentum, at the same time, the effect will be completely different. It is conceivable that one day, when he draws his sword, the world will be eclipsed. Having obtained what Xin Nian wanted most, Shen Liuyun buried his head in Chu Wang's ring again, and began to search for treasures again. Don't underestimate the SSS-level protagonists of this group of gold luck. They are basically mobile treasure houses, and there are only unexpected things that can't be obtained. This point, Shen Liuyun has fully comprehended from Lin Ye and Han Feiyu. Great luck plus body, son of destiny, really scary. Therefore, These captured storage rings must be explored by digging 3 feet. Divine sense sank into it, and it was reaching looking for it again. After a few breaths, he frowned, and a medicine pill appeared in his hand. The medicine pill is in good condition, the color is bright, and the texture is a top-grade medicine pill of the 8th grade. And after Divine Sense pokes into the jade box containing the medicine pill, an explanation will appear in the mind. Hualong washing marrow pill. This turned out to be a medicine pill that increased the potential multiplier of the human body when transforming into a dragon. It seemed that Chu Wang prepared for his promotion to the dragon transformation realm. The dragon transformation realm is the most important part of the last 3 realms under the holy realm. If the divine sense awakened in the god-forging realm is weak, then it is not a fatal flaw, because if you want to enter the holy realm, it has little to do with divine sense. But the dragon transformation realm is different. When the practitioner arrives at the dragon transformation realm, his whole body is full of energy and blood, he returns to his original nature, and begins the journey of transformation, activates the hidden treasures in the human body, and awakens the true potential. At this time, the amount of potential multiples that can be awakened is the key factor that determines whether you can enter the holy realm in the future and how far you can go in the holy realm. Of course, there are also some extremely lucky people who may not be receptor in the awakening of the dragon, but later entered the Holy Land by some coincidence. It's just that there are very, very few people like this. Basically, no practitioner will pin their hope of entering the Holy Realm on illusory opportunities, and more is to prepare for themselves to become a dragon, so that they can try their best to achieve better results when awakening. As an SSS-level protagonist, Chu Wang's luck is really amazing, and he even got a first-class medicine pill. This and medicine pill can become the 9th grade heavenly pill. After taking it, it can at least increase the multiple of the awakening potential by 2 to 4 times. And Shen Liuyun accepted this medicine pill, combined with the secret method of transforming the dragon he obtained from the bone of Devil Venerable before. He already has 2 ways to increase the potential multiplier when he is promoted to transform the dragon. Speaking of the dragon transformation secret art. Now that the glaze liquid has been obtained, the other common materials are almost ready. For the remaining heavenly and mortal treasures of uncommon, before he came to Kunlun, he had ordered the people from the Holy Land of the Sea to look for them. And yesterday, someone in the Holy Land sent a message to him, and those heavenly and mortal treasures were found. Therefore, after going back this time to refine Chu Wang's Zhong gold luck, he can start preparing for the promotion of Hualong. Thinking of this, Shen Liuyun first opened the own villain exclusive mall. Killing Chu Wang gave him a far higher reward of heavenly Dao points than Han Feiyu, a full 22W. Because besides being promoted to Xixiang outside of the border like Han Feiyu, Chu Wang himself is also the protagonist at the SSS level. It is 3 grades higher than Han Feiyu's A grade. Therefore, under the double blessing of realm and rating, the amount of heavenly Dao points rewarded by Sheng Chuang is very high. This brings Shen Liuyun's total heavenly Dao points to the 60W mark. The distance can be exchanged for space law fragments, only 10W is left. It's getting closer. Shen Liuyun smiled, the joy of the harvest made him very comfortable. So far, after taking stock of all harvests. Sitting in the room, Shen Liuyun lotus position, looking inside himself at the dense middle gold luck in Danshan, began to refine as usual. Immersed in immortal demon saint body for some time, the degree of lifting the ban began to soar again. But this time, Shen Liuyun is confident that the daily development rate will reach 20%. At that time, he will unlock another fairy magic secret technique. Gods watching the sky has already given him a big surprise. So he is looking forward to what kind of supernatural power the upcoming new secret technique will have. Chapter 73 Shen Liuyun is crazy. In my territory, there is a protagonist who wants to challenge me? 21 days later. The top-grade flying boat belonging to the Holy Land of the Kanghai finally slowly entered the territory under the jurisdiction of the Holy Land of the Kanghai. The reason why the driving speed is so slow is because of Shen Liuyun's special order. I was stuck for a while, just in time to let myself devour Chu Wang's middle gold luck. Otherwise, if he returned to the Holy Land too soon, his flying boat would hover over the Holy Land again, which would affect the cultivation of other disciples. And at this moment, as the flying boat finally returned to the Holy Land, Shen Liuyun in the room also suddenly woke up from the closed-door training. The moment his golden eyes blinked open, the left eye shone brightly, and the right eye demon roared. Two extreme auras, one black and one white, from the ancient chaos spread out from him. The sky outside the flying boat was originally a bit gloomy. But as Shen Liuyun opened his eyes, the endless thick clouds were directly scattered for thousands of miles, allowing the warm sun to shine down. The breath of the fairy devilish was rippling, attracting countless birds and beasts to surround the airship, presenting an auspicious scene. The Daoist guards were no longer surprised, only that Master Shenzi's skill has improved again. The little maid, Su Qingqing, looked at this scene in amazement and admired Shen Liuyun very much. Today's Su Qingqing is no longer the newly awakened Nirvana cultivation base. She has the fate of Great Emperor, and she is friendly with Taoism. No matter what she learns quickly, there is no bottleneck in the road of cultivation. It has only been more than a month since he was awakened, and he is already a master of 8th stage. If he continues to cultivate at this speed, he will almost approach the Holy Realm in a year. Its cultivation speed can only be described as appalling. In addition, Zhang Tang's cultivation base has also been consolidated in the God-forging realm apex. You can break through at any time, but in order to display the secret method contained in the Devil Venerable Bone, so like Shen Liuyun, you have been suppressing it all the time. When the time is right, you can step into the realm of transforming a dragon. Inside the room, Shen Liuyun's vision agitated for a while, and finally converged in his body. At this moment, he stood up, waved his arms slightly, and stretched his body. The surrounding space immediately began to distort and collapse, faintly showing an unbearable posture. After absorbing Chu Wang's middle gold luck, Immortal Demon Saint body developed to 20% as expected. The strength of the physical body is really too strong. Shen Liuyun is now considered to be a period when his strength has just skyrocketed, and he still cannot control his own strength well, so this situation occurs. You have to get used to it, so that your physical body can be as light as it used to be. In addition to Immortal Demon Saint body becoming more and more tyrannical, Shen Liuyun also obtained the second Immortal Demon secret art as he wished. This is a strange supernatural power. Its name is Heavenly Devil Seizing Soldiers. Different from gods watching the sky, Heavenly Devil is an uncommon technique of controlling soldiers. Its apex tricks on a weapon. It is said that after training to the great completion, one can control 10,000 soldiers in the world, even the extreme Dao Emperor weapon cannot escape. This is too scary. Together with the practitioner, weapons have always been a very important component of combat power. In this era when there is no emperor in the world, why do the top forces overlook all living beings? The powerful saints do play a certain role in this, but the bigger reason is that there are high-rank weapons that suppress the orthodoxy among these great forces. For example, the Quasi-Emperor Saint weapon in the Kunlun Holy Land, and the Extreme Dao Emperor weapon in the Kanghai Holy Land. These weapons left by the former Great Emperor contain a powerful imperial power. Once activated, they are enough to destroy the world, and their deterrent power is comparable to the nuclear weapons of the previous life. It is precisely because of this that those top orthodoxy can sit on one side with peace of mind. But Heavenly Devil Seizes Soldiers has the ability to control all people in the world. Those who practice this technique can free the Quasi-Emperor Saint weapon and Extreme Dao Emperor weapon that suppress the orthodoxy in a single thought. Who wouldn't be frightened by this weird supernatural power? The degree of horror is the same as someone in the previous life who suddenly had the authority to control nuclear weapons all over the world. The level of deterrence is directly full. Therefore, Shen Liuyun was speechless for a long time when he learned that On's second secret art of fairy magic was Heavenly Devil. Like gods watching heaven, this is already a taboo power. Amazing! And because the origin is interlinked, they come from the same vein. The moment Shen Liuyun awakened this secret technique, he entered a mysterious realm and comprehended its initiation. At this moment, after he took out the quasi-emperor saint weapon Dark Gold Spear again, he showed more than one level of control in an instant. Even because of this secret technique, even if the cultivation base is not enough, he can activate a stronger power. Now if he is fighting against Chu Wang, rely on the immortal demon saint body that has been upgraded to 20% and the quasi-emperor saint weapon with stronger control. Shen Liuyun is confident that he can kill this person within 3 rounds. Shen Liuyun was infatuated with the sudden increase in power. He took a deep breath, and appeared in a great hall on the flying boat in a flash. Linger and other 5 maids, as well as Su Qingqing and Zhang Tang, were all there. The 7 Ying Ying and Yan Yan are all stunning in the world. Your Highness, I just received news that something happened in the Holy Land. Among them, Linger held a saber and came forward to report crisply. Shen Liuyun frowned. The Kanghai Holy Land is extremely powerful, with more disciples than the Kunlun Holy Land, and countless things happen every day. In terms of accidents, they happen all the time. However, there are very few people who have reported to him specifically by the capable Linger, so the so-called accident now may be related to him in all likelihood. Dang even signaled Linger to continue. Linger's face was a bit ugly, and he hesitated and said, Your Highness, do you still remember the true disciple Lin Fan who left the Holy Land 8 years ago? There is word that he is back. And specify to challenge you. Lin Fan? Shen Liuyun was slightly taken aback, and the memories in his mind began to surge. Finally, at a certain moment, he remembered a vague figure. Immediately a little surprised. 8 years ago, the all-people gold finger had not been lifted at that time, and time passed 10,000 times. But he still clearly remembered that there was indeed a disturbance in the Holy Land, that the true disciples ran away. The reason is that there is a Holy Land talent who is dissatisfied with the sea, and the Saint Lord directly establishes Shen Liuyun as a holy son, denying the talents of other holy sons with a stick, so he ran away angrily. There was a lot of noise about this matter at the time, but Shen Liuyun didn't care. At that time, he was full of thoughts about how to go about being the only villain after all people was lifted, so he didn't take this matter to heart. And now, the runaway Tian Jiao, that is, Lin Fan, has come back again. It also specified that Shen Liuyun would be challenged to prove that the choice of the Holy Land of the Sea was wrong. The scene of the return of the strong man made Shen Liuyun's expression a little weird. Thinking back carefully this time, there are many things wrong with Lin Fan, Wang Lizao. He was the same age as him when he left the Holy Land, which is consistent with the characteristics of reincarnated people. Could it be that Lin Fan is also a protagonist? Looking back from today's perspective, this is not impossible. Kanghai Holy Land is a top Taoist power, with hundreds of thousands of disciples. With such a huge scale, how could he be the only villain? It is not unexpected that 1 or 2 protagonists pop up. It's just that in the past, the all-people gold finger hadn't been banned, and Shen Liuyun didn't have a system prompt when he met a player from the protagonist camp. In addition, at that time, everyone's time passed 10,000 times, and they were all preparing for the start of the 18-year-old hegemony, so they naturally ignored many things. Shen Liuyun is not surprised, so it is normal to miss a leading role. Oh! This is really interesting. In my territory, there is a protagonist. Thinking of this, the corners of Shen Liuyun's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't expect a surprise to be delivered just after returning to the Holy Land. If it is true, this will probably be the easiest time since he hunted down the protagonist, right? Chapter 74 The Boy Who Walked Out of the Frontier, the protagonist Lin Fan of the Return of the Strong. If God does not take, you will be blamed instead. No need to search hard, a son of destiny offered to deliver it to his door, so enthusiastic Shen Liuyun would feel ashamed if he didn't kill him again. Dang even ordered the flying boat to drive towards the center of the Holy Land at high speed. In Canghai Holy Land, there was also a heated discussion because of this matter at this moment. Brothers, because of the incident. I heard that the former true disciple Lin Fan sent someone to release a message, and he will return to sect in a few days to name and pick the war saint. Humph! Master Shenzi is eternally unparalleled, how can a cat or a dog be able to provoke at will? In my opinion, just ignore it at all. I remember Lin Fan, who was only 12 years old at the time, showed an extraordinary talent, and he can be regarded as a supreme talent, but now he has been away for 6 years and suddenly returned to pick the Lord War Saint. It must have been an incredible opportunity. Cut. So what about the supreme arrogance? You should have heard about the Kunlun Holy Land, so why is it not the supreme arrogance with hope? Isn't it still defeated by Master Xinzi in the end? That's right. Master Shenzi defeated Chu Wang, the true disciple of the Kunlun Holy Land, and spread it to the world. Who doesn't know that I, Shenzi 293, is the #1 pride of the age? Hey, that's why you have to be careful. Haven't you ever thought that Lin Fan still wants to fight the Lord Shenzi even though the Lord Shenzi has the record of beheading Chu Wang? Have a question? Lin Fan is either a person who is tricky, or has absolute confidence in his own strength. Even if he knows that Lord Shenzi has the quasi-emperor saint weapon, he is still not afraid. Why didn't I think of this? If this is the case, then you really have to be more careful. The entire Holy Land of the Sea, down to the handyman disciples, up to the true Tian Jiao. There was a lot of discussion about Lin Fan's return to self. Most of them blindly believed in Shen Liuyun. It's really normal, after all, it's their own headquarters, and it's affected by the halo of villain prestige. It is no exaggeration to say that Shen Liuyun is the most stable holy son in history, and he is absolutely full of prestige in the Holy Land. But there are also a small number of smart people who, while supporting the Holy Son, showed concern. After all, Shen Liuyun at this time had just beheaded Chu Wang not long ago, so he was in the limelight and was gaining momentum. CHFJ, the other party still dares to challenge. There must be problems with this. Then Lin Fan either has conspiracy or tricks, or has absolute confidence in himself. The possibility of the former is relatively low. After all, the Holy Land of the Sea is Shen Liuyun's territory. There are a group of supreme elders and Saint Lord Shen Kangsheng sitting in the town. No matter what conspiracy or trick is, it is likely to be strangled in the cradle before it can be used. But if it's the latter, where does this Lin Fan have the confidence to say that he can beat Lord Shenzi? Everyone was puzzled. But no matter what, this matter has become the biggest hot issue in the short term in the Holy Land of the Sea. At the same time, the primordial continent, a barren land near the western border sea. This place is less than 10,000 miles away from the realm of the Holy Land of the Sea. A young man in shabby clothes came out from the depths of the wilderness. Every step he took, he escaped into the space, and after just a few breaths, he appeared on the outskirts of the wilderness. If there are outsiders here, they will definitely be amazed. Because walking through the void is the method of the strong in the Holy Realm. But this boy, judging by his appearance, is only 18 or 19 years old. Such ages, such realms. Not to mention the current era, even looking at the entire history of the human race since its birth, it has never appeared. Even the strongest great emperors in the past and present are eclipsed in front of him, just like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. Even this is not like a mortal person anymore, it is nothing more than a god descending to the mortal world. Even more amazing. This resolute boy, not only has his cultivation base reached the realm of becoming a saint, but he also has a fierce killing intent that belongs to the knife cultivator. There were even 3 strangely shaped long knives hanging from his waist, which also exuded the coercion of the holy realm. It is not as strong as the quasi-emperor saint weapon, but it is definitely a weapon used by the saint level. On the blade of the knife, exudes an extremely bloody and fierce power, which makes people feel as if they are in the king of corpses and blood seas just by looking at it. Such a fierce soldier, let alone treat it as a weapon against the enemy. Whether it can be picked up is a question. But at this time, this young man has subdued 3 handles in a row, which shows that his means are extraordinary. Roar! Just when the boy was about to walk out of the frontier, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the mountain range that must pass ahead, and the sound wave penetrated the space. It was obvious that a holy monster appeared and deliberately blocked the boy's way. An animal is an animal. I have killed you for 6 years, and I still don't have a long memory. The knife-wielding boy shook his head, disapproving of the demonic beasts blocking the way, and continued walking forward in his own way. At the same time, he pulled out a jet-black long knife from his waist, and slashed in the direction of demonic beasts. Boom! The indescribably terrifying sword intent tore apart the sky at this moment, and with a trace of space law, it crossed a distance of hundreds of miles, and accurately slashed on a giant brown bear that was 100,000 feet tall. The momentum of the giant bear's furious roar came to an abrupt end, and the body that was swept by the knife light was slowly broken into 2 incisions, which was as radiant as a face. At this time, the nearby void trembled, and a figure appeared. It was the boy with the knife who had come here. He looked down at the corpse of the giant bear demonic beasts in the holy realm, and there was a pleasure of controlling the power of extraordinary in the depths of his eyes. Then he seemed to think of something, and couldn't help but shook his head. It took 6 years to complete the script before I got the power of Gold Finger. It's a pity that you can only enjoy it for a while, not for a lifetime. I have to kill as many of the other powerful protagonists as possible before they grow up. As for Shen Liuyun, the holy son of the Kanghai, 6 years ago you were aloof and ignored all sentient beings. Did you ever think that I, Lin Fan, would have such power far surpassing yours today? Now take your first knife test to establish my supreme reputation, and you will die unjustly. Lin Fan, a young man who came out of the wilderness, looked at On's palm obsessively, and finally slowly clenched it. There was a desire for revenge in his eyes, and the expectation of a strong face after returning to the holy land of the sea. He has waited too long for this scene of the return of the strong. Looking at the scope of the holy land of the sea that is about to enter, Lin Fan didn't hesitate anymore, stepped on his feet, and immediately disappeared into the space. Chapter 75 The Secret of Lin Fan's Holy Land. Shen Liuyun wants to complete the limit of the eternal pride. The core of Kanghai Holy Land. Yanwu Great Hall. Surrounded by disciplines in the early morning. Whether it is the outer sect disciple or the inner disciple, they all stood around for many times. Above the sky, the major true inheritance talents also left the customs one after another, each occupying a place. The reason why it is so lively is because the day when Lin Fan sent people to pick Shen Liuyun, son-in-law of War Saint, is today. So countless people are looking forward to it, waiting for this big show to be staged. On a high platform in Yanwu Great Hall, Shen Liuyun sat on a throne. Gold's eyes were unwavering, overlooking the world. Since this mysterious son of destiny came to the door so enthusiastically, it is natural to be a little more solemn and receive this single going-to-die warrior with a high standard. So facing the morning sun, the figure of Shen Liuyun appeared here. At the same time, he can faintly feel that in the surrounding void, there are many powerful divine senses covering the martial arts ceremony. Apparently Saint Lord Shen Kangsheng and some supreme elders are also secretly paying attention to this matter. The true genius of the Holy Land who once ran away, now returns to threaten to challenge War Saint. This is a major event that has never happened in Kanghai Holy Land, and it is naturally impossible for the senior management of Holy Land to pretend not to see it. But they didn't end up in person. One is the grievances between the juniors, it is not worth the big bosses to intervene, and the other is absolute confidence in Shen Liuyun. In the whole world, in terms of the level of monsters, who can surpass him? On this point, they absolutely believed in Shen Liuyun. At this time, I just cover divine sense quietly, as a fun thing to pass the time in spare time. Another quarter of an hour or so passed. A terrifying and tyrannical aura suddenly appeared in the distant sky and rushed towards this side at high speed. Boom boom boom. The sound of space bursting kept ringing, and I saw a figure exuding a strong killing intent all over his body, constantly moving from the void, and finally appeared on the martial arts arena. And the moment he appeared, a violent wave of the Holy Realm swept across Fang Yu and Wan Li at high speed. This moment, the entire Yanwu Great Hall was silent, and countless disciples looked at the unruly young man walking out of nothingness in disbelief. And in the sky, those true inherited talents occupying one side were even more unbearable under the coercion of the Holy Realm, and they all fell like snowflakes. How can it be? Holy Realm? Lin Fan is the strength of the Holy Realm. Really, are you sure this person is Lin Fan? It's him. Although his face has changed a bit, he can vaguely see the shadow of his childhood. My God! How did this Lin Fan cultivate? Is he a fairy reincarnated? 19-year-old Holy Realm. Even the ancient great emperor can't do it. It's no wonder that Lin Fan challenged War Saint with confidence. It turns out that he has entered the ranks of the Holy Realm. From then on, there is a difference between saints and mortals. Oops! Isn't Master Shenzi in danger? After a brief silence, endless uproar filled the world. Even the powerful divine senses covering the void vibrated violently at this time. Apparently, all the Grand Masters and Elders were also amazed by Lin Fan's realm. Tier. Above the Yanwu Great Hall, the space suddenly shattered, and Shen Kangsheng, the Saint Lord of Kanghai, stepped out of it, staring at this scene solemnly. Accompanying them are the great elders. Previously, the high-level officials in the Holy Land didn't pay much attention to it because they regarded it as a rivalry among juniors. For many young heroes of this generation in the Jinwu world, the highest cultivation base is nothing more than apex. Fighting at this level, in the eyes of Saint Power, is indeed no different from a child's playhouse. Using various secret methods, the most is to temporarily raise the cultivation base to the 4-elephant realm, which is already the limit. But if it goes one step further and reaches the Holy Realm, the meaning it represents is completely different. In the Holy Realm, even the lowest Huazheng, he has roughly grasped the power of the law of space. This and the 4-elephant realm are completely two levels of power. As the saying goes, there is a difference between saints and mortals, and this is the reason. A strong man in the Holy Realm is already a high-end force in any place in the real martial arts world. So when this Lin Fan appeared with Huazheng cultivation base, it was impossible for the high-level officials in the Holy Land not to pay attention to it. At this time, all the strong men who had not closed the death test in the Holy Land showed up, looking at Lin Fan's figure in surprise. 19-year-old Saint Realm? It doesn't make sense, how could he cultivate so fast? Liuyun's talent is already the limit of the human race. In a sense, his cultivation base also represents the ceiling of the current generation of disciplines, but this is only the apex of God realm. Indeed. The dragon transformation ceremony in this life has not yet started. A genius should stop at the dragon transformation realm. How did he bypass the saint realm? Could it be that Lin Fan was taken away by the strong? The high-level members of the Holy Land couldn't sit still. Lin Fan's Holy Land cultivation base really refreshed their cognition. The 19-year-old Holy Land has never appeared in the past. Kanghai Saint Lord frowned even more. The huge divine sense is locked on Lin Fan, trying to see through his secrets. As for the other more common elders, they didn't expect so many, but they were shivering from the shock of Lin Fan's strength. Because the cultivation base of many of them is nothing more than transforming dragons and 4 elephants. They have lived for hundreds of years, but their strength is not as good as that of a 19-year-old junior, which inevitably makes them feel sour and complicated. I even wondered for a while, did Holy Land really do something wrong? Could this Lin Fan be a more potential disciple? He should be the holy son of the Holy Land of the Sea? Although this kind of thought just passed by in a flash, it also quietly took root and sprouted in the bottom of my heart. And some common outer sect disciplines, even more so. They respect Shen Liuyun, the current holy son. But suddenly appear with strength far beyond their knowledge appeared, and came to the Holy Land alone to prove that the vision of the Saint Lord was wrong. This kind of behavior still gave them a lot of Chinese experience. Apparently, Lin Fan's powerful return has had a considerable impact on Shen Liuyun's prestige. At the same time, in the Yanwu Great Hall, Shen Liuyun, who was sitting on the throne, raised his eyebrows in surprise. A pair of golden eyes slowly surged with miraculous brilliance, flashing with the power to break the source, and landed on Lin's body. In an instant, Shen Liuyun had a clear view of his protagonist panel. After seeing it, Shen Liuyun's face became weird. Name: Lin Fan. Template: Protagonist. Rating A. Talent: Excellent. Gold Finger: Powerful Cultivation Base Empowerment. Air Luck: Concentrated Blue. Initial Scenario: you have a pretty good talent, and you were accepted as a true disciple by Canghai Holy Land since you were young. A better talent was seeded in advance. 10. You felt that this was very unfair, and you took the initiative to question the Holy Land. As a result, many elders were indifferent to your emotions, which made your strong self-esteem feel humiliated, so you left the Holy Land in a rage, and secretly vowed that one day you would let them understand own decision is wrong. Afterwards, you came to the wasteland of the primordial continent, where demonic beasts were all over the place, and you survived with difficulty and narrowly escaped death several times. And in an accident, he rescued a one-armed old man from a demonic beasts, and found that the other man turned out to be the famous Saint Knife Repairer 500 years ago. The other party knew that time was running out, and wanted to empower you with the rest of his skills, but you accepted it after hesitation. Because the demonic beasts in the wilderness are getting more and more irritable, if you don't receive the empowerment, you may not survive a month when Saint Deoxia dies. Finally, one night, you received the empowerment of the Saint Sword Repair, and your strength soared to the first stage of the Holy Realm, and you inherited the opponent's main handle of the Holy Realm Longsword and 10 secret techniques. In contrast, your body is damaged due to the empowerment, and you cannot obtain any cultivation base through practice afterwards. The first stage of the Holy Land is the starting point and the end point after you get the adventure. But you have no regrets, because many people can hardly enter the Holy Realm in their entire lives. After honing in the frontier for a while, you have fully inherited the legacy left by Saint Deoxia, and decided to walk out of the frontier and take revenge on the Holy Land that looked down on you back then. Lin Fan's protagonist panel has the lowest luck value among all the protagonists Shen Liuyun has seen after reincarnation. R. At the same time, the rating of Gold Finger is not very high. But the initial script is the most detailed of all. The cause and effect are explained with a lot of pen and ink. And Shen Liuyun finally understood why there was such an astonishing cultivation experience. By sacrificing one's own future, in exchange for the empowerment of the strong, one step at a time ascends to heaven and enters the Holy Realm. At the same time, this life will stop here. Such an approach, in the eyes of Shen Liuyun, is naturally extremely stupid. But for Lin Fan, who only has excellent talent, it was a surprise. Because he does not receive the empowerment and cultivates entirely by himself, it is a question of whether he can see the threshold of the Holy Land in this life. So if you choose to use Gold Finger and get the cultivation base of empowerment, it can be regarded as early Holy Land, and you can enjoy it early. It seems that today, the Holy Sun is going to rebel against the Holy Realm. Shen Liuyun muttered to himself, stood up and stretched his muscles. Lin Fan's luck value is very low, and he doesn't need to make all kinds of preparations like killing Lin Ye and Chu Wang. Basically, there will be no accidents in the process of forced killing. The only problem is that Lin Fan's own cultivation base is relatively difficult to kill. But Shen Liuyun has always liked a challenge. He also really wanted to know if he could cross the sacred moat in the eyes of the world and complete the feat of rebelling against the Holy Realm once he really fired his full firepower. As for the declining prestige in the Holy Land at this moment, when he kills Lin Fan, it will naturally recover and even grow stronger. Because the rebellion against the Holy Realm is refreshing the limit of the eternal Tianjiao. Once it is completed, it will completely cause a sensation in the world. Thinking of this, Shen Liuyun's whole body was filled with fighting spirit. Chapter 76, The Great Emperor Martial Skill with 50 times more power. On sight. Listening to the surprised words of countless disciples in my ears, as well as the vibrations displayed in the divine sense of many elders in the Holy Land, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, enjoying himself. Appear in front of people. I have been struggling in the frontier for 6 years, isn't it because of the high feeling at this moment? He will use actions to tell the world that Canghai Holy Land is wrong. It is a big mistake to make Shen Liuyun the Son of God. Only a protagonist like him can enjoy the position of the Son of God. Moreover, Lin Fan has long heard that the Holy Son of Canghai has boundless power and is served by 5 stunning maids, each of whom is a heavenly maiden. When he kills Shen Liuyun and becomes the Holy Son, he will definitely find 5 stunning maids and enjoy a joy that ordinary people can't understand. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's heart became hot. For so many years, I have been living in a bitter, cold and desolate frontier, where there are few people, only accompanied by ferocious demonic beasts. Lin Fan said that she is not lonely is a lie. At this time, he suddenly walked out of the frontier and came to the bustling Holy Land, and the desire deep in his heart was infinitely magnified. He longs for power, longs to be hugged left and right. But now, Shenzi Canghai has everything that he has never enjoyed before, so he is jealous. Every time the desire buried in Lin Fan's heart is amplified, the fluctuation of the Holy Realm in his body becomes stronger. Finally, he was no longer patient, looking at the depths of Yanwu Great Hall, drinking 253 and said, Shen Liuyun, you claim to be the most arrogant in the world, how dare you fight me today? Also said yes, you saw that I have entered the Holy Realm, scared the shit out of me, want to be that shrinking turtle. The provocative voice spread in all directions with the rolling spirit power. When many disciples heard this, their eyes subconsciously showed their intentions. But now, a vast aura suddenly spread out from the depths of Yanwu Hall like a tide. Shen Liuyun got up from the throne, stepped into the sky, and appeared in front of Lin Fan. He. Shen Liuyun, are you finally willing to show up? 6 years ago you regarded me like an ant, have you ever thought about today? Seeing Shen Liuyun appearing, Lin Fan, who thought he had the chance to win, burst out laughing immediately, as if he wanted to vent all the depression in his chest for many years. However, with a smile, his expression gradually became ferocious. Because he found out. Shen Liuyun in front of him, with his hands behind his back, a pair of gold pupils overlooking him from above, his appearance is no different from 6 years ago. The flat eyes are like looking at a dying person. This is quite different from what Lin Fan imagined. He originally thought that Shen Liuyun would panic, be angry, and let the sea go when he saw his Holy Land cultivation base. But in fact, the other party didn't have any psychological fluctuations at all, looking at him like looking at rubbish on the side of the road. This made Lin Fan completely unacceptable. At the same time, Shen Liuyun in the opposite sky finally spoke. The voice was neither cold nor cold, with a strong meaning. 6 years ago, I regarded you as an ant. 6 years later, it still is. The voice fell. There was an uproar in the audience. Lin Fan was even more stunned and didn't recover for a while. After a few breaths, a strong sense of humiliation flooded his body, just like 6 years ago. This made his chest rise and fall violently, almost maddening. One must know that he never lost his composure even in the face of the great monster of the Holy Realm in the wilderness. But today at Shen Liuyun's place, he repeatedly broke his defense. He couldn't figure it out, and now he was already a saint. This holy son of the sea, why not to put him in one's eyes now? You must know that the Holy Land cannot be humiliated. He chose to accept the empowerment of the strong, and endured humiliation and stayed in the wilderness for so many years. The purpose is to be able to return to the Holy Land today, and to be honored as the Son of God amidst the exclamation of the crowd. Instead of being looked down upon like rubbish on the side of the road again like now. For a moment, Lin Fan was furious. The humiliation of the past and the contempt of today are constantly overlapping. In the end, he could no longer control the anger in his body, and the tyrannical fluctuations of the Holy Realm swept towards Shen Liuyun along with the sword intent that had been immersed in the way of the sword for many years. How dare you be arrogant in front of the Holy Realm? Today I will behead you to establish my reputation as the supreme arrogance. The sound rolled like thunder, shaking people's 3 souls and 7 souls. Countless disciples just watched, their brains were dizzy. Even some true biography is unbearable, and it is really staring at this holy roar. Sir Sun, be careful. Pairs of eyes looked in Shen Liuyun's direction with difficulty. They couldn't imagine how much pressure Shen Liuyun, who was the first to bear the brunt, would encounter in the face of the mighty Lin Fan. However, in the gathering of countless eyes, Shen Liuyun still had his hands behind his back, facing the power of the Holy Realm, which was full of deterrent force, enough to kill the powerhouse of the dragon transformation. He didn't even lift his eyelids. The tyrannical coercion and saber intent, at the moment of impacting him, seemed to encounter some indescribable horror, and wiped out in waves in the void. Everyone was stunned, and Lin Fan's pupils shrank slightly. But see this time. On Shen Liuyun's body, 1 black and 1 white flames began to billow out continuously, and finally, 2 relatively clear projections formed above his head. The one on the left is covered in snow white, with downcast eyes judging the common people, which makes people dare not look directly at it. The one on the right is completely black, with a murderous intent in its eyes, as if something extremely evil has appeared in this world. As soon as these 2 figures appeared, the ancient and chaotic atmosphere immediately filled the whole world, and the sun and the moon trembled. This is the projection of the ancient fairy demon. The power in the lunar constitution seems to be more developed than before. In the void, the Supreme Elder exclaimed endlessly. Although Shen Liuyun in the past could also summon the power of immortals and demons to add to his body, those projections were slightly illusory, far less intense than today. And at this moment, Shen Liuyun's physical energy and blood are also extremely powerful, far better than ever before. Even the space can't bear the strength of his body, and the surroundings are constantly collapsing. Such a terrifying performance makes it hard to imagine what kind of earth-shattering power is hidden under that body. This is Shen Liuyun's first real full firepower. To be honest, he doesn't even know how terrifying and how high the upper limit is for developing 20% immortal demon saint body. He only knew that with the current strength, as long as it was increased by 5 times, even the Wuodao of the true martial world would not be his opponent. Lin Fan, I'll give you a chance to make the first move, don't let me down. As soon as immortal demon saint body opened, Shen Liuyun's fighting spirit became more and more boiling. His golden eyes stared at Lin Fan on the other side of the sky, and he hooked his fingers lightly. This action is extreme. Cooperate with the extremely arrogant words. It's hard to imagine that this is the harsh words that the God-forging realm has uttered to the strong in the Holy Realm. Countless disciples of the Holy Land of the Sea, their hearts beat faster at this time, and they couldn't help swallowing saliva frantically. Isn't Master Shenzi planning to stage a rebellion against the Holy Land in front of them? At this point, everyone's body trembled with excitement. Shenfen is different, but their holy son is not extraordinary, maybe, really can. A pair of eyes did not dare to blink, and stared straight at the sky, for fear of missing any wonderful scene. Some clever disciples have already taken out their photo stones, ready to record this precious scene. And the sky? Lin Fan, the protagonist of the incident, felt his face burning. Whether it was Shen Liuyun who easily dissipated his coercion just now, or the arrogant words, they were undoubtedly stomping his face as a strong man in the holy realm on the ground in front of everyone. Okay, since you are so arrogant, I want to see how capable you are. Under extreme rage, Lin Fan stopped probing, and directly pushed his cultivation base to the extreme. The coercion of the middle stage of the Saint Transformation Realm broke through the sky in an instant. Then, he stretched out a palm suddenly. This palm hit the space directly, ignoring the gap between the two sides, and appeared in front of Shen Liuyun. Obviously people are still far away in the other side of the sky, but the attack is transmitted to the opponent through space. Such methods can be called miraculous. And the application of this space law is also one of the most obvious gaps between the Holy Land and the non-sacred land. You can't even touch their shadows, but they can hit you. Needless to say how unfair this battle was. Now, facing this palm, Shen Liuyun, on the other hand, didn't dodge or evade, and directly reacted extremely quickly, blasting out a punch quickly. Overlord Sea Longevity Fist. At the same time, the huge spirit sea in the danshan in the body is also shrinking rapidly, directly subtracting 1/2 of the amount. You must know that with continuous practice over the past year, Shen Liuyun's attainments in Wuxiang Good Fortune Xiangong are also constantly deepening. This extraordinary skill of the fairy and demon clan, practiced to apex, can make danshan far surpass the same rank by 10,000 times the world. During the initiation a year ago, Shen Liuyun only expanded 10 times, and he beat Lin Ye crying for his father and mother, unable to fight back. And now, he is already a small Cheng realm, Qi Si has expanded again, and has directly reached the level of 100 times the same rank. Normally, every punch of Ba Hai Chong Sheng Fist consumes all the spirit power in danshan. Shen Liuyun has a spirit power reserve that is 100 times larger than the same rank, and at this moment, half of it is directly eliminated, that is, the effect of Ba Hai Chong Sheng Fist is magnified 50 times. With Immortal Demon Saint body of 2.0% to 20% developed, the Great Emperor martial skill, which is 50 times the normal power, is played. How terrifying is the effect? At this moment, everyone has seen it. I saw that the palm that belonged to Hua's Hung middle stage in front of me melted at the moment of contact. Then, the terrifying fist intent directly penetrated layers of void, bombarding past at an extremely fast speed. Bang! 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 This is the sound of space bursting along the way. After 1/10,000th of an instant, a terrifying fist like a turbulent wave had appeared in front of Lin Fan's astonished face. His scalp tingled instantly, and a minister suddenly appeared in his mind. Danger! At this moment, Lin Fan didn't care about his demeanor as a strong man, he tore open the space crack and wanted to escape into it. But that punching intention seemed to have been expected long ago, and the target was not Lin Fan's original position from the beginning to the end. It was the empty space around him. Like a shadow, at the moment Lin Fan's body was about to disappear, it shattered the interdimensional layer. Puff! With a mouth full of blood gushing out, Lin Fan's body was directly punched out of the void by the terrifying fist, and flew thousands of miles away, blood spilled all over the ground. At this moment, the audience was silent. Like petrification. No one thought that the first confrontation between Lin Fan and Shen Liuyun would be so embarrassing. Chapter 77 Fist Shakes the Sea, Dharma Phase begins, Lin Fan strikes. Brush! Above the sky, the void shattered. The embarrassed Lin Fan returned to the original place. His clothes were mostly torn, his hair was disheveled, and his face was livid. He stared at Shen Liuyun ferociously, with deep fear in his eyes. This monster, is it still a human practitioner? The same goes for the ancient demonic beasts that flowed the bloodline? With the power of the apex of the god-forging realm, spanning 2 big realms in a row, resisting the full blow of my saint realm? No matter how Lin Fan thought about it, he felt that this scene was extremely absurd. Saints are different, this has been an iron law throughout the ages. Now, it was broken by Shen Liuyun alone under the watchful eyes of everyone. Lin Fan took a deep breath, feeling a sense of crisis for the first time in his heart, which had always been filled with confidence. His eyes became extremely dignified, and he didn't dare to be careless anymore. At the same time, this is the Baha'i Longevity Fist, which is 50 times more powerful than usual. The world was overshadowed by it. Countless onlookers were stunned, and it took a long time before a monstrous uproar erupted. 28 OMG! I'm not dazzled, am I? Then when Lin Fan made a sudden attack, I was still worried about the safety of Lord Shenzi. I didn't expect that it was Lin Fan who was sent flying out in a blink of an eye. The blow just now was too terrifying. I almost went crazy just by watching. If I'm not mistaken, what His Royal Highness the Son of God used just now should be the sect-level martial skill of our Kanghai Holy Land Township, the best of the heavens Baha'i Longevity Fist. Hiss, the power of Baha'i Longevity Fist is so terrifying. Master Shenzi, is it true that he is going to break the limit of the eternal arrogance and conquer the Holy Realm? Many disciples couldn't believe this scene. Although Shen Liuyun has a high reputation in the Holy Land, he rarely makes a move on weekdays. Although there are occasional contests between disciples in the Holy Land, they are also contests among disciples of the inner-outer sect. Even true disciples seldom end up, let alone people of the level of the Holy Sun. Therefore, the disciples of Kanghai Holy Land only know that Lord Shenzi is very strong, but they don't know how strong it is. And this moment, only now did they clearly realize the terrifying gold content of their own son Tianjiao's #1 title. Above the sky, many elders also looked stunned at this moment, staring at this scene in a daze. Overlord Si Longevity Fist is the sect-level martial art of the Holy Land of the Kanghai, and all the high-level people present have learned it. Even Shen Kangsheng studied it for several hundred years. Self-proclaimed that he has achieved something in this fist technique, and he is quite proud of it on weekdays, and it has always been his proud capital. But it wasn't until today when I saw Shen Liuyun perform it that I realized the meaning of handling the axe in class. Even the whole person was stunned, and the brain went down directly. It's Baha'i Longevity Fist anyway. Yours and mine are a million points different? Back in the day, it seems like I taught you all the fist technique, right? As a result, I haven't seen you for a year, so I just dumped my master for 8 streets? Shen Kangshen's eyes widened, and the dignified lord of the Holy Land had a funny expression for a moment. At the same time, the big stone in my heart finally let go. Yuner, indeed, is a peerless genius who can shock even the spirit stones of the 9th rank test. Forging the God realm with one punch and degrading the Saint realm thousands of miles away, this record is quite explosive in the long history of the Jinwu realm. Even if he can't kill Lin Fan today, it is enough to prove his unparalleled talent. Not to mention, the battle has only just begun. With Shen Liuyun's character, he will never expose his real cards prematurely. I'm afraid that Lin Fan will continue to suffer a lot in the subsequent battles. However, although Baha'i Longevity Fist has a high explosion rate, its shortcomings are very fatal. It needs to use all the spirit power in Qi. I don't know how Yuner solves the problem of the emptiness of spirit power in her body. After letting go of the worries in my heart, Shen Kangsheng was also curious about how to replenish the spirit power in Shen Liuyun's body when he hit the Baha'i Chongsheng Fist, which was 50 times more powerful. With curiosity, he stared at the sky. I saw the center of the battlefield. Shen Liuyun stood horizontally high in the sky, and slowly retracted his fist. A sense of emptiness is inevitable. This strike consumes half of the spirit power reserves in his danshan. But Shen Liuyun didn't panic. At this moment, when you recite the mental method silently, Wuxiang good fortune mysterious art will immediately work. All of a sudden, the situation in the sky changed suddenly. The spiritual qi within 10,000 miles of Fang Yuan began to agitate, rushing towards Shen Liuyun like moths to a flame. Even above his head, a spiritual qi funnel was faintly hidden. The scene was very spectacular. After a few breaths, Shen Liuyun consumed half of the spirit power and returned to origin. Is it over? Shen Kangsheng looked at this scene in astonishment. Such a simple and rude method of recovering spirit power was completely unexpected to him. Then he couldn't help laughing. It seems that Yuner has the opportunity to own, and got the even more terrifying cultivation technique. 2. The cultivation technique of Canghai Holy Land's Zhenzone cultivation technique focuses on water attributes, which is really not in line with Shen Liuyun's constitution. But now this mysterious cultivation technique is like swallowing a whale, which makes the Danshan Qi Si extremely huge. For Shen Liuyun, it couldn't be more suitable. Damn it! On the other side of the sky, Lin Fan also saw this strange scene. Can't help cursing secretly. Canghai Shenzi's difficulty has far exceeded his expectations. Not only has the attack been so fierce, but it also has such incredible means of recovery. And most importantly, his advantage as a strong man in the Holy Realm could not be brought into play in front of this Holy Son of the Sea. You must know that because of the mastery of the power of the law of space, the strong in the Holy Realm can make the physical body escape into the void. Therefore, whether it is stealth or hiding, or 810 sneak attack, it is very terrifying. But Shen Liuyun, the Son of the Sea, is a different kind. Although he couldn't escape into the void along with him, he could forcibly shatter the void with his powerful attacking power. As a result, the law of space here is no longer stable, and Fan's actions are extremely restricted. This indiscriminate firepower coverage directly bridged the gap between Shen Liuyun and the Holy Land. Take a deep breath. Lin Fan also temporarily gave up using the law of space. Instead, he slowly drew out the long knife equipped at his waist. As soon as the knife was out of its sheath, the terrifying knife intent was immediately accompanied by a thick and fierce aura, billowing like thick smoke. Even more amazing! A blood-red, fierce Dharma phase also emerged from Lin Fan's back. This Dharma phase is not tall, only about 70,000 feet tall, far inferior to the Dharma phase that Chu Wang had condensed in a hurry at that time. But the intensity and coercion of spirit power are far from what Chu Wang's can match. Phases are born from the heart. Lin Fan's Dharma phase also looks like a knife repairer. The only surprise is that his Dharma phase doesn't just hold a knife, but has 3 heads and 6 arms, and on each arm, there is a long knife condensed by blood qi. Accompanied by Shen Gui, the terrifying aura slowly spread, filling this world. Shen Liuyun. If you are really arrogant, you can take my knife and try. This moment. Lin Fan's grinning words spread throughout the world. Chapter 78 Lin Fan's Third Cut, Semi-Saint? Heavenly Devil Debut. The bloody sword intent spread everywhere. Countless disciples couldn't bear it and fell to their knees. Then they retreated and scattered in panic, not daring to get close to the fighting range of the two. Lin Fan's left and right hands are each holding a long knife. At this moment, his temperament changed drastically, as if he was a different person from before. Saber technique. This is the real trump card hidden in the opportunity of Lin Fan's powerhouse empowerment. In fact, as early as the age of 12, he had already completed the empowerment script in the script and had the experience of the Holy Land. If he walked out of the wilderness that year, it would be a sensation in the world. Because the 12-year-old saint is enough to overturn all practitioners' perception of martial Dao, and it is not impossible to record it in history. But Lin Fan didn't. Because before the death of Saint Daoxiu, he clearly instructed him to practice Daoism with demonic beasts in this desert. It can't be born until the saber technique of this body has been practiced to perfection. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. So, Lin Fan plunged into the wilderness and stayed there for 7 years. Today, he has learned all the legacy of Saint Daoxiu. It can be said that Lin Fan who uses a knife and Lin Fan who does not use a knife are completely two people. Holding the saint long knife in hand, coupled with his mastery of the saber technique. At this moment, Lin Fan is confident that he can beat Apex. After the killing intent in his body soared to the extreme, he pointed his 2 knives at Shen Liuyun from afar. Then, jump! Dragging a long blood shadow, it appeared above Shen Liuyun's head. Blood Fiend Prison, Jinghong. With an angry shout, the 2 knives in his hands cut through the sky, and the knife repairer Dharma phase behind him did the same. The entire world was filled with blood at this moment. It seems to form a realm. Within realm is the boundless horror of the underworld, filled with chaotic and bloody sword intent. At the same time, this startling slash made the hearts of countless disciples raise their throats. After Lin Fan got the knife, compared to before without the knife, the change is too great. The blood prison saber intent, carrying the brutality of a sword cultivator, has great visual impact. As if to cut this world into 2 halves. And Shen Liuyun, who is under the sword repair Dharma phase, is as small as an ant. Everyone feels that the winner will be decided at this time. Clang! Suddenly, a clear sound of metal collision resounded between the heaven and the earth. Under the gaze of countless tense eyes, he saw the moment when the 2 sabers were about to fall on Shen Liuyun's body. A dark gold spear appeared out of nowhere, with a horizontal bar in front of him. The spear intent of the vast sea, as thick as an abyss, tumbling violently, collided wildly with the blood prison knife intent in mid-air. The 2 kinds of martial arts artistic conception belong to relatively advanced existence. For a while, it was evenly divided. But Lin Fan's complexion was ugly. After all, he is a dignified Saint Realm powerhouse. Compared with Shen Liuyun, he is 2 big realms taller. So it seems very strange to spell out such a result. I don't know, I thought he was too useless. But in fact, although Lin Fan's talent is not as peerless as Shen Liuyun, Zhang Tang, and others. But the evaluation of excellent is also unattainable compared to the common people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been established as a true disciple by Canghai Holy Land when he was young. After he received the inheritance of Saint's knife repair, his skills are amazing. For him, the necessary leapfrog battles of Tianjiao are as simple as eating and drinking. At the very least, it is not a problem for Huazheng Apex to suffer a big loss. However, the current situation is that the battle with Shen Liuyun, who is in the God-forging realm, is in full swing, and it cannot be completely crushed. What's even more exasperating is that not only does he have saint-level vigorous spirit power, he even uses Dharma phase. That's it. Still failed to put pressure on Shen Liuyun. He didn't even show a trace of fatigue, and he was still doing well. These signs are simply slapping him in the face. Lin Fan only feels his face is hot. He thought that taking out his long knife and using the most proud sword intent in his life would be enough to secure the victory in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, it fulfilled Shen Liuyun's supreme reputation. This scene made him very uncomfortable. Also can't understand. Not only he can't understand. The entire Canghai Holy Land and the entire sect couldn't understand it. Is Shen Liuyun really so evil? With the cultivation base below the Holy Realm, it is hard to beat the Tianjiao above the Holy Realm. How did this happen? It's not the common Holy Land that's being attacked against the Holy Land, but the arrogance in the Holy Land. This, how did the Holy Sun cultivate? I always feel that his martial Dao road is completely different from ours. Looks like Lin Fan is going to make a fool of himself. Maybe he's going to be the first Saint Realm to be killed by mortal realm. He deserves it. Somehow he got the chance to return to sect to show off his power, but he slapped himself in the face. Master Shenzi is mighty, and this little girl also wants to be his concubine. As the two fought more and more, various discussions gradually broke out. And with the extraordinary combat power displayed by Shen Liuyun, the prestige that had declined in the Holy Land also recovered at this time, even higher than before. Yuner, immortals will come to this world. Seeing this, Shen Kangsheng didn't feel worried at all, and now he gently stroked his beard in admiration. A Taishang elder said, Liuyun's great strength seems to come from his constitution, not the traditional martial Dao cultivation base as we understand it. His eyes were piercing, showing surprise, as if he had seen through something. Good. Another supreme elder also said with a smile, in this world martial Dao, since the birth of the human race, it is impossible for someone to rebel against the Holy Spirit with the pure power of forging the gods. Those Tianjiao can fight across the border, and they all rely on their own constitution. Liuyun's words are even more special. The constitution and its own martial Dao cultivation base seem to be completely two sets of combat power systems. His martial Dao cultivation base is only forging gods, but the combat power shown by constitution is already comparable to Huazheng. Many Taishang elders, after all, have vicious eyesight. Once communicated with each other, they found out Shen Liuyun's secret. In fact, it is true. Shen Liuyun's inseparable fight with Lin Fan at this time has nothing to do with his mere cultivation base. Almost all rely on the tyranny of immortal demon saint body. Developing 20% of the immortal demon saint body, it is a bit of an exaggeration to say that it is comparable to the Holy Land. But it is equivalent to the four-image realm in martial Dao cultivation base, but it is completely affordable. In addition, in Shen Liuyun's own gold finger, there is a bonus of light of villain combat power increased by 10 times. It's only natural to jump to the level of the Holy Realm. As for weapons, although Lin Fan has 3 Saint Long Knives, Shen Liuyun also has a quasi-emperor saint weapon. Not only is it true, but also faintly surpasses it in terms of power. So it is not surprising that the fight between the two is inextricably linked. Boom! There was another collision, and both sides retreated hundreds of meters. Lin Fan's face turned livid, and he decided to use his whole cards. His eyes gradually became fiercer, and he drew out the third long knife that had been hanging from his waist and had never been drawn out of its sheath. Stretching across his chest, he bit the tip of his tongue violently, and spit out 2 streams of blood essence towards the blade. The blood essence landed on the blade, was absorbed by the strange force immediately, and then turned into a boundless blood shadow, completely enveloping Lin Fan. This knife is famous for killing blood. 312 great demons of the Holy Realm, 74 great demons of the Semi-Saint Realm, and 11 great demons of the Saint Realm have been beheaded. Today, I use my own blood essence as a guide to mobilize the endless souls of the dead in the knife and cast the falling blood knife formation. Cut you! The sound was like thunder rolling across the sky. Lin Fan's aura suddenly rose to the peak, half of his robe couldn't withstand the blood qi in the knife and burst, his black hair danced wildly in the wind, and a pair of pupils turned blood red at this time. The bloody kill with the long knife was suspended above the sky at this time, aiming at Shen Liuyun from afar. And at this moment, not to mention Shen Liuyun, even the bystanders felt suffocated by death. Not good. A Taishang elder's complexion changed drastically. According to his keen perception, Lin Fan at this moment is already in a state of extreme sublimation. If his sword fell, not to mention Huazheng Apex, even an ordinary semi-saint powerhouse, I am afraid that he would turn into a dead soul under the sword. Dang even wanted to leave, so he came to rescue Shen Liuyun in person. However, he was stopped by Shen Kangsheng. Just seeing the other party shook his head, he said, don't worry. Yunar has a piece of treasure armor refined by the 7th Patriarch himself, so she is immune to damage from the saint. Besides, this is Yunar's own trial. Let him go all out and see how far he can go. It won't be too late for me to intervene. The Supreme Elder was relieved after hearing this. If it was a precious armor refined by the 7th Patriarch, then it would be foolproof. But then, he couldn't help frowning again. Blood-killing knife, why does it sound so familiar? 500 years ago, the sword was repaired by Uao. Shen Kangsheng calmly gave the answer. Many Supreme Masters were immediately terrified. Eyes wide open, in disbelief. The knife known as the Blood Slaughter was repaired by Uao? Wasn't this person killed by the ancestors of the Tai Holy Land? Could it be that he didn't die, but gave his inheritance to Lin Fan instead? Shen Kangsheng sighed, I'm afraid so. Recalling the famous blood butcher knife Ziyu Feng Uao back then, his life was considered a legend. This person was not good at cultivating talent at the beginning, it can even be said that he was very poor, and he was able to cultivate to the nirvana state, which was regarded as the blessing of his ancestors. But he refused to accept this fate, and insisted on relying on his strong willpower and ruthless personality to snatch opportunities from the great arrogance and constantly improve himself. Finally break the limit and become saint power in one fell swoop. He has offended too many people along the way he grew up. 500 years ago, he even offended the ancestors of the Tai Holy Land and was killed in the Sea of Boundary. But I never thought that I saw his legacy in Lin Fan's hands today. The blood-killing knife is Feng Yuao's saber. It is said that he already has spirituality and only recognizes Feng Yuao. If others want to motivate, they not only have to cultivate the same saber technique as Feng Yuao, but they can't do it with their own essence. Therefore, there is the present scene. Lin Fan's gaze was completely filled with viciousness at this moment. Forcibly using blood to kill and releasing Feng Yuao's most powerful secret technique in the Dao of the Sword Fallen Blood Knife formation was not a small backlash for him. This is already his last attack, and it is also the final hole card. After this knife, if Shen Liuyun hadn't died, then he is dead. Li Hao. Because he will completely lose strength and lose the ability to fight. It can be said that success or failure depends on it. Lin Fan didn't say any more unnecessary nonsense, but just urged the sword, and pointed at Shen Liuyun in the eyes of countless people. Boom! The blood-killing knife floating in the sky flew towards Shen Liuyun like a guided missile. The bloody blade is coming to the root. Ben couldn't see clearly, only leaving after images in mid-air. At the same time, the monstrous blood-chi killing intent completely broke through the sky, completely dyeing half of the sky within 10,000 miles in blood. At first glance, it is quite shocking. In the endless rolling bloody long sky, a long knife pierced the clouds and cut through the fog, and flew towards it at extreme speed. This knife is worthy of the name of fallen heaven. Even the strong semi-saint will have to drink their hatred. How should the holy sun stop? This is the only thought left in everyone's mind. Under all this attention, Shen Liuyun, who was locked by the blood-killing knife, had an extremely mysterious aura on his body. This breath seems to be mixed with the operation rules of all kinds of weapons in the world, which makes people dazzled just by watching it. Then I saw Shen Liuyun hanging high in the sky, pointing at the bloody knife from a distance. A word came out of my mouth. Certainly. As soon as the voice fell, Daodao's power of law that only belonged to weapons emerged, entangled towards the blood-killing knife. And the originally powerful blood-killing knife, the moment it came into contact with this law, immediately hovered in the sky like a cat that saw a mouse. Rear. Lin Fan, who lost contact with Sushadao, gradually widened his eyes, his expression was horrified, and his mind was buzzing. The whole person is dumbfounded. Chapter 79 Shenwei Wushuan slashes the Holy Realm, the Tianjia ranking opens. As soon as the word ding came out, the bloody killing knife, which was still boiling with killing intent just a moment ago, stopped firmly in place. At this time, the point of the knife was only 3 meters away from Shen Liuyun's eyebrows. With the speed of Sushadeo, the 3 meters is only a matter of an instant, but every step that is slow will be stably slashed on Shen Liuyun's body. It can only be said that the timing of Shen Liuyun's interpretation of the Heavenly Devil card is just right. Once the supreme secret technique of the fairy and demon clan is released, even weapons that already have spirituality such as the blood-killing knife will be affected by it. Although the blood-killing knife is Yuao's saber Ziyu Feng, but to put it bluntly, it is just a mid-rank holy weapon. With the ability of Heavenly Devil seizing soldiers, if you cultivate to apex, even the extreme Dao Emperor weapon can be controlled for you. What's more, this mere saint weapon. Therefore, the blood-killing knife could not escape the control of the secret technique, and was punished to stand where it was. This strange scene also made countless people completely dumbfounded. They stared in astonishment at the bloody knife that stopped because of the word Shen Liuyun, completely unaware of what was going on. OMG! The third sword that Lin Fan urged was stopped by Lord Shenzi. Isn't that what you say? Who can explain to me what is going on? Lin Fan's weapon, why do you listen to the words of Lord Shenzi? What kind of secret technique is this? Is there any in the Sutra Pavilion in the Holy Land of the Kanghai? I want to learn it even if I lose all my money. Countless disciples were in an uproar, and everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them, unable to understand it for a long time. Not to mention them, even 043 Shen Kang Sheng and the elders were dumbfounded for the first time. May I ask which of the people present is not well informed? But they have never seen this scene before. After practicing thousands of times, I have never heard of anyone who can directly control other people's weapons. This kind of method, just thinking about it, feels too heaven-defying. The two sides were fighting evenly, but as soon as you use the secret technique, the weapon that the opponent has worked so hard to sacrifice will not work. Who can accept this? Weird. Fear. Even Shen Kang Sheng couldn't see through Shen Liuyun at this moment. There are too many secrets in my adoptive son. Like his peculiar constitution, it is completely a mystery, refreshing the cognition of their old bones time and time again. At the same time, at the core of the Holy Land of the Great Sea, a minister of an ancient secret realm. Everything here is filled with sea water. On the endless ocean, there is no life, no wind and waves, as if everything is still. On an unknown distance above the sea, a white-haired figure sat cross-legged strangely. There is a trace of lifelessness in his body, like an old man who is about to die, and his heart beats weakly all the year round. But at this moment, the constant heartbeat of 10,000 years suddenly beat violently. The white-haired old man raised his eyelids slightly, and a divine sense fluctuated slightly in the void. This kid actually comprehended the second secret technique of immortal demon saint body so quickly. Okay. Grow up quickly, I can't wait to fight side by side with you. A trace of joy rippling in the divine sense, and after a few breaths, it returned to calm again, as if nothing had happened just now. This white-haired old man, if Shen Liuyun were here, he would recognize at a glance that it is the seventh patriarch who has given him the kindness of bestowing the Dao Golden Lotus. The seventh ancestor was sitting in the secret realm of the sea, using the secret method to continue his life, and because he had a big obsession in his heart, even if he was in a deep sleep, he had to pull out a little bit of divine thought to pay attention to Shen Liuyun at all times. Naturally, Shen Liuyun is not clear about these. At this time, he was curiously urging Heavenly Devil seizing the soldiers, trying to keep controlling the bloody long knife. I saw his fingers constantly dancing in the air, while the blood-killing knife followed the route like a shadow and slid, pointing wherever he said, very obedient. Facing this scene, Lin Fan was completely stunned. He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and finally trembled with anger. It is clear that the sword already has a spirit, so you only recognize Feng Yuao? What's going on now? You know, even if he, Feng Yuao's heir, wanted to use this saber, he would have to pay the price of blood essence, the loss of all his strength. He Shen Liuyun, why did he stretch out his hand, and the bloody killing knife passed by? Lin Fan is having a hard time. This feeling of betrayal made him feel like the goddess wife he had worked so hard to get, and provided him with delicious food and drink on weekdays. As a result, in front of Gao Shui, he just hooked his fingers, then abandoned him and took the initiative to cater to him happily. The goddess I licked so hard, I found out in the end that it was just someone else's plaything. This inexplicable delusion of the Tauren drove Lin Fan crazy. Especially when he saw the blood-killing knife dancing in the air under Shen Liuyun's mind, he was even more furious, and immediately spewed out several mouthfuls of blood. Shen Liuyun! You bullied me too much. Give me back my blood! Lin Fan cursed angrily, and wanted to use the means of the Holy Realm to grab Shen Liuyun from the air, but couldn't do it because of lack of strength. The spirit power in his body has been squandered, and he doesn't have the fairy magic cultivation technique like shameless good fortune Xiangong like Shen Liuyun, so he can only be helpless and furious. Shen Liuyun had had enough fun at this time, and his gaze fell back to Lin Fan. Can't help but nod, as you wish. As soon as the words fell, Susha turned around immediately, and rushed towards Lin Fan with a more ferocious momentum than before. Fallen Blood Knife Formation. This is the secret technique that Lin Fan just activated with blood essence, but at this time it hit on in reverse. This scene. How ironic! Lin Fan even laughed miserably. What a broken A-level protagonist! What kind of bullshit is Saint's Knife Repair Empowerment? Bian Huang wasted 12 years, and in the end he couldn't even beat a holy son of the forging god realm. His dream of becoming an arrogance, enjoying the glory and wealth, and searching for beautiful women from all over the world has ended before it even started. Whoosh! While laughing miserably, the killing knife pierced through his embarrassing body mercilessly. The terrifying blood qi erupted in his body, completely destroying his vitality. Lin Fan, die! You kill the A-level protagonist of the hostile camp, reward Heavenly Dao points 15W. A system notification sounded around him. At the same time, a thick blue aura emerged from Lin Fan's body and was absorbed by Shen Liuyun. At this moment, Shen Liuyun was overjoyed. Actually is not because that is not too much power of luck, but the Heavenly Dao points reward, which is finally enough to exchange for space law fragments. Speaking up. Lin Fan's rating is only A, and he can get 150,000 Heavenly Dao points rewards after killing, which is really beyond Shen Liuyun's expectations. Among them, 14W is probably caused by the opponent's cultivation base. Holding 75W Heavenly Dao points in his hand, Shen Liuyun was thinking about opening them all to exchange them. Suddenly, a mysterious light curtain appeared in his field of vision, blocking his personal panel. At the same time, a mysterious and vast loud voice resounded in his ears. Attention all Blue Star Reincarnators, the Tianjiao list will be officially opened at midnight tonight. The initial echelon is being automatically allocated according to the cultivation base, the allocation is complete. All existing reincarnations can open the personal panel to view the echelon they belong to. The first integral task is now released, the Dragon Transformation Ceremony. The task details are as follows: participate in the Dragon Transformation Ceremony jointly held by the 9 major forces after 10 days, and you can get different reward points according to the results of the Dragon Transformation. Note, points are very important, and they are the key to echelon promotion. All reincarnators, the new faction confrontation has started, here are more opportunities waiting for you. Whether it is once in the sky, the name will last forever, or it will disappear from the crowd, and become a foil on the road to the Emperor, it is all in your mind. May you all be blessed with prosperity. At this moment, except for Zhang Tang who had expected it, all the reincarnators from all over the Jinwu world were all stunned. Then, like frying firecrackers in an iron pan, the pod exploded completely. Chapter 80. This battle is enough to enter the annals of history. Shen Liuyun learned the rules of the Tianjiao list in advance. Yanwu Great Hall is directly above. Shen Liuyun stood horizontally high in the sky, and picked up the storage ring that Lin Fan had exploded. Then click on the personal panel and observe carefully. At this time, there were some changes on his panel. Name, Shen Liuyun. Template, Villain. Realm, Forging God Realm Apex. Rating SSS. Talent, Peerless. Echelon, the first echelon. Gold Finger, Destiny Big Villain, Villain Light, Villain Prestige, Villain Heart, Immortal Demon Saint Body. Battle Report of the Hunted Protagonists, 2 people at SSS level, 0 people at SS level, 1 person at S level, 2 people at A level, 0 people at B level. Air Luck, Medium Blue, Wanfu is Blessing. Heavenly Dao points 75W. Initial Scenario, as a top villain, you practice talent Eternal Uncommon, and you were established as a holy son by one of the 3 major powers in the Taisha continent, the Holy Land of the Sea, as soon as you were born. There are no less than 10 deists. But other than that, you who carry the immortal demon saint body seem to have a bigger reason. It can be seen that the echelon option has been added to the current panel. As for Shen Liuyun, it was no surprise that he stood firmly in the first echelon. But Shen Liuyun remembers that Zhang Tang once said that above the first echelon, there is a hidden supreme echelon. It can also be called the supreme sequence, and it is the place where the real powerhouses of all reincarnators gather. Everyone has the potential to set foot on the road of striving for the emperor and prove the great emperor. It's just that I don't know what the conditions are for being promoted to the supreme rank, so I'll just ask Zhang Tang later. Subsequently, Shen Liuyun turned his attention to the first integral task mentioned in the announcement, the dragon transformation ceremony. Can't help touching his chin. Unexpectedly, the dragon transformation ceremony, which is only held every time when the real martial arts world ushers in a great world, would become the task place for these reincarnated people. The so-called dragon transformation ceremony. In fact, it refers to a grand event for the collective breakthrough of the young Tianjiao collectively held by the 3 great saints in the Taisha continent, the 3 dynasties in the Taiyuan continent, and the 3 ancient clans in the Taiji continent, these 9 top forces in the real martial arts world. The reason for doing this is related to the operation of Heavenly Dao in Jinwuja. In this world, there has been the theory of the general trend of heaven and earth since ancient times. Whenever the general trend comes, the human race will usher in a flourishing period of martial Dao. All practitioners who are in this big world master are considered to have entered the game. And the top powerhouses of the human race, after years of research, can now deduce part of the law of the general trend. Therefore, at each outbreak node of the general trend of the world, we will jointly hold some grand events for young disciples. The Dragon Transformation Ceremony, from which BA came. At that time, countless apex talents from the Jinwu world will gather here, and through the explosion of fortune, they will step into the realm of dragon transformation together, and the benefits will be endless. As for other ordinary disciples who cannot reach the scene of the dragon transformation ceremony, as long as the cultivation base is sufficient, they can also break through at this node, and will still have a meager fortune bonus. Therefore, before the fate of heaven and earth arrives, few people will break through Hualong in advance. Because the breakthrough at this time is going against the trend, which is extremely difficult. Shen Liuyun did not break through Hualong for a long time. On the one hand, they are collecting the secret magic materials in the Devil Venerable Bones, and on the other hand, they are waiting for the opening of the Dragon Transformation Ceremony. But did not expect. The Dragon Transformation Ceremony and the Tianjiao list unexpectedly overlapped in time. However, this is an opportunity. Shen Liuyun is worrying about how to hunt down more protagonists. Now with the opening of the task of the Dragon Transformation Ceremony, presumably all the talents among the reincarnators will gather together. Save him looking for one by one. Think about it all. With a wave of Shen Liuyun's sleeve robe, a gust of wind blew up 9 heavens, blowing Lin Fan's body into nothingness, turned around and swept towards the depths of the Holy Land. And under the sky. Many disciples looked at this scene, all of them were amazed, and they have not recovered yet. This battle started quickly and ended quickly. Lin Fan came back aggressively with the Holy Land cultivation base. He thought it was a fierce battle, but it ended in such a sloppy manner without even half an hour. The ending is even more embarrassing. Tianjiao Lin Fan, who has inherited the martial arts of Saint Deoxiu, not only failed to stage the scene of the return of the strong, but instead achieved Shen Liuyun's supreme reputation with his life. With the power of tempering the gods, defeat the strong in the Holy Realm. Reach the limit of the eternal pride. It is conceivable what kind of sensation this battle will cause once it spreads. Some clever disciples used photo stones to record the battle just now, and they were very excited at this moment. They have already expected that once this photo stone is sold in the market, the supply will definitely exceed the demand and they will make a lot of money. After all, the battle in the photo stone can be recorded in the annals of history. The words of being like ants in the holy realm of the real martial arts world have been broken today. The Holy Son of the Sea, like a god descending to the earth, conquering the heavens of the Holy Land. Such deeds will surely become a legendary that lasts forever. To have such a holy son is really a blessing from 10 lifetimes of cultivation. Some disciples expressed such emotion. Those true biography who are proud and arrogant are also sincerely convinced at this time. They couldn't help talking to each other about what was worth learning in the battle just now. All of a sudden, Yanwu Great Hall was extremely lively. Even though the battle was over, there were still no disciples to disperse. Everyone was in high spirits and couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. At the same time, Holy Sun Great Hall. Shen Liuyun, who turned into an aurora all the way back, entered the main hall and immediately met Zhang Tang who had been waiting for him for a long time. 0 Ask for flowers, 0. Tell me, what's the use of the points in the Tianjiao list? Shen Liuyun cut to the chase. The announcement just now, the language is unknown, only reminded that participating in the dragon transformation ceremony, the points obtained will be of great use, but did not directly inform. But Shen Liuyun is not in a hurry, because he has Zhang Tang as a reborn, even if Heavenly Dao doesn't tell him, he can know the rules in advance. And Zhang Tang didn't hold back, and directly said. After the opening of the Tianjia ranking, it will be divided according to the cultivation base realm, and the reincarnators will be classified into different echelons. Those of us who forge God Realm Apex basically belong to the ceiling of this generation of young practitioners, so they are the first echelon. The early stage of God Forging Realm is about the second echelon, and those below the God Forging Realm belong to the third echelon. In each echelon, the monthly rewards are different, and the gap is huge. The lower echelons want to be promoted to the upper echelon and get more resource rewards. In addition to reaching the cultivation base standard, they also need points. 0. Points are the tickets to participate in the life and death advance grade competition at the end of each month. If you don't have enough points, you cannot participate in life and death. The life and death match is very cruel. The lower echelon player who wants to advance will randomly challenge a higher echelon player. Only by killing him can he complete the advance grade. In my previous life, when I was in the first echelon, the advance grade supreme echelon, I was randomly assigned to Lin Yat, and was killed by him in a life and death match. At this time, Zhang Tang slowly explained the rules of the Tianjiao list and points. When talking about the cause of death in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel resentful. Shen Liuyun asked, but those of us who are already positioned in the first echelon, how do we advance to the supreme echelon? They belonged to the first batch of first echelon players, and there was no one there anymore. At this time, the supreme echelon is completely empty as a hidden echelon. You can't hit the air in a life and death match, right? I only heard Zhang Tang explain, the selection of the first batch of supreme echelons will omit the life and death competition, and only use the points as the standard. So, this dragon transformation ceremony is very important. The higher the human body multiplier developed when transforming into a dragon, the better the score and the more points you will get. I didn't know this in my previous life. When I transformed into a dragon, I wasn't fully prepared and suffered a great loss. There were very few points that were settled after the event, and in the end they failed to meet the standards for promotion to the supreme echelon and stayed in the first echelon. Zhang Tang couldn't help laughing while talking. It's different this time. With the secret technique in the bones of the demons, it can be said that we are fully prepared, and we will definitely not take detours again. As an SS rank Gold Finger, the importance of the reborn at this moment was immediately apparent. Because I have experienced it in the previous life, I have been prepared for this life. And after Shen Liuyun listened, the doubts in my heart were also resolved, and at the same time, I began to look forward to the arrival of the dragon transformation ceremony. This day's proud list, a bit interesting. Chapter 81 The SSS-level protagonists show off one after another, a precursor to the opening of the great world. Time flies, and 7 days pass in the blink of an eye. In the past 7 days, the Jinwu world has set off a storm because of 3 things. First of all, it is the picture stone of Shen Liuyun's rebellion against the Holy Land that has been handed down from Fangxi. The inconceivable battle scene, as if the gods descended from the earth, caused a sensation without any accident. The birth of a feat unprecedented in the real martial arts world shocked hundreds of millions of martial arts towers. So far, everyone knows that the Canghai Holy Land has produced a supreme genius. Some people even bluntly said that if there are no accidents in this world, the son of Canghai will become the most powerful candidate on the road to the emperor. Of course, there are also people who sneer at this, thinking that the incident of rebelling against the Holy Land is self-directed and performed by the Holy Land of the Sea from the beginning to the end. Can't believe it's true at all. All of a sudden, the Jinwu world was full of quarrels because of the truth of this incident. It is said that even in the Holy Land of Canghai, when a deacon elder was listening to music in Gulan in a certain city, because his friends in the same industry did not recognize Shen Liuyun's deeds, he got angry on the spot and his face was red. In short, some people believe it or not, Canghai Shenzi, Shen Liuyun, these 7 words, have completely become famous in the real martial arts world without any accident. The remaining 2 matters have nothing to do with the local practitioners in the real martial arts world, but are major events among reincarnated people. The first piece. It was the words that Chu Wang passed on to the Jubeo Pavilion notice tablet before his death. After a month, it has been completely fermented and everyone knows it. It's just that the 5 words villain is invincible cannot be understood by the local practitioners in the real martial arts world, so they just regarded it as a prank by some big sect prodigal son and ignored it. But all the reincarnators of Blue Star, at the moment they learned about it, all thought of the faction confrontation. 7 billion protagonists vs 1 villain. This was the information told by Yundao before all people reincarnated at that time. All in mind. It was only at the beginning that everyone in the 960 did not take the confrontation between camps seriously. After all, the number of the 2 sides is too great. There are billions of people in the protagonist's camp, and I'm afraid every one of them will drown the villain by spitting. Instead of thinking about dealing with the only villain, it is better to beware of the protagonist of the same camp. And now, following Chu Wang's warning before he died, many people finally began to pay attention to this villain. Just how terrifying is the other party, so that the protagonist, before he died, desperately wanted to spread 5 words out to declare his terror. He even used such an exaggerated description as villain is invincible. Does he mean that there are billions of people in the protagonist's camp, but none of them can match that villain? Many people don't believe it. especially those protagonists above S rank. He sneered again and again, treating this warning as a joke. In addition, together with Chu Wang's warning, it caused a sensation among the reincarnated people. There is also the opening of the Tianjia ranking. Facing this unknown list, some people are happy and others are moved. In the real martial arts world, except for those with extremely strong gold finger, most of the reincarnated people did not live as Ruyi Scepter. There are even many people who can't even fight the villain in their own scripts, thus killing Yellow Springs. In 1 year, there were more than 7 billion people in the protagonist's camp, but now there are only less than 1 billion left. So many people finally stabilized, just want to hang on, and don't want life to change. Therefore, the appearance of the Tianjiao list made them very uncomfortable. Of course, some people are uncomfortable and others are excited. A large number of S-level and above gold finger protagonists, after a year of steady development, have gradually acquired the demeanor of the supreme arrogance, and it is the time of high spirits. The appearance of the Tianjiao list made them very excited, especially when they saw that they were assigned to a good queue. They were even more proud, with a sense of invincibility in their hearts. I can't wait to go to the dragon transformation ceremony now and show off my own demeanor. At this time, Tai Chi continent, far north. It is covered by the vast snow-capped mountains all the year round, and there is no greenery. But there are still countless practitioners flocking to this place and regard it as a holy place in their hearts. Because one of the 9 top powers in the real martial arts world, the Ji family of the ancient family is located here. The ancient family is the family whose ancestors once gave birth to the great emperor. Whether it is background or blood, it is supreme. This Ji family is even more outstanding, even among the 3 great ancient families in the Taiji continent, it is enough to rank first. Therefore, where the Ji family is located is the martial Dao center of the Taiji continent. At this time, the main city of the Ji family. In the majestic palace, in a secret room, there was a crunch. The door panel that had been silent for several months was opened, and a young man in black robe walked out from it. Welcome His Royal Highness to leave the customs. In front of the door, a group of well-dressed practitioners in iron armor cupped fist together, with fanatical expressions. The black-robed youth nodded, and when he was about to speak, his brows frowned suddenly, and a terrifying aura rushed from his body and rushed up. Then I saw that a small black spot in the sky enlarged rapidly. After a few breaths, the whole picture of the black spot was finally revealed to everyone. It turned out to be a golden eagle tens of meters long. How dare you fly over the roof of my Ji family's house? With a ray of breath, he wiped out a passing golden eagle in the 90,000-foot sky, and the indifferent tone of the young man in black robe seemed to be talking about an insignificant matter. If there are outsiders here, they will definitely be terrified. A bird, but it just passed by Ji's house, and it was still in the sky 900,000 feet away. Let alone seeing this distance, even the practitioner's divine sense is hard to perceive. This alone is enough to see how many looks the black robe youth has. At this time, he had his hands behind his back, and outsiders could not see happiness or anger on his stern face, but in reality, there was a trace of complacency in his heart. Miss Ji Wuyu, a majestic SSS-level reincarnated, but when the script was miserable, as an unpopular direct descendant, he was stared at in this ancient Ji family. Until the awakening of Gold Finger at the age of 18, unlimited replication and growth, soaring to the sky, proud and elated. In just 1 year, he swept away all the obstacles on his way forward and became the godson of this generation of primordial Ji family. It is true that Gold Finger has a lot of credit for being able to have today's status. But it has something to do with his own business courage. As an SSS-level protagonist, he naturally has the intention of becoming an emperor in his heart. The Tianjiao list, of course, must go. Immediately flicking his fingers, a stream of light flew into the depths of the Ji family's ancient house. Not long after, an astonishing piece of news spread throughout the Taiji continent. The godson of the ancient Ji family will go to the dragon transformation ceremony 3 days later. The same is Tai Chi continent. In an ancient city near the western boundary sea. The ancient city here is extremely magnificent, crawling on the plain. Among them, near the center of the city, a mansion with the name Fangfu occupies the largest area, and it is the third most powerful house in the city. The head of the family, Fang Yuan, is a legend in the ancient city, because he inherited the family business at a young age, and he is also a well-known Tianjiao himself, and now he has the apex strength of the god-forging realm. In addition, there is one thing about him that makes people talk about it. Just love concubines. From the coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 18, in just 1 year, it is said that Fang Yuan has married more than 90 beautiful wives. Almost the entire ancient city, even tens of thousands of miles around the ancient city, famous beauties have been recruited. Such a crazy wife marriage made people doubt whether this Fang Yuan was the reincarnation of the hungry ghosts in color, and it was often discussed after dinner. But Fang Yuan didn't care about it, he still went his own way, searching Luotian for all the beauties in the world. Today, in Fangfu, Fang Yuan sat in the study, his expression kept changing, and finally heaved a long sigh. This dog, Heavenly Dao, is so wicked that he insists on making some kind of list. Although I am an SSS-level Gold Finger, as long as I take concubines, I will become stronger, but this is obviously a long-term developmental ability. If I have another 300 years, I will not be afraid of anyone. But now I'm just starting out, and I've only been a concubine for a year. Although I also have the apex strength of the god-forging realm, my combat power is very average. Hey! Going to the dragon transformation ceremony this time, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Fang Yuan sighed. He is obviously lucky to be able to awaken the SSS-level Gold Finger. It's just that this Gold Finger's ability is not serious, so he has to be forced to be a stallion. But men, it doesn't matter if you are tired, not to mention that the initial script also presented a huge Fangfu inheritance, and it is not bad to have a certain influence at the beginning. Originally, Fang Yuan wanted to keep going like this, first gather 3,000 beauties in the harem, and then go out of the mountain when they are almost developed. But he didn't expect that the opening of the Tianjia ranking would force him to stop. Although he didn't know what the points after the proud list was opened that day, Fang Yuan could vaguely guess that it was very important, so he would not be rich if he didn't go to the dragon transformation ceremony. This made Fang Yuan, who was dedicated to doing the right thing, very worried. After hesitating for a long time, Fang Yuan finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. He went to the dragon transformation ceremony. Taiyuan continent. In the Great Wei dynasty, deep in the palace. The Great Wei Empress was lying sideways on the dragon chair, half covered with a red gauze, with 2 jade legs naked, and her eyebrows and eyes were full of amorous feelings. At this moment, he was looking at a man standing in the Great Hall with deep appreciation. This man was wearing a first-rank official uniform and looked handsome, but unlike the admiration of the Empress of Wei, he now had an angry expression on his face. His Majesty! I didn't kneel when I saw you in the morning court today, and I refuted your decision in public, and even slapped the Minister of Rights angrily, ignoring the laws of the Great Wei. Why didn't you give me death? Don't you want to be that stupid king who favors treacherous ministers? I, Yang Wenyu, want to die. The man's voice sounded like he hated iron but not steel. But its content is surprising, it is actually begging for death. And at this time, when the Great Wei Empress heard this, her eyes became more appreciative, and she praised, Yang Iking is serious, you are an important minister of our country. Although I am the emperor, after all, I have been in power for a short time, and sometimes I make decisions that may not be right. 0. Yang Iking can give outspoken advice, who can do it in civil and military affairs in the Manchu dynasty. Great Wei One Yang Qing, this is the honor of Great Wei, and my honor. Where am I willing to kill you? If I kill you today, that would be the act of a fool. Hearing the words from the heart of the Great Wei Empress, Yang Wenyu gritted his teeth. Again. 1 year. It's been a whole year. Is it that difficult to be killed just once? Yang Wenyu roared inwardly, wanting to cry but no tears. As a reincarnator, he is still an SSS-level reincarnator. His gold finger can be said to be extremely powerful. As long as you are killed, you can immediately become a great emperor. Because in his original script, the identity of his previous life was set to be an ancient great emperor of 9,000–10,000 years. In that distant era, the laws of heaven and earth were so perfect that multiple great emperors could live together at the same time. But that ancient great emperor was not considered the strongest among all the great emperors in the current world. He stands for: at the highest point of martial Dao, I have exhausted my efforts to collect countless Taoisms in the world. Finally created a supreme reincarnation secret technique. As long as each of the next 10,000 lives of samsara die at the hands of others, a mysterious energy can be collected. After this kind of energy is fully concentrated, all memories can be restored immediately, proving the way and proclaiming the emperor again. And the strength is far beyond the ordinary great emperor, becoming the most powerful minister in all ages. After Yang Wenyu reincarnated, it was this 10,000th life. As long as he is killed under the subjective consciousness of others, he can immediately become the strongest great emperor. When he first found out that he was a gold finger, Yang Wenyu went crazy with joy. Wouldn't it be easier to die? He even saw the moment when he would become the great emperor. However, what happened next was completely beyond his expectations. For a whole year, no matter how he tried to die, he would eventually save himself from danger. Even this kind of contradicting the Empress will be regarded as a remonstrance from a virtuous minister. Not only was he not killed, but there were even rewards, which was outrageous. All of this is due to his strong gold-rich luck. With this kind of luck, no matter what he does, he will be automatically degraded in the eyes of others. This caused Yang Wenyu to be close to collapse. But today, after begging to die in front of the Empress again, he was not discouraged. Because of the birth of the Tianjiao list, he saw hope. The dragon transformation ceremony, right? When the time comes, it will be full of arrogance. If daddy offends one by one, I don't believe that death is deserved. Yang Wenyu gritted his teeth at this time, full of anticipation for the upcoming dragon transformation ceremony. On the same day, a piece of news spread from the Great Wei court. Yang Wenyu, the national teacher of the current dynasty, will go to the dragon transformation ceremony. It is said that the Empress will go out of the city to see her off in person. In the beginning continent, Tai Holy Land, one of the 3 great saints. On the peak of Zhenchuan, there was a young man in white robe walking in the mountains with a smile. Every disciple he met along the way would take the initiative to greet him. It can be seen that his status in the Holy Land and his 4.8 popularity are excellent. Junior Sister Wang, long time no see. Not long after, the young man in white robe walked to a separate garden and greeted a true disciple who was about to leave. The female disciple was startled, and couldn't help blushing when she saw who was coming. Senior brother Yetian, why are you here? I heard that you encountered a bottleneck in your practice recently, and I came here to give you a bottle of 5th rank True Essence pill. The young man in white robe took out a bottle of medicine pill from his pocket, and stuffed it into the female disciple's hand in surprise. As for the female disciple, she declined for a while and accepted it shyly. Ding! Successfully invest in the 5th rank Shen Liuyun pill, trigger a 1000-fold return, and get the 8th rank Good Fortune Dry Panacea. Ding! Junior Sister Wang Fang favorability plus 10. A reminder sounded in his mind, and Yetian took it easy and left with a smile. With a free and easy appearance, the female disciples of the regiment are all in full bloom. And until he left the Biwen completely, Yetian's kind expression gradually faded away, and turned into a touch of unruliness that belonged to Tianjiao. Hee hee. The highest return on investment is 10,000 times. My gold finger can also be ranked in the top 5 among all reincarnations, right? This is the right time for the opening of the Tianjiao list. After a year of steady development, it's time for me, Ye Tian, to show off. Muttering in his heart, Ye Tian couldn't help showing a smug smile, paddling away Lu Guang and rushing up the Foreign Affairs Mountain. Not long after, news came out from the Foreign Affairs Hall. Ye Tian, the most kind disciple in the Holy Land who likes to give away treasures to others, confirms to participate in this year's Dragon Transformation Ceremony. As the Dragon Transformation Ceremony approaches, more and more reincarnators began to show their talents. A supreme arrogance walked up to the stage. They are ambitious and eager to use this to start the era of their own. The unstoppable world is coming. Chapter 82. The protagonists of all parties gather on Xiandao, and Shen Liuyun enters the arena strongly. The Dragon Transformation Ceremony is jointly organized by the 9 top forces in the world. The 9 forces are the Holy Land of the Sea, the Holy Land of Kunlun, and the Holy Land of Tai in the Taisha continent. The Great Yan Dynasty, the Great Wei Dynasty, and the Great Chu Dynasty of the Taiyuan continent. Which is the most beautiful family of the Ji family in the ancient family of the Taiji continent. In the history of nearly 110,000 years in the Jinwu world, these 9 forces are the ceiling on the bright side, and they jointly lead the prosperity of the martial Dao family. In the past 10,000 years, the so-called general trend of heaven and earth has broken out 3 times. Except for the sudden incident for the first time, in the remaining 2 times, the 9 major forces seized the opportunity and cooperated vertically and horizontally. In other words, a grand event like the Dragon Transformation Ceremony has been held twice in history. Therefore, there is also a certain amount of experience. The Dragon Transformation Ceremony this time is different from the previous 2 lives. The venue is located outside the 3 continents, which is an overseas fairy island. This island has a superior geographical location, right in the border sea where the 3 continents meet. No matter which continent you go to, it is very convenient. In the history of the Jinwu world, this island also had a rather complicated history. There have been many great emperors who finally chose to sit here. Because of this, the island is full of rules and opportunities, and it is called the Fairy Island. For countless years, the competition for this island has never ceased in the Jinwu world. Until nearly 100 years ago, after the formation of the 9 major forces in the Jinwu world was determined, they unanimously decided to classify the island as a joint possession. On weekdays, the island is sealed off, and no one from the Jinwu world is strictly prohibited from entering, so as to protect the great emperor's heroic spirit to rest here. Only when the great world comes, will they join hands to open it, and use the power of the fairy island to feed back millions of geniuses in the real martial arts world and restore the glory of the martial Dao of the human race. And recently, as the Dragon Transformation Ceremony draws closer, Xiandao is finally open to the outside world. Countless young practitioners flock here. Huge flying boats representing the major powers appeared in the sea of clouds from time to time, and the boundary sea and sky within tens of thousands of miles around the entire island were bustling like never before. In fact, although there are no entry restrictions on Xiandao after it is opened to the outside world, but there are no common warriors who can really get here. After all, the real martial arts world is too big. For all living beings, the land of one land is already a vast world that cannot be explored in a lifetime. How can we talk about the boundary sea beyond the land? Therefore, after the opening of Xiandao, all practitioners who can arrive, either from a well-known powerful force in the real martial arts world, or a son of fortune with a shocking fate. Almost no ordinary people. This is the cruel reality of the real martial arts world. The prosperous age is always the prosperous age of geniuses. Common people who do not have the opportunity to carry Jing Tian's endowment, not to mention entering the arena, are not even eligible to watch. And the result of this is that the overseas immortal island, which already occupies the center of the outbreak of the general trend of the world, is extremely prosperous and lively at the moment. The gathering of countless arrogances also made the luck of this place even more prosperous. Of course, more people means chaos. Conflicts are inevitable. A group of young and vigorous geniuses gather together, who can conquer whom? Almost every moment, people can be seen fighting in the sky around Xiandao. The high-level leaders led by the major forces did not stop this, and nothing could be done. They really hope that their genius can lose a game or two, properly settling the unruliness in their hearts, saving them from knowing the heights of the sky and the earth every day, and being full of self-confidence. Another day of hustle and bustle. There are only 2 days left until the opening of the dragon transformation ceremony. And on this day, the top forces in the real martial arts world finally began to enter the arena. 99 demonic beasts from the early stage of the Holy Realm, pulling an extremely huge chariot, rolled from the direction of the Taiji continent. This chariot is extremely amazing. It is said to be a chariot, but it is wide and boundless, with a large number of buildings built on it. It is more like a moving city. On the top of the chariot, a big flag with the word G fluttered in the wind, declaring its dazzling origin. The ancient family, the G family. The strength of the former imperial line, hundreds of 10,000 years ago, was also extremely brilliant, ruling the entire world. But at this moment, as soon as the G family appeared, they showed the prestige of being an ancient family. All the forces stationed along the way took the initiative to retreat, not daring to stop the advance of the family war army. The chariot just entered the land of no one like this, advancing tens of thousands of miles all the way, and finally stopped in the sky above Xiandao, dominating the center of the sky, pressing across all directions. Countless people were amazed. This G family is worthy of being an ancient family, it is truly majestic. I heard that the young leader of the G family of this generation is the Wushuan godson of the G family, er. This Ji Wuyu is very famous in the Taiji continent. I heard that a year ago she was just an unpopular trash. I don't know what kind of opportunity she got. In just 1 year, she completed a shocking transformation. She defeated all her peers in the family and became a new son of God. Hey! After all, the ancestors belonged to the imperial power, so it's not surprising that the descendants of the Ji family have anything. I just don't know what ranking this Ji Wuyu can win in the dragon transformation ceremony this time, and how many times her potential can be promoted to become a dragon. All eyes looked at Ji Wuyu, who stood proudly on the top of the Ji family's chariot. There is envy, jealousy, and fear. There are all kinds of emotions. Hee. Now any cat or dog can be a son of God. These ancient aristocratic families, I think they are getting more and more alive. Just when countless people were feeling the prestige of the Ji family, an untimely voice suddenly resounded through the world. The moment the sound appeared, everyone present was instantly silent. A series of eyes looked at the source with extreme astonishment. He wanted to know who was so brave and dared to speak wild words to the dignified ancient family. Immediately, they see it. A top-quality flying boat with the imperial flag sailing towards it at a very high speed. Around the flying boat, there are thousands of Habayashi guards in armor, each of them is a cultivation base above the dragon transformation realm, and about 100 of them have reached the saint transformation realm. As soon as they appeared, the terrifying aura belonging to the supreme dynasty covered the entire world, and they ran all the way to the top of the fairy island, facing the Ji family chariot from a distance. Hiss! He's a member of the Great Wei dynasty. No wonder you are so arrogant. If you don't put the Ji family in one's eyes, it turns out that it is also a top power. The person headed by Fias, who should be the youngest national teacher in the history of the Great Wei dynasty, Yang Wenyu, right? I heard that this person is unparalleled in virtue and is a virtuous minister of all ages. When he went out to participate in the dragon transformation ceremony, the Great Wei Empress personally went out of the city to see him off 3,000 miles away. Yang Wenyu can be regarded as a genius, but why is he as if he had eaten gunpowder? As soon as he appeared, he ridiculed the son of the Ji family. The two knew each other before. After the major forces around saw this latecomer clearly, they couldn't help talking about it. The Great Wei dynasty, that is also the famous supreme dynasty of the ancestors. National teacher Yang Wenyu is even more a legend. He enjoys a very high reputation in Wei, and he has done many feats that outsiders can't imagine, each of which is a crime of beheading. But in the end, they all saved the day, and rose step by step from a 9th rank official to the position of national teacher. It is rumored that the Great Wei Empress favors her even more. And at this moment, hearing Yang Wenyu's words, Ji Wuyu, who stood horizontally above the chariot, immediately frowned, her cold eyes filled with murderous intent. Ever since he became the son of God, his identity is like a dragon in the sky, and it has been a long time since anyone dared to ridicule him in front of him. Even if the other party is the pride of the top power, Ji Wuyu still unavoidably burst out with killing intent. After all, he's so domineering, he's the one who won't even allow demonic beasts to fly over his class. Now how can he tolerate the other party riding on his head and insulting him? At the same time, feeling this murderous intent, Yang Wenyu exclaimed in his heart. He wished Ji Wuyu would hurry up and kill him. All of a sudden, the eyebrows became more provocative. However, after Ji Wuyu snorted coldly, she still didn't make a move after all. They are all top forces, falling out at this time will not be good for future development. It's okay to kill this person, but in a no-man's land, the method must be done neatly. Following Ji Wuyu's humility, many onlookers couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It's really a pity that I couldn't see the top Tianjiao make a move. Yang Wenyu sighed even more, and secretly scolded Ji Wuyu for being too old. The sky gradually calmed down, and time gradually passed. In the afternoon, in the direction of the Taisha continent, another terrifying fluctuation hit. Everyone looked at it quickly, and they couldn't help showing surprise on their faces. This is the entry of another top force. Looking with a pair of eyes, they saw a huge flying boat. The flag of the Holy Land of Taiwan fluttered in the wind. At the bow of the airship, several true disciples stood proudly. The person leading the team, with a dignified appearance, is Ye Tian. Ye Tian is in a good mood at the moment. After a year of development, I finally want to see the vastness of this world. The great world is opened, and the next 100 years will be his world. This dragon transformation ceremony was the beginning of his fame. Thinking of this, Ye Tian became more and more complacent, and led the Tai Holy Land to squeeze into the center. He also greeted Yang Wenyu and Ji Wuyu with a smile. Brothers, this is the first time we meet. I have 2 saint weapons here, and I will give them to you as gifts. Like the KK boy, he took out 2 holy level fluctuating weapons, causing everyone to exclaim. But he didn't want to. As soon as the gift was taken out, Yang Wenyu spoke first. He, you are so poor. Who wants your rags? He still maintains his death strategy as always, no matter what happens, he just spouts wildly. This directly stunned Ye Tian. It's been a long time since he gave gifts to others, and this was the first time he saw someone not only refusing to accept them, but pointing their noses at him and scolding him. After reacting, some anger surged up. Just considering the large number of people here, he didn't get angry on the spot, and accumulated his dissatisfaction with Yang Wenyu in his heart. And another flying boat. After hesitating for a while, Ji Wuyu shook her head. You will not be rewarded for your merits, brother Ye didn't keep this weapon for himself. As soon as the words came out, Ye Tian's complexion was as ugly as if he had been deflated. He took out 2 of his most precious gifts in a row, but these 2 people were so ungrateful. Are the geniuses of these top powers all out of their minds? Originally, Ye Tian wanted to use this to make a fortune and trigger a 10,000-fold return. Maybe he would have the quasi-emperor saint weapon in his hand again. Ji thought it turned out to be such a result. For a moment, Yet Yen, who lost at the start, stopped talking. There is only communication between other forces in the world. Time passed. For the next day and night, more top orthodoxy, first-class forces continue to enter the arena. There are more and more people stationed in the sky above Xiandao. The Fang family Fang Yuan arrived, but because the power of origin in the script is not within the scope of the ancient family, the flying boat stayed in a slightly outer area above the fairy island. Like him, there are other protagonists who are also from first-class forces. For example, a handsome man with a majestic temperament like the sea, and a man with visions of the sun rising from time to time behind him. Although he was born as a true descendant of a first-class sect, his unique temperament made him the focus of the audience, attracting no less attention than Ji Wuyu and others. In addition, in the top power, the Great Chu dynasty, there is also a man wearing gorgeous armor, combing instant noodles, with the sky eye mark between his eyebrows, holding a three-pointed double-edged knife, and leading a thin black dog, which also frequently arouses Ji Wuyu. Note of Yet Yen et.al. The reason for this is that this person's appearance is too recognizable, and he is exactly the Yang Jian in the mythology on the blue star in his previous life. There is no need to guess at all, many people are sure in their hearts immediately that this person must be one of the reincarnated people. I just don't know what Gold Finger is. And as more and more reincarnators appeared, this place gradually became hotter. Yet Yen even showed his image as a boy who spread wealth, giving gifts to make friends one by one, listening to the reminders of repaying critical strikes resounding in his mind. He was extremely busy. Just when the dragon transformation ceremony opened and there was still a 10-hour countdown, another huge flying boat entered the arena. It is the symbol of the Holy Land of Kunlun. On the flying boat, Zhang Tang led a group of true biographers, and looked coldly at the familiar protagonists from previous lives, as if they were looking at dead people. Because at this time, the protagonists, who are either arrogant or excited, have no idea what the opening of the Tianjia ranking means. Laugh. There is always time for you to cry. The degree of bloodshed in the protagonist's camp is simply beyond what common sense can describe. There are very few of the protagonists who can survive in the end. At the same time, following Zhang Tang's appearance, a heated uproar erupted between heaven and earth. The Holy Land of Kunlun is here. 3 great saints, only the Holy Land of Kanghai has not yet arrived. Hey? This Kunlun Holy Land, why is the saint leading the team? Are the saint sons of their generation so useless? Hey, you don't know. The generation of Kunlun Holy Land originally had an unparalleled talent named Chu Wang, who was no worse than Ji Wuyu and others. He was originally a proper candidate for the Holy Sun. But because of his bad morals, after being listed as a crime at the Kunlun Tianjiao banquet, he was punched to death by the Kanghai Shenzi. Therefore, among the male disciples of the Kunlun Holy Land, there are not many talented geniuses on the stage. Fortunately, the Kunlun Saint Maiden Zhang Tang is also a top genius, Constitution Wushuan. This has supported the face of the Kunlun Holy Land. Hiss! There is such a story in the Taisha continent. Wait, since Chu Wang is comparable to Ji Wuyu and others, he was still killed by the son of Kanghai. Doesn't that mean that the son of Kanghai is far better than Ji Wuyu from the Ji family? That's natural. Haven't you seen the picture stone recently, the holy son of Kanghai, who has rebelled against the holy realm? I thought it was fake. What about the holy son of Kanghai? His Dao companion Kunlun has arrived, why hasn't he come yet? With the arrival of the Kunlun Holy Land, the atmosphere between heaven and earth reached a climax again. After more than a month, the matter of Chu Wang's demise was once again brought to the front of the stage for discussion, and Shen Liuyun, the holy son of the Kanghai, was inevitably mentioned. For this young hero who has recently become extremely famous in the real martial arts world and claims to have broken the limit of the eternal arrogance, it doesn't matter whether it is a top power or an ordinary sect. Very curious and looking forward to it. A pair of eyes looked at the sky at the same moment. Everyone is waiting for the appearance of the Holy Land of the Sea. In the blink of an eye, another half-day passed. There are only less than 2 hours left before the dragon transformation ceremony. A boundless terror, vast sea-like coercion suddenly appeared from the distant sky, sweeping across the entire sea area. Immediately, everyone saw an extremely huge flying boat, flying a Shen banner, roaring from the sky. Shen Liuyun, here we come. Chapter 83. All kinds of wonderful gold fingers can be seen at a glance, and the protagonists all over the sky make Shen Liuyun greedy. With the entrance of the Holy Land of the Sea, the entire sea area vibrated accordingly. Countless people secretly swallowed their saliva, watching the luxurious flying boat belonging to the Holy Land sailing towards Xiandao. The places they passed along the way were even more exaggerated than when the Ji family chariot arrived. I don't know how many forces scrambled to avoid it. No one dared to make a sound, for fear of offending the Supreme Overlord. Rumbling. Thousands of miles of clouds were pushed aside by the air waves, revealing a clear sky. However, around the top-quality flying boat, 10 Holy Realm Guards Daists stood in the air, and Liu Yang Elder, the leader, was wearing a semi-saint apex power unscrupulously. On the flying boat, Shen Liuyun was sitting on a throne with a big horse and a golden knife, and Su Qingqing was half lying in his arms, gently peeling the spiritual fruit and sending it to his mouth. Behind him, led by Linger, were 5 stunning maids who rubbed his shoulders and legs for him, looking happy. Such scenes, such gestures. He and Yetian, Ji Wuyu and others appeared on the stage with a strong style of painting, and they are clearly separated. It's more like a dude waiting to die, or a young foolish emperor in a dynasty. But no one dared to sneer at it, instead it made countless people along the way cast envious eyes. Because, everyone in the world knows that the holy son of Kanghai is the #1 pride in the world. So Shen Liuyun can be a dude. This is the privilege of the strong. Only weak people care what other people think. The strong have always acted according to their will and acted according to their desires. The Holy Land flying boat galloped all the way, reaching directly above the fairy island. The other top forces in the surrounding area immediately and continuously moved to the outside to make room for the Kanghai Holy Land. Even the Ji family, who are as proud and domineering as the ancient family, can only grit their teeth at this time, stay low and be small, and retreat 800 miles. No way! Even if they are both top 9 forces, the Holy Land of the Sea is still ahead above them. Who makes people have the deepest background? The last great emperor of the human race came from the sea. As long as there is no new great emperor born within the 10,000 years, it will be a strong period belonging to the Holy Land of the Sea. Ji Wuyu was a little dissatisfied, but the high-level Ji family who had no choice but to lead the team had already ordered, and he could only obey. In fact, among the 9 major forces present, the ones with the longest heritage are the 3 ancient families. The ancestors of these 3 great ancient families all had great emperors, and they were extremely brilliant. It's just helpless, the time when their great emperor ancestors proclaimed the Dao is too long, and it is no longer possible to bless future generations. After hundreds of 10,000 years of changes, the family's strength has fluctuated, and even fell into the ranks of first-class forces. So even though the qualifications are old, in terms of comprehensive background, it is still incomparable with the new force of Kanghai Holy Land, which gave birth to the last great emperor of the human race. Husband! Zhang Tang's voice came at this moment. Among the many top forces, only the airship of the Holy Land of Kunlun did not give way, but took the initiative to meet the airship of the Holy Land of Kanghai. The 2 great saints stood side by side, majestic and majestic, really suppressing countless forces in all directions and unable to lift their heads. But everyone is only envious of this, but not surprised. After all, it is no secret that Kanghai Shenzi and Kunlun Shen formed a companion. Many top forces are actually unwilling to see this scene. But they are not qualified to stop them. The 2 behemoths intend to unite, who in the world can stop it? So seeing this scene in the sky, the top leaders of many forces could only sigh silently. On the flying boats of the two great saints, Zhang Tang simply flew to Shen Liuyun's flying boat and stood in front of him with a smile on his face. In fact, Zhang Tang didn't want to go back to Kunlun at first, but planned to come to the dragon transformation ceremony with the flying boat from Canghai Holy Land. However, a message was sent in the Holy Land, expressing the meaning of wanting Zhang Tang to suppress the scene. After all, with Chu Wang's downfall, the huge Holy Land of Kunlun could no longer find the supreme arrogance who couldn't fight. Although Yang Fengjiu, the newly promoted son of Kunlun, is also a genius, he is still far behind the current top Tianjiao in the real martial arts world. If the Kunlun Holy Land went to the dragon transformation ceremony like this, it would definitely hurt face. Therefore, Zhang Tang, another supreme heavenly proud man in the Holy Land, could only be allowed to lead the team to town the place. Hence this scene. After the two great saints met, Zhang Tang, who finished the process, immediately returned to Shen Liuyun impatiently. This made Su Elder, a foreigner who accompanied Kunlun Holy Land, smile wryly. Really, a married daughter is like splashed water. However, the closer Zhang Tang and Shen Liuyun got, the stronger the bridge between the two forces would be. The other side. After Zhang Tang landed, he immediately communicated with Shen Liuyun. Introduce the situation in front of you. At the same time, Shen Liuyun also got up from the gentle village and came to the bow with his hands behind his back. The huge divine sense swept across Fang Yuan for 1,000,000 miles, and a pair of golden eyes looked in all directions centered on Xiandao. The 9 top powers, except the Dian dynasty, did not come. The other 8 major forces were all present. In almost every force, there is a pain. In addition to this, there are also many protagonists in the first-class forces in the outer circle. Shen Liuyun was happy from the bottom of her heart, and patiently searched for the past one by one. He first looked in the direction of the Ji family's chariot, because since he arrived in this world, he could feel a gaze staring at him all the time. Ji Wuyu. At this time, following his gaze, the gazes of the two supreme arrogances actually collided in midair. Boom! The powerful divine sense forces are clashing, and their own terrifying auras are colliding. Under all kinds of intertwining, it turned out to make the void vibrate and tumbling layer by layer. Many people were astonished. Unexpectedly, before the dragon transformation ceremony started, the Ji family and the two Tianjiao of Canghai Holy Land had an indirect confrontation. This is Ji Wuyu, who is carrying the body of the Haoyu god. This body is the top constitution beyond the sacred body, not inferior to the forbidden innate pure yang sword body divine embryo. However, I haven't figured out what this person's gold finger is in my previous life. Zhang Tang's voice came, introducing information to him. Shen Liuyun nodded, and then the golden pupils turned in the eye sockets, and a vast ancient mysterious aura emerged from the eyes, falling directly on Ji Wuyu's body. In an instant, under gods watching the sky, all the information on Ji Wuyu's panel was at a glance. But at the same moment, Ji Wuyu, who was being observed, frowned, and a bright moonlight suddenly appeared in her body, pushing back Shen Liuyun's insight. Interesting. Shen Liuyun did not receive a backlash, but after taking back the supernatural power, he took a look at Ji Wuyu in his heart. To be able to realize that Shen Mingtianqiu was peeping at his origin, this action is enough to prove that his strength is above Chu Wang. Sure enough, any SSS-level protagonist in the world should not be underestimated. It's a pity that in this short moment, Shen Liuyun has already seen the information he wanted. Ji Wuyu, SSS-level protagonist Gold Finger Unlimited Copy Boost. As the name suggests, you can make a copy or a random boost to anything, or simply copy a boosted evolutionary version. In his script, this is how his own Haoyu divine body came about. Its constitution was originally only the spirit body of moonlight. Moonlight spirit body ranks relatively low among many constitutions, not as good as sacred body. And the Ji family is an ancient family with many geniuses, so Ji Wuyu, who is a direct descendant but only has a spiritual body, is very unpopular and humiliated. It wasn't until the age of 18 that all people lifted the ban on Gold Finger, and he directly sent an boost to his own constitution, which triggered a critical strike, and directly evolved into the Haoyu god body that surpassed all sacred body. This kind of constitution is extremely fast in cultivation under the moonlight, and it is extremely miraculous. It has only appeared once in the entire history of human practitioners. And that person is Minister Haoyu, who proved the Tao with this constitution 5,000–10,000 years ago. Ji Wuyu herself is of gold luck, and she is also destined to be the great emperor of Haoyu. After awakening, he received the inheritance of Haoyu Great Emperor, and copied and amplified all the inheritance of Haoyu Great Emperor. The heaven-level cultivation technique directly became an existence above the heaven level, and indie martial skill even amplified into an unimaginable heaven-defying supernatural power. Even Haoyu Great Emperor himself would be a bit astonished when he came. And all of this led to Ji Wuyu's unimaginable strength. If he really grows up and trains all the inheritance after this body increase to great completion, I am afraid that it is really possible to restore the glory of the Haoyu divine body, and let the Haoyu divine body produce a great emperor again. Not bad, such a strong gold finger must have a lot of treasures on him. Excitement and greed already appeared in Shen Liuyun's eyes at this moment. Ji Wuyu's performance made him very satisfied, and he was a good leak. At this time, after the eyes passed by, they looked at the next person. Tai Holy Land, true disciple Yetian. This son had a kind face, and after feeling Shen Liuyun's gaze, he smiled and nodded. That's Yetian. Regardless of his kind appearance, he likes to give gifts to everyone. In fact, it's because he has awakened the 10,000 times return system. As long as there is an opportunity to give it out, he can get double feedback. That's why he is like this. In the previous life, many people were deceived by him, and they gladly accepted the opportunity he gave. Instead of calling them brothers and sisters, they didn't know that they would make Fang Yu fatter invisibly. In the end, this person showed his fangs and killed many people. Zhang Tang explained again. Regarding Yetian's gold finger, it was no secret in her previous life, so she knew about it. Shen Liuyun nodded, Shen Mingtianqiu looked over, and it was indeed the same as what Zhang Tang said. At this time, he also smiled at Yetian, and then put on a kind look. But he was thinking in his heart, this is also a mobile treasure house, no worse than Ji Wuyu. Not bad, the Tianjiao list is really a good thing. After opening it, the protagonists from all walks of life ran out. Otherwise, where do you find so many SSS-level protagonists on weekdays? In the next period of time, Zhang Tang will introduce Shen Liuyun wherever he looks. If Zhang Tang didn't know the ability of the opponent's gold finger, Shen Liuyun would use Shen Mingtianqiu to peek at the panel. That extremely arrogant, dead-faced Pujizi is Yang Wenyu, the protagonist of the invincible stream after death that I told you before. Don't worry about him, he died in his previous life for more than 10 years, and his gold finger is just a decoration. After the late stage was exposed by Chu Wang, no one killed him. When introducing the Great Wei dynasty, Zhang Tang sneered. In the previous life, Chu Wang did not die at the hands of Shen Liuyun like in this life, and his ability to read scripts can sometimes infer other people's gold finger. Not only Yang Wenyu, but even the news that Shen Liuyun was the only villain in his previous life was exposed by Chu Wang. Of course, everything has changed in this life, and the identity of Shen Liuyun villain is still very deeply hidden. That's Fang Yuan from the Fang family. His ability is quite interesting. Taking concubines makes him stronger. However, this person knows that he has long-term developmental ability, so he is very low-key and dedicated to doing things. He only grew into Supreme when he was in the extreme late stage. A member of the sequence. When his eyes fell on the flying boat of the Fang family, Zhang Tang. Looking at Fang Yuan with a sad face, he said. Shen Liuyun looked at the other party with great interest. In this vast world, there are really all kinds of wonders, and any weird gold finger can be awakened. Then, the eyes came to the great Chu dynasty, the man who was leading a dog and looked like Erlang God. Zhang Tang couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. This is Qin Hao, son of 1,000 faces from De Chu. His gold finger is very interesting, let's understand it as a playing system. Every once in a while, the system will randomly draw a strong card for him from the heavens and worlds, and he needs to act like the opponent. If you play well, you can get a part of the original owner's ability as feedback. Hearing this, Shen Liuyun also showed a look of interest, and couldn't help but use Shen Mingtianxia to observe the other party. This Qin Hao's acting system is also an SSS-level Gold Finger, and his physical luck has also reached the light gold level. Really lucky, this time directly drew the mythical heaven court god of war Yang Jian. If the performance is good, wouldn't it be possible to get some feedback from Yang Jian's abilities? I don't know which film and television drama he drew Yang Jian from, or from the original book Conferred Gods. If it's the latter, that's amazing. After Qin Hao, Shen Liuyun noticed the man with all kinds of visions shining all over his body, with an airy demeanor that was very eye-catching. Zhang Tang shook his head, not knowing the situation of this person. Shen Liuyun had to go and see for himself. Then, his expression became weird again. This person, the turbulent visions on his body, including his aloof temperament, are all special effects. The opponent is an SS-level Gold Finger, which has two functions. The first one is to let him have extremely bluffing special effects, as if the Great Emperor is reincarnated, to catch people's attention. The second is to believe it is true. In other words, as long as he bluffs a certain number of people with special effects, he can make some of his special effects come true. This person's name was Han Chiu, and the sect he was in was just an unremarkable first-class sect in the Taiyuan continent, the Azure Feather sect. And looking at the fanatical attitude of those disciples towards him on his flying boat, it should be that he has developed well, and he should have already won a lot of rewards with special effects. This made Shen Liuyun look with admiration. It has to be said that medical deception is also a science. Taking a deep breath again, Shen Liuyun simply took a deep breath, concentrated all the spirit power in his eyes, and began to continuously cast the gods watching the sky, watching the world in a large area. Doing so will undoubtedly consume a lot of energy. After all, it is a fairy magic secret technique, it is too heaven-defying. Qian Zhao can't bear to push Shen Liuyun continuously. But there was nothing he could do. After all, there are so many protagonists that he can barely see them. But at this sight, Shen Liuyun's mouth was almost crooked. Because within tens of thousands of miles of Fang Yuan with Xiandao as the center, the players of the protagonist camp can be described as densely packed, emerging in endlessly. From SSS level all the way to B level, there are even a few sporadic C level mixed in the crowd to join in the fun. They thought they were hiding it deeply, but in fact Shen Liuyun could clearly perceive this moment. These protagonists below A level have not even cultivated to the apex of the god-forging realm, but they insist on coming to the dragon transformation ceremony to watch the excitement. Kill it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Shen Liuyun secretly thought at this time. Generally speaking, protagonists at level A and below have relatively average luck, and special cases like Han Feiyu's are very rare. However, Shen Liuyun upholds the principle that little makes more, and if he encounters it, he still intends to kill him. After all, these protagonists are all here, so why don't you leave without saving your life? Just when Shen Liuyun was thinking so happily, he suddenly felt a wave of fear in his keen divine sense. He turned his eyes and looked around the source. I saw the flying boat belonging to the 9 top forces, the Yao family of the ancient family. The person who is the leader of the team is a woman. She looks beautiful, with a cold expression, wearing a purple dress, standing on the end of the flying boat like a fairy descending to earth, always attracting the attention of many people around her. It's just that the outstanding temperament like the flowers of the high mountains makes many people only dare to look at it from a distance, and dare not move forward. But this temperament, in Shen Liuyun's eyes, is different. Because he clearly sensed that this woman had been quietly observing him, and there was a deep sense of fear in her cold eyes. This made Shen Liuyun very curious, and immediately urged to read Shen Ming Tianchu. This woman is actually a protagonist. The rating is SSS. At the same time, Shen Liuyun was very surprised by her gold finger. It turned out to be The Sims. Chapter 84 The Despair of the Goddess of the Yao Family, the only life in countless simulations. At this moment, on the flying boat of the Yao family, the goddess of the Yao family who had been secretly observing Shen Liuyun suddenly met Shen Liuyun's eyes at this moment. The whole person was stunned for a moment, and immediately shifted his gaze in a panic, trying to pretend that the scene just now hadn't happened. It's just her heart beating faster and faster, revealing her panic. Why did the holy son of Canghai notice me? Yao Yuxi, the goddess of the Yao family, was full of thoughts, impatient like ants on a hot pot, and her little hands hidden under her sleeves couldn't help touching together. As an SSS-level reincarnator, Yao Yuxi was lucky enough to awaken the very heaven-defying gold finger, a life simulator. You only need to consume a certain amount of spirit stones to perform unlimited simulations and foresee the future in advance. According to the evaluation of the survival time after the simulation, she can also choose to get different rewards. This made her, who is only an excellent talent, with a mortal body, insist on breaking the limit. In terms of cultivation base and all aspects of background, it is not lost to today's first echelon protagonists. After showing her prowess, she stood out from the status of a collateral child in the family and became a new generation of goddess of the Yao family. She is also the only goddess with a mortal body and a mortal body in the history of the Yao family. It is even said by the world that this girl from the Yao family is astonishingly talented and unique in all ages. Throughout the entire history of the human race, there is no second person who has become a goddess with a mortal body. But only Yao Yuxi knows how hard it is for her to go through countless simulations every day. What's more, because of the mortal body, every time you have to make different choices in the simulator, you can continuously break through the shackles of the mortal body. And today, the reason why she lost her composure was that she showed great fear towards Shen Liuyun. It was because she was shocked to find that no matter how she simulated at this time, the final outcome was surprisingly consistent. Beheaded by the son of Canghai. This made Yao Yuxi very unbelievable. When this result was simulated for the first time, Yao Yuxi didn't care. After all, death is very normal in the simulator, and it can even be said that the ending of every simulation is bound to be death. Otherwise the simulator can't stop and she won't get the reward. But this time, the reason for this panic. It's because no matter how she imitated, how she tried to change the direction of future development, the final outcome was surprisingly consistent, and she was beheaded by the Canghai Shenzi. This is something Yao Yuxi has never encountered since getting the system. At this time, she was quietly concentrating, looking at the panel in the void that only she could see. In the first year of the simulation, you participated in the dragon transformation ceremony jointly organized by the 9 major forces. After everyone entered the island, they all encountered different degrees of ransacking, and you were the same. Afterwards, all reincarnated people gathered together to vote to catch wolves. Ji Wu Yu, the son of the family god, is the most suspected and is hated by many people, but you, who are watching the banquet, feel that things are not that simple. In the second year, you fell into the bottleneck of cultivation, and the points you obtained were not enough, so you failed to enter the supreme sequence and stayed in the first echelon. In the third year, the life and death competition began to start frequently. You were unfortunately selected, but fortunately you escaped by relying on your deep foundation. In the 5th year, a bloody battle broke out in the supreme sequence. You were shocked when you heard that the son of Kanghai fought against several SSS-level protagonists alone. In the 7th year, Kanghai Shenzi went crazy and began to bloodbath all echelon protagonists. Everyone's expressions changed. In the 8th year, at an auction, you were discovered by the son of Kanghai, and you died. The simulation ends. Survive for 8 years, simulated rating C, you can choose the following rewards: Cultivation Base plus 1 year. Cultivation Technique Picture of the Goddess Realm upgraded to Great Completion. Randomly chose the second reward. The sorrow between Yao Yuxi's eyebrows became more and more intense. I changed the direction of development in my heart and chose to simulate again. However, after consuming a lot of spirit stones, the result in front of her made her heart tremble. In the 1st year of the simulation, you participated in the dragon transformation ceremony jointly organized by the 9 major forces. After everyone entered the island, they all encountered different degrees of ransacking, and you were the same. Afterwards, all reincarnated people gathered together to vote to catch wolves. Ji Wuyu, the son of the god of the family, is the most suspected and is hated by many people, but you have already realized that the murderer is publicly pointed out that the murderer is the son of Kanghai Sheng. Shen Liuyun can fade in and believe you. 3 days later, the dragon transformation ceremony is over, and you leave with Ji's Fias Hu, but your mind is still in a state of turmoil. On the 4th day, you have already arrived at the Taiji continent, but you encountered an ambush from the holy land of the Kanghai, and the holy son of the Kanghai crushed you with 1 finger, and you died. The simulation ends. Survival less than 1 year, simulation rating E can choose rewards. Check out this brand new demo checkout page. Yao Yuxi was speechless for a long time. She didn't expect that after changing another simulation direction, her survival time would not be as long as the first time. This holy son of Kanghai, what kind of killing god is reincarnated? Is it doomed to escape the clutches of this thief in this life? Yao Yuxi's aloof face hides impetuousness that is difficult for outsiders to detect. Since awakening Gold Finger, she has never been so desperate. She has exhausted all methods, and even in a certain simulation, she informed the ancestor of the Yao family the truth in advance and asked for asylum. In the end, the ancestor of the Yao family made a move, but the Kanghai Shenzi not only did not panic, but calmly crushed a piece of spirit stones. In the next moment, a terrifying aura descended from the void, turning into a terrifying giant hand, not only directly crushing the great saint patriarch to death. Even taking advantage of the trend, the Yao family, which has been inherited for hundreds of 10,000 years, was also wiped out on the Taiji continent. The result of this scene scared Yao Yuxi out of his wits. She never expected that the Yao family, the ancient family behind her, and the 9 top powers in the real martial arts world, would have so much to do with the heritage of the Holy Land of the Sea. One must know that the ancestors of their Yao family also had great emperors. Although there were ups and downs in the next few hundred years, there are still 7 great saint ancestors sitting in the throne. This background, among the 9 major forces, can definitely be ranked in the top 5, and it is the real supreme overlord. However, in the simulation, there is still no power to resist, which can only show that the opponent's high-level power is far superior to that of the Yao family. Stronger than the great saint, what else but the Saint King? In this era when the empire was cut off, the Saint King is undoubtedly the martial Dao ceiling, no amount of great saint is enough to kill. Behind this holy son of the sea, there is actually a Saint King patriarch backing him. And he himself is unparalleled in combat power, sweeping the same rank and killing people like hemp. How to break the game? Could it be that the only way to go in the future is to die in his hands? Countless simulations made Yao Yuxi suffocate and despair. Suddenly, she thought of another way. It is also the last way. Taking a deep breath, she decided to try it out and see how the simulation turned out. After spending a large amount of spirit stones again, the screen in front of me changed and the text kept flashing. In the first year of the simulation, you learned your lesson and were cautious. During the stage of voting to catch wolves, you did not accuse Shen Liuyun, but instead spoke for him, kept him innocent, and pointed all the evidence against Ji Wuyu. The impression has changed slightly. 3 days later, the dragon transformation ceremony is over, and you take the initiative to meet the flying boat in the holy land of the Kanghai, show down like the holy son of the Kanghai, confess everything, and only seek a way out. Because of your surrender, the son of Kanghai gave you a chance. He handed over a blackened talisman to your hand, allowing you to make your own choice. You learned about the conditions for using the blackened talisman, and your complexion turned pale, but you chose to accept it in order to survive. After 7 days, continue to brainwash yourself with the secret method, and you have finally completed the conditions for using the blackened talisman. At this time, you are hopelessly in love with the son of Kanghai. In the 2nd year, you became the dark child hidden in the protagonist's camp by Shenzi Kanghai, and hunted and killed the protagonist for him. In the 5th year, you lead the Ji family of the ancient family to surrender to the son of Kanghai. In the 12th year, with the help of Kanghai Shenzi, you became a strong saint and became the head of the Yao family. In the 19th year, you entered the realm of quasi-emperor, but you knew that all of this was given by the son of Kanghai. In the same year, the prosperity of the world reached its peak, the world was like a melting pot, and the rolling truth made you shudder. In the 20th year, you witnessed that man conquering the heavens with supreme power, breaking the limit of the ages, and you finally understood the opportunities in the country that you chose as the only way of life after countless simulations back then. In the 21st year, a hole was broken in the sky, you saw it. Celestial secrets are blinded and cannot be impersonated. The simulation is interrupted due to force majeure, and there is no reward. Looking at the latest simulation result in front of him, Yao Yuxi was stunned. Her body standing on top of the flying boat gradually stiffened. It never occurred to him that after he chose the route of being open and honest with Shenzi Kanghai, he would actually avoid the fate of death. And in the future, under the leadership of Kanghai Shenzi, they will set foot in the realm of the supreme quasi-emperor in legendary. Quasi-emperor, even if it has the word quasi as a prefix, it still exists in the realm of emperor. Throughout the ages, any quasi-emperor or great emperor, without exception, will be immortalized forever. She is a mortal body, even if she got a life simulator, she never thought that one day she would step into the supreme realm like the emperor realm. A woman who became the son of Kanghai. Yao Yuxi's complexion was complicated. Although the simulator did not explicitly explain the function of the blackened talisman, she also guessed the truth from the few words that followed. As a goddess of the Yao family, Yao Yuxi is an unattainable goddess figure in the Taiji continent. Beautiful appearance, slim figure, terrifying family background, unparalleled talent. Everything about her is like the flowers of the high mountains, which makes people sigh and sigh, only dare to look at it from a distance, and cannot be desecrated. And Yao Yuxi herself knew that she was a top-notch existence among women, not much worse than that Kunlun saint. Perhaps following the route in the simulator, Kanghai Shenzi will really save his life by combining his own appearance and gold finger ability. Thinking of this, her eyes shifted to the flying boat in Kanghai Holy Land. This time, when the two looked at each other again, she didn't escape, let alone panic. Instead, she quietly observed Shen Liuyun, struggling in her heart, and sometimes shy like a young woman. Countless emotions rippling in her eyes. At this scene, Shen Liuyun of the prison courtyard frowned. Of course, he didn't know Yao Yuxi's inner activities. But through God's watching the sky, after knowing the other party's life simulator ability in advance, you can roughly guess what the other party has done. I'm afraid that the simulation of the future at this time is probably related to him, right? A little curious. What kind of future did the goddess of the Yao family see? So much so that her emotions are so changeable. From fear at the beginning to entanglement and even shyness now. Chapter 85 The goddess returns to her heart, the entrance to Xiandao opens, Shen Liuyun's plan. Goddess Yao Yuxi's mind changes, it takes a long time to say, but it is actually extremely fast. All simulations are done in the mind. At this time, after she was constantly struggling in her heart, she finally made a decision. In fact, she had no choice. Going to Shen Liuyun is the only way to break the situation. If you don't do it, you will only have the death ending. No one wants to die, especially Marshal Dao Tianjiao. Therefore, Yao Yuxi's choice was obvious. But she didn't want to hypnotize herself like in the simulator. No matter in the previous life or in this life, she has never been in love. She doesn't want to confuse own first love, she wants to know exactly what it's like to love someone. Trying to understand Shenzi Kanghai is what she desperately wants to do right now. What's more, Kanghai Shenzi is not bad in appearance, excellent in talent, and unmatched in strength. It is not a loss to form a companion with such a person. If she can really look like the future in the simulator, she will actually make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Yao Yuxi's aloof face unconsciously turned crimson, and many of her suitors who were secretly observing her were stunned. High above. With the arrival of Shen Liuyun, all the 9 major forces have finally arrived except the Dian dynasty. Countless Tianjiao gathered here, making the spiritual qi of the world here boil. Boom! At this moment, terrifying fluctuations swept across the 4 directions. Looking at the source with a pair of eyes, I saw 8 figures with aura as deep as the sea appeared in the clouds. He is the leader of the 9 top forces today. Kanghai Saint Lord, Kunlun Saint Lord, Tei Saint Lord, Patriarch of the Ji family, Patriarch of the Great Wei dynasty. It can be said that all the most powerful people in the world gathered here. They looked at each other, and one of them said, "Since the juniors of this generation have expired, let's start the dragon transformation ceremony directly. Old rules, we will open the Immortal Island Hospital for you." In the Fairy Island, although there are countless opportunities, there are also several great emperor heroic spirits sleeping here, so there is a great emperor law shrouded in the dark. After entering the island, the spirit power is blocked, unable to fly and interpret the spiritual qi martial skill, and can only rely on the strength of flesh and blood to cross. After 2 days, all Tianjiao who can reach Shenxiantai in the center of Xiandao will be considered pass. At that time, you can get a big opportunity. Besides, there are some special rules or benefits in the island, you can explore by yourself. The voice fell, causing a sensation in the audience. I didn't expect that there would be such a test in the dragon transformation ceremony. It is not to enter the fairy island, even if you have participated in the dragon transformation ceremony, but you have to go to the center of the fairy island with your own strength under the condition of blocking the spirit power to be considered qualified to participate in the ceremony. This level will undoubtedly screen out most of the false arrogance. It seems that it is impossible to go to Xiandao to fish in troubled waters. Of course, this is only for those who have insufficient foundation and guilty conscience. For the true Tianjiao, with the unparalleled constitution, the foundation is solid, and the strength of flesh and blood is naturally far superior to that of other people. This simple test is actually not a problem. Even in the eyes of some people, the color of ambition has been revealed. It is bound to take all the opportunities in Xiandao. At this moment, the domineering Shen Kangsheng in the sky stretched out his hand and pressed gently, and immediately stopped the noise in the sky. Then he took out a token with the others and urged them together. Seeing the fairy island below, the void vibrated slightly, a layer of invisible connections disappeared, and turned into entrances everywhere. When you enter it, you will be randomly teleported to the edge of the island in the 4 directions of southeast, north, and south. Closer, as long as you walk all the way to the central Shenxiantai with great perseverance, you will have unexpected gains. Now, I announce that the first stage of the dragon transformation ceremony will officially begin. Following Shen Kangshen's words fell. Immediately, countless figures flitted out from the flying boats of the major forces, rushing out towards the entrance impatiently. Who dares? However, at this moment, Ji Wuyu suddenly snorted coldly on the Ji family's flying boat. Bright moonlight bloomed from the whole body, and stopped the sky-filled figure with violent fluctuations. Many people accidentally fell from the sky. Then he asked furiously, Ji Wuyu, what are you doing? Facing the angry eyes of everyone, Ji Wuyu went up to the sky without any haste. With a look of self-importance on his face, he said proudly, my concubine Wuyu hasn't left yet, and you trash dare to enter the immortal island before me. As soon as this remark came out, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. No one expected that Ji Wuyu would act so overbearingly. Didn't go in, and didn't let others in? This kind of behavior obviously caused public outrage. They gritted their teeth, intending to refute, but after facing the terrifying Hao Shenhui on the other side, there was another panic in my heart. I could only endure it forcefully, not daring to go up to touch its edge. This scene made Ji Wuyu even more rampant. A bunch of trash. He proudly walked high in the sky, and wanted to enter the fairy island before everyone else. However, at this moment, a more arrogant voice suddenly came, and fell lightly into Ji Wuyu's ears. Who do you call trash? You are also worthy of advancing to Xiandao. As the voice fell, amidst countless uproars, Yang Wenyu looked at Ji Wuyu teasingly on the flying boat of the Great Wei dynasty, and then walked past Ji Wuyu while plucking his ears. 0. Asking for flowers. What? Don't accept it. If you don't accept it, you kill me. His contemptuous look made Ji Wuyu's face extremely livid. The terrifying brilliance of the bright moon behind him reached an unprecedented peak. Apparently facing Yang Wenyu's repeated provocations, Ji Wuyu couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't figure out why Yang Wenyu, an outlier, dared to refute him again and again. He was really not afraid of death? Or did he have a backhand? After thinking up to this point, Ji Wuyu calmed down, glared at Yang Wenyu for a while, but finally did not move. This made Yang Wenyu, who was full of anticipation, roll his eyes on the spot and scolded, damn! It turned out to be a coward. Then he swaggered into the entrance light curtain. Ha ha ha! This Yang Wenyu is a talent, I misjudged him before. On the flying boat of Tai Holy Land, Ye Tian let out a long laugh, and walked out at this time, also skipped Ji Wuyu, and walked towards the entrance light curtain without throwing his face away. How could he be intimidated by Ji Wuyu if he is a majestic SSS-level protagonist with 10,000 times return gold finger? Although he knew that Ji Wuyu must also be an SSS-level protagonist, but the return of 10,000 times is simple and rude, and it is not worth any ability. Therefore, Ye Tian is not afraid of Ji Wuzi. As Yang Wenyu and Ye Tian entered one after another, many arrogances present couldn't help showing sarcasm. This Ji Wuyu is used to acting domineering, and when he came to the dragon transformation ceremony, he wanted to use his tricks at Ji's house, but no one was shocked, and he really slapped himself in the face. At that moment, many people also followed Ye Tian's example and rushed towards the entrance light curtain. This scene completely made Ji Wuyu furious. Damn it! Damn you all! Don't let me meet you in Xiandao! Ji Wuyu's face was ashen, and she had no face to stay where she was, and also turned into a rainbow and poured into Xiandaokan. And at this time, on the flying boat in the holy land of the sea, Zhang Tang let out a breath and said with a smile, fortunately, everything has developed according to the historical track. Watching the dragon transformation ceremony again, this Ji Wuyu is still so stupid. Hehe, if he is stupid, how do we carry out the next plan? Shen Liuyun patted Zhang Tang's little head, obviously he had heard about what just happened in the sky from Zhang Tang. The reason why he didn't come forward to slap Ji Wuyu in the face was also for the next plan. immediately took Jiang Tang's little hand and said, "Let's go too." Jiang Tang nodded, and the couple instantly turned into two rainbow lights, entering the fairy island with an unstoppable force. A big show is about to start. Chapter 86 Shen Liuyun enters the fairy island, an ancient beast? Subdue 1 End first. With the entry of Shen Liuyun et al. Qin Hao, who owns the acting system in the Great Chu dynasty, snorted coldly at this time, and led a thin black dog and also turned into a streamer and rushed into it. Another top power enters the arena. More and more protagonists on the sky no longer held back and joined in one after another. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh, always felt that it was not a wise choice to enter Xiandao this time. But things have come to this point, and after some hesitation, they can only follow in. On the Yao family flying boat, Goddess Yao Yuxi went to the airship in the holy land of the sea that had failed. Her face was no longer entangled, and she reviewed the plan in her mind for what happened next, and then disappeared across the sky and disappeared into the light curtain. Not long after, all the geniuses who have met the requirements of the cultivation base here have all stepped into the fairy island. Only some common disciples who came to watch the excitement, whose cultivation base was not enough to forge God Realm Apex, or the secondary and third survivors of Gold Finger below A level were left behind. The 9 top-level helmsmen are communicating with their spiritual thoughts in the sky at this moment. Hehe, I don't know who can reap the opportunity of the great emperor this time. The emperor of the Great Chu dynasty spoke first. On the territory belonging to the Great Wei dynasty, a huge face appeared in the air, and the voice of divine thoughts was like thunder. My imperial teacher Yang Wenyu has always been blessed, and he must get good benefits. Wu fellow deists' words are different. Chance also depends on one's own strength. This fairy island is not some paradise. You can pick up the inheritance of the great emperor just by walking around. The patriarch of the Ji family stroked his beard at this moment, and said proudly on his face, I am the son of the Ji family, and I have the posture of a great emperor. As soon as this statement came out, it was obvious that he had a strong confidence in Ji Wuyu. A group of saints looked displeased, and Bai Yusheng, the master of the Kunlun Holy Land, sneered again and again, the great world is about to rise, who doesn't have a supreme pride? What's more, Lao Shen hasn't spoken yet, where do you have any face? Bai Yusheng has a straightforward personality, and he didn't give the head of the Ji family any face when he spoke. This made the face of the patriarch of the Ji family change. If he were someone else, he would definitely turn back. But the other party was Bai Yusheng, and Shen Kangsheng from the Holy Land of the Sea was incidentally mentioned in his words. The oppressive feeling of the strongest top power made him dare not speak out again. The patriarch of the Yao family seemed to be very happy to see the Ji family suffer. He laughed and said, Bai fellow deist is right. The Holy Land of the Kanghai produced the Holy Son of the Kanghai, who rebelled against the Holy Land and broke the limit of the eternal arrogance, but he did not dare to say that he has the posture of the great emperor. Ji fellow deist, you should save yourself. Everyone burst into laughter, and the patriarch of the Ji family blushed immediately. With a cold snort, he stopped talking. Within the fairy island. Rumbling. With a loud noise, the void shattered, and Shen Liuyun's figure appeared. He narrowed his eyes subconsciously, the blazing sun was hanging high above his head, and the soft sand was under his feet. It turned out to be directly teleport to the beach. The coast stretches as far as the eye can see, and in the direction of the depths of the island, there is a jungle composed of hundreds of meters of giant trees, which is very spectacular. Shen Liuyun didn't panic, tried to mobilize spirit power, but was blocked, unable to use it, and couldn't fly in the air as usual. The same is true for divine sense, which cannot be spread out at all, as if there are invisible rules blocking it. Here, Xiandao is located in the center of the Jinwu world, and was born with the luck of a world, and several great emperors chose to sit here one after another, so the rules of heaven and earth are completely different from those of the outside world. But likewise, there are countless opportunities and treasures on the island. Shen Liuyun recognized the direction at this time, estimated that he had teleported to the southwest, and even turned his gaze to the south. According to the plan, he will join Zhang Tang first. After Zhang Tang entered the immortal island in his last life, he entered from the south. The same is true in this world. So as long as Shen Liuyun knows the direction, he can easily fight with Zhang Tang. At this time, his body glowed with divine light, immortal demon saint body was activated, and the phantom of the god heavenly devil roared behind him. The power of fairy magic from ancient times revived in his body. With a slight force on his feet, he jumped suddenly, and jumped hundreds of meters high. In this fairy island, although the spirit power cultivation base is suppressed, the power of the physical body can be displayed at will. Shen Liuyun's immortal demon saint body, already known as the strongest constitution, has its own combat power system. Therefore, even without the blessing of spirit power cultivation base, the combat power is still no different from the apex period. With a little force on his legs, terrifying strength suddenly surged through his whole body, and he leaped to the sky with ease, breaking through some of the rules and restrictions of this place. Between flashes and jumps, the distance of several thousand meters is in the blink of an eye. This speed is no different from flying. Cracking! Just when Shen Liuyun used his physical strength to cross the fairy island Clump Lin Shi Zero, suddenly there was a bird song next to his ear, and when he looked around, he saw a golden-winged great peng hovering above his head, exuding an extremely dangerous aura around him, and a pair of eagle eyes staring coldly at him. Golden-winged great peng, one of the ancient beasts. Adulthood has the power of the Holy Land. This one should be semi-adult, but it is also equivalent to Apex, the four elephants of the human race. Unexpectedly, there are such ferocious beasts in this fairy island. Shen Liuyun immediately understood. It turns out that this is the real test after entering the island. Only when the spirit power is blocked, cross the jungle densely covered with beasts with the body, and arrive at Shenxiantai, can you be eligible to participate in this dragon transformation ceremony and get chance rewards. At this time, the golden-winged great peng hovered continuously, with bloodthirsty murderous intent in his eyes. It seems that Shen Liuyun, a strange human race, is regarded as a delicious snack. This made Shen Liuyun couldn't help but smile. It's quite interesting to be regarded as food by other beings. It gave him a little freshness. But that's all. The next moment, Shen Liuyun's figure suddenly swept from the ground to the sky, and grabbed the golden-winged great peng at an extremely fast speed. Clang! Golden-winged great peng also reacted quickly, exuding monstrous power immediately, grabbing the sharp eagle claws that were comparable to a divine armament weapon towards Shen Liu's chest. Shen Liuyun didn't dodge, and took this strike directly with his strong 2.6 horizontal body, but at the same time, he also grabbed the opponent's body with both hands, and with a little force, the latter's body was immediately pinched and deformed, and there was a sound of bone shattering. The pitiful screams resounded throughout the world, and it was only then that golden-winged great peng realized that the human race he regarded as prey turned out to be so terrifying. Then, I saw Shen Liuyun jumping with his strength, his whole body rolled onto the eagle's back, and he clenched his fists and pressed against the top of golden-winged great peng's head. Be honest, or I will eat you. Hearing this, golden-winged great peng stopped struggling immediately. As an ancient ferocious beast, it already had a high level of intelligence, so even if it couldn't understand human words, it could vaguely understand the meaning. But at this moment, Shen Liuyun subdued the golden-winged great peng, and with it instead of walking, how could his speed be 100 times faster? The whole person immediately turned into a rainbow light and swept towards the south. Chapter 87 Flowers in the Mirror, Moon in the Water, Shen Liuyun's advance layout, taking action to plunder Ye Tian's opportunity. With ancient fierce beasts instead of walking, Shen Liuyun is extremely fast. Not long after, they arrived at the south of Xiandao. With a glance, he immediately saw Zhang Tang sitting in the lotus position in the jungle. Behind her was a pool of blood that looked like a small lake, and in the center of the pool lay a vicious beast with no vitality. Obviously, Zhang Tang was also attacked. However, as the supreme arrogance, even if spirit power is banned, he still has all kinds of unimaginable means. It is not difficult to cross the border and kill the beast. Seeing this scene, golden-winged Great Peng felt a little restless immediately after being stimulated by the blood. After receiving a punch from Shen Liuyun, he honestly fell to the center. Husband. Zhang Tang opened his eyes and spoke with a smile. This overseas fairy island had not been opened for more than 10,000 years before the outbreak of the great power of heaven and earth, and naturally no one of their generation of disciples had entered. But Zhang Tang was different. As a reborn person, this was her second visit to Xiandao, and she knew the situation inside Xiandao well. Not only that, Zhang Tang remembered where there was a chance, and who got a chance from it. This gave Shen Liuyun an opportunity to operate. And the plan of the two is also very simple, that is to ambush in advance and grab the opportunity from these protagonists. Naturally, the process between them cannot expose itself, and what needs to be done is tight. On that note, it's not hard. Although the spirit power cultivation base cannot be used within Xiandao, there is no restriction on heresy. Before Shen Liuyun went to Xiandao, he had a plan in mind, so he took a stack of very rare high-level heavenly talismans from the sect treasure house in advance. This talisman was produced by the famous talisman sect Tianfu sect in the Taiji continent, and it was personally refined by the Tianfu ancestor of Saint Cultivation Base. Its name is Flower in Mirror and Moon in Water. The talisman itself does not have any peerless killing power, but its function is quite wonderful, even mysterious. It can record the appearance and breath of other people, and then copy a fake body with 70% of the body's combat power. The only limitation of this heaven-defying function is that it is only valid for practitioners under the Holy Realm. And this restriction, in the eyes of Shen Liuyun, is naturally ignored. After all, this group of Tianjiao has not grown up yet, and everyone in the entire fairy island is only in the God Realm apex. Not to mention the Holy Land, there is not even a dragon transformation practitioner. Therefore, Shen Liuyun's plan is simple. By using the talisman Mirror Flower and Water Moon to copy a Tianjiao and snatch the opportunities of other protagonists. Afterwards, not only can you keep yourself out of the matter, but you can also conveniently frame a wave of blame. And considering that the clone only has 70% combat power of the main body. Therefore, the object of copying must be a very powerful Tianjiao. It is best to be someone who has a very suspicious personality. This option is immediately available. SSS class protagonist, Ji Wuyu. As the godson of the Ji family, Ji Wuyu has an extremely strong personality. Repeatedly not to put people in the world to put in one's eyes, has committed the anger of the public. Moreover, Ji Wuyu does have certain abilities. According to what Zhang Tang said. In the future, such as Wuyu is also one of the top members of the Supreme Sequence. With extremely strong comprehensive combat power and his own luck, he is one of the few people who can compete with Shen Liuyun in the future. Even Lin Ye and Ji Wuyu, who rose to dominate the world after their rise in the previous life, can be equally equal. Copying the amplification system is indeed strong. All these factors immediately made Wuyu the best candidate. After all, it is so powerful that it can exert the greatest effect after copying it. There will be no embarrassing situation of snatching other people's opportunities but being counter-killed. Coupled with the character of Ji Wuyu, it is simply a perfect candidate. Shen Liuyun had secretly absorbed Ji Wuyu's aura into Dimension when he met Ji Wuyu. The tools for committing the crime are fully prepared, and they are now waiting for action. Walk. Let's go see Ye Tian's chance first. Shen Liuyun smiled at this time, let Zhang Tang climb on the back of the bird, and then clapped his palms. Golden-winged Great Peng wailed twice in reluctance, before he spread his wings and flew towards the depths of the fairy island. According to the memories of Zhang Tang's previous life, after Ye Tian entered the immortal island, he descended at the Zhennan entrance. Later, when he was going deep into the center of Xiandao, he accidentally entered an underground immortal cave, and found an ancient pill refining technique cheat book inside. This cheat book is the true supreme treasure of the way of pill refining, and it records in detail the method of refining the 10th grade magic pill. It can be said that once this cheat book is circulated, it will completely cause a shock in the real martial arts world, enough to drive countless pill refining masters into madness. The pill refining technique recorded in it completely fills in the gaps in the alchemy realm of the real martial arts world today. This secret book has been dusted in the fairy island for thousands of 10,000 years, countless days and nights, and the ebb and flow of many eras. No one can discover it. Until Ye Tian, who is full of great luck, appeared and was taken by him. Thereafter, Ye Tian also relied on this opportunity to become the most precious pill refining master in the real martial arts world after decades, and also the only 10th rank pill refining master. At that time, Ye Tian was not only the supreme arrogance in the supreme sequence, but also a powerful figure in the real martial arts world. 10th rank pill refining masters have extraordinary charisma, where they pass by, they are greeted and embraced, and one person is a top power. Because of this, Fu became the successor of Tai Holy Land without any accident. In the apex period, even Ji Wuyu, Lin Yat, Han Feiyu and others should avoid their edge. And now, what Shen Liuyun has to do is to plunder this amazing opportunity that belongs to Ye Tian. The golden-winged Great Peng was extremely fast, following the route pointed out by Zhang Tang, heading towards the mysterious underground immortal cave. At the same time, it is located on a barren hill in the south. There was a huge collision sound, but it was the sound of the huge body of an ancient giant elephant falling down. In front of it, Ye Tian slowly retracted his fist, with a faint smile on his face. As the protagonist of the 10,000 times return stream, Ye Tian has too many treasures on him. Body refining cultivation technique, naturally is not lacking. So even if the spirit power on Xiandao was cut off, he still didn't rush. His strong physique is enough for him to run wild in this jungle. At this time, after killing a fierce beast that wanted to sneak attack its own, it was about to leave when the corner of its eyes was suddenly attracted by the collapsed ground of the giant elephant. It seems to be empty in here. He stepped forward curiously, because he couldn't use divine sense and couldn't see it, so he had no choice but to step on the ground hard. Suddenly, the ground roared. A strange underground cave appeared in front of him. Ye Tian was stunned. After a long time, I came back to my senses, and my face couldn't help becoming excited. This is clearly meeting the inheritance of Xiandao. Ha ha ha. Really? Ye Tian, are the real son of destiny. What Ji Wuyu and Yang Wenyu, stand aside. In ecstasy, Ye Tian jumped directly into the underground cave, impatiently wanting to see what opportunity is hidden there. Not long after Ye Tian's figure disappeared at the entrance of the cave, there was another terrifying sound of breaking through the jungle. I saw the mysterious and mighty golden-winged Great Peng carrying Shen Liuyun and Zhang Tang, swooping down from the high sky all the way. Chapter 88 Ye Tian triggers 10,000 times return. Shen Liuyun is crazy, this wave is in the atmosphere. Inside the underground cave, it was a little dark. After Ye Tian entered, he concentrated on his eyes. Practitioner's powerful 5 senses work immediately, allowing him to gradually see everything around him. Only then did he discover that under the burial of the loess, there were continuous bronze walls on both sides, with the breath eroded by the years flowing on them. Just this one glance, Ye Tian was shocked. The cave here must have existed for a very long time, and it is very likely that it is a product of ancient times, or even ancient times. And today's Jinwu world. Any opportunity that can be related to the word ancient is undoubtedly invaluable. Could it be that I really got the inheritance of the ancient heavenly emperor? Yet Yen's heart was pounding, and he felt more and more that he was the son of destiny in that legendary. His face flushed, his expression was excited, and he galloped all the way to the depths of the cave. And the further inward it was, there were more and more bronze remnants, many places could not be covered by the yellow mud, and a large area of ancient ruins was exposed in the field of vision. Vaguely, one can feel that this place used to be an extremely large building complex. It must have been an extremely brilliant superpower before the endless ages. Another stick of incense passed. Yet Yen, who was running fast, stopped suddenly. He had already reached the end of this cave. And at this time, the entire underground space opened up extremely, and a huge bronze portal covered by mud appeared in front of it. Right above the portal, a name is engraved like Long Fei Fengwu in the earliest characters of the human race in ancient times. Taiyang sect. These three words, even though they have existed for countless epochs, still have an extremely strong sense of oppression when looking at them. Yet Yen suffocated slightly. There was only one thought left in my mind. Great Emperor lettering. This word must have come from the hand of Heavenly Emperor. And only the ancient Great Emperor, who has mastered the law of time, has the ability to keep the charm of his brushwork alive for endless years without fading away. This Dao Yangzong turned out to be an imperial power in ancient times. Yet Yen's expression was shocked, and at the same time, the excitement in his heart climbed to the extreme. He knew that he was about to get a real big chance. At this time, impatiently stepping into the household, he raised his eyes and looked around. The entire Dayangzong ruins can be seen immediately. In fact, it is not as huge as imagined. Most of the buildings have decayed under the baptism of war and the erosion of time. Only a few ruins remain. Yet Yen was like locusts crossing the border all the way, wishing to dig all the places he passed by 3 feet. It's a pity that I didn't get any valuable treasures. Finally, Yet Yen stopped in front of a relatively well-preserved great hall. The hall is very empty, only 3 things. They are a jade-colored pill box, a dark gold medicine tripod, and a suspended ancient book. It seems that this is where the real opportunity lies. Yet Yen's eyes revealed, he stepped forward and first picked up the ancient book. The ancient books have not been corrupted by time, and at this moment, with Yet Yen's actions, they are turned upside down one by one. The countless words in it poured into Yet Yen's mind as if they had spirituality. And this moment, Yet Yen, who finished digesting the content of the ancient book, was shocked. Taiyang sect. It turned out to be the alchemy sect led by the great emperor in ancient times. Its sect leader, Taiyang Pil Emperor, is known as the most amazing and brilliant alchemy great emperor since ancient times. Hey, I actually got the inheritance of a great emperor in this overseas fairy island. Yet Yen muttered to himself, unable to believe this scene. It is really the origin of Dayangzong, because this opportunity in Dayang sect can be called heaven-defying. After all, the martial Dao of the human race is like traveling against the sky, and there are very few people who can become emperors. And becoming an emperor with alchemy is even rarer among great emperors. There is no need to mention the gold content of this Dao Yang dandy. Now, the inheritance he left behind, after countless epochs of dust, just appeared in front of his eyes like a dream. So much so that Yet Yen couldn't come back to his senses for a long time, his expression was in a trance. After calming down for several breaths, he excitedly took the ancient book with trembling palms. In the ancient book, in addition to a brief introduction to Dayangzong, it also records the alchemy perception of Dayangdan Deyi's life. If all of them are integrated, Yet Yen will immediately become the #1 pill refining master in the real martial arts world, and the only 10th rank pill refining master. There is no need to mention the importance of pill refining masters in the real martial arts world. 9th rank pill refining masters are already high-ranking and powerful enough to become guests of the major apex forces. It's hard for Yet Yen to imagine how imposing a 10th rank pill refining master should be. Just one person is already an apex faction, right? The power of appeal is absolutely unsurpassed in the real martial arts world, and no one dares to provoke it. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Tian became excited again. Holding the ancient book in his hand, he looked at two other things. According to the introduction in the ancient book, the dark gold medicinal cauldron was a pill refining tool used by Emperor De Yang Dan before he became enlightened. Its status in alchemy realm is equivalent to quasi-emperor saint weapon, and it is a fetish that can cause countless pill refining masters to go crazy. Due to the long-term pill refining, there are countless medicine pill charms left in the medicine cauldron, so that even after a long time of baptism, it has not decayed in the slightest. Is a good baby. Ye Tian happily accepted it, and moved his gaze to the last item, the jade-colored pill box. Focusing his eyes on the past, the pill box seemed to be spiritual, and immediately there was an ethereal scent of pills, pouring into his mind, making a piece of information. And Ye Tian. It's a wild breath. In this pill box, there is actually a 10th grade divine pill refined by Emperor De Yang himself. Its name Shen Liuyun Good Fortune Gold Core. It is a medicine pill that develops the potential of the human body and increases the magnification when transforming into a dragon. Ye Tian's hands are shaking. The alchemy insights recorded in ancient books, although precious, still need to be learned slowly. But the medicine pill in front of me is a real opportunity that can be obtained immediately. I'm an arrogance of heaven, and I will be good when I transform into a dragon. This time I get the Shen Liuyun Good Fortune Gold Core. Who else can stop me at the dragon transformation ceremony? I will be the most enhancement dragon ever. Ye Tian couldn't even close his mouth when he laughed. The timing of this Shen Liuyun Good Fortune Gold Core is too coincidental and wonderful. It's as if Emperor De Yang Alchemy had predicted that today, after endless years, there would be a group of apex cultivators holding the dragon transformation ceremony here. And he, Ye Tian, is the successor selected by Emperor De Yang Dan across the river of time. Thinking of this, Ye Tian couldn't help showing the arrogance and confidence of someone with great luck. He put away the jade box and medicine cauldron, hummed a little song, and walked towards the great hall with his head held high. But the moment he walked out the door, boom! Suddenly, two thick auras approached him like a storm. Ye Tian's relaxed expression immediately froze. He frowned slightly, and looked forward, and saw two divine lights within the ruins, crisscrossing the dark underground world. Finally, a figure appeared not far in front of him. But at the moment when he saw the real faces of these two people, Ye Tian felt a thump in his heart. How could it be the holy son of Canghai and the holy maiden of Kunlun? They also discovered this underground ruin? After thinking about it in my heart, I saw the holy son of Canghai, who seemed very surprised, arched his cupped hands and said, "Brother Ye, I never expected to see you here." Afterwards, the conversation changed, and he said very kindly, "Since Brother Ye discovered this opportunity first, then it will belong to Brother Ye, and my husband and I will leave now." After saying that, Shen Liuyun really pulled Zhang Tang and turned around, as if to leave. And heard this, Ye Tian was slightly taken aback. Only then did he suddenly remember that he and Canghai Holy Land were friends rather than enemies, and they had greeted each other with a smile when they were on the flying boat before. The relationship is far from being rigid with Yang Wenyu, Ji Wuyu and others. So far, an extremely bold idea suddenly rose in Ye Tian's heart. He looked at Shen Liuyun's back, and immediately said, "Brother Shen, stop. I've long heard that Brother Shen has the title of number 1 Tianjiao, and he was unparalleled in the battle against the Holy Realm, so I have been looking up to him for a long time, but I just suffer from ignorance. Before on the flying boat, I wanted to make friends several times, but the occasion was wrong. Now that you and I meet each other in this underground ruins, I hope Brother Chen will not hold you back." With that said, people have come to the front. He smiled enthusiastically and said, "Brother Shen still doesn't know the Deyangzong ruins here, so let me introduce them. This is the alchemy great emperor of our human race, the power that Emperor Yang Dandi commanded back then. The Great Hall, which I just walked out of, is where the real opportunity lies. The voice fell, and the light flashed. The dark gold medicine cauldron, the 10th grade divine pill, and the great emperor's ancient book appeared in front of him. Yet Yen arched his cupped hands at Shen Liuyun, and said righteously, "Brother Shen, although opportunities are good, there are also types. W. The opportunity in this Yang Zone is really good, but it's a pity that it belongs to alchemy realm. I, Tai Holy Land, have no involvement in the alchemy journey, but the Holy Land of the Sea is different. Everyone knows that the Holy Land of the Sea has a profound heritage and embraces the world's methods. This Yangzong's great emperor inheritance is more suitable for you, Brother Shen, than mine." What Yet Yen said this time was impassioned. If someone else is here, must be horrified. Appreciate the generosity. After all, the opportunity of the great emperor who is about to be obtained is cupped hands. For many arrogance, I am afraid that few people can do it. Shen Liuyun also showed a moving expression at this moment. "Brother Yet, don't tell me when you and I met for the first time. What's more, this great opportunity belongs to you, but you forwarded it to me. How can I accept it?" Brother Shen's words are wrong. Yet Yen laughed lightly, and said, "I don't understand alchemy. This opportunity of Emperor Yang Dan was given to me. It is a pearl dusted, why don't I give it to you? Maybe I will add a supreme pill refining master to my human race in the future, wouldn't it be better? This move is a great merit for our human race, and I hope that Brother Shen will not refuse." The voice fell. Yet Yen even delivered the ancient book and other items directly to Shen Liuyun. Inside and outside the words, they all look like they are for the righteousness of the human race. Those who don't know the inside story may be really moved and touched by Yet Yen's open-minded heart. Okay. Today, I accept Brother Yi's love. If there is an order from now on, I will do my best to help Brother Yet. After being difficult, Shen Liuyun finally accepted the opportunity Yet Yen sent. And saw this scene. The smile on the corner of Yet Yen's mouth was even wider, and there was a deep joy beating in the depths of his eyes. It's done. The Holy Son of Kanghai really accepted his gift. With his status, it must trigger a return of more than 5,000 times, right? Yet Yen almost laughed silly. Yes. He gave Shen Liuyun the opportunity, but it was not for some human race as he said. Righteousness. How could Yet Yen, a dignified man, do that kind of stupid behavior? All of this is just to trigger a 10,000 times return. Originally, he didn't have this idea. But the moment Shen Liuyun appeared, an irresistible feeling came into his heart. 10,000 times return system. As the name suggests, as long as you donate opportunities to others, or invest in others, you will get a return reward of up to 10,000 times. And according to Yet Yen's groping in the past year, he found that the return rate of the system is regular. To put it simply, the higher the status of the gifted object, the stronger the talent, and the greater the chance of triggering a high multiplier after returning. That's why, right after Yet Yen came to the dragon transformation ceremony, he couldn't wait to present the saint weapons to Yang Wenyu and Ji Wuyu. Because of these two people, their status and talent are extremely high. The chances of triggering a high multiple return are great. Right now, there is a reason why he was so enthusiastic after seeing Shen Liuyun. In his eyes, Shen Liuyun's status is no worse than Ji Wuyu's. Even better. As for talent, since this person dares to claim to be the number one Tianjiao of his generation, he must have some skills. Therefore, Yet Yen was very excited. It is not easy to meet such a person who conforms to the system's return rules in all aspects. He is looking forward to what level of reward he will return when he has given away the inheritance of Emperor De Yang Pil. After all, among the 3 inheritances of Emperor De Yang Pil, whether it's the 10th grade Divine Pill Qianyuan Good Fortune Gold Core, or the Secret Book of Inheritance, they have reached the pinnacle of this world in terms of preciousness. The most precious thing in this world, what will be rewarded after triggering the return of 10,000 times. Yet Yen dare not even think about it. Even for a 10,000th of an instant, he was a little scared in his heart, worried that the system would be blown up because the return would not come out. Fortunately, after a brief silence, the sound of the system rang in my ears as promised. Ding! You have successfully invested in Quasi-Emperor Saint Weapon De Yang Medicine Cauldron, triggering 10,000 times the return and getting the low-grade immortal weapon, De Yang Immortal Cauldron. Ding! You successfully invested in the 10th rank God Pill Shen Liuyun Good Fortune Gold Core, triggering 10,000 times the return, and getting the lower rank Elixir, 9 Cycles Void Spirit Pill. Ding! You have successfully invested in the Great Emperor level Alchemy Comprehension Sheets, triggering a 10,000-fold return, and getting a copy of the Immortal World Pill Refining Technique Sheets. 3 pleasant reminders sounded in Yet Yen's mind. And Yet Yen is numb at this moment. He couldn't breathe completely, and his heartbeat accelerated crazily, because his brain was close to a flat rock machine. Thousands of times back. Triggered a full 3 times. To know. Since he awakened the system, in 1 year, the highest trigger was 3,000, the money will be refunded twice. However, investing in this holy son of Kanghai has directly capped the investment, reaching 10,000 times. How high is the status and talent of the son of Kanghai? He speculated that even if it was Ji Wuyu, the godson of the Ji family, who invested at this time, it would definitely not be able to invest 10,000 times. Therefore, the 3,000-fold return reminders directly shocked Yet Yen. And the content of the return reward. It made Yet Yen's heart tremble even more, and his mind was buzzing. It's all about fairy. What's happening here? Everyone knows that the realm of the Great Emperor is already the ultimate in the world. But where did this fairy come from? And the Immortal World Pill Refining Technique Sheets, are there immortal worlds outside of the true martial world? Yet Yen's mind was dizzy, he only felt that this wave of his own might have inadvertently peeped into the deep truth hidden in the world. After. It is unspeakable excitement. Because compared with the returned rewards, the Great Emperor opportunity sent out before is simply a pile of rubbish. It's ridiculous that the Holy Son of Kanghai really thinks that he is righteous. At this moment, not to mention picking up the own rags, I have to be grateful to myself. This wave of giving opportunities, he really gambled right. Get favors and rewards again. Yet Yen laughed wildly in his heart, he was so happy that he couldn't control his expression, and the corners of his mouth kept rising. And at this time, in his eyes, he only deserves to pick up his tattered Shen Liuyun. Also laughing. Foot. It's because Yet Yen can see all the prompts on the system just now under Shen Ming Tianchu. All are rewards related to immortals. This is the opportunity to grab Yet Yen first, it is really the right choice. As soon as he thought about it, he would be able to get these 3 heaven-defying rewards in his hands immediately. How can Shen Liuyun not laugh? For a moment, he and Yet Yen laughed loudly at each other, as if they had met each other lately. Yet Yen laughed. The one laughing is that Shen Liuyun is short-sighted, thinking that he has picked up a big deal, but in fact he has already stood on the 2nd floor. Shen Liuyun laughed. What is laughing is that Yet Yen thinks he is smart and thinks he is short-sighted, but in fact he is standing in the atmosphere. Chapter 89 The whole fake match, Shen Liuyun staged brotherly love, Yet Yen was numb. Inside the dark underground ruins, Shen Liuyun and Yet Yen smiled at each other, not knowing how good the relationship between the two was. As a reborn person, Zhang Tang knew that Yet Yen's gold finger would be returned 10,000 times, and when the opponent's cupped hands gave him the so-called Great Emperor opportunity, he kept sneering and watching the drama in his heart. Especially when seeing Shen Liuyun smile at this time, I feel that my man is extremely bad. If Yet Yen knew the truth, I'm afraid I'm going to die of anger. After all, the reward I just returned will soon go into someone else's pocket. Think here. Jiang Tang looked quietly at the entrance of the ruins, thinking that it should be soon. It seems to be to test her idea. Just after this thought fell for a while, a mighty bright moonlight rose from the entrance of the ruins. Immediately, he swept across the entire Broken Day Yang sect in an extremely domineering manner. The conversation between Ye Tian and Shen Liuyun came to an abrupt end. The source of the mighty divine light that all eyes are looking at. One looked surprised, and the other pretended to be surprised. Brother Shen, are you being followed? How could this be discovered by other people? Ye Tian's complexion was a little cloudy and uncertain. He has just received the reward returned by the system at this moment, and he just wants to find a place where no one is around to take a good look, so he doesn't want to cause extra trouble. Shen Liuyun shook his head with the same doubt at the moment. I don't know, but the entrance of the ruins is not blocked, and there is a huge body of a fierce elephant, which is very conspicuous, and it is normal for someone to pay attention, right? This. Ye Tian's tone froze. He didn't think too much when he discovered the underground ruins at that time. I should have done some cover-up at the entrance. Not to mention that it attracted other people to enter at this moment. Ye Tian is also very familiar with the domineering bright moonlight, and he has a bad premonition in his heart. Just when Ye Tian was thinking like this, the source of that breath finally appeared in front of everyone. I saw that the other party was dressed in white, with an expressionless face, and in the depths of his eyes, there was an unruly look that regarded the world as ants, and he stared at everyone coldly. Cooperate with its body, the iconic bright moon brilliance. Not Ji Wuyu, who else? Seeing the person coming, Ye Tian frowned immediately, couldn't help but took a step forward, and muttered. Brother Ji, you came a step too late, there is no chance here, you should turn back and go to other places. Because of the 10,000 times return system. Ye Tian has always been a well-known boy who spreads money and treats people kindly. Therefore, when I saw Ji Wuyu, even though I was a little unhappy because of the disturbance before, I also resented that this person's words and deeds were too domineering. But at this time, they still tend to open their mouths in good faith, trying to solve the problem with words. However, Ji Wuyu in front of him didn't say a word, still exuding the brilliance of her own bright moon forcefully. The next moment, seeing the brilliance surging, the infinite bright moon power turned into horses suddenly, and slammed towards Ye Tian fiercely. You! Seeing this, Ye Tian suddenly felt an unknown fire in his heart. When this person entered Xiandao earlier, he provoked public anger because of his overbearing. Entering the ruins at this moment, looking for opportunities depends on one's own ability. He came late and didn't say anything, and he ignored On's kind words of persuasion, even refused to communicate, and directly wanted to snatch it. It's like sticking out his minions in his face. Do you really think that Ye Tian is a soft persimmon? Immediately also sneered. Okay, okay. Since you are so domineering, don't blame me, Ye Tian, for falling out with you. It's just a matter of seeing and seeing, what is the ability of this bright moon divine body that claims to surpass the sacred body. Facing this strike, Ye Tian did not dodge or dodge, and directly activated his strongest body refining technique. Immediately rolled infinite mighty power around the body, and even more divine light burst out, grabbing this bright moon horse training volley. As the same SSS-level protagonist. Because of the special nature of Gold Finger, Ye Tian has excellent popularity, and whenever he meets someone, he calls him brother. But this does not mean that Ye Tian has a good personality. On the contrary, Ye Tian also has the arrogance that belongs to the supreme arrogance in his heart. In this point, he is very similar to Chu Wang. Everything that appears on the outside is just a human setting. In fact, the heart is higher than the sky. Treat the heroes of the world like nothing. Now, just triggering 3 times of 10,000 times return from Shen Liuyun, I got a heaven-defying opportunity, and I am even more confident. Therefore, Ji Wuyu's behavior was considered to be on the point of gunpoint. The two quickly fought fiercely together. In the duel between the supreme geniuses, every punch and palm shakes the surrounding space. Under the tyrannical physical strength, the mighty brilliance and divine light constantly collide. Boom boom boom. For a while, no one can do anything to anyone. Although Ji Wuyu claims to be unparalleled in constitution, how could Ye Tian, as the protagonist of 10,000 times return flow, be a mortal body? His current constitution is called primordial chaos. It was a heaven-defying opportunity, a primordial chaos fruit that could transform her constitution, given to the daughter of the Saint Lord when she just awakened Gold Finger a year ago, triggering a 3,000 times return reward. This constitution is quite good, although it is not as famous as Ji Wuyu's bright moon body, but it is better than some ordinary sacred body. And unlike Ji Wuyu, primordial chaos Taoist body is open to all rivers, and can be cultivated with other body refining methods. Ye Tian himself also mastered a very powerful body refining method, which has already been cultivated to a level that is not weak. Therefore, the strength of his primordial chaos body is not much worse than that of Ji Wuyu's bright moon body. The confrontation between the two was earth-shattering, and the ruins of ancient ruins collapsed inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of rounds have passed. In fact, if it is a real all-out attack, Ye Tian can win the battle very quickly. Because the Ji Wuyu in front of him is not the real Ji Wuyu, but a copy of it with the mirror flower water moon talisman. The replica only has 7 successes of the main body. How to fight Ye Tian, who is the supreme pride? Therefore, the reason why the two sides have been deadlocked so far is that Ye Tian has not really made a move with all his strength. Don't look at him looking angry at this time, but he is not in a daze, always pay attention to the situation around him. After all, next to him is Shen Liuyun, the son of Kanghai, who is also the supreme arrogance. No people, no face, but not heart. Ye Tian doesn't believe that after the opportunity of owning the holy son of Kanghai, he won't suddenly turn his back on the water, and when he and Ji Wuyu are fighting to the death, a praying mantis catches the cicada. Keep an eye on it all the time, you are right. Shen Liuyun looked at the battlefield between the two at this time, and was not surprised that Ye Tian kept his hand. SSS-level protagonists, there are not many fools, this behavior is normal and expected. Moreover, he didn't expect that Ji Wuyu, who really relied on the replica, would be able to plunder Ye Tian's reward without showing any traces. The real trump card has always been himself. Brother Ye, this Ji Wuyu is too deceitful, let me help you. Hearing a loud shout of justice, Shen Liuyun turned into a streamer and suddenly joined the battlefield. And Ye Tian couldn't help but smile. He has been guarding against Shen Liuyun in the divine partition, and now the opponent joins the battlefield to fight with him, so he doesn't have to be as tired as before. Okay. With Brother Shen's help, I will kill this tease today. Ye Tian yelled happily, and struck out the fist technique with boundless brute force. At the same time, Shen Liuyun, who was half-step behind, sneered again and again. With a movement of his fingers, 10 saint weapons flew out of the storage ring without a sound, and at the same time shouted, Brother Ye, be careful, this person is a fraud. Ye Tian was taken aback for a moment, and Gongfu paused slightly. And at the moment of this pause, Ji Wuyu, who was being pressed and beaten by him all the time, suddenly raised his head to the sky and screamed, and the boundless bright moon radiance spread out. The light of this bright moon immediately stained Shen Liuyun's saint weapon. The divine sense was cut off within the immortal island, so Ye Tian couldn't know the situation immediately. Turning his head at this moment, he saw the saint weapon with the breath of bright moon attacking him. He was stunned for a while, not knowing when Ji Wuyu sacrificed the weapon. In the fast-paced battle situation, without giving Ye Tian a chance to react, 10 high-rank weapons and Ji Wuyu's ultimate moves bombarded him one after another. Ye Tian's resistance immediately became difficult. This Ji Wuyu, why did she wake up suddenly? In the fight just now, I obviously feel that this kid is not as good as me. Ye Tian thought anxiously in his heart. He was caught off guard by Ji Wuyu's technique of controlling objects with his hands. But he didn't know that the reason why Ji Wuyu was so fierce was because Shen Liuyun was behind those 10 saint weapons. Xiandao, although cut off spirit power. But heresy is okay, and secret techniques are naturally among them. What Shen Liuyun is using now is even more extraordinary. It is his bottom-of-the-box secret book, the only fairy magic secret technique that he has mastered so far, Heavenly Devil Seizing Soldiers. This secret technique can be called miraculous in controlling weapons. That day when he rebelled against Lin Fan, the Tianjiao of the Holy Realm, he killed him with this technique. So, as soon as this technique was cast, Ye Tian's pressure doubled immediately. And Shen Liuyun is not idle. In order to remove the suspicion, he rushed into the battlefield in a decent manner, and fought with 3 weapons he controlled. Brother Ye, I'll share some of it for you, you kill this tease quickly. He yelled loudly, and the power of a mortal demon surged, and the momentum was huge. Seeing this, the other party did not suspect him, so he gritted his teeth and broke out again, fighting with Ji Wuyong. Because without the power of divine sense, no one noticed. At this time, Zhang Tang outside the battlefield quietly urged the storage ring and took out the second talisman. Looking through the looking glass. Silently mobilize the formula in my heart. The boundless bright moon radiance condensed in the air, transforming into Ji Wuyu. The next moment, another terrifying pike flew behind the unprepared Ye Tian. Be careful, this son has the secret technique of avatar. At the same time, Shen Liuyun urged Heavenly Devil to increase the power of the 7 weapons that besieged Ye Tian, while shouting deliberately a few beats later. And Ye Tian, who was exhausted from fighting, changed his expression drastically. He turned his head to look at the other Ji Wuyu behind him, and before he had time to think about the so-called avatar secret technique, he slapped out hastily. This palm collided with the sneak-attacking bright moon, smashing it to pieces. Ye Tian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and when he was about to call Shen Liuyun to show some real skills, he suddenly felt hairy all over his body. He turned his head hastily, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw an astonishing bright moon saber light, slashing at him fiercely with indescribably terrifying power. This knife! Indescribable! In bright moon's divine brilliance, there is also a monstrous ferocity. If the dead Lin Fan were here, he would definitely be able to recognize it tragically. This is the famous sword he inherited from Saint Dao Ziyufeng in Yueo's hand. The strength of blood-killing ranks among the best among all swordsmen in the world. This knife has killed too many creatures, and its power is boundless. If Shen Liuyun didn't have Heavenly Devil Seizing Soldiers with him, Lin Fan would have suffered a lot if he sacrificed it that day. And now, under the control of Heavenly Devil, how terrible is the bloodshed! Directly under Ye Tian's defenselessness, he broke through the divine light protecting his body, and slashed fiercely. Dangerous! In the midst of the attack, Ye Tian didn't have time to block it, so he could only dodge it in a hurry. Brush! The bright knife light streaked across the sky. Ye Tian only felt the lightness of his arm, and the power poured out like a torrent. But his small half-arm was directly cut off by the blood. That half of the arm was his right hand, with the palm attached to it. On it, there are 3 storage rings, which have not been taken off. At the same time, it was as if it had been planned in advance, the moment the broken arm just flew up. At the very beginning, Ji Wuyu appeared like a ghost, hugged that arm in her arms, and then turned into a rainbow light and rushed towards the entrance of the ruins, not wanting to fight anymore. Ye Tian has not recovered from the pain of the broken arm at this time. It is really too many things happened in this 1,000th of an instant. When the train of thought caught up, the whole person suddenly burned with anger. Ah! Ji Wuyu, I'm going to kill you! He roared to the sky, not only because of the broken arm, but what really made him angry was the lost storage ring. A total of 3. It contains all the return rewards that he has not used this year, as well as the immortal world level reward that was returned 30,000 times. God knows how much it's worth. How can Yetian not be angry? However, as soon as he rushed out, the second Jiwuyu clone surrounded him, and at the same time, the 7 saint weapons continued to attack around him. For a while, Yetian was dragged in place, unable to move. His gaze was almost spitting fire, and he only wanted to rush out of the encirclement to catch up with Jiwuyu and regain his own arm. As for Jiwuyu in front of him, he didn't care. Because Shen Liuyun's previous sentence "this son has the secret technique of avatar" has faintly disturbed his mind, making him subconsciously think that he fought with him at the beginning, and took his arm away at the end. It was Jiwuyu who escaped. And at this moment, see things almost. Shen Liuyun immediately shouted righteously, "Brother Yat, don't panic. You and I have given you the opportunity to inherit the great emperor, and I will take back the half-amputated arm for you. Tanger, help me break through Jiwuyu's array of weapons and catch up with this thief." After his words fell, Zhang Tang appeared in front of him, clapped palms together with him, and blasted the 3 saint weapons surrounding Shen Liuyun. Immediately, the two of them turned into rainbow lights and rushed out of the ruins, looking like they were chasing Jiwuyu. Even though Yetian was burning with anxiety at the moment, he could only shout and exhort. "Brother Shen, you must take back my arm, absolutely." The voice of grief and indignation rolled and echoed in the underground ruins. However, Shen Liuyun and Zhang Tang had long since disappeared. Chapter 90, 3 terrifying immortal level rewards, this time I earn big. Overseas Fairy Island. A hidden place. Bright moon's divine light converged and finally dissipated in the air. And Jiwuyu's figure also turned into bright spots all over the sky with a bang. It's time for a mirror image. The figures of Shen Liuyun and Zhang Tang followed closely behind. Then he caught the half of the arm that fell in mid-air. The husband and wife looked at each other, with a pleasant smile on their faces. Taking off the 3 storage rings as trophies, Shen Liuyun took a deep breath, feeling a little overwhelmed. It's time for the lottery again. Shen Liuyun looks forward to this session every time. It's really because these SSS-level protagonists are all too fat. At this time, no more hesitation, directly extend the mind. In an instant, countless jewels and gems flashed in my mind. Shen Liuyun suddenly took a deep breath. This Yetian is too rich. All kinds of heavenly rank cultivation technique martial skill, grade 8 or 9 medicine pill, saint weapons are countless. Even the quasi-emperor saint weapon, has 2 handles. The wealth of his family is estimated to be no less than that of the Tai Holy Land where he is located. This is out, who can believe it? For a true disciple of the Holy Land of the One, the things in the storage ring are worth the same as the treasure house of the Holy Land of the One? It's like an idiot talking about a dream. It's just that the 10,000-fold return system is too terrifying. With such a wealth of resources, it's no wonder that Yetian cultivation base has made such rapid progress. The value of these 3 storage rings is far lower than that of Lin Yat, the protagonist of the sign-in stream at that time. Shen Liuyun sighed. This time, it should be the biggest gain since he hunted down the protagonist. The main reason, of course, is that Yetian's development cycle is much longer than the previous protagonists. In 1 year, he returned an unknown number of times and triggered how many rewards. Even if I use up some of them, there will still be a lot of treasures left. There are so many good things. Shen Liuyun focused on the key points after looking at them roughly. Those 3 items will be returned 10,000 times, rewards related to immortals. For these 3 things, Shen Liuyun was also shocked. Could it be that there are really immortals in the world? You know, in the real martial arts world, the Great Emperor realm is already the pinnacle of martial Dao. Going up, the road ahead is cut off, and there is no way to go forward. What's more, with the ability of the great emperor, in the eyes of the world, he is already worthy of a god. One's own lifespan exceeds 10,000 years, touch the law of time, control the law of space, and the divine sense can cover 3 continents in one thought. With such strength, if there is a more powerful immortal above him, what kind of means should the immortal have? Right now, the real value of these 3 rewards related to immortals is probably far beyond Shen Liuyun's imagination. He was the first to look at the low-grade immortal artifact, Dayang Immortal Cauldron. This object is obviously an evolutionary version of Zunding Saint Weapon Dayang Medicine Cauldron returned 10,000 times. It basically retains all the abilities of the original version, including Junhan's medicinal power and medicine pill. Shen Liuyun was just observing in the storage ring and didn't dare to take it out. He is a little uncertain, once the low-grade immortal artifact that does not exist in the world today appears, whether this space can hold it. If there is any terrifying vision of heaven and earth, and the saints outside of Xiandao are noticed, I am afraid that a bloody battle will break out because of it. After all, this is a real fairy artifact. At that time, in order to keep the immortal cauldron, the Kanghai Holy Land may have to reveal its true background. Of the 3 ancestors in the Kanghai secret realm, at least 2 of them must have sublimated to the extreme realm, so that this turmoil might be calmed down. So, take all these factors into consideration. Shen Liuyun just observed the immortal cauldron with his divine sense through the storage ring, but did not get it into reality. But under observation, I can only see that the immortal cauldron Dao Rime is flowing and steaming, which is really not bad. As for the more advanced ones, Shen Liuyun couldn't see it either. After all, he was not a professional pill refiner and had no research on medicine cauldrons. As for this medicine cauldron, if he wanted to truly show its power in his hands, he would have to wait until he thoroughly understood the secret book of immortal world pill refining. Aside from the medicine cauldron, Shen Liuyun shifted his gaze to the low-grade elixir, 9 cycles void spirit pill. At the moment of contact with the divine mind, one after another mysterious information was brought into his mind. This pill is based on the transformation of Jianyuan Good Fortune Gold Core, so it belongs to the same line of existence in terms of function, and it also focuses on the development of human body potential. In other words, this is still a medicine pill that can be taken when being promoted to become a dragon. And the effect of 9 cycles void spirit pill is relatively simple and rough. After taking it, it immediately has 20 times the potential development speed. This alone is enough to deserve the name of low-grade elixir. To know. Ordinary practitioners transforming dragons can only develop 2 or 3 times their potential by exhausting all means. Being able to develop one's own potential to 10 times belongs to the once-in-a-lifetime genius in 10,000 years. And most of the secret methods that are beneficial to transforming dragons are just icing on the cake, adding 2 or 3 times that's all. Even the heaven-defying secret method of transforming dragons recorded in the Devil Venerable Bone obtained by Shen Liuyun only dared to claim that the multiplier of transforming dragons would be increased by 8 to 20 times, not 20 times. 0. Ask for flowers. But right now this low-grade elixir. But it directly and clearly tells you that no matter who takes it, no matter how poor the talent is, it can directly increase the human body potential of the dragon transformation to 20 times. Directly comparable to the results of the ancient great emperor. In addition, the dragon transformation realm is quite special on the road to martial Dao, whether it can be promoted to the saint realm in the future. Therefore, the importance of this elixir must undoubtedly be raised to another level. After all, with 20 times the potential, entering the saint realm is already a certainty, and even if you don't live up to it, you can at least be a saint realm in the future. 20 times the potential of the human body, that's it. After Shen Liuyun got this elixir, it can be said to be like a tiger with wings added. There is one more method for promoting dragon transformation. Now Shen Liuyun can't even guess what dazzling achievements he will make when he is promoted to Hualong. He looked uplifted and in a good mood. In addition, low-grade elixir, although it is also related to immortals. But because of the particularity of the medicine pill, it is not as eye-catching as the medicine pill. Even if he took it out in public and caused a vision of heaven and earth, more people may only be born as the first-rank divine pill in legendary. Plus things like medicine pill, you can eat it as soon as you put it in your mouth, so what if someone sees the clue? Shen Liuyun swallowed it all. No matter how precious the treasure was, no one else had the chance to covet it. And with the prestige of the Holy Land of the Sea, no one would dare to come up and make trouble. So, compared with the Daiyang Immortal Cauldron, which is also a low-grade fairy, the 9 cycles Void Spirit Pill does not need to be concealed, and it is not a big problem to take it out directly. After watching these 2 rewards, Shen Liuyun finally looked at the secret book of Immortal World Pill Refining. But just this one glance, the body was shocked. Countless information turned into a torrent into his mind at this moment. Although it was just a brief introduction, it also made Shen Liuyun understand the terrifying gold content of this pill refining technique cheat book. How to refine the 10th grade divine pill, and even the low-grade immortal pill. That is to say, if he masters this cheat book and has enough treasures, he can make batches of heaven-defying medicine pills like 9 cycles ethereal pill. And using the immortal world pill refining method to refine the first-rank pill, the success rate is quite high. It's really a big good fortune. Shen Liuyun gasped in surprise. This time looting Yetian really made a lot of money. Chapter 91 Yetian's luck plummeted. Shen Liuyun made another shot, targeting Yang Wenyu. It took some hands and feet to finish counting Yetian's storage ring. Shen Liuyun put it away, then looked Yetian's severed arm up and down, smiled slightly, and threw it into the ferocious beast gathering place not far away. Practitioner is full of breath, and there is a wonderful connection between the physical body. If Yetian hadn't been entangled by another fake Jiwuyu, he would have already got here by virtue of his subtle perception. And now, Shen Liuyun didn't care about that, and directly threw half of his amputated arm into the lair where the beasts gathered. The ferocious beasts here are already extremely bloodthirsty, and Yetian is a primordial Chaos Dao body. This special constitution can be said to be a great supplement to the ferocious beasts, making it even more attractive. One can imagine the fate of the half-amputated arm. Yetian wanted to get it back, but he might have to look for it in the belly of the beast. After all this was done, Shen Liuyun recited the formula silently in his heart, and the 10 saint weapons that were far away in the underground ruins at 150 were immediately inspired and roared away through the air. Heavenly Devil is a secret technique not passed down in the ancient fairy and devil era, so it is so domineering. Even with only initiation, its control distance is much farther than that of other similar methods, great completion. When Shen Liuyun one day cultivates to the realm of Great Emperor, and then activates the perfect level of Heavenly Devil seizing soldiers, all the joys and sorrows in the entire heavy martial arts world will be controlled by it in one thought. And at this moment, following Shen Liuyun's heartbeat, he recalled those 10 weapons. Yetian was also instantly freed from the enormous pressure, only Jiwuyu's clone was left to entangle him. He shouted angrily, and with all his strength, he pushed his whole body cultivator into the only remaining left arm, punched out like a dragon, and hammered Jiwuyu in front of him. Bang! Jiwuyu, who was made up of the mirror flower, water moon talisman, couldn't bear the huge force anymore, and made a little bit of starlight in the void. Yetian didn't take it seriously, he just thought that he had broken Jiwuyu's avatar secret technique, so he didn't even look at it at the moment, and directly exploded into rainbow light, and swept away from the ruins. But when he broke through the ground and chased after him in a panic, where were the shadows of those 10 weapons in his sight? What's more terrible? At this moment, he closed his eyes and felt that the connection between himself and the half-amputated arm disappeared. This moment, Yetian's figure was swaying, and he felt that the whole world was dark, and an invincible Dao heart seemed to be collapsing at this moment. Obviously, the ups and downs he experienced in just half a day made him unacceptable. First, he discovered the ancient ruins by accident and got the opportunity to become the great emperor. Later, he took advantage of the strength of the gold finger to exchange the great emperor opportunity for a more terrifying fairy-level reward. At this point, things should have ended perfectly. Who would have thought that another damn Ji Wuyu would come out halfway? Slashing his arm, taking away his opportunity, and now destroying his primordial chaos body. Losing his right arm, his primordial chaos Dao body will definitely plummet, and his power will not be as good as before. If he could find the complete half of the broken arm, he might still have a chance to connect it with his means. But at this moment, even the connection with them was severed. This shows that the half-truncated arm must have been completely destroyed. Completely cut off the possibility of repair. Why isn't Yetian messy? His mood is extremely distorted, and Dao heart jumps repeatedly on the verge of collapse. Ji Wuyu! You bullied me too much. I will never live with you in this life. The endless grief and anger finally turned into a roar that raised its head to the sky, shaking the mountains and forests, and setting off countless birds. The other side. Very far from here. The 10 saint weapons turned into streamers in the sky, shuttled through the mountains at an extremely fast speed, and finally sank into Shen Liuyun's storage ring. Accompanied by this, a pleasant reminder sounded in my mind. Jihu's SSS-level protagonist has a great opportunity to succeed, and the opponent's luck plummets. Hearing the prompt, a smile appeared on the corner of Shen Liuyun's mouth. As an SSS-level protagonist, Yetian's own luck is not weak, otherwise he would not get the inheritance of the Daiyang pill belt. After being cut off by Shen Liuyun at this moment, the astonishingly strong luck was immediately reduced by half, and whether he can still maintain gold at this time is a question. This left a foreshadowing for Shen Liuyun to forcibly kill Yetian in the future. Stretching slightly, Shen Liuyun threw the opportunity of Daiyang Pill Emperor to Zhang Tang, and left the opportunity of the upgraded fairy-level alchemy for himself. Thank you, husband. Zhang Tang said with a smile. Although this is an opportunity for alchemy, it is quite good overall. Once it is fully integrated, it will be no worse than other opportunities to increase combat power in the future. Shen Liuyun smiled and rubbed Zhang Tang's cheeks. You make use of this great emperor opportunity first, and when you have a chance later, I will also find a fairy-level opportunity for you. Shen Liuyun is not a stingy person. Zhang Tang provided him with a lot of information, and has always supported him silently behind his back, with deep affection and loyalty to him. If this alchemy fairy-level chance is double now, Shen Liuyun doesn't mind giving Zhang Tang one. It's a pity that the return of 10,000 times is not a copy of the increase. Even if the opportunity of Daiyang Pill Emperor is still there, it can be triggered once. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind going back to Yetian, returning the original Great Emperor opportunity to him, and asking him to give it to him again. It's a pity that the 10,000 times refund system will never admit such an obvious bug. Now that the two of them have finished dividing the loot, they stopped thinking about these illusory things, and immediately set their goals on the next lucky person. 800 miles to the east of this place, there is an extinct volcano. Inside it is a world-rare fire-chilling mushroom, which can increase the multiplier of the human body's potential when transforming into a dragon. It was obtained by Yang Wenyu, the great Wei Kuashi, in his previous life. Zhang Tang slightly planned a route in his mind and spoke. Shen Liuyun heard the words, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Although Yang Wenyu, the great Wei Kuashi, couldn't kill him, he had no problem beating him half to death. This rare treasure of heaven and earth, he must cut it off. Immediately, with a wave of his sleeve robe, he and Zhang Tang turned into streamers and rushed towards the place. The previous golden-winged Great Peng was out of tune long after they entered the underground ruins. This is the case with ferocious beasts, they are not familiar with them. What's more, the two sides have no feelings for each other, and they were able to control it by force before, so it is not surprising to escape. 4.1 Shen Liuyun doesn't care, it's just that there is one less beast. This Earth Immortals Island has nothing else, but there are a lot of fierce beasts. Not long after, the two on the way found a 100-foot-tall fierce tiger, whose cultivation base was even taller than the golden-winged Great Peng, already comparable to a semi-saint of the human race. If it were someone else, they would really have to take a detour. But Shen Liuyun is a werewolf who can rebel against the Holy Land, and he surrendered with the strength of the immortal demon saint body in just 3 or 5 strokes. With tigers on the way, the distance of 800 miles shortened rapidly, and the magnificent volcano could be seen far away. And at this time, on the edge of the crater, Yang Wenyu was humming a ditty with his little hands behind his back, and he was following Yin Yushan with a contented expression on his face. In the palm of his hand, a spirit mushroom exuding fiery fire is constantly hovering, exuding a radiant brilliance. Chapter 92 The dignified Ji family Shenzi ran away after grabbing it. Yang Wenyu was stunned. Yang Wenyu is in a good mood. Although I wanted to die, I lived my life in half a year with joy, shaping one legendary experience after another. Now that I came to this overseas fairy island, I got a rare treasure of heaven and earth as soon as I came in. It's really a spring breeze and a horseshoe disease. However, Yang Wenyu has never paid much attention to the matter of chance. After all, his gold finger is too special, as long as death can prove the strongest great emperor of all time. With this kind of ability, what opportunity is there? What's more in my heart is to hold a playful nature. At this time, humming a ditty, looking east and west, walking down the mountain. On the road ahead, there is still boundless bright moon energy rolling in. Yang Wenyu was taken aback, apparently recognizing the owner of the breath. Ji Wuyu, what are you doing here? He then sneered, and looked at the figure walking out of his eyes with his arms. However, in the face of questions, Ji Wuyu did not say a word, and turned into an afterimage, attacking Yang Wenyu, and at the same time, 10 saint weapons shot up into the sky from behind, approaching with terrifying power and murderous aura. Yang Wenyu was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a look of ecstasy could not help but appear on his face. This Ji Wuyu actually wants to kill me. That's right. It must have been outside of Xiandao before. I provoked him many times and planted the murderous intention. This person has a domineering and powerful personality, so it is not surprising that he would kill people to vent his anger in this fairy island. Thinking of this, Yang Wenyu not only looked up to the sky and sighed, but also had all kinds of bitterness intertwined in his heart. I have been working hard to die for so long, and finally today, it has paid off. Soon, I will become the strongest great emperor ever. When Yang Wenyu thought of the beautiful life in the future, he couldn't help laughing out loud. As for Ji Wuyu, who was attacking in front of her, she didn't defend herself at all, she directly opened up all her defenses, opened her arms, and looked like she was at her mercy. Now, the monstrous killing intent, like a storm, had already swept towards him, even enveloping his whole body. The corners of Yang Wenyu's mouth got bigger and bigger, and he was ready to meet death. But at this very moment, that astonishing wave of killing intent seemed to be choked by someone's throat, and it froze for an instant. Ji Wuyu, who was originally full of murderous intentions, shifted the direction of her outstretched palm, grabbed the fiery spirit mushroom in Yang Wenyu's hand, snatched it arbitrarily, turned around and left. The moonlight faded, and the 10 saint weapons, after circling above Wenyu's head for a while, also swished into the sky one after another and disappeared. Yang Wenyu was stunned. Caught off guard by this turning point, he was stunned. He stared blankly at Ji Wuyu who came and went in a hurry, and then looked at his empty palm. Some couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Ji Wuyu, the godson of the Ji family, appeared with a murderous look, and then, snatched his fiery spirit mushroom and ran away? What the hell is going on? The dignified son of the Ji family, are you short of this fiery spirit mushroom? He also came out with 10 saint weapons, as if he wanted to kill people to vent his hatred, and that's the end? Yang Wenyu stood there dumbfounded. It took a long time to react, and the whole person was about to explode with anger. He wasn't angry because the fire-chilling mushroom was robbed. Opportunities are not important in his eyes, even for the great emperor, chances are dispensable. After all, as long as he can successfully trigger the gold finger, he is the strongest great emperor of all time, so why do he need other great emperor opportunities? He is angry. It was tricked by Ji Wuyu. He hadn't expected it at all. The majestic Hime Miko, the SSS-level protagonist, would do such a shameless thing. First, use monstrous killing intent as a foreshadowing to cover up people's eyes and ears. In fact, they snatch the treasures of heaven and earth while they are not paying attention. This kind of obscene behavior appeared in Ji Wuyu's body, no matter how you looked at it, it was against harmony. After all, Ji Wuyu has always given people the impression of being an extremely wealthy son. Yang Wenyu really didn't expect Ji Wuyu to be like this in private. It's your mother's fault. It's nothing for you to snatch the treasures of heaven and earth, but just kill me before you go. Looking up to the sky and roaring, Yang Wenyu became more and more angry in his heart. He really thought he was going to die just now. As a result, the dream of Emperor Cheng was shattered in the hands of Ji Wuyu. Why? After so many years of dying, have you never succeeded? Could it be that God really won't let me die? Yang Wenyu, who was devastated, left the volcano and walked towards the center of Xiandao in annoyance. He did not know how many beasts were killed along the way. And not far from here, Shen Liuyun took the fire-chilling mushroom handed over by Ji Wuyu, with a smile on his face. It is another method that can increase the multiplication rate of transforming dragons. Although Yang Wenyu didn't care much about gains and losses for this fiery spirit mushroom, it was because his gold finger was special. In fact, the fire-blazing mushroom is extremely rare, and it is a treasure that can increase the potential of Hualong's human body by 5 times. Putting it anywhere in the outside world is enough to cause countless practitioners to go crazy. Even in Xiandao, where many protagonists gather, there are very few people who are wealthy enough to say that they can ignore this kind of treasure. Zhang Tang said with a smile at this time, this Yang Wenyu's luck is extremely profound, he has almost reached the pinnacle of his sun of fortune, and a blazing mushroom is far from his limit. I remember that in the previous life, Yang Wenyu got 2 chances. This fiery spirit mushroom is just one of them, and the other one is the same great emperor inheritance as Ye Tian. Calculating the time, it should be half an hour later. Hearing this, Shen Liuyun's eyes couldn't help but shine. With rebirth navigation, it is comfortable, half step ahead of others in everything. In the entire Immortal Island, Zhang Tang remembered exactly when and where everyone got any chance. This has made innate invincible. Immediately, he patted the giant tiger under him, and chased in the direction Yang Wenyu left. And Yang Wenyu at this time. Before I knew it, I had left the volcano and came to a mountain forest. If this mountain forest is viewed from the sky, you will find that all the trees and stones are arranged very regularly, forming a faint pattern. If there is a master of mastery formation here, he will be surprised to recognize that this is a 383 extremely terrifying heavenly rank killing array. The entire formation, guided by the general trend of the world, perfectly blends into the environment of Xiandao. There are 99 gates of death and 1 gate of life. Overseas Immortal Island has existed for so many years, and this large formation has been triggered many times, but no one can enter the gate of life, and all of them turned into flying ash under the formation. And at this time, the path that Yang Wenyu took unintentionally was precisely stepping on the gate of life with every step. He didn't notice it himself, until he passed through the formation completely, and when his eyes suddenly became clear, he realized that he had entered a certain secret realm. The original mountain forest has disappeared. Instead, it turned into a huge bronze palace. The sun shone on the palace, shining with dazzling brilliance. Bursts of the vast and mysterious atmosphere from the primordial period spread throughout the palace. Yang Wenyu was stunned. He walked into the bronze palace curiously. Pushing open the heavy door, the cold air blows in, and then the empty great hall comes into view. Except for the support of 10 huge stone pillars, the great hall is extremely empty, only a bronze sarcophagus is placed in the center. Yang Wenyu was shocked. He involuntarily approached the bronze sarcophagus step by step, and was immediately attracted by the information carved on it. At this time, endless and mysterious information suddenly flooded into his mind, which shocked him on the spot. This place turned out to be a great emperor's mausoleum. An ancient great emperor sleeps quietly in this sarcophagus. Chapter 93 Score twice, Yang Wenyu is numb, why are you still here? Hidden in the bronze great hall at heavenly rank. Yang Wenyu, who is blessed with great weather luck, has another great opportunity. He came to the bronze sarcophagus step by step, with his hands behind his back, staring at the words and pictures carved on the sarcophagus. These words are extremely old, revealing the breadth of time. Including the engraved pattern, the clothes of the characters displayed on it are also completely different from the current Jinwu world. Combined with the mysterious information that flooded into my mind just now. Yang Wenyu had already understood the content on it, knew the origin of the ancient bronze coffin, and understood who was buried in it, so he couldn't help being shaken for a moment. Because as described, sleeping in this bronze coffin is a rare ancient god, the Great Emperor. The title is the Great Emperor. It is rumored that when this person advances to the God realm and awakens divine sense, he will have a magnificent scene of 196,000 feet. It can be said that the past is astonishing as the present, and he is an unrivaled genius who cannot be recorded in hundreds of millions. Yang Wenyu had also read the records about this ancient spiritual cultivator Great Emperor in the Great Wei Kangjing Pavilion. Unexpectedly, such a character in legendary would be met by him today. Senior, offended. After the eyes flickered for a while, Yang Yu cupped fist saluted to the ancient bronze coffin. Then he sank into Danshan, and using his strong physical strength, he knocked out the nails on the coffin, and gently pushed the coffin lid. In fact, normally speaking, the ancient bronze coffin that can bury the Great Emperor is a remarkable thing in itself. The bronze nails that suppress the four corners cannot be shaken by a small practitioner in Yang Wen's hands. The reason why there is such a relaxed situation now is because this opportunity itself was prepared for Yang Wenyu, it was a destiny destined in his fate, God's will for him. The second reason is that the age of this ancient god cultivator, the Great Emperor, was too long ago. A full billion years of distant time, which has spanned the primordial period and is close to the ancient period. And 1 billion years have passed, not to mention the bronze coffin where the Great Emperor is buried, even the invincible body of the Great Emperor himself, has also decayed and rotted. This is the power of time. Let you be astonishingly talented, so what if you are the unparalleled Great Emperor? After the endless time has passed, it will eventually turn into a speck of dust. Even this huge real martial arts world, perhaps after an unknown number of years, will eventually collapse and cease to exist. Time is like a knife cutting tianjiao. Longevity is an unattainable dream that many people yearn for. Yang Wenyu sighed in his heart, he was carrying the invincible SSS-level Gold Finger, but if one day he succeeds in killing himself and proving to be the strongest Great Emperor in the past and present, he can only be happy for a while, not forever. The lifespan of the Great Emperor is still too short. Shake your head, don't think about what's there or what's not. Yang Yuan slowly pushed open the coffin lid. Boom! In an instant, a prehistoric aura from the ancient times rushed over. This is a completely different taste from today's Jinwu world. Yang Wenyu just smelled it, and felt his physical body was agitated, every cell was cheering, and his physical body was more than doubled in 1,000th of an instant. Even the martial Dao cultivation base faintly showed signs of breaking through the dragon transformation realm. This is the Great Emperor's perception of Taoism. Yang Wenyu was amazed. Although the aura of the ancient times is miraculous, it is impossible to have such a breakthrough effect. What's more, the coffin contained the body of the great emperor for nearly 1 billion years, and the writing rules of the emperor's realm had been accumulated. Although there is not much left due to the erosion of the years, the small size is enough to benefit Yang Wenyu endlessly. Take a deep breath and suppress the impetuousness in your heart. Yang Wenyu looked at the situation inside the coffin again. At this moment, the whole picture of the great emperor was displayed in front of his eyes. It's not the white bone skeleton as imagined, but a state similar to a mummy, with shriveled muscles clinging to the bones, and even thick hair on the head that hasn't decayed and dissipated. Although the face was shriveled, it could vaguely see what it looked like before birth. From this, one can imagine how high-spirited the great emperor was during his lifetime. The dead body of the great emperor is of immeasurable value. This is a treasure that is enough to cause the real martial arts world to go crazy. Yang Wenyu exclaimed, his heart couldn't help beating faster. Not to mention the inheritance and relics left by the great emperor, who has not been checked yet, this corpse alone is already worth immeasurable. After all, this is the corpse of Heavenly Emperor. Even if the chi mechanism has been cut off, the supreme Dao fruit of the Emperor is still of great research value. Yang Wenyu was a little excited at this time, not because he was shocked by the great Emperor's chance, but because after living for so many years, he finally saw the demeanor of a true great Emperor. Even though it was already a corpse, it was still so majestic. He couldn't help but fantasize about how graceful he would be if he proved the great Emperor himself. I can't wait to find someone to kill myself immediately. It's a pity that his luck is too strong, and he has never succeeded in trying to die for so many years. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Wenyu felt helpless. Shaking his head, he finally looked at the great emperor's inheritance. A jade slip held in the hands of the great emperor. In this jade slip, it records the insights of the great god Deyi's life on the way of spiritual cultivation. If the content on it is made public, it will immediately shock all spiritual cultivators in the world, and it will be regarded as a treasure of the Bible. Even anyone who gets this thing can use it as a foundation to establish a supreme power that only belongs to spiritual cultivation after 1,000 years. This opportunity is called Apex. Yang Wenyu is quite satisfied. When he awakened the divine sense, the weather was good, about 90,000 zhang, shaking all directions. Even the Great Way Empress praised him. If he switched to the way of divine sense, he would be the supreme arrogance in this way. Although the achievement of 90,000 zhang is incomparable with the 190,000 zhang of the Great Emperor. But you must know that the extremely deep Great Emperor is a different kind. He is truly a genius who has achieved unprecedented success. Before him, counting the endless ages of ancient times, he was number one. After him, no one can surpass the time spanning 1 billion years until the present age. It wasn't until the monster Shen Liuyun came out not long ago that his record was broken. So, Yang Wenyu was able to awaken the 90,000-foot divine sense. Although he used some heavenly and mortal treasures to assist him, it was also extremely extraordinary. It is appropriate for him to obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperor. Taking jade slip out of the hands of the Great Emperor, Yang Wenyu didn't feel any fluctuations in his heart. Compared with the inheritance of other great emperors, he was even more eager for the Great Emperor to suddenly swindle his corpse, slap him to death, and let him prove the Great Emperor himself. After all, if there is a shortcut to invincibility, why do you have to work hard on yourself, a good king? This jade slip took it back, and he actually earned it. But helpless. This god does not let him die, and always gives him opportunities. Yang Wenyu could only be forced to accept it. He looked inside the coffin again, it was empty except for the body of the Great Emperor, and there was nothing else. In other words, the other party may have left several other inherited items to be buried with him, but they have been corroded over the long years. All in all, nothing to remember. With respect and longing for the Great Emperor of the human race, Yang Wenyu bowed to the coffin, and then covered his coffin. Turn around and walk out of the bronze great hall. But the moment he stepped forward, a Daoist figure seemed to have been waiting for a long time, suddenly came out from the side, accompanied by the huge bright moon brilliance, and grabbed Yang Wenyu's hand at an extremely fast speed. At this extreme moment, Yang Wenyu's mood also changed from stunned to stunned. The pupils couldn't help dilating a little. No? Are you still here? Chapter 94. It's really exciting to run after grabbing, Yang Wenyu was abused and cried. In front of the great hall, the infinite bright moon radiance enveloped Yang Wenyu, who had just stepped out of the threshold. Ji Wuyu's hand turned into an eagle's claw, and it stretched out like lightning. With a clear goal, he went straight to the Heavenly Emperor Inheritance Jade slip in Yang Wenxiu's arms. At this time, Yang Wenyu's face was gloomy. I'm almost scolding my mother. Just come once. Why come a second time? Do you really think I'm made of mud? In this 1,000th of an instant, Yang Wenyu took Jade slip back to the storage ring king with a move of his mind. Then he took a straight step forward and looked at Ji Wuyu with burning eyes. Dog thief! If you don't beat me to death today, don't even try to take away my chance. Yang Wenyu looked indignant, but the words in the words, combined with his serious tone, sounded very strange. I don't know, I thought there was something wrong with this person. Ji Wuyu of course wouldn't answer. It's just that when the attack came, he immediately forcibly withdrew his strength and reversed his direction, only attacking Yang Wenyu's right arm wearing the storage ring. There was a click. The sound of bone cracking came. Yang Wenyu's face turned livid in an instant, and beads of sweat began to roll on his forehead from the pain. Grass, Q can be crooked. What the hell are you hitting me on the head? The heart-piercing sound resounded throughout the world. Yang Wenyu widened his eyes and pushed Ji Wuyu away with his palm, and then vigorously rubbed his fractured right arm, as if this could relieve the pain. Ji Wuyu, who had no expression on her face, didn't care about it, and just concentrated on completing Shen Liuyun's order. Just take the storage ring, no. But this time, due to the existence of the large formation, Shen Liuyun didn't even sacrifice 10 saint weapons to suppress the formation. Just standing far away outside the formation, 133 observed the situation inside with Shen Ming Tianchu. That's why. It wasn't Shen Liuyun who entrusted the university. It was only after his rational analysis that he found that dealing with Yang Wenyu didn't require too much strength, and Ji Wuyu, who was a mirror image, was enough. The comprehensive reason is naturally caused by Yang Wenxi's gold finger. His gold finger, although it sounds powerful, actually didn't add any combat power to Yang Wenyu before death. Compared with the flow of sign-in, the flow of 10,000 times return, the flow of viewing life scripts. Yang Wenyu's gold finger won't get any benefits, it's just a setting. And because of the special nature of gold finger, Yang Wenyu's mentality is to seek death, and he usually neglects to practice, and he will not deliberately increase his combat power at all. After all, for a person who sincerely wants to die, if he is afraid that others will not kill him, what is the use of fighting power? Even today's cultivation base is possible because of my own luck is too strong, and various opportunities are constantly sent to my mouth by God, and I forcefully feed them out. As for himself, he hardly practiced at all, and his main job was to cause trouble everywhere. Therefore, a genius who was forcibly promoted to apex by God by chance, has never practiced martial skill. How does its gold content compare with a godson of Ji Wuyu's level? Even if the copy of the mirror flower, water moon talisman only has 70% combat power of the main body, it is enough to deal with Yang Wenyu with ease. And the absolute crushing of power brings about unscrupulous and arbitrary manipulation. Aug, only grab your things, but don't kill you. You just don't have the strength to protect your things, and it's useless to call the sky in this secret realm. Yang Wenyu's reaction can naturally be known. His arms were deformed from the beating, his palms were shaking wildly, and he stared at Ji Wuyu in front of him with gritted teeth. I don't know why the other party humiliated him so much. In his impression, with Ji Wuyu's domineering personality, if he doesn't make a move, it's fine. Once he makes a move, it will be a thunderbolt. It can be said that the scene of deliberately releasing water in front of him was completely unexpected. All of a sudden, Yang Wenyu was angry and impatient, blurted out all kinds of dirty words, and crazily insulted Ji Wuyu, trying to arouse Ji Wuyu's anger and make him kill him. Pity. The Ji Wuyu in front of her, maybe she was under the ecstasy goo, the whole body is like a robot without saying a word, just strikes again indifferently. And this time, with a clear goal, he blatantly ran towards Yang Wenwen's storage ring. Okay. Since you don't want to kill me, then I will kill you. Yang Wenyu can be regarded as seeing the situation clearly, and knowing the other party's intentions, he is already annoyed. It doesn't matter if you get robbed, but you can't just get robbed. If you don't kill me today, you still want to leave this secret realm? Yang Wenyu laughed wildly, suddenly agitated all of his blood, his whole body bloomed with endless brilliance, and he pressed down on Ji Wuyu. As the reincarnation of the ancient great emperor, samsara failed to obliterate the origin of the flesh. Therefore, although it is only a mortal body, its physical strength is no different from that of an ordinary sacred body. The only difference from sacred body is that those special effects are missing. For example, the ancient Liuyang sacred body, with mighty fire as its core, has a turbulent fire nature, and its combat power surpasses the same rank. Or Wu Jiao sacred body, the cultivation speed is 10 times faster than ordinary sacred body. These are all special abilities attached to the sacred body. Although Yang Wenyu's body has no special abilities, its strength is still very high. The punch he punched at this moment actually blocked Ji Wuyu's claw. But afterward, the even fiercer bright moon brilliance roared over and crushed it forcefully. Bang! Yang Wenyu's thin body flew upside down and hit the bronze wall straightly, a mouthful of blood spewed out from his throat. Damn it! You should practice fist technique more often. This time, Yang Wenyu could clearly feel that the gap between the double play was in the martial skill. It's not that Yang Wenyu's martial skill rank is not good. As a great luck owner, he has a bunch of heavenly rank cultivation technique martial skills in his storage ring, but he has never practiced it seriously. However, the fist technique that Ji Wuyu used just now was full of vigor, and there was a faint sense of punching. Obviously, he has cultivated a certain fist technique martial skill to a not-so-shallow realm. Therefore, after a little serious combat, the gap immediately appeared. Ji Wuyu, kill me if you dare. Otherwise I will definitely lead the Great Wei Iron Cavalry and crush your Wangguji's family. Yang Wenyu showed his blood-stained teeth, and continued to stimulate Ji Wuyu even though he was injured. But, no matter how aggressive he was, Ji Wuyu didn't respond at all. At this time, it turned into moonlight and flashed in front of him, stepped on his right palm, and the sole of the shoe rotated slightly. Under the crushing force, Yang Wenyu's 5 fingers were crushed to pieces. Ah! The unbearable pain instantly caused Yang Wenyu to let out a scream, his eyes rolled white, and he almost passed out. Ji Wuyu, on the other hand, lowered her head and picked out 2 storage rings from the blood foam, and then turned around and walked away under Yang Wenyu's almost murderous gaze. Puff! Looking at this scene, Yang Wenyu spurted another mouthful of blood, and his whole popularity reached the extreme. How could someone be so shameless? The opportunity to rob him twice in a row, but he just didn't kill him. Could it be that Ji Wuyu doesn't understand the truth that if you cut the grass but don't remove the roots, it will regenerate when the spring breeze blows? I have already threatened him so clearly. Just to make him hurt the killer. But the result? It turned out that he was only seriously injured and tortured. If I had known that Ji Wuyu was so reckless, I might as well have given him the storage to avoid a severe beating. Yang Wenyu burst into tears, his mentality almost collapsed. For the first time, he hated himself for not being strong. If he is strong enough to completely surpass Ji Wuyu, then he can force the other party to kill him. If the thoughts in Yang Wenyi's heart were heard by others, he would probably be dumbfounded. It is hard to imagine that the purpose of some people's cultivation in this world is to force others to kill themselves. But now, it is a true portrayal of Yang Wenyi's inner activities. Beyond the heavenly rank formation, Shen Liuyun Gold's pupils rolled, piercing through many formations, and seeing Yang Wenyi's miserable state, he couldn't help but smile. He found that this SSS-level protagonist is quite interesting. If you want to die, your own combat power is still very low. If you get bored in the future, you can come over and beat him up for fun. Anyway, as long as you don't beat him to death, you'll be fine. It was identified as a pure human flesh sandbag. Shaking his head, he looked back. Ji Wuyu, transformed by the mirror flower, water moon talisman, has stepped out of the heavenly rank formation. And the reason why he was safe and sound under the formation was naturally because Shen Liuyun and his group had been following Yang Wen for a long time. Ji Wuyu, who was transformed into a talisman, almost followed in the opponent's footsteps. After appearing at this time, he respectfully handed the 2 storage rings into Shen Liuyun's hands, and they instantly disappeared into smoke with a bang. Shen Liuyun and Zhang Tang looked at each other and rubbed their palms with smirks. Some are looking forward to what kind of surprises this protagonist with the strongest luck will bring to himself. Chapter 95 Looting opportunities wantonly, the protagonists are full of resentment, and Ji Wuyu is outraged. In the mountains lined with towering trees, Shen Liuyun and Zhang Tang sat on a boulder in a very unassuming manner, while the giant tiger and ferocious beast lay at their feet casually and yawned. The warm sunlight shone down, reflecting dazzling brilliance on the 2 storage rings. At this time, the divine sense spread out and entered the 2 storage ring kings. All kinds of precious heavenly and mortal treasures and spirit stones, spirit crystals are piled up in it like money. Shen Liuyun jumped over these vulgar things with ease, and went straight to the most valuable opportunity of the great emperor. Soon, Jade Slip, the school successor belonging to the great emperor, appeared in Shen Liuyun's hand. The aura of the ancient times emanates uncontrollably from Jade Slip, making the world in this world fluctuate strangely. Zhang Tang and Shen Liuyun looked at each other, both a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Yang Wenyu's luck was so terrifying. Even the inheritance of the great emperor from the ancient times can be obtained. There is no doubt that no matter what content is recorded in this Jade Slip, it must be invaluable and incalculable. Taking a deep breath, Shen Liuyun's divine sense finally extended in at this moment. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Boom! In an instant, endless information flooded into my mind, turning into paragraphs of text and pictures. And Shen Liuyun's expression was the same as that of Yang Wenyu back then, revealing a sense of shock. Extreme God Great Emperor. An ancient spiritual cultivator Great Emperor inheritance. The methods of spiritual cultivation recorded in it are the insights of the life of the Great Emperor, and it is not an exaggeration to call it the most powerful collection of spiritual cultivation in the real martial arts world. God's cultivation of Taoism, any way to exercise divine sense, has the same class existence as martial skill. But because of the relatively small number of spiritual cultivation, there are not many of these methods. And the small number of bases means that it is difficult for high-rank cultivation techniques to appear. Canghai Holy Land, as the martial Dao supreme institution of Wanfa that embraces the world, the best spiritual cultivation technique collected in its Sutra Pavilion is only the lower grade of heavenly rank. One can imagine what level of cultivation technique the other common cultivators are practicing. It is precisely because of this. Even though Shen Liuyun awakened the extremely strong power of divine sense, he didn't spend time to practice the method of divine cultivation. But now, the situation is different. With the inheritance of the great emperor, the strongest divine cultivator in the past and present, Shen Liuyun can finally divide the focus of his cultivation into divine sense, thus becoming a hexagonal warrior who cultivates both mentally and physically. Extreme Divine Punishment, Heavenly Rank's best cultivation technique. This great emperor is amazingly talented. He actually developed such an apex cultivation technique in the remote and niche Shinto. Shen Liuyun was a little shocked after learning about the inheritance information he got from Jade Slip. This extreme divine punishment technique focuses on training the cultivator's divine sense into the strongest weapon in the way of attack. With the invisible and invisible huge divine sense, it crushes the opponent. According to the description in Great Emperor Jade Slip, he is invincible in the Emperor's realm at the time of apex. It's scary. You know, in the ancient times when the Great Emperor lived, the rules of heaven and earth were perfect, Heavenly Dao was prosperous, and Dao was prosperous. It is allowed to have multiple great emperors at the same time. No god sees De Yi says. And the Great Emperor, the god of extremes, was able to aspire to the top of the Great Emperor in such a bright age with such a small way of spiritual cultivation. What a glorious achievement! One can imagine the gold content of this inheritance. Of course, this extreme divine punishment technique is the ultimate cultivation technique of heavenly rank, and its cultivation conditions are also quite harsh. The minimum requirement for the initial awakening of divine sense is 50%. Just this one requirement has put an end to 99% of practitioners throughout the ages. Even Yang Wenyu, who possesses great luck, was forcibly given this opportunity by God, and his cultivation conditions have only just reached the threshold. Certainly. Shen Liuyun is the owner of the 600,000 foot high divine sense, which is unprecedented in the past and present. This harsh threshold is no different from non-existence to him. For others, it is very easy for Shen Liuyun to practice the extreme God and Heaven's punishment technique, which is extremely difficult. Congratulations, husband, for getting such a heaven-defying opportunity. After Zhang Tang read the content of Jade Slip, she also opened her mouth with a smile. I really can't be jealous of this chance of spiritual cultivation. Because even if the content of the cultivation technique in Jade Slip is exposed, it is clear to tell the world the content of the ultimate cultivation technique of heavenly rank in it. The countless practitioners in the world can only stare blankly. Awakening of Divine Forging Realm Divine Sense has a threshold of 90,000 zhang. How many people in the real martial arts world can have it? Not to mention the current world, even in the long history of the past and present, there are not many people to be singled out. Shen Liuyun also smiled at the moment, with a relaxed and happy face. Plundering the protagonist is probably the fastest way to get rich in the world. Let's go, the next stop. Hear this. Zhang Tang also nodded and smiled, then pondered for a while, recalled the movements of the other protagonists in the previous life, and pointed out a direction after a few breaths. 1,200 miles away, Qin Hao is exploring an immortal cave left by the Kuei-Sai Emperor. Further 2,000 miles forward, Fang Yuan found a sensing Dao tree that was about to wither, and obtained 30 caddies of sensing Dao tea, and 2 sensing Dao tree seeds. After the words fell, Shen Liuyun's eyes lit up immediately. He patted the fierce tiger lying lazily under him, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Zhang Tang responded, and sat in Shen Liuyun's arms, and the two rode the fierce tiger, rode away the afterimage and headed in that direction. After half an hour, somewhere in the Kuei-Sai Emperor Immortal Cave, Qin Hao, the son of 1,000 faces who had just gained a huge opportunity, now had a distorted expression and said furiously, "Ji Wuyu, do you want to start a war with my great Chu dynasty?" During the roar, the three-pointed two-edged knife in his hand reached Ji Wuyu in front of him. The thin black dog at the feet also barked wildly, sending out bursts of terrifying sound waves, causing the air to continuously ripple. Obviously not a mortal beast. But facing Qin Hao's questioning, Ji Wuyu in front of him was expressionless, but the bright moonlight on his body was a little brighter, and the 10 saint weapons floating above his head, following his gestures, screamed, then he cut towards Qin Hao. The latter's face was ashen at this moment. Damn it! This Ji Wuyu is really crazy. I really think that Qin Hao, as the SSS-level protagonist, is a soft persimmon. He is sitting on the impersonation system, and he has drawn many powerful cards from the heavens and worlds this year, and the restoration of impersonation is quite good, so he has gained a lot of abilities. Facing the aggressive Ji Wuyu at this moment, he immediately blocked the weapons all over the sky with a halberd, and then swung a punch instead. The name of this boxing is Heavenly Emperor Boxing, which comes from the world of shrouding the heavens by the same Gao Xian. At that time, he had just awakened the system, and he was the first to play a card draw, and he drew the Emperor Yetian in shrouding the heavens. But at that time, he was just a marginal figure in the army of the Great Chu dynasty, and it was really too difficult to play the look of Emperor Yetian. Even if he was a professional actor in the film and television city with his status on Blue Star before his reincarnation, it would be difficult to imitate the demeanor of the great emperor. Therefore, at the time of settlement, the performance reduction rate is only 30%. The rewards of the system have also changed from dozens of original ones to one that can only be obtained randomly. But he was lucky, and unexpectedly got the fist technique Heavenly Emperor Fist created by Emperor Yetian with the highest value reward at random. This fist is Emperor Yetian's Chindi battle method. Once the fist is released, if the Heavenly Emperor descends, the Emperor will be mighty. Anyone within the range of the Heavenly Emperor's fist will be suppressed by this momentum, and they will not be able to exert 70% of their combat power. It can be called the world's most domineering fist technique in shrouding the heavens. Today, Qin Hao has practiced it to initiation. With a punch, there is already a bit of extraordinary charm. However, faced with this earth-shattering punch, Ji Wuyu retreated violently. The majestic arrogance was there, and she didn't take the initiative at this moment. Instead, after retreating to a certain distance, he remotely manipulated 10 saint weapons to attack Qin Hao. Although Qin Hao has the unparalleled fist technique, but after all, the cultivation base is low, how can he shake 10 saint weapons? Even if all the fists fall on those weapons, they will be forced to retreat. But in the next blink of an eye, all the weapons flew back, and there was not even a trace of damage on them. Such a rogue style of play directly stunned Qin Hao. He had no choice but to withdraw his punches, and could only use his own three-pointed double-edged knife to fight against the saint weapon. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons colliding continued to resound. After dozens of rounds, there was a crisp sound, and the three-pointed two-edged knife he played Yang Jian was broken. At this moment, Qin Hao was almost exhausted, and he stumbled backwards. When he wanted to stand up, the saint weapon was already hanging above his head. The fearful killing intent made him hard to resist, his face turned pale. At the same time, there was the sound of slow footsteps, but Ji Wuyu, who had been watching the show, came up, and then, under Qin Hao's almost fire-breathing gaze, took away the storage ring on his right hand, turned and left the immortal cave. 0. Seeking flowers. After half a sound, the 10 saint weapons hanging above Qin Hao's head also flew through the air with a whoosh and disappeared without a trace. Only Qin Hao, whose face was livid to the extreme, was left furiously cursing at Ji Wuang. Dragon Transformation Chong Yuan Pill is another medicine pill that increases the potential multiplier of dragon transformation, not bad. This jade slip actually has the ultimate heavenly rank fist technique. Heavenly Emperor Fist? Hey, it's so scary after great completion. This power even surpasses Baha'i Longevity Fist. Well, another shocking gift. Shen Liuyun took the storage ring from Ji Wuyu, and immediately smiled after counting the harvest. Then he raised his hand and continued to move forward, starting to rob the next opportunity. Not long. Somewhere in a jungle lined with giant trees. Under a towering ancient sacred tree sensing Dao tree, Fang Yuan, who had just harvested 30 caddies of sensing Dao tea leaves, stored his belongings with an aggrieved and angry face under the finger of 10 saint weapons. Ji and sensing Dao tea leaves were handed over to Ji Wuyu, who was in front of her. Then he watched helplessly as the other party took out 2 sensing Dao seeds from the tree trunk of Shenshu, which he hadn't even found, and walked away. The whole person was so angry that he was about to go berserk. Ji Wuyu. 0. I, Fang Yuan, did not want to compete with you, but you have deceived me so far. Okay, they are all SSS-level protagonists, who is afraid of whom? I, Fang Yuan, swear today that this life is incompatible with you. The boy's oath of humiliation shook the mountains and forests at this moment. On an ancient altar somewhere. Seeing Ji Wuyu approaching, he didn't wait for the 10 saint weapons to approach. Yao Yuxi, the goddess of the Yao family who seemed to have been waiting for a long time, took a pretty step forward and took the initiative to hand over her storage ring. Master Shenzi, I am on the united front with you, you can chat with me when you have time. Yao Yuxi blinked her eyes, obviously she was talking to Ji Wuyu, but the address in her words was Son of God, not Son of God. If others are here, they will definitely not be able to figure it out. But Yao Yuxi, who has a life simulator, believes that his words, at this moment, will definitely be heard somewhere by the Son of God who is thinking about him. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from here, Shen Liuyun, who is controlling the saint weapon and the mirror, has a strange expression on his face. This goddess of the Yao family had a wrong expression when she was on the flying boat. Now he said this to Ji Wuyu's clone again. Then contact the opponent's gold finger ability. Shen Liuyun vaguely guessed what the goddess of the Yao family was thinking. For a moment, he couldn't help but look weird. However, Yao Yuxi's voluntary hand in action saved trouble. At this moment, he didn't think about it anymore, and manipulated Ji Wuyu to snatch away her storage ring and chance, and immediately rushed to the next stop. For the next day and night, the busy figure of Shen Liuyun kept appearing everywhere in Xiandao. And all the protagonists who stepped into Xiandao, they were all ransacked by Ji Wuyu to varying degrees. All of a sudden, the dissatisfaction and resentment about Ji Wuyu has become a torrent, soaring into the sky. Taking chances is like killing your parents. Not to mention that Ji Wuyu not only snatched the opportunity, but also the storage ring. This kind of behavior really caused public outrage. In the entire Immortal Island, countless people have already sworn that they will not live together with the godson of the Ji family in this life. And at this moment, somewhere in the plains of the island, Ji Wuyu sneezed, always feeling a little flustered. It seemed like something bad was about to happen. But then, he laughed again. As the godson of the primordial family, he upholds the invincible belief that he is the only one in this life, and he is lucky, so how could something bad happen to him? Instead of thinking about these illusory things, it is better to focus on the present opportunity. So far, Ji Wuyu's eyes were fiery, staring intently at a crack in space that appeared out of thin air on the plain in front of him. On it, the charm of the imperial realm flows. It is a great emperor opportunity. Chapter 96 Ji Wuyu's deity is dumbfounded, you even snatch me? Overseas Immortal Island, as the center of Jinwu realm. It is unknown how many great emperors have been buried throughout the ages. But there are very few people who can get the opportunity of great emperor. And this time when the great world came, countless geniuses sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and even reincarnated people were born out of nowhere. This has led to an extremely large number of great emperor inheritances that have been discovered on overseas fairy islands in this life. As one of the protagonists of the great world, Ji Wuyu will naturally not lag behind. This mysterious space crack is his destined opportunity to become the great emperor. At this moment, feel the Dao rhyme constantly flowing at the entrance. Ji Wuyu was short of breath, and her heart was burning. As the owner of the gold finger with unlimited replication and expansion, any chance, the pig can copy and increase an additional copy. Especially for such a top-level great emperor opportunity, whether it is copying or increasing, the benefits are unimaginable. This point, he had already confirmed when he first obtained the inheritance of Bright Moon Great Emperor. So, Ji Wuyu is very greedy when faced with this unknown 360 Great Emperor opportunity. No matter what kind of inheritance it is, he is looking forward to it. It seems that the destiny of this world is with me. Maybe there are many SSS-level protagonists, but I must be the one that shines the most. Ji Wuyu took a long breath, no longer hesitated, and her figure turned into a streamer. Stepped directly into that mysterious space crack. Boom! With the entry of Ji Wuyu, infinite Dao Rime shines brightly. At this moment, Ji Wuyu only felt a blur in front of her eyes. When he opened his eyes to see the scenery clearly, he found that he was actually in a mansion. The old-fashioned brick walls and doors reveal a style that is inconsistent with the current Jinwu world. Wherever you look, everything is clean and tidy, not covered by dust. Ji Wuyu's eyes flashed, and she went straight into a bedroom in front of her. In the room, the quilt was half spread on the bed, the stools were irregularly placed aside, and a cup of spiritual tea was running on the table. The hot air of the tea slowly floated into the air. This strong trace of life, as if someone had lived here just now. Ji Wuyu frowned slightly, and then walked around several other rooms until she had gone through the entire mansion. It didn't take much time, because the whole mansion is really small. It is similar to the mortal mansion in common, but there are 2 or 3 rooms, and everything is ordinary except for the quietness. But Ji Wuyu shook her head and said, "There is a problem. This place seems ordinary, but everything is weird. Moreover, the entire space is filled with strong time laws." While talking, Ji Wuyu looked towards the eaves. There, a magpie stood on it, looking forward motionlessly, as if its body had frozen. In the sky above, the scorching sun hangs high in the sky, and the blossoming white clouds stop at a fixed position like a hanging ornament, and you can't feel any breeze flow. Even the hot air of the spirit tea that first entered that room was frozen in mid-air. It was as if the time of this world had been suspended. But Ji Wuyu understood. The crack in the space here is originally a separate space opened up by the Great Emperor with supreme means. And the Great Emperor has already mastered the law of time. This was obviously done deliberately by the other party in order to keep the mansion. On Immortal Island, all Great Emperor chances are either legacy inheritance or peerless treasures. But this Great Emperor, with great efforts and supreme supernatural power, has kept this mansion intact for hundreds of 10,000 years, so what is it for future generations who come to explore? Thinking of this, Ji Wuyu immediately calmed down and thought in lotus position. This sitting is a whole day. Of course, night did not come, and the scorching sun still shone in all directions in the sky. In this suspended world, time has lost its meaning. At this moment, Ji Wuyu, who closed her eyes and meditated, finally opened her eyes. He stood up, his face excited. "I see. This is the former residence of the Great Emperor in his later years. It seems ordinary, but in fact, every place is a great opportunity. The Great Emperor, with his own imperial charm, has already invisibly stained every corner of this mansion. Here in life, even if it is only for one day, I will allow myself to be blessed by Emperor Yun, so that when I become emperor in the future, I will have more chances of winning. This is a great opportunity for the heavens, and it's about proving the Tao and proclaiming the emperor." Ji Wuyu was short of breath. At the same time, at the moment of his enlightenment, a wave of energy suddenly condensed from the sky, turning into complicated information and pouring into his mind. Ji Wuyu, on the other hand, was slightly taken aback, showing shock. The information that just came into his mind told him that this mansion was the former residence of the Great Emperor, the supreme powerhouse of the human race 1,310,000 years ago. Amazing Great Emperor! A heavenly emperor who can also be ranked in the forefront in the brilliant martial Dao history of the human race. This person is just like his name when he preached, amazing talent. When he was young, he showed an invincible demeanor, and he was invincible all over the world. At the age of 22, Breakthrough Saint Realm became a saint transformation expert, breaking the record of the youngest Saint Realm expert in history. After that, he rode Jueshan and soared in the Holy Land. At the age of 78, in his prime, he was crazy about love, and turned into a warrior who loves to charge. With the peak strength of the great saint, he forcibly leveled a supreme force, and even beheaded a Saint Wangqiang, setting a new record. At that time, the limit of the eternal pride. After this battle, his road to martial Dao became even smoother. He entered the Saint King at the age of 108, touched the Quasi-Emperor realm at the age of 210, and entered the Insight 100-year at the foot of Wuodao Mountain at the age of 542. Great Emperor honor. The world praises his name and amazes the Great Emperor. In the next 10,000 years, the Jinwu world will belong to the invincible era of the amazing Great Emperor. 0. He alone led the way, leading the real martial arts world to a peak, and revived the race martial Dao again. When he was 20,000 years old, he disappeared from the eyes of the world in his old age. No one knows when the Great Emperor died, and no one knows what he left behind for future generations. And now, Jiwu Yu, who got this inheritance, understood. The amazing Great Emperor of that year, when he was dying, sealed the small courtyard where he lived in his later years in this small secret realm with the power of a powerful emperor, and threw it into the overseas fairy island, waiting for future generations. Get inside, there is no inheritance of the amazing Great Emperor. Cultivation technique, martial skill, and weapons all do not exist. Only his life experience as an emperor and Dao rhyme. However, it is this inexplicable feeling and Dao rhyme that are the most precious things in the real martial arts world at the moment. Because of the Jinwu world, there has been no emperor for 10,000 years. This Dao rhyme and comprehension will increase the chance of breaking through the emperor realm, and its value can be imagined. Especially, Jiwu Yu still has a booster opportunity that he didn't use. At this moment, his eyes were shining brightly. He pressed his palm on this world, and said silently in his heart, "Amplify." As the voice fell, the system fell silent, and a pleasant notification sound popped up. Detected a remnant of the former residents of the Great Emperor Dao Rhyme and Sensei, and it is being augmented. The augmentation is successful. The strength of all Dao Rhyme and Sensation is 3.8, an increase of 90%. Hiss! 90%! Jiwu Yu eyes reveal shocked. This is a trigger attack. Excited, he couldn't help laughing wildly. God gave him such a terrible opportunity. If he does not prove the Great Emperor in this life, who will prove the Great Emperor? Jiwu Yu was overjoyed. However, at this moment, right now, the moment the increase ended, a hole suddenly opened in the sky. 3 figures suddenly stepped into this world from outside. The 2 people behind were covered in black robes, and the leader had no disguise, but his appearance was exactly the same as Jiwu Yu. At the same time, Jiwu Yu, who laughed wildly, was also stunned. He looked at the Jiwu Yu who had the same appearance as himself and was full of bright moon radiance, and his brain didn't react for a while. What's the matter? Is this also a test of chance here? Chapter 97 Jiwu Yu, who was thrown out of the Great Emperor's secret realm, became numb immediately. With the arrival of these 3 figures, the atmosphere of minor world here is chilling instantly. Jiwu Yu, who had just experienced joy on the ground after the booster, had already turned livid. He didn't expect that the Great Emperor opportunity he discovered would be found by other people. What's even more exaggerated is that the leader of the other party who came in is still pretending to be himself. That bright moon radiance, like the moonlight falling into the world, exuding holy power, almost oppressed On's face. And usually, he is the one who despises others with such brilliance. This made Jiwu Yu very angry. He knew that the man posing as him, either they have mastered an extremely high-end secret technique in their hands, or a certain SSS-level protagonist is deliberately targeting him. Because Bright Moon's divine body is unique in this world, it is easy to imitate his appearance, but even the ability to imitate constitution, there are very few people in this world who can do it. It is very possible that it is a certain SSS-level protagonist who uses his weird gold finger ability to recharge himself. Ji Wuyu's face was covered with frost, and at this moment, he said with murderous intent, "Hee hee. Even Ji Wuyu dares to tease me, good, very good. Today, no matter what identity you have behind your back, I will kill you." As the supreme arrogance and the godson of the Ji family, even though Ji Wuyu guessed the identity behind the other party may not be easy, she is still fearless. Immediately overflowing with arrogance, he took the initiative to kill towards the sky. It is worth mentioning that, since this is a space created by the Great Emperor, there is no suppression of the rules of the overseas fairy island, so the spirit power cultivation base can already be used. The more powerful bright moon brilliance, 10 blooms the entire minor world at this time. Immediately suppress the moonlight emitted by the fake Ji Wuyu. Regarding this scene, the man in black who invaded minor world, or Shen Liuyun, was not surprised. Ji Wuyu, copied by flowers in the mirror and water moon, only has 70% of the combat power of the original body. Being suppressed at this time is inevitable. But Shen Liuyun didn't panic, since he dared to deal with Ji Wuyu, he was sure of victory. Even, he didn't have to make a move. After all, as the sole owner of the immortal demon saint body, he would definitely be able to suppress Ji Wuyu if he made a move. It's just that the signboard of Xian Mo Shuiying is too eye-catching. If you investigate afterwards, you can easily find him. Then it loses the meaning of camouflage. And even if Shen Liuyun didn't make a move, he was still sure to take away Ji Wuyu's opportunity to be the great emperor, which was naturally the confidence given to him by his arrogance. He used up quite a few of the mirror flower, water moon talisman, and there are still 3 left. It is also the only one in this world. After using it, even the ancestor of the Tianfu who refined the talisman cannot refine it again. Because its precious raw materials have been exhausted. It will take a long time to wait for that batch of raw materials to grow again. In other words, this is the last release of mirror flower and water moon. But Shen Liuyun didn't feel bad at all. After all, what is in front of him is the opportunity to become an emperor. I saw him reciting the formula silently, and the last 3 Zhang Xuankai's talismans burned, condensing 3 brand new Ji Wuyu replicas in the void, locking Ji Wuyu's body with killing intent in his eyes. At the same time, 10 saint weapons also flew out from the storage ring in a mighty manner, stood horizontally high in the sky, and aimed their blades at Ji Wuyu who was on the ground. All of a sudden, this minor world is filled with terrifying energy. 4 Ji Wuyu joined forces, and the bright moon brilliance in their bodies continued to radiate, converge, and merge, forming a coercion that was not inferior to Ji Wuyu's body. Coupled with 10 saint weapons, it is really terrifying. At this moment, Ji Wuyu's deity also became serious. Facing the menacing crowd, he felt a long-lost oppression in his heart. However, that's all. Supreme pride, own invincible Dao heart. Immediately, he stopped talking, and directly sacrificed a long sword made of moonlight, and took the lead, slashing at the invading enemy. Moon God Slash! With a cold shout, a dazzling snow-white sword ray descended from the sky, followed by endless bright moon sword intense, filling the entire minor world. However, face this strike! The 4 clones of Ji Wuyu did not evade, and directly used the same method to sacrifice their long swords from their bodies, and cut towards Ji Wuyu with all their strength. Moon God Slash! Exactly the same move. Ji Wuyu's complexion was extremely ugly in an instant. He didn't expect that these fakes could not only copy his bright moon body, but also steal his moves. You know, his inheritance all comes from the bright moon great emperor. This moon god / is Bright Moon Great Emperor's signature martial skill, and he is sure that no one in this world can do it except him. But now, this scene has subverted his cognition. He couldn't help turning his attention to the two men in black robes who were farther away. Those two should be behind the scenes. Just don't know what the real identity is. But it must be someone who turned around like him. Because of this miraculous method, who else can come up with it except the reincarnation? Ji Wuyu was certain that this was a certain person's gold finger ability, but she didn't expect that there was a mysterious talisman called Mirror Flower and Water Moon in this world. But if Shen Liuyun knew what Ji Wuyu was thinking, he would definitely laugh out loud. Because this has cleared his suspicion in a disguised way, Wuyu will definitely go all over the world to find out whose gold finger is related to the copying. And of course it can't be found. Thinking like this, above the sky, the collision of Luna / has already begun. Although Hua Jinghua Shuiyu only has 70% combat power of the main body, but there are 4 Ji Wuyus here. Therefore, the power released by the 4 moon god / is at the same time is equal to the full blow of Ji Wuyu, the true self. 2 terrifying energies exploded in the air. If it weren't for the fact that the minor world was opened up by the Great Emperor, it might have collapsed. Damn it! Ji Wuyu cursed secretly, feeling a little irritated. The feeling of fighting with yourself is very uncomfortable. Especially the opponent's plenary meeting that I met, even if it was not as powerful as myself, the large number of people made up for it, which caused Ji Wuyong's advantage as the supreme arrogance to disappear. At the same time, the 10 saint weapons in the sky are also eyeing. Simultaneously control 10 high-rank weapons. What kind of unimaginable method of controlling troops is this? With just one glance, Ji Wuyu knew that the person who secretly manipulated the weapon behind him was definitely a master. He took a deep breath and felt a rare retreat. Your Excellency, I am the godson of the Ji family, are you sure you want to be an enemy of my Ji family? Ji Wuyu's eyes flicked across the group of replicas, and looked at the 2 men in black robes in the distance. He knew that they were the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, he stopped taking action and instead threatened with words. When he thinks, if the other party is not threatened, then he will throw out some benefits, such as letting the 2 people live in this minor world for 2 days. According to his prediction, although this minor world is frozen in time, it will not exist for too long after it is opened. About a month, almost to the extreme. Of course, this refers to a month within the minor world, and to the outside world, it is only a few minutes. Living in the mansion of the Great Emperor's former residence for a month is like immersing yourself in Dao Rime for a month, and the benefits are unimaginable. He was willing to give up 2 days to the 2 men in black, which was enough to show his sincerity. However, Ji Wuyu's thoughts were beautiful, but after the words fell, the 2 men in black robes in the distance not only did not answer Kong Shi's 10th sarcasm. In the next moment, 10 saint weapons were seen, wrapped in overwhelming coercion, and the 4 replicas rushed forward. Its meaning is self-evident. Here is an opportunity, they want it all. Immediately, Ji Wuyu's face turned livid, and she bit the bullet to meet her while cursing secretly. The real confrontation broke out completely at this moment. Both sides come and go, all kinds of brilliant martial skills burst out in the air one after another. After hundreds of rounds, Ji Wuyu was out of breath and almost went crazy. Although he is unparalleled in combat power, he has countless heavenly rank martial skill secrets. But the problem is, he will, and the 4 replicas will also, except for the weakness of power, even the proficiency is the same. This almost made Ji Wuyu completely lose his advantage, and it was the first time he realized that fighting with himself was so tiring. What's more, the 2 men in black in the distance haven't made a move yet. Ji Wuyu didn't know what those 2 people were thinking, so she could only be distracted and guarded. Finally, after hundreds of rounds, Ji Wuyu accidentally took 3 Luna slashes. He spat out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, and when 520 was about to adjust his figure and heal himself, his heart suddenly turned cold. Among the 10 saint weapons, one of the blood-colored long swords turned into rainbow light at this time, wrapped in monstrous power, and swept across the city heavily at the moment he showed his flaws. Ji Wuyu couldn't dodge in time, and her entire chest was chopped off. Even though Bright Moon's physical strength is extraordinary, at this moment, the sharp saint weapon cut through his flesh and blood. The terrifying knife intent directly penetrated his chest muscles, and even severed a few of his sternum, almost threatening his heart. Ji Wuyu's complexion turned pale in an instant, and her body also retreated crazily under this huge force. In the end, with a click, it turned out that the space of this minor world was shattered, a crack appeared, and the whole person fell into it. No. Ji Wuyu's complexion changed drastically. This kind of minor world entered through space cracks, no matter whether it is entering or exiting, there is only one chance. If he falls out, he will never come back. Then he will completely lose this opportunity of great Emperor Dao Rime. However, facing his strenuous struggle, the 4 replicas did not give him a chance at all. Immediately, they shot together, and the brilliance of Bright Moon erupted between the punches, sending Ji Wuyu, who was just about to stabilize her body, directly out. You! Ji Wuyu was furious, but after only uttering a word, her whole body was completely swallowed by the broken space. At the next moment, the shattered cracks in the minor world automatically healed. Except for the 4 replicas, where can we see the shadow of Ji Wuyu's real body? At the same time, outside the minor world, on the plains of the overseas immortal island, a hole burst in the void instantly, and Ji Wuyu's figure was pushed out staggeringly. He looked at the familiar Xiandao plain coldly in his heart, his eyes were blood red, and he was almost mad with anger. The Great Emperor opportunity that I discovered first. And it's a boosted Great Emperor opportunity. Before he could enjoy it, he was kicked out of the minor world by others, and he was kicked out of the doctor abruptly. Where does this make sense? It's outrageous. Ji Wuyu is numb. Chapter 98 Foreshadowing broke out. Ji Wuyu was hunted down by the main protagonists. Overseas Fairy Island, on the plain. Ji Wuyu's expression was extremely ugly. He stood in front of the crack in the space where bursts of Great Emperor Dao Rime were constantly exuding, and tried to go in again, but was ejected. The minor world inside, as an opportunity created by the Great Emperor, naturally has certain rules. The most obvious is that there are restrictions on entry requirements, and each person can only enter and exit once. Moreover, if you can't discover the mystery after entering, you will be forced to send it out. Ji Wuyu discovered the mystery, got the secret realm information, and also used her own gold finger to increase it. Then, he was kicked out inexplicably. The person who kicked him out was still himself. This scene directly broke Ji Wuyu's mentality, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Especially standing in front of the space crack at this time, you can clearly see and know what's inside, but you just can't get in. This feeling almost drove him crazy. Ah! Who the hell? Pretending to be the son of God. If you dare to grab the opportunity of this godson, no matter who you are, this godson will kill you from the 9 clans. Ji Wuyu's long black hair fell out at some point, and the slightly embarrassed figure raised her hair and roared unwillingly. Then, furious, he directly sat in the lotus position not far from the space crack, and waited. Because he knows that although time is frozen in that minor world, outsiders cannot stay in it for a long time. 1 month is already the limit. And within a month, for the outside world, it is only a few moments of effort. He has to wait. Wait for those 2 men in black robes to come out. Ji Wuyu suppressed her anger, took out a handful of medicine pills from the storage ring, and silently closed her eyes to heal her wounds. After all, he had just suffered a full blow from the famous knife blood killer, which injured his flesh and blood, and a lot of his sternum was broken. Although Bright Moon's divine body is unparalleled and he is repairing his injuries all the time, it still needs some external assistance. However, just when Ji Wuyu swallowed a precious medicine pill and wanted to absorb the power of the medicine, on the horizon in the distance, a berserk-killing aura erupted suddenly, raging in his direction. What followed was an irresistible murderous intent. Ji Wuyu! Give me back my broken arm! Give me back my great emperor chance! He only heard a miserable roar from far and near, and then he saw Ye Tian, the true disciple of the Holy Land of Tai, who was like a madman at the moment, and the moment he saw Ji Wuyu, he turned red-eyed and rushed towards him recklessly. His right arm was empty, only his left arm was intact. At the same time, the state is like a bloodthirsty beast with nowhere to go. Before the person gets close, the terrifying murderous aura has rushed to the face first. Ji Wuyu's complexion changed instantly. Are you so sick? He sat up from the ground one step at a time, facing Ye Tian who was like a mad dog. How dare he heal his wounds? He could only throw a straight punch hastily to block Ye Tian's attack. Ye Tian, who is the supreme arrogance, even with a broken arm, his combat power is still good, let alone in a state of madness now? Almost in line with the principle of life for life, he resisted the punch with his physical strength, and then attacked Ji Wuyu's throat with his palm. Seeing this scene, Ji Wujian's face changed drastically. Damn, what a psycho! Immediately, he didn't dare to stay here any longer to wait for the two men in black robes to come out from the space crack, so he turned around and ran away. Because he returned to the overseas fairy island and was suppressed by the great emperor's rules, his spirit power cultivation base could not be used again. Can only run wildly with the strength of the flesh. He is actually not afraid of Ye Tian, even if the two sides only have physical strength to compete. Bright Moon's divine body is not inferior to anyone. But don't forget, he has just received a bloody blow at this moment, and Ye Tian is so desperate to exchange his life with him. And in the space crack, those two men in black robes who took his chance may appear at any time. Under such circumstances, even if it is as strong as Ji Wuyu, she can only retreat temporarily to avoid the edge. Fortunately, there is a movement technique in the inheritance of the Bright Moon Great Emperor, which does not need to use spirit power, and only physical strength is enough to perform it. This movement technique is a Great Emperor movement technique, so there is no need to say more about its beauty. So a few minutes later, Ji Wuyu, who was out of breath, temporarily got rid of Ye Tian who was like a madman. Just when I was about to take a breath, a dog barking suddenly came from my ear. He turned his head and saw a man dressed as Yang Jian appearing not far away, rushing towards him with murderous intent. Ji Wuyu, you have the guts to fight me. In the blink of an eye, the huge fist has already blasted to kill. Qin Hao, son of the great Chu Thousand Faces. Thinking, I can only rush to fight with a punch. Then he cursed with a livid face, damn it! Isn't there a single normal person on this island? First there was Ye Tian, and then there was Qin Hao. Ji Wuyu was going crazy. What happened to these people? Seeing yourself is the same as seeing your father an enemy. Ji Wuyu, how dare you escape? Just when Ji Wuyu was worrying, Ye Tian's voice came from farther away. Obviously the other party is catching up. In the injured state, 1 against 2, facing the joint attack of the two SSS-level protagonists, Wuyu, who is as strong as Ji Wuyu, has nothing to do. He could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge, and ran further away again. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that there is no room for him in this huge overseas fairy island? However, in fact, in the next period of time, there really will be no room for him in this overseas fairy island. No matter where Ji Wuyu goes, anyone he meets will kill him. Ji Wuyu, everyone is stupid. The whole person was immediately stunned. I can't figure out why I am so hated. Although the usual behavior is a bit domineering, but this is more, to be done well, just to make you think I am not pleasing to the eye, right? As for the appearance of a life and death hatred like now? Those who didn't know thought I killed your whole family. Ji Wuyu felt powerless and wanted to defend himself, but just as he opened his mouth, what he faced was countless extremely ugly quotations from Xiu and Yan. Spray on Ji Wuyu directly. F***ck, don't give a chance to explain at all. All of a sudden, the dignified Ji family godson was actually being hunted down and could only bury his head and run wildly. He didn't dare to stay in the slightest, let alone the two men in black robes who waited in front of some space crack. And this scene, if there are others here, it will definitely surprise the eyeballs. Who would dare to believe that this bereaved dog-like person would be the famous godson of the Ji family? At this moment, Ji Wuyu lost all face and dignity. Not only lost the opportunity, but also lost face. What's more, I can't even save my life. Chapter 99. This is not picking up a wife, this is clearly picking up a treasure. At the same time, inside the space crack, when the four mirror flower water moon talismans blasted Ji Wuyu out of the minor world, they completed their mission and turned into fly ash and dissipated. Such miraculous means can no longer be used so far. But Shen Liuyun didn't feel distressed, the goal had already been achieved, and this last and greatest opportunity had already been accepted by him as the king of the garden. And the outside world has laid the groundwork for so many days, it must be time for the conflict to break out, and there is no need to impersonate Ji Wuyu to draw hatred. Even at this moment, Ji Wuyu, who might have been kicked out of minor world, has already begun to be chased and killed by various protagonists. Thinking of this, Shen Liuyun was very happy. This is the benefit of being a villain. In the face of these protagonists, you can use all your tricks to play with them between applause. It's definitely better than the upright gentleman who suffers in the protagonist's camp. Moreover, all the protagonists are his wage earners. Do you think that if you awaken the SSS-level Gold Finger, the opportunity you get is yours? Wrong. All belong to the sun. Didn't all the rewards, cultivation technique, heavenly and mortal treasures end up in the pocket of the holy child? Shen Liuyun was in a good mood at this moment, and looked at this small world. The specific role here, as clever as Shen Liuyun, naturally discovered it not long after entering. Moreover, after performing the Gods Watching the Sky technique in 643, he also got more information. At this moment, she couldn't help laughing and said, Ji Wuyu is very lucky, a random increase triggers a critical strike, and increases all Dao rhyme perceptions here by 9 times. Tanger, you and I are blessed. He smiled lightly, and pulled Jiang Tang into the great emperor's mansion. Immediately, countless thick roads entangled the two of them. After all, it has been increased by 9 times on the original basis, and its effect is already very obvious. Even if the common practitioner comes, he can clearly feel the great Emperor Dao rhyme and thus gain benefits. Not to mention the two geniuses Shen Liuyun and Jiang Tang. Just entering the small courtyard at this moment, infected by Dao rhyme, the constitution of the two couldn't help but spontaneously start to operate, greedily comprehending all this. Jiang Tang's body radiated precious light, and her innocent sacred body became whiter and purer, even faintly showing signs of transformation. Scaleless sacred body, originally the purest constitution in time, is also a rare constitution that can evolve. It's just that it is too difficult for sacred body to evolve, and dozens of 10,000 years may not encounter such an opportunity. But now, Jiang Tang got it in the former residence of the great emperor after being buffed by Ji Wuyu by accident. Her pretty face was full of joy, and she happily held Shen Liuyun's hand. Husband, it's amazing. If my stainless sacred body evolves, it will most likely grow into a scaledless divine body that only exists in legendary. The voice was full of anticipation. Wu Jiao sacred body, although the cultivation speed is 9 times faster than that of ordinary sacred body, but it has always been flawed if it is not blessed with combat power. Apart from the fast cultivation speed, there are no other characteristics of the sacred body. But if you go one step further and become the Wu Jiao God body in legendary, then you will really reach the sky in one step. At that time, not only will the cultivation maintain the original 9 times speed, but it will also have the same increase in combat power as the sacred body, awakening a special characteristic. Its precious level is almost the same as Yin and Yang Chaos Ancient Demon Body, Innate Pure Yang Sword Body Divine Embryo, Bright Moon Divine Body and other constitutions. It is the top constitution in the world after Immortal Demon Saint Body, located in the quasi-invincible Q. Calm down, messing around with my son, isn't it right to be popular and drink spicy food? Shen Liuyun smiled and rubbed Jiang Tang's cute little head. Then the two lived in the former residence of the great emperor as if they were moving into a new home. This opportunity is different from others and is quite special. The way to get it is also very simple, just let nature take its course and integrate into life. You don't even need to feel it yourself. Living peacefully like a mortal like this, the rich great emperor Dao rhyme and perception in the small courtyard will be naturally contaminated. This kind of harvest cannot be noticed in a short period of time. Only at each advance grade breakthrough will it be revealed. Invisibly, the probability of breakthrough is greatly increased. Especially at the Saint King level, when it is attacking towards the Emperor realm, it is extremely obvious. And when it comes to proving the Great Emperor at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor, it will completely explode. All the Great Emperor Dao rhyme and insights obtained at this, baby, time will become a boost on the road to enlightenment at that time. Thus establishing the position of Great Emperor in one fell swoop. It is precisely because of this that this opportunity, which has no visible benefits in a short period of time, has become the most precious reward on the entire overseas immortal island. Originally, this belonged to Ji Wuyu. But now, naturally everything is cheaper. Shen Liuyun. Live every day in a peaceful little life. Before I knew it, it had been half a month. And the rare peace of mind also allowed the two to enjoy the two-person world for a long time. In this world, there is no chaos and quarrels from the outside world, only the ordinary years are quiet and good. The longer you stay, the calmer your mind becomes. Invisibly, Dao heart has honed to a higher level. The daily life of the two is also relatively simple. Like ordinary people, I get up in the morning and use the ling mai stored in the kitchen to cook, drink tea at noon, go for a walk in the afternoon, and get under the covers to play poker at night. Life is simple, pure, and unpretentious. In the tranquility, another 10 days passed. The day of leaving this minor world is close at hand. And this day, Jiang Tang, who had just finished aerobic exercise with Shen Liuyun, suddenly burst into a strong holy light. Infected by the Dao rhyme meaning of the Great Emperor, the Wu Jiao sacred body finally completed its evolution. Leaped into the unstained divine body. This moment, Jiang Tang's skin became more tender and fairer, his figure became more slender and shapely, with almost no flaws visible, and his facial features became more refined, extremely holy and pure. As if she only exists in the myth legendary, the goddess above 9 heavens is so dazzling that people dare not look directly at her. It was originally a peerless appearance, but after being promoted again, it is difficult to describe it in words at this moment. Even Shen Liuyun stared blankly for a moment. Jiang Tang is really beautiful to the extreme. In terms of appearance alone, it has truly become the only one in eternity. Putting it outside, it is enough for countless people to stare dumbfounded, worshipping the goddess Yin. Husband, do I look good? Jiang Tang smiled at Shen Liuyun, charming and charming. Shen Liuyun twitched his index finger in his heart, and instead of answering, he chose to prove it with actions. A few hours later, Jiang Tang's face was rosy, and she huddled under the quilt and muttered, "After I evolved the Wu Jiao divine body, in addition to the increase in combat power, I newly awakened a special trait. Anyone who is close to me will be able to cultivate. There will be more gains in martial arts." Hearing this, Shen Liuyun couldn't help being startled. Good guy, Chuan Tang is directly maxing out the auxiliary ability. You know, she already has the ability to prosper, which can continuously increase Shen Liuyun's luck and double her cultivation speed. Now, it has provided assistance in martial arts. Although it didn't specify how much the bonus would be, but with Wu Zhao's unique divine body, it was undoubtedly extremely impressive. It is foreseeable that Shen Liuyun will make rapid progress in practicing any martial arts in the future. Shen Liuyun couldn't help being in a good mood. This is not picking up a wife, this is clearly picking up a treasure. Happy. Chapter 100 Ji Wu Yu is pointed out by thousands of people, and everyone gathers to ascend to Xiantai. Inside Minor World. The last day. Compared with the first day, the Imperial Realm Dao rhyme and perception in the former residence of the Great Emperor have dropped a lot. At this time, it is almost no different from the mortal residence in common. All the benefits have been absorbed by Shen Liuyun and Zhang Tang. It's time for the two of them to leave this world. After the two leave, this secluded space will still exist, protecting the former residence of the Great Emperor Jingzhu. But I can't wait for someone who is destined. Because Dao rhyme and the comprehension have disappeared, the rules laid out by the Great Emperor when he opened up this world will think that the former residence here has completed its mission, so it will no longer be open to the public. This day, Shen Liuyun and Zhang Tang stood outside the mansion, looking at the small courtyard that had lived for a month. A rare decent bow to him. After all, no matter what, both of them took each other's opportunity, and they deserved the respect they deserved. Not to mention the amazing Great Emperor, who is indeed an extremely brilliant Great Emperor in the history of the human race. As a junior, he should be given some respect. Then the two looked at each other with a smile, and swept towards the high altitude when they came. There, a space crack that exudes the unique atmosphere of the overseas fairy island has appeared. After the two put on black robes to cover their faces, they no longer hesitated, and their figures slipped into it in a flash. Bang rumble! The unique sound when traveling through space came from my ear, and when I saw the scene in front of me clearly again, it was the Xiandao plane. And the space rift behind him, which symbolized the entrance of the Great Emperor's opportunity, disappeared in an instant as if it had completed its mission. Shen Liuyun looked up at the position of the sun in the sky, thinking silently in his heart. They stayed in the minor world for a month, and it took about half an hour for the outside world. It's still early, and it's still too late to go to Shenxiantai in the center of Xiandao. Today is the second day of entering the island, and all the opportunities that should have been taken are almost taken. Everyone must go to the center of Xiandao to gather, and then start the dragon transformation ceremony. If one is attacked by a ferocious beast, or dies halfway for some reason, or fails to reach the center of the fairy island within the stipulated time, then it is automatically eliminated. The dragon transformation ceremony is blessed by the general trend of heaven and earth, and Shenxiantai should be the center point where the general trend of heaven and earth erupts, where the benefits of transforming a dragon are endless. But the general trend of the world will not wait for anyone, so there is a time limit. At this time, Zhang Tang looked around and said, I thought that Ji Wu Yu would not be reconciled, and was waiting outside to take revenge on us. He thinks, I'm afraid it's because he doesn't have that condition. Shen Liuyun smiled at this moment. After going to the island, he used Ji Wu Yu's identity to do so many bad things and arouse so much hatred, the contradictions buried in it must have erupted long ago. Ji Wu Yu wants to sit on the sidelines, but does she have the strength? Now it is not bad to run around all over the island without being chased and killed by the protagonists from all walks of life. Let's go, let's also go to Shenxiantai to see how the situation is. After enjoying the wonderful feeling of playing with the protagonist and applauding, Shen Liuyun and Zhang Tang took off their black robes, no longer disguised, and set off directly towards the center of Xiandao. Because there is a rigid rule of arriving at Shenxiantai the next day for the dragon transformation ceremony. Whether it is Ji Wu Yu who was hunted down, or the protagonists who hunted down Ji Wu Yu, they must all aim to reach Shenxiantai in the end. So their chasing battlefield, the final destination must be there. Therefore, Shen Liuyun only needs to leave for Shenxiantai at this time. After the two set off, they turned into a frightened crowd, and galloped towards the center of Guadalcanal Island at an extraordinary speed. The road was unimpeded, and the tyrannical flesh and blood power of the immortal demon saint body and Wu Jiao divine body made countless beasts dare not get close. An hour later, the terrain gradually became flat, and stone brick paving began to appear under the feet, and a huge and magnificent building appeared in front of us. The whole building is pure white, huge and boundless, like a huge dojo. And around the dojo, there are several tall statues of the great emperor, each of which exudes powerful coercion and unique temperament. Here, it is Tianxiantai in the center of Xiandao. With the arrival of Shen Liuyun and Zhang Tang, many people around looked at them, but they quickly retracted and continued to look at the center of the dojo. Because there is a lively scene going on right now. Ji Wuyu, the godson of the Ji family, has committed some kind of public outrage, and is being surrounded by several Tianjiao with unkind faces. Judging from Ji Wuyu's disheveled hair and wounds all over his body, it is obvious that he has suffered a lot from the cooperation of many arrogances before. At this time, the reason for the truce in the dojo is because this place is a sanctuary dedicated to the great emperor of the human race, and it is also the center of the Jinwu world, the palace of the martial Dao of the human race. In the dark, there is the power of rules to suppress, so that no one can use force. Otherwise, a great war would have broken out long ago. Now, Ji Wuyu, who had been chased all the way, looked livid and furious to the point where it was hard to suppress. Think of him as the successor of the top power in the real martial arts world, the godson of the primordial family. When was it so embarrassing? He hates. But he also knew in his heart that in the current situation, someone must be framing him, most likely it was the man in black that he had seen before. He has another own method that can be copied, and the arrogance of these major forces should be the hands of that fake. Before, he had no chance to say these words. Now that he has come to Shenxiantai, where the use of force is strictly prohibited, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Shen Liuyun and Zhang Chong saw the opening of the play, and they also came to see what Ji Wuyu could do. I just heard him yell. You fools, can't you see that someone is setting me up? Even if I really want to snatch you in other opportunities, my Ji Wuyu will be stupid enough to use my original appearance to do it without any disguise. Let me tell you the truth, just now, my chance was robbed. And the person who robbed me looks exactly like me. I'll just explain it directly. Anyone who can come here is a reincarnator, so don't pretend. Which of your awakened gold finger is related to copying, whoever is suspected? Ji Wuyu's angry shout directly shocked the scene. Everyone didn't expect that Ji Wuyu not only found an excuse for herself, but also had a blunt showdown. However, what he said is true. The great world is about to rise, and the local geniuses in the real martial arts world can't compete with the reincarnated people who have gold finger. And now the Tianjiao who represent the major powers to come to the dragon transformation ceremony are indeed reincarnators, so it's okay to have a showdown. At this time, everyone looked at each other, a little speechless. Ji Wuyu, was she really framed? Yet Yen didn't want to believe that he paid too much for coming to the overseas fairy island. Not only did he lose one arm, but he also lost 3 immortal treasures. If Ji Wuyu is innocent, how will he take revenge in this life, and where will he find the real culprit? Unable to take revenge, his thoughts cannot be understood, Dao heart is damaged, and martial Dao will be hindered in this life. Immediately coldly said, stop talking nonsense, who knows if you are a thief calling for a thief, or doing it on purpose. Showing people in your true colors is just to get rid of suspicion with these words at this time. As soon as this remark came out, there was a lot of discussion among the people, and they also felt that it made sense. Normally speaking, if a person wants to plunder other people's opportunities, he should really hide his identity. But it is also because this is a normal practice, so once the operation is reversed, if you don't hide your appearance, you can also easily remove the suspicion in the follow-up reasoning. I agree with Ye Tian. Ji Wuyu, you have always acted domineeringly. Who else would do this kind of snatching the opportunity of other reincarnators except you? Yang Wenyu also uttered angrily at this time. The fingers of his right hand, which had been trampled to death, were still being bandaged by the elixir, so don't think about it in 10 days or half a month. This kind of hatred made Yang Wenyu very willing to step on Ji Wuyi at this time. 0 Fur flowers. 0. Ji Wuyu's complexion was ashen at the moment. Being used to being the son of God, he used to be aloof, never considering other people's thoughts, and always acted domineeringly. But he didn't expect that because of this, no one would speak for him at this time. Perhaps a few people in the crowd seemed to believe his words, but they just kept silent and stared coldly. Ji Wuyu felt resentful in her heart, gritted her teeth and said, "Don't forget. The reincarnations are divided into camps. The notice in Jubeo Pavilion once issued a warning, the villain is invincible. The only villain is definitely not simple, maybe the mastermind behind all this is that villain. Why? At this moment, he is very likely to be watching a joke among us." As soon as Ji Wuyu said this, the scene fell silent again, and everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Shen Liuyun raised his brows. He didn't expect that Ji Wuyu really had some brains, and he guessed the truth almost exactly. But what's the use of that? In this life, Chu Wang didn't have the ability to check the script of his life, and no one in the room knew his true identity except the goddess of the Yao family who could simulate life. As for the goddess of the Yao family, judging from several meetings, she should not be with Ji Wuyu. Thinking of this, Shen Liuyun quietly glanced at the house goddess. The latter is like a frightened rabbit, trembling slightly under Shen Liuyun's gaze. The next moment suddenly said, "Ji Wuyu. You keep saying that whoever has the ability to copy is the most suspicious, but your own gold finger is copying increase. Doesn't it mean that you yourself are the biggest suspect?" 0. The voice fell. Everyone was shocked. What? Ji Wuyu's ability is to copy the boost. I see. This ability must be at the SSS level. Countless protagonists erupted into an uproar, but Ji Wuyu, who was suddenly exposed to the news of her gold finger ability, changed her face wildly, panicked for the first time, and shouted, "Yao Yuxi, what nonsense are you talking about?" It's good that he wasn't excited. This excitement further confirmed the words of the goddess of the Yao family. On the other hand, Yao Yuxi said calmly, "Why, did I say something wrong?" You. Seeing the other party's confident appearance, Ji Wuyu was momentarily speechless. My heart is full of huge waves. What kind of ability is this Yao Yuxi, who can see through other people's gold finger? Others also had such thoughts, and were a little afraid of Yao Yuxi for a while. Since this woman can see through Ji Wuyu's gold finger, can she also see through their gold finger? They felt a little uneasy, but with Ji Wuyu's incident at hand, they could only keep this fear in their hearts. But Ye Tian's face was gloomy, and he said, "Ji Wuyu. I said you are a thief calling for a thief, but you still don't admit it. In the underground ruins, you broke my arm and took away 3 great emperor opportunities from me. Brother Shen was present to testify about this matter, and now you have been exposed as Gold Finger. With witnesses and evidence, what else do you have to say?" Facing Ye Tian's accusation, Ji Wuyu keenly grasped the key point. Brother Shen? Which Brother Shen? His eyes quickly swept across the group of reincarnators, and then fixed on Shen Liuyun. Looking at Zhang Tang who is closely following him, it is in stark contrast to the other protagonists who are all alone. There was a flash of inspiration in my mind, and a little bit of clues interacted with each other, and an idea suddenly jumped out of my mind. He couldn't help but gasp. "I see, it's you. Holy Son of Kanghai, you are the one who framed me." In the Great Emperor's minor world, there are 2 people in black robes behind the counterfeit Ji Wuyu. At that time, I wondered that all the reincarnations in this overseas fairy island were looking for opportunities alone. How could there be anyone willing to contact them? Looking at it now, you are the only one paired with the Saintess of Kunlun on the entire Immortal Island. Holy Son of Kanghai, what do you have to say? As soon as this remark came out, everyone's eyes turned to Shen Liuyun in unison. Chapter 101 The one who took the opportunity was Ji Wuyu's clone. What does it have to do with Shen Liuyun? Ascension to Sendai. Center of the dojo. Facing the pair of eyes that were looking at them head-on, Shen Liuyun was calm and composed, without any panic. The same is true for Zhang Tang, both of them have very strong psychological qualities.